Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
It is a cliche of murder that the killer always returns to the scene of his crime. But we know of no recorded instance in which the victim has returned to the scene of his demise. However, we come as close as we can in the upcoming story. We have contrived to produce a reasonable facsimile of the corpse with some startlingly unpredictable results. Listen then as Miss Vanessa Brown stars in VAMP Till Dead, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
And now, VAMP Till Dead, starring Miss Vanessa Brown. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Your first name, what did you say it was?
Amy, Mr. Gentry. Amy Watkins.
Amy. Yes. And are you a good secretary, Amy?
You have all of my recommendations, Mr. Gentry. I mailed them to you a week ago.
Oh, yes, to be sure. I must have looked at them or I wouldn't have hired you and had you come all the way from New York, now would I? Do you think you'll like it here in this big house working for me?
I hope so, sir.
Tell me, what do you think of me?
I beg your pardon?
Me, how do I strike you? What am I? A gentle person? A wit? A profound talent? A buffoon? Tell me, Amy, I'd be interested in your opinion.
I've only known you a half hour, Mr. Gentry.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'm a writer, Amy. Do you know what it means to have a million words inside of you and not to be able to let them out?
No, sir.
It's an utter horror. And that's the way it's been with me for more than a year. But now I'm ready to go back to work again and release those million words. And it'll be your job to take them down.
I'll do my best.
It's not going to be easy. Very demanding, Amy.
I understand, Mr. Gentry.
The cook's name is Jenny. She'll help you find your way around the house. And for heaven's sake, call me Paul, not Mr. Gentry.
Yes, Paul.
That's better. Amy, I feel it helps if people adjust to new situations as quickly as possible. Have you heard about my wife?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, you will. So I'll tell you. People around here say that I killed Mrs. Gentry. Good night, Amy.
I ran upstairs to my room. I could still hear him laughing even after I closed the door. And then finally he stopped. And I was lying across my bed when I was aware that someone was standing beside me.
He's like that child. You mustn't mind him.
Who are you?
I'm Jenny, the cook.
Oh, yes. Oh, but somehow you don't look like a cook.
Oh, my dear, I find more inspiration in cooking meals for a great writer like Paul Gentry than I ever found in the 23 years I taught high school English.
Oh, I see.
Now, don't let him upset you. He really doesn't mean it. He can be as gentle as he is harsh. No one really understands him.
Did Mrs. Gentry understand him?
No, she didn't. She never made an attempt. There's a question in your eyes, Amy.
Yes. Was she murdered?
Yes. In that little guest cottage down by the brook. You can see it from this window.
How did it happen?
It was almost a year ago. They argued over something trivial at dinner. The flowers on the table. Mrs. Gentry ran out of the house. A few minutes later, I could hear her playing the piano in the cottage. Some little tune that always infuriated him. The next morning, her body was found slumped over the piano. Her neck was broken.
And people think
there was no evidence against Mr. Gentry, no proof. Only hearsay and talk.
I see. Now there's a question in your eyes.
Yes, Amy. This information doesn't seem to disturb you. And that puzzles me. Because along with that, there's something about you.
What?
About your appearance, my dear. Really, it's quite remarkable how much you resemble Isabel Gentry.
For the next 3 weeks, I took dictation from morning until night. There was quantity, certainly, but the quality was poor. The book was going badly. And then, one afternoon, when I walked into his study, there was another man standing there beside Paul.
Amy, this is Al Pender. Al's a reporter on the local paper. He tried his best to have me indicted for murder.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Pender?
I'm glad to meet you, Amy. I just dropped in to interview Mr. Gentry about his new book.
You see, Amy, I'm a celebrity. They interview me about my new book. Why don't you tell him all about it?
I wouldn't want the responsibility, Paul.
You can tell him how bad it is as well as I can.
Oh, no, Paul. I couldn't possibly say that about it.
What could you say about it? Anything worthwhile? No. The dropped eyes, the withdrawal. Isabel used to react the same way when I became angry with her.
Do I remind you of her?
Yes, you remind me of Isabel. Of all the things in her that stopped me from writing. How do you like that, Pender? There's a story for you to print.
You want me to print it, Gentry?
I'd kill you if you did.
I'm sorry if I remind you of Isabel, Paul.
Are you, Amy? Are you really? No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are at all.
Well, has he been like this very long?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Pender.
Amy, did you know that no one in town would take this job?
Yes.
And still you came here?
Yes.
He killed his wife. Everyone knows it.
It was never proved.
No, because of a technicality. You know, he's right. You do look a great deal like Isabel. And that means you're in danger here. He's crazy. He might actually come to think of you as Isabel.
I want him to think of me as Isabel. In every way possible. Every day, every minute. There must be some way to prove he killed her.
Say, why are you so interested? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Isabel Gentry's sister.
The second act of Suspense continues in 1 minute. We continue with Act 2 of VAMP Till Dead, starring Miss Vanessa Brown. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes. I am the sister of the woman Paul Gentry was accused of murdering. I was abroad during their courtship and marriage. We had never met. So it was simple for me to begin my campaign. I began to do everything the way I had remembered Isabel. I wore her favorite perfume. I held my head to one side and smiled the way she used to. I started using her expressions in my speech. I wasn't sure whether I was torturing him or he was torturing himself. But I was certain he began to think of me as Isabel. And then I began visiting the guest cottage where she was murdered. And playing the piano at which she died. I didn't notice you come in, Jenny.
What are you doing here in this cottage?
Practicing.
Must you practice that?
What do you mean?
That's the tune she used to play. I told you he hated it.
Oh, I forgot.
And your hair. You're wearing it the way she used to.
Am I?
Don't you see what you're doing to him?
What?
He hardly spends an hour a day writing now. It's just like it was when she was alive. There was something about her that killed his inspiration. Instead of creating, he only wanted to destroy. Now you're doing the same thing to him.
Me? But I only want to help him.
There's only one way you can do that.
How?
Leave.
But he needs me.
You're not helping. You're hindering, always reminding him of her.
Jenny, why do you stay?
Oh, I'm like his desk or the chair he sits on, just a piece of furniture doing a job. He doesn't think about me one way or the other. Oh, someday I'll see him get back to writing the way he used to.
You mean without her?
Yes.
Do you think he killed her, Jenny?
Oh, that's something I don't dare think about, Amy.
I thought about it. In the days that followed, Paul's work went from bad to worse, and so did his temper. He was unmanageable most of the time. He would slump in his chair, drinking and staring at me. Just staring. I knew he was almost ready to break the day he went into a rage and he started throwing things around his study. I left the house, walked down to the guest cottage, sat down at the piano and started to play. Was this it, I wondered? Would the trap be sprung now? I hadn't long to wait. Behind me, I heard the door slowly open, and I continued playing. First move would have to be his.
Hello, Amy.
Al?
Surprise you?
Yes.
I brought you something.
A gun? What for?
Well, if you won't be sensible and leave this place, then you need it for your own protection.
I can handle my situation without a gun.
Can you? That man is out of his mind. The first time he comes at you, let him have it. Everybody in this town knows about him. Look, no jury would ever convict you.
I came here to get proof that Paul Gentry killed my sister. I want him to pay for it legally. But it seems to me that you want me to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, now listen,
Look,
Amy.
Al, I am going to tell you something. Isabel used to write to me, and she was pretty frank. She told me about a newspaper man she was interested in. Could you be that man?
Yes.
Now, is it because you loved Isabel that you wanted to see her murderer caught? Or would you just like to sacrifice Paul Gentry because he was married to the woman that you wanted?
Bender, are you aware that this property belongs to me? What are you doing on it?
Talking to her. What does it look like?
Paul, please.
How many times do I have to tell you to leave my wife alone?
Your wife? Just a minute.
You get off my property while you can still walk. And Isabel, you get back up to the house where you belong.
back to the house up to my room. A moment later, I heard his heavy steps coming up the stairway. And before I could do anything, he was standing in my doorway.
Isabel, why did you make me do it?
Why? Why did you do it, Paul?
I couldn't help myself with those men all the time, especially Pender. Amy. Isabel's dead. You're Amy. Why do you keep making me think that you're Isabel? Why?
You're imagining it, Paul.
Oh, Amy, why don't you leave here while it's safe?
I think it is safe, Paul.
You aren't afraid of me the way you were that first night? You aren't afraid of what I might do to you?
No, Paul, I'm not afraid. If you really want me to go, I will, but I'd rather stay. I want to be close to you. Closer to you than anybody in this world has ever been.
Oh, I don't want you to go, Amy. Ever. I love you.
I know.
I want you to marry me.
Of course. Of course, Paul. Ever since Isabel died, I've wanted to be your wife.
Act 3 of Suspense follows in 1 minute. We continue with Act 3 of Vamp Till Dead, starring Miss Vanessa Brown. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Next day, we were married quietly by the justice of the peace. Surely this fate would spring the trap. Surely my sister's murderer would attempt to kill the woman who so closely resembled her and now replaced her. That night, I dressed for dinner in the perfect image of my sister. And Paul greeted me as I expected him to.
Isabel, you never looked more beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
Your chair?
Thank you.
You may serve, Jenny.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Jenny, use the large soup bowls, please, for Isabel.
I understand, sir.
I know you prefer them, darling.
Yes.
Is something wrong, Isabel?
Paul, I just noticed. You have carnations on the table.
Why, yes.
You know I don't like carnations, Paul. I don't like them at all.
Isabel, they were all I could get. I'm afraid you'll have to like them.
Look, I don't have to like anything. Have Jenny take them off the table.
Now, see here.
You'll either get rid of them or I won't eat dinner with you. You hear me?
Then don't eat dinner with me, my dear. I'd like it better that way. Then I won't have to look at your bored, critical face all the time.
It was rude and cruel, but I had to know. I had to act the same way Isabel had acted, for it was just a year ago tonight that she had been murdered. And then I was in the cottage where it had happened, sitting at the piano, playing her tune. I sat there waiting. I knew I would hear steps first, and then a door. But I heard nothing. Nothing. And then at last, I heard the steps.
Amy, are you all right? Are you all right, Amy?
Yes, Sal. Yes.
And stay where you are. I'll blow your head off. I always knew it was you who killed Isabel.
Are you?
Because she refused to run away with you.
You're wrong, Gentry. It wasn't me. Look.
Paul, darling, she was the one.
Jenny.
I had to knock her out. She tried to kill Amy the same way she killed Isabel. She was afraid Amy was going to take you away from her.
Oh, Amy, my darling.
Paul, do you know who I am? Who I really am?
Yes, I know you're not Isabel. I've known all along. I had to pretend because you pretended.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
It's all over, my darling. Ended.
Yes, Paul, it's over. Isabel is truly dead.
Suspense. In which Miss Vanessa Brown starred in Vamp Till Dead, written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes. Suspense is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. In a moment, the names of tonight's players were Jeanette Nolan, Ben Wright, and Norm Alden. Listen. Listen again next week when we bring you Jack Carson starring in Misfire, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Everybody knows it is unwise to pick up hitchhikers. It is especially unwise if you are young and pretty and driving a very powerful foreign sports car. You run the risk of losing your money, your car, your life, and possibly your heart, depending on the hitchhiker. Listen. Listen to Miss Barbara Whiting, starring in The Rim of Terror, a tale well calculated to keep you in
Suspense.
I don't know why I gave him a lift. Even now, with the terror gone like a half-remembered nightmare, I can't be sure why I stopped my big Mercedes on that lonely road in Nevada and gave him a lift. Maybe because he looked so bedraggled standing there, headless in the rain, by the side of the road. Maybe because he smiled grimly, almost with a sneer that was a challenge. I don't know. Anyway, I slammed on the brakes and he walked slowly up to the car. Torkel, my big husky, stiffened on the seat beside me. Quiet, Torkel.
So you decided I don't look like too much of a risk, huh?
Not at all. Please get in. You look very wet.
As a matter of fact, I am very wet.
Back seat, Torkel.
Torkel, is it? How are you, Torkel? That was quite a dog. I'll bet he could easily kill a man.
He's really quite well behaved, and he wouldn't attack without orders.
You have made yourself quite clear. This is an impressive machine.
I love it, but I'm really not used to it yet. I just got it last week.
You drive it very well.
Thank you, but I don't really.
Where are we now?
Well, I'd say about 25 miles east of Winnemucca. You're new to this part of the country?
Yes and no. I've never seen that view before.
It's breathtaking. So much different from back home.
Back home?
Vermont. This is the first time I've ever been in the West, and I love it. The scenery is so...
Yeah, but this particular scenery doesn't appeal to me very much at the moment.
Why not?
I'd say that there's someone waiting for us down there. Look.
I looked. Far below on the valley floor was a fork in the road and an abandoned building. Near it was a black speck that looked like a wagon, and two smaller black specks that moved. Men, no doubt, though from here they looked like ants,
I'd suggest slowing down. Not much, though. I expect they are watching us through field glasses.
Who?
You let me out here.
What?
This cut hides us from them. Stop the car. Sorry our ride together must end so soon. Don't be afraid. You have your dog sit on the front seat and keep him there until you are safe in Winnemucca.
I don't understand.
You know what a roadblock is?
Roadblock? Are the police after you?
Not the police of this country. You just tell them that you haven't seen me and they'll pass you on all right, no? Goodbye. Thank you.
He turned and started climbing the steep bank at the side of the road. He stopped halfway to the top and impatiently motioned me to go on. I slipped the car into gear. I motioned Torkel into the front seat and started down the pass into the desert valley. A couple of miles further, at the forks, the road was blocked by a black delivery truck. I was almost tempted to swing around it, but the man in the plastic raincoat who held his hand up so casually didn't look dangerous at all. So I came to a stop. Another man in a black raincoat was leaning against the truck, trying to clean the mud from his shoes. Across the panel of the truck was a sign that read, Nevada Public Opinion Surveys, Carson City. I felt a little silly for feeling scared a moment before.
Howdy, miss. We're making a traffic check.
Yes?
You mind answering a few questions? Only take a minute.
What do you want to know?
Well, now, let's see. Where are you from?
Vermont.
Vermont? Well, I declare. We don't get many tourists from Vermont. You come all this way all alone?
Well, I don't suppose you'd count my dog as a passenger.
Guess not. Although I always say a dog's a man's or a woman's best friend. Nobody else with you?
No.
Have you given any rides to hitchhikers?
No. Through the windshield, I saw the man in the black raincoat reach into the van. There was a smear of yellow paint on his raincoat, and the letters on the neat sign were blurred. It had been freshly painted, and the paint had rubbed off when he leaned against the sign a moment ago.
Well, even if you've given somebody just a short ride, we have to put it down. It's for the statistical average.
I'm sorry, but I've lost too much time already. I can't answer any more of your questions.
Let's quit stalling, Mr. Smith.
The man in the black raincoat was beside the car now, peering in over the interviewer's shoulder.
Somebody's been sitting in the seat next to Curlyhead there. You can see where the seat's wet.
Ma'am, you can see for yourself. You've had somebody sitting in that seat not very long ago.
My dog.
Your dog's dry as a bone, ma'am.
I'll search the trunk compartment. Maybe she's got him hid in there. Get her keys, will you?
Take your hand off the steering wheel.
Now, ma'am, just give me the keys.
Torkel? I had no idea the Mercedes had such power. It leaped forward under the accelerator. As I swung it around, clipping the front bumper of the delivery truck, skidding across the wet road, throwing a sheet of liquid mud over the two men. Through the rearview mirror, I could see them, running up the road after me, then stop and give up. I shifted into fourth and headed back up the mountains, 80 miles an hour. And then as I rounded a curve, there he was again, my passenger, laboriously clambering down the bank at the side of the road. He waved to me when he heard the car. And again, I don't know why I stopped. Maybe it was because he was limping now. Maybe because his figure looked so tiny and alone in all that vastness. Maybe it was because I remembered the cruel blue eyes of the red-haired interviewer behind his thick glasses. Anyway, again I stopped. Backseat, Torkel. Get in. I'm driving back to the main highway. I can take you into town that way.
I wouldn't have hailed you, only I twisted my ankle up there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened? Lose your nerve?
I'm afraid I did. After they saw the damp mark your suit had made, and the man reached for the ignition keys, I guess I lost my nerve.
Where was the third man?
There wasn't one.
Well, he must have been hiding. Was one of them red-headed with glasses?
Yes. The other one called him Mr. Smith. What's this all about? Who are they? Who are you?
Well, I suppose I owe you some kind of an explanation. My driver's license and army discharge say that I am Peter Whittlesey of Elko, Nevada, but they are very excellent forgeries.
Forgeries?
Well, yeah. You see, I was a spy.
What?
Yeah. I landed in San Francisco 3 days ago in the crew of a little Greek freighter. Mr. Smith met me, and his assignment was to get me from my ship to my new job.
Where? Los Alamos, New Mexico?
Naturally. I ducked in last night. But why are you stopping?
Get out.
Oh, no, how far can I walk on this foot?
Please, just get out.
Well, when you picked me up, I was on my way to the police to give myself up. It's my only way to get away from them. You must believe me.
It sounds like a bad movie. Now get out.
Well, what about that bullet hole?
What bullet hole?
In the windshield?
What? Oh, I didn't see it before. Who?
My friend, Mr. Smith, of course.
Suppose I didn't hear the gun over the sound of the motor.
Do you believe me now?
Maybe I do.
You see, when you have been sent on a mission into a country by the left arm, you are not supposed to change your mind and go over to the other side. They don't like it.
The left arm? What's that, a fifth column?
Well, I suppose you could call it that.
How come you speak English so well if you're a foreigner sent here by the left arm?
Foreigner? I was born right here in Nevada, and this is the only way I could get back home. Now, please, don't make me get out. Take me to the nearest police station, will you? Please?
I suppose it was my New England conscience, or maybe just plain old curiosity. Or maybe, well, he was attractive. On the twisting downgrade into Winnemucca, I learned his story. How he'd been born in Nevada of Central European immigrant parents. How he'd been taken back to their homeland when he was a little boy. And after the war, had been educated by the new regime as an undercover agent. How he had passed every test and resisted every temptation his teachers offered in his one desire to return home to America.
And believe me, America is home. I was born here. I want to live here, work here, and to die here.
Do you think the police will believe you?
I don't know. Do you?
I want to, but it's a pretty wild story.
But it is true, every word of it.
I know it is. I feel it is.
Thank you. And now, tell me a little bit about you, poor little rich girl.
Don't let this beautiful car fool you. I came into a little money a while ago, and, well, it's the only extravagance I've ever indulged in my life.
Well, I must say, when you decide to be extravagant, you don't do it by halves. There's the city hall. Your police station must be there. You can drop me here on the corner, and you won't waste any time getting through town. Yeah. You know, I don't even know your name to thank you.
Elizabeth Whitehill.
I shall never forget it. Nor your face.
You're forgetting your coat.
Huh? Oh, thank you. My real name is Alex Peck. Well, I hope I shall see you again someday. Until then, you wish me luck?
I do, Alex.
Yeah. Goodbye. And thanks.
He turned and was gone, limping across the courthouse square, and I suddenly felt very much alone. I wanted to call after him, but of course I didn't. No, I slipped the Mercedes into gear and followed the main highway out of town. Ahead of me lay Seattle, and Charles. Good, safe Charles, who wanted to marry me. My little adventure was over, and I was glad. I kept telling myself I was glad while I munched on a sandwich in a roadside stand on the outskirts of town. I kept telling myself that I'd gotten off easy. But I kept thinking of those pale, vicious blue eyes of Mr. Smith, and the way Alex had slumped in fatigue like a very tired little boy. The sandwich lost its taste. I left it uneaten and started west once more for Highway 45 and the straight road across Idaho and Oregon for Seattle. And then a few miles further, Torkel nudged my arm. I glanced at him and slowed down. He had a wallet in his mouth, Alex's wallet. It must have dropped out of his coat as he left the car. He'd need it. It was part of the proof of his story. Without it, he might be delayed too long in that little police station in Winnemucca. But that really wasn't my problem. Let him worry about it. If I went back now, I would be involved forever and ever with this strange, dark young man whose tired face swam before my eyes. I swung into a side road, whipped into reverse, and straightened out on the road back to Winnemucca. There was no time to lose. I let the car out. 80, 90. I didn't know it had such speed. 100, 105 on one straight stretch. And then down to a cautious 55 as I entered the town limits, until I pulled up before the police station. Stay, Torkel.
Them?
Are you the officer in charge here?
I'm Sergeant Hilding.
I'm looking for Mr. Alexander Peck. I drove him here not more than half an hour ago. Mr. Peck left his papers in my car. I thought he might want them, so I brought them back.
He's gone, ma'am.
Gone?
Ma'am, you don't know how lucky you were. That fellow was a lunatic.
Lunatic?
Sure. His name is Peter Whittlesey from Elko. Nuttier than a fruitcake. He escaped from the Carson City Asylum last night. They came for him in a wagon.
A black panel truck?
That's right. Had Carson City State Asylum painted on the panels.
In fresh paint.
Pardon, ma'am?
Oh, you've made a dreadful mistake. That's the same truck that stopped me back at Indian Forks. It must be. You're one of the most stupid, incompetent ignoramuses that ever sent a man to be tortured. Yes, and perhaps murdered.
Now, ma'am, them's mighty hard words.
And I mean every one of them.
Now, ma'am, let's not have any sass out of you. You're too nice a gal to go around picking up strangers. Just run along now, ma'am. We're pretty busy here.
But you don't understand.
Understand you're wasting our time. Good day, ma'am.
Oh.
Just a minute, miss.
What?
That your car over there? That imported hot rod?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how fast you were going when you passed the airport?
Why,
I'll tell you. I was doing 90 on my motorcycle, and you walked right away from me. I've got a good mind to throw the book at you.
In just a moment, we will continue with Suspense.
On Sunday, December 16th, CBS Radio will recapitulate the news stories that impressed you most during 1956 on a special broadcast called The Big News of 56. In order to do so, we need your help. Please write us and let us know which of the year's developments had the biggest impact on you. Write to Big News of 56, care of CBS News, 485 Madison Avenue, New York, 22, New York. Do let us know as soon as possible so CBS News can know what you want to hear on the recreation of The Big News of 56 on Sunday, December 16th.
And now, we continue with Miss Barbara Whiting in The Rim of Terror, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
He was tall and capable looking, this state trooper. He had a kind face, even if he was threatening to throw the book at me. So I told him the whole story, every bit of it. And he seemed to believe me.
All right. Now, look. That van can't go much faster than 50, 55. My bike can do close to 100. Now, we didn't run into the van coming into town from the north, so I guess it's traveling along the highway south to Reno or maybe to California. I can catch it and stop it, sure. So what? How do I know the guy isn't a lunatic and the van isn't on the level? I've got to have identification.
Why don't I follow you?
Yeah. If you can identify them as the men who stopped you and tried to shoot you, I got a case. I'll make them wish they'd never been born. Come on, let's go.
Once outside the city limits, the motorcycle leaped forward. I held the car at 60 until the officer was a half a mile ahead of me. Then I accelerated to keep the distance constant. The tachometer crept up to 4,500, 5,000, 6,000 revolutions per minute. The cars we passed were silent blurs, respectfully pulling to one side at the scream of the motorcycle siren. Then, down the shimmering surface of the road, miles ahead of us, appeared a lurching black speck. It was the van. The trooper waved his arm for me to slow down and swung alongside the truck. It was like watching a jerky movie from a great distance. Suddenly, the motorcycle swerved away, and the trooper was firing his gun. The van lurched into the ditch. The motorcycle slid across the road, throwing the officer onto the pavement. The man in the black raincoat stepped down from the van and walked toward the fallen trooper, stopped, and fired his gun. And then the trooper raised his arm and fired. The man in the black coat fell forward, caught his balance, and then slumped to the ground like a puppet with a broken string. I slipped into gear and drove up to the truck. The man in the black raincoat was lying on his back, staring sightlessly at the sky, a little red hole in his forehead. The trooper was sprawled out on the shoulder of the road, a trickle of blood from his chest soaking into the sand. Another man was slumped against the wheel of the van. They were all dead. And neither of the two men from the truck was Mr. Smith. Neither had pinkish red hair. Mr. Smith wasn't there. Mr. Smith still lived to avenge and pursue. But somebody else in this silent scene of death was alive. Somebody inside the truck was scratching at the bolted door. I opened the back doors of the van. There he was. There, strapped in the straitjacket, was Alex. It wasn't until I'd untied him and had him safely out of the truck that I became faint.
It's all over. This part, at least. There's no reason to shiver and shake.
I can't stop.
It's shock. Now, let's pick up the pieces. How did you get here?
I found your wallet.
Go on. Make yourself talk.
You dropped it in my car. I thought you'd need it at the police station.
Are you well enough to drive that machine of yours?
I think so. Where?
That depends on what happened to Mr. Smith.
Where is he?
I haven't the slightest idea, but he is looking for us. You can be sure of that. You've got to get away from here.
All right. I'm ready. Come on.
Wait a minute. What happened to you?
What do you mean?
That red stain on your jacket, is that blood?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
The cans of paint in the back of the truck. When you untied me, you must have spilled one. Take it off.
Why?
You want people to ask questions? Come on, get in, start the motor, and give me that jacket.
What are you going to do?
Hitch it. There's a car coming. Now, come on, let's go. Good. It's in a dip about a couple of miles back. They didn't see us.
My mother knit that jacket for me.
Good, then you know where you can have it replaced. Where are you headed?
We'll drive straight through to Seattle.
Seattle? Too far.
No, listen. My friend in Seattle, Charles Matthews. He'll know what to do. He has connections, even in Washington.
He may not be too willing to help me. Under the circumstances, I could hardly blame him.
Charles is bigger than that.
I wonder.
2 hours later, we were 120 miles near Seattle and filling the gas tank at a lonely motor court set in a clump of scraggly pines.
Here's a thirsty bus you got there, ma'am. Took almost 20 gallons.
Yes, it was nearly empty.
That'll be $5.28.
Will you cash a traveler's check?
Sure will.
All right, just a... Alex.
What?
My traveler's checks. They were pinned inside my jacket. The jacket you threw away. We'll have to go back.
Do you have any idea what that piece of road would be like now? Half the population of Winnemucca driving out to see where that gun battle occurred.
But, Alex, that's all the money I have in the world.
You can stop payment on them. You can get your money back.
But now, right now, I've only got $1.75.
Let's see what I have in my pocket. Well, now, $2 silver. A lot of chicken feed. Yeah, we can make it with $half to spare. Here you are, young man.
Thank you. Come again.
How are we going to get to Seattle on 50 cents?
At the moment, I haven't the slightest idea.
This tank full of gasoline won't take us half the way.
You could phone your boyfriend, collect, tell him we are strapped, and ask him to wire you some money, huh?
I couldn't ask Charles for money.
Why not?
You wouldn't understand.
Well, if you don't want to ask him for money, don't. I'll figure out something.
Like robbing a bank?
Maybe.
With your training, that shouldn't be too difficult.
Perhaps.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was unkind of me. Why do you suppose we're bickering like this?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Haven't you?
No.
Neither have I. Payette, Idaho was the first big town. It was dark when we got there. Alex told me to pull up in front of the hotel.
You can get a room and a hot bath while you're putting in your call to Charles.
I can't get a room for 50 cents.
Look across the street. That's what I've been waiting for.
What?
A pawn shop. My watch should be good for a few dollars. It's Swiss. International currency, you know. Swiss watches. Now beat it. Get a bath. I'll take Torkel with me and call you in your room in half an hour. Come on, Torkel.
The hotel clerk showed me to a room on the second floor. It wasn't a very quiet room. On the corner beneath my window, the people of Payette were celebrating Old Timers' Day. They'd set up a kangaroo court and were trying their fellow townsmen who had failed to cooperate by refusing to raise beards and wear pioneer clothes. But I couldn't waste time watching the fun. I had to get through to Charles. I placed the call and started the bathwater running. When there was a knock on the door. Who is it?
Here are your towels, ma'am.
As I unbolted the door, I happened to glance into the bathroom. There on the rack above the tub, fluffy and white, were my towels. I tried to push the door shut, but it was too late. Mr. Smith shouldered into the room. I started to shout for help, but the sound never came. He hit me in the pit of the stomach with his fist, and I fell across the bed, gasping for breath, as the phone started to ring. I couldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. I lay there with the wind knocked out of me, watching Mr. Smith as he picked up the receiver.
Hello? How much delay? Well, just a minute. I'll ask my wife. She says to cancel the call. We'll try later, thank you. Now, young lady, no monkey business. You try to yell and I'll cut off your wind for good. You two, you and Peck, have caused me a deal of trouble. You shouldn't have done that.
How did you find it?
The left arm never fails. Where's Peck?
I don't know.
I'll wait for him here. He's sure to return for you.
I had to get to Alex. I had to warn him. The bathroom door was open. Smith was holding my arm. For a moment, he relaxed his grip. I swung away from him and threw myself into the bathroom, pulling the door shut and locking it. I expected him to shoot through the door, and I ran to the window, ready to jump. But it wasn't necessary. There was a rickety fire escape. I crawled through and ran down the shaky stairs, dropped 6 feet to the mud and ran around the corner of the building, toward the old-timers' kangaroo court on the corner. And there was Smith coming toward me through the crowd. He reached his hand out.
Well, sir,
I whirled around and shouldered my way through the crowd to the table where the announcer was sitting at his microphone.
Well, Mr. Tatum, just goes to show you don't raise a bid, you pay a fine. What's that fine, Judge?
$5. Suspended for the president of the bank. Well, Mr. Tatum, I tried to be easy on you, but the jury of your peers...
Please help me.
Oh, hello there, miss.
Give me your microphone.
Now, just a minute, miss. You can't interrupt the proceedings.
Please, it's a matter of life or death.
Well, now, just...
Alex, stay where you are. They found me. Again, Smith came for me. He and the big man with the beard. And then a tawny streak tore through the crowd. Torkel. He had heard my voice. He ripped the big man's leg and jumped for Smith's coat. But before he reached it, the man with the beard pulled out a revolver.
What's going on here? What is that?
And Torkel lay there quiet.
Mad dog! Mad dog!
I tried to bend over him, but I knew it was no use. He was dead. And Smith had me now, holding me.
I told her that dog was sick.
Your dog?
Yes. To see how you think my wife cared more for the dog than she did for me, I told her 12 times that dog was sick.
Let me go. I'm not your wife. Listen to me, please. You people. This man is a spy, a monster. He's trying to kill me.
Listen to her. Go on, folks. Listen to her. Drunk. Dead drunk. Such a thing to say about your own husband. Now, I declare. Now, I'm going to take you on home to the ranch and put you to bed. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Now, wait a minute there. Just a minute.
What?
Maybe you don't know, but I'm the county veterinarian, and you can't leave that dog dead in the street. According to law, we got to make an examination of any dog, dead or alive, suspected of rabies. Now, you get that dog in the police wagon.
But my wife...
I don't care about your wife. She wasn't bit. You say you own that dog? Well, your friend here was bit in the leg, and you was scratched on the arm. Now, you get that dog in the wagon, and you follow him.
Now, look here.
Now, you look here. That's the law. Now, get. Or do you want a little help from the rest of these good citizens?
Smith loosened his grip. I turned and edged through the crowd, which was moving in on him and the bearded drunk. I got to the fringe, to the open street, and ran toward the car. And there, coming toward me, was Alex, coming from the pawn shop. Alex alive. Oh, limping but alive. Alex, oh my dear.
Get in the car, quick.
Torkel, they killed Torkel.
Get in, you tell me about it later. You've got to get away from here.
Smith said he was a mad dog. They're holding him. They said he'd have to have a rabies test because he was bitten.
Good. We'll call the FBI from the next town. I've got enough for the watch to buy gas to get us to Seattle. Did you reach Charles?
No, Smith got into the room. He hit me.
No, you tell me about it later. Now, slow down. Here's the highway signs. San Francisco left. Ah, there we are. Seattle right turn. Hey, I said right.
You said San Francisco left.
Yes, but...
We're not going to Seattle.
Then what about Charles?
Who's Charles?
But I only got $20 for the watch.
I think I can get a little more for the car in San Francisco.
Hey.
Go to sleep, darling. You must be worn out. I don't know why I gave him a lift that day, but I'm awfully glad I did.
Suspense, in which Miss Barbara Whiting starred in The Rim of Terror, adapted for radio's outstanding theater of thrills by William N. Robeson, from the novel by Hildegard Teilhett. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Ben Wright supported Miss Whiting as Alex. Others in the cast included Joe DeSantis, Byron Kane, Junius Matthews, Tony Barrett, and Bill James. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Gus Bays. Suspense is produced in Hollywood under the direction of William N. Robeson. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Every year, thousands of short stories roll out from a multitude of typewriters and march across the pages of our magazines and books toward well-deserved oblivion. Few are memorable. Fewer still are classics. They pass the time and are forgotten even before the paper in which they are written is reduced to blackened ash. But occasionally a story is written that is a true classic, an unforgettable tale. Listen to such a one now, as Victor Jory stars in Ambrose Bierce's weird and wonderful story of the Civil War, An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, a tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down through the ties at the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. He watched a piece of dancing driftwood racing down the current beneath his feet. He thought,
if I could free my hands, I might throw off this noose and dive into the creek. If I swam underwater, I would be safe from their bullets. If my wind held out, I could make the southern bank, take to the woods, and get away home.
Peyton Farquhar, Alabama planter, stood at the end of a plank. The captain of the Union Army and a sergeant stood at the other end. When they stepped aside, the plank would tip upward, and Peyton Farquhar, Confederate spy, would slip between the ties to hang until dead above the muddy water of Owl Creek. Even in this far outpost of Sherman's march to the sea, the formalities of death are observed by men most familiar with him. The captain's company is drawn stiffly at attention along the tracks on the northern side of the bridge. The lieutenant stands stiffly on the bank of the stream, the point of his bared saber scraping the gravel of the road bed. Peyton Farquhar is being ushered into the Confederate beyond with every Union amenity. The captain steps aside. Now, only the weight of the bulky sergeant counterbalances Peyton Farquhar at the end of his thin board.
They say this is the moment when all the past events of your life tumble into your memory. But how could anyone know? Who has come back from the dead to tell us what dying is like? I don't recall any childhood memories. The past doesn't engulf me in this naked moment. I'm only aware of what is here now. Those damn Yankees lined up on the bank. The captain's tired eyes. That turkey buzzard circling up there waiting for me. And that noise. That beating, driving sound like a distant engine. A pump. The roll of thunder on a summer evening coming closer. Getting louder. Choking me. It's your heart, of course, that you hear, stepping up its cadence, pounding under the forced draft of fear. Now you can see nothing, remember nothing, sense nothing but this strangling, suffocating beat of your own heart, throbbing its final protest. You stand there, erect.
The work is nearly at an end now. The captain draws his sword, flourishes it to a carry, sings out a command. The men on the bank smartly spread their legs, thrust hands forward over their rifle barrels. The sergeant on the end of the plank takes one step to the left. The plank tips forward, and Peyton Farquhar drops between the timbers of Owl Creek Bridge.
It takes longer to tell it. As you drop downward, you lose consciousness. You are as one already dead. Then you awaken sharply in pain to feel, not to think, just to feel the cutting pressure on your throat, the agonies of pulsating fire shooting from your neck downward, to feel the fullness, the congestion, the head bursting with suffocation. Distantly, beyond, outside of yourself, you hear a splash. Remotely, you sense cool, wet, green darkness. The rope has broken. You have fallen into the stream. Now thinking returns, slowly. You know for the moment you are safe from drowning because the rope around your neck tightly keeps the water from your lungs. Then I shall die of hanging at the bottom of a river, and that's absurd. If I can get my hands free... Gotta get my hands free. Come, Peyton, they can't lick you. Try again. Once more. Good boy, the rope's given. Again. Try once more. That does it, my boy. Now, the rope around your neck. You must breathe when you come to the surface. You must breathe quickly. For if they haven't hanged you and they fail to drown you, can't let them shoot you. Loosen the rope around your neck. You must get it loose. Now.
There he is! Down there! At the bend! Ready! Aim!
You dive deeply, but above the ringing in your ears, you hear the volley of rifles. And as you rise toward the surface, you meet shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, the distorted and spent bullets oscillating slowly downward past you. One catches in your collar, and it feels uncomfortably warm. You snatch it out, and this gray piece of Yankee lead reminds you of the gray uniform of the soldier who was responsible for your being here. You recall that it was only night before last when the soldier had ridden up to the driveway as you and your wife sat under the magnolia trees in the cool twilight.
Evening, sir.
Good evening, Corporal.
I wonder if I might trouble you for a glass of water, sir?
Well, of course,
Don't disturb yourself, Peyton. I'll go fetch him.
Well, you're most kind, ma'am. If you just indicate the way.
Oh, nonsense. You just sit a spell with my husband. You look as if you could do with some rest.
Yes, ma'am. Reckon I could.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whose command are you with, Corporal?
Colonel Tolliver, sir. 13th North Carolina.
We gets a little news down here. How are things going at the front?
Oh, not good, sir. The damn Yankees are getting ready for another advance. They're repairing the railroad. Got it in shape, almost to Owl Creek Bridge. And they got an outpost there. Once they can run trains beyond the bridge, there's nothing to stop them between here and Atlanta.
Then why hasn't the bridge been destroyed?
The military couldn't get near it, sir. A civilian might.
Owl Creek Bridge. That's not far from here, is it?
Less than 20 miles.
You say they have an outpost there? On which side?
T'other side. Nothing on this side but a couple of pickets half-mile out on the railroad. And a single sentinel at this end of the bridge.
And that bridge is important.
Sure is.
What if it were destroyed?
Hold up the Yankees for several weeks.
Well, suppose a man, a civilian like myself, should elude the picket post and get the better of the sentinel. What could he accomplish?
Well, I was there a week ago, just before we had to pull out. There's a heap of driftwood come down in last winter's flood, caught on the trestle at this end. Looked mighty dry and tindery to me.
I see.
A fella with enough gumption might get through and set fire to it, ought to burn like tow.
Yes, it should.
Of course, fella'd have to have plenty of gumption. The Union commanders promised to hang any civilian caught fooling around the railroad.
Here's your water, Corporal.
Oh, thank you kindly, ma'am.
Right out of the spring house.
That's cool and nice.
And here's a packet of cornbread. I thought you might be hungry.
Mighty grateful, ma'am. It's ladies like you that keeps the South together and fighting these days.
Oh, what a pretty compliment.
Well, reckon I better hit the leather. I got a lot of riding ahead of me tonight.
Good luck to you, Corporal, and thank you for the information.
You'd be taking a chance, sir, but you couldn't do a greater service for your country.
Now, remember that, Corporal.
Bye, ma'am.
Goodbye, Corporal.
Bye, sir. Many thanks.
Goodbye.
Peyton, what was he talking about?
What, my dear?
With a corporal. What do you mean by service to your country and taking a chance?
Oh, nothing.
Peyton, tell me.
It was nothing, really, my dear.
Peyton Farquhar, if you're fixing to take any chances for our country, I want to know about it. Now, you just speak your piece.
There's nothing to say except I should be going away for a day or two on a little trip.
Is it dangerous, Peyton?
Not very.
You'll be back.
Yes, my dear, I promise you. I'll be back. You break the surface of Owl Creek for a second time. And now you are much further downstream, further away from the Union soldiers on the bridge, reloading their guns, the ramrods flashing in the morning sun. That captain won't make the same mistake again. He'll order them to fire at will, and heaven help me, I can't dodge them all. Another, more terrible sound, cannon. They've trained cannon on you. And close. Next time they use a charge of grape. Rifles and grape covering the water from bank to bank. I'm done for then. Then something seems to grab you and you're whirled round and round, spinning like a waterlogged top. You're caught in a vortex, a whirlpool. The water, the banks, the distant bridge, the soldiers become indistinct blurs. And again you're helpless. You feel dizzy and sick to your stomach. Just as you felt last night when you crept up the bank towards the lone sentinel at the south end of the bridge and discovered the sentinel was not alone.
There he is, boys. Grab him.
Got him, Sergeant.
Well, Mr. Peyton Farquhar, we've been expecting you.
How'd you know my...
We got ways.
Look here, I'm a civilian. I was...
Save your breath. And thank your maker we didn't shoot you in the back. We don't do things like that up north. You'll get a trial, everything fair and square. Bring him along, men.
The whirlpool spins faster and faster. A sharp piece of driftwood tears at your coat. The churning brown water chokes you. You know there is nothing you can do as you had known it last night when they shoved you into a tent near the bridge to face the infantry captain with the tired eyes.
Here he is, sir, right on schedule.
Good work, Sergeant. Is this the man, Lieutenant?
That's him.
Why, you're the corporal who stopped at my plantation last night.
That is right, Mr. Farquhar. But not of the 13th North Carolina Volunteers.
Mr. Farquhar, this is Lieutenant Saltonstall, intelligence officer, 5th Massachusetts Regulars.
You trapped me. You deliberately led me into a trap. I'm a civilian, a planter.
And also a Southern patriot, caught in the act of sabotage.
You can't prove it.
We don't have to.
This is the most despicable, It proves once more that honor is a stranger in the North.
Oh, please, I'm too tired to listen to a recital of the code of a Southern gentleman, Mr. Farquhar. I'm afraid the distinction between your ethics and my lack of them would escape me this evening.
But why have you done this? Why have you deliberately trapped me?
It's so much easier to eliminate civilian resistance by luring it into the open. You fell for the bait. Too bad.
Now, look here. It is my constitutional right.
Which Constitution? The Constitution of the United States of America or Jeff Davis's?
You insult me, Yankee.
Remember your manners, sir.
I demand a trial.
You've just had it. Post a guard over him, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We'll hang him in the morning.
In just a moment, we continue with Suspense.
In mid-December, we're planning to present a program of the big news of 1956. This year, though, we want you to help choose which news events our ace reporters will recreate for you. We want your opinion on what you consider to be the top 10 news stories of the year. Start thinking back. On the international scene, there were conflicts in the Middle East, Poland, and Hungary, as well as the controversy over Secretary of State Dulles' statement that we were at the brink of war. Here at home, President Eisenhower won a decisive victory at the polls, but lost Congress to the Democrats. Pick your top 10. Then send your choices to The Big News in care of CBS News, 485 Madison Avenue, New York 22. That's The Big News in care of CBS News, 485 Madison Avenue, New York 22.
And now, we continue with Victor Jory in An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Something tears at your face, scratching, and you realize the whirling has stopped. You open your eyes. You're lying on the southern bank of a stream, out of sight of your enemies, safe. The gravel which has scratched your cheek now seems soft as new-picked cotton. The forest around you is a garden of luscious beauty, reeking with heavy perfume of freedom. Even the whiz and rattle of the final charge of grapes screaming through the treetops seems a benediction from the baffled cannoneer. You leap to your feet and run into the woods south towards home. Your neck is swollen and throbbing with pain. You carry it cocked toward your left shoulder as you push through the matted brush. All morning, you tear your way through the undergrowth. Your jacket is in tatters, your face crisscrossed with bloody scratches from the brambles. Every few moments you stop to listen for the sound of dogs. But all you hear is the sleepy buzz of the forest. And the blood throbbing through your heated brain brings another thought, which is an insult. No dogs. You are not even important enough to the damn Yankees for dogs. It is nearly noon now, and for half an hour you've been plunging through a swamp waist deep in green ooze. Your neck hurts constantly, your head throbs, and your tongue is thick. It tastes like brown linsey woolsey. Gnats swarm before your eyes, catch in your eyelids. Mosquitoes buzz in your ears, drill deep in your hands and swollen neck. You can't go on any longer. You slow down. You stop. You reach towards a palmetto root for support, and it slithers from your grasp and slides softly into the water. Water moccasin. Fear finds you at last. Terror, which stood aloof when you fled the executioner's bullets, now embraces you with a clammy unction. A water moccasin, the deadly cottonmouth. Now each branch and root seems to writhe under your glance. The swamp is undulating with certain death. You plunge on through the dark, stinking ooze, on and on, tripping, stumbling, never stopping. For terror rides your back, flogging you with a whiplash of fear.
Jethro gonna have Moss Farquhar fit as a fiddle in jig time. Now you just drink this here yob tea, Moss Farquhar.
Thank you. Thank you. Jethro.
Yaza, Moss Farquhar.
What are you doing here?
Well, I lives here.
You live... Where am I? What happened?
Well, I was a-poling my dugout and coming home through the swamp with a mess of catfish. I seed you laying out here on the bank in front of my cabin.
Jethro, I thought you were dead.
Who, me? Dead?
Of course you thought Jethro dead. You knew he had consumption when you sold him. You knew he couldn't last long and he wasn't earning his keep. His wife and daughter carried on some at first, but after a while they calmed down, and the last you'd heard, Jethro was dead.
You thought I was dead, Moss Farquhar? Say, you don't mean to tell me you don't know what done happened to me? I'm free. I'm free at last.
The news travels fast. Even in the middle of this backwoods swamp, this lonely black man has heard of Abe Lincoln's traitorous Emancipation Proclamation.
Yes, sir, I'm free. And I expect pretty soon my woman and my little girl gonna come along and join me. How is them, Moss Farquhar? Is they well?
Yes, indeed. They're both fine. Your daughter's grown into a young beauty. Mrs. Farquhar's brought her into the kitchen, began to train her for the house.
Well. Now, what you think of that? And my woman? She still sang pretty?
Yes, Jethro. Sunday's a meeting time. We can hear all the way up to the big house.
That woman's voice. It's prettier than angels.
Jethro, I don't know how to say this, but I was really sorry about having to sell you. But there wasn't anything else.
I understand, Moss Farquhar. Don't you pay it no mind. I done forgive you a long time ago.
You have?
Well, sure. Don't the Lord tell us to forgive those who trespasses against us? And don't the Lord promise us we shall be free? Don't you worry none about it, Moss Farquhar. Yeah, quiet there, Spot. Quiet, sugar. They must have heard a razorback in the brush. No, 'tain't no hog. Look, Moss Farquhar, there's a horse coming down the back road. Why, it's a soldier. It's one of our soldiers. Corporal, looks like.
Jethro, you've got to hide me.
How come I got to hide you, Moss Farquhar?
Don't ask so many questions, you insolent black...
Moss Farquhar, forget. I was free now.
Well, then, as an old friend of mine, please don't ask any questions. Just hide me. And don't tell that soldier anything.
Sure, I reckon I can do that for an old friend. Here, you get down under this bed here, and I'll put the covers over the side. Yeah, there he is. Snug as a tick in a rabbit's ear.
Remember, don't tell him anything. Have you come this far just to be turned in by a wool-gathering black who talks crazy? If Jethro knew this gray-clad corporal was really a Union lieutenant, he'd guarantee his freedom by turning you in. Even so, he bears you a big enough grudge to turn you in anyway. Unless, of course, he's planning to dispose of you himself. Yes, that's it. That's why he talks so silly about the Lord and forgiveness. He's going to do you in himself.
Norton? Never heard of him.
Well, if you run into him, don't tell him I was looking for him.
Yes, sir. I remember not telling.
Just keep minding your own business, Uncle. You'll live longer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I sure will. You can come on out now, Moss Farquhar. Lord, I declare I don't understand none of this. You says not to tell him you's here. He says not to tell you you been here. What's this here all about, Moss Farquhar?
It's nothing, Jethro, nothing. I owe this man some money. I'm not ready to pay it yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Money's something never bothered me like it bothers some.
What?
Me and money's always been strangers.
What's he mean by that? Money never bothered me like it's bothered some. What's he picking up that knife for? Jethro, what are you going to do with that knife?
Oh, I was just fixing to slit up some of them catfish I got in the dugout. Looked like you could do with a little food, Moss Farquhar.
Oh, no, thank you, Jethro. I really got to be on my way. I want to get home by sundown if I can.
Sure wouldn't be no bother to cut up a couple of cats.
No, thank you, old friend. If you just tell me which way I should go to get home.
Well, I don't rightly know, Moss Farquhar. I reckon from the way the sun's reclining, it'd be down the road that way, quite a fur piece down.
Yes, that should be about right.
I've never been back, you know. Never tried to go back since I've been free.
Yes, I know.
Reckon it won't be long till my woman and my little one comes here to me.
Of course.
If you get back, Moss Farquhar, if you sees them, you tell them I'm here waiting for them,
I'll
you hear?
do that, Jethro. I'll do that. You get away from there fast. The shells of the black road crunching under your muddy boots. That grinning savage standing in the doorway of the shack, the knife in his hands. And each moment until the road bends and cuts off the cabin from your view, your fury will come after you, the knife poised to plunge in your back, to pay you for the thrust you gave him when you sent him away to die. But he's still standing, grinning foolishly and waving as you turn the bend. Now you feel safe. But only for a moment. And then you hear a sound, the sound of a horse. The corporal in gray from the Massachusetts 5th Regulars. He's coming back down the road, searching for you, hounding you, coming to take you back to Owl Creek Bridge, back to the rope that won't break under your weight. You walk faster and faster, and always the sound is there, growing louder and louder, and you run as fast as you can down the shell road which stretches clear to the horizon between the green walls of scrubby pine. How long have you been running down this endless road? It's dark now. Is it night? Or has the blood trapped in your head by that suffocating rope at last burst into your congested eyeballs and blinded you? Will it next pour from your swollen and bruised neck into your brain, stopping all sensation, instantly bringing to a welcome end this day of agony and flight? Ridiculous fantasies of fatigue and fear. You can see. The darkness is the black of a sudden summer storm. That lightning flash clearly shows the white road ahead and the black silhouettes of trees along the sides. And since you are sure you can see, the other senses return. You hear the rumble of the thunder. You feel that insupportable ache of your straining lungs, the leaden weight of your tired feet, and now the patter of rain. First washing the stinging sweat from your scratched and bitten face, now pounding harder, flowing down across your hatless head, matting your hair, slowing down your headlong gait to a dog trot. Another flash of lightning directly overhead. For an instant, you see the soldiers of Owl Creek Bridge standing at the side of the road, rifles leveled, their eyes boring down the sights, aiming at your heart. Again, you're running. And the rain has turned to hail. Pellets as big as hominy grits beat down on you. Pound your swollen, bruised neck. Hammer at your countless cuts. Again, the lightning. And on the other side of the road, the gray-clad corporal sits astride his horse, waiting for you. No! You can't get me now! No! This bolt of lightning strikes a tree ahead of you. And in the white, blinding light stands Jethro, black and grinning, knife raised in the air. No, Jethro! Forgive me! He's gone. And now you see dangling from each tree along the road a noose swinging in the wind. Wherever you turn, wherever you look, a noose waiting for you. A noose which wiggles like a water moccasin.
Now you are standing on the green lawn of your plantation before the high-columned entrance. The storm is over. The clouds are black and menacing all around the horizon, but through a break overhead, glorious sunlight streams down, bathing your garden and your house in heavenly light. You are home. And now you hear a rustle of crinoline, and down from the wide portico steps your beloved wife. She walks across the lawn, her arms outstretched.
Just as you promised you'd be.
For this moment you have endured the agonies of this day. And were those agonies multiplied 1,000 times, there would be a small price for the benison of this breast, the sanctuary of these arms, the security of these lips. You step forward to fold your wife in your embrace. The rope, stretched tight, sang like a bowstring. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body with a broken neck swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of Owl Creek Bridge.
Suspense, in which Victor Jory starred in An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, adapted by William N. Robeson from the classic story of Ambrose Bierce. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Howard Duff in Eyewitness, a brutal tale of prison mutiny, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Jory in Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge were Larry Thor, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, Chet Stratton, Julie Bennett, and Roy Glenn. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. The orchestra was under the direction of Wilbur Hatch.
There always seems to be a certain number of people who would rather use all their cunning to figure out a way to steal the Mona Lisa than do one lick of honest work. These characters call for even more wit and cunning on the part of the police and federal agents if their schemes are to be foiled. A CBS radio show that brings you a fascinating picture of this thrilling counterplay is that perennial favorite, The FBI in Peace and War, heard every Sunday over most of these same stations. Enjoy another exciting drama of wit outmatching wit on The FBI in Peace and War a little later in the day today. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed over most of these same stations by Indictment.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
What you're about to hear is more than the lurid figments of this writer's imagination. It has happened in the prisons of Michigan and New Jersey, Massachusetts and Colorado, and elsewhere, when desperate men oppressed beyond endurance turn upon their tormentors. Not a prison break, not a prison riot, but a prison mutiny. Listen now as Howard Duff stars in Eyewitness, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All you want is the background for an article on the state's prison. The managing editor has assigned you because you've never been inside a penitentiary before. Fresh point of view and so on. But you get the distinct feeling that you're an unwelcome visitor here. The warden makes one thing plain.
Of course, anything you may write about the institution will have to be cleared through me.
And outside the main gate, your guide, the captain of the yard, comes up with a charming thought.
Inside there, you may see somebody you know, or there may be somebody who knows you. They may try to speak to you. If they do, don't answer them. And don't speak to anyone. Don't give anything, don't take anything. Everybody's better off that way.
Well, I don't want to seem facetious, but I doubt if any friends of mine are in there.
You never know, Mr. Kelly. You never know.
And as the guard turns the key, and you step inside the prison, you feel that you are a prisoner. You feel you will never walk back through that door alive. The door opens, and you are inside.
This here's the yard, Mr. Kelly.
The yard. Men. Hundreds of men. Sitting in groups talking, standing in groups talking. A great beast in blue. Each man dressed alike in faded blue dungarees, blue shirt, and blue denim jacket. These are the disenfranchised. The men without names, without citizenship. You step ahead of the captain, and he grabs your arm, and his fingers go deep.
On the sidewalk, Mr. Kelly.
Oh?
Yeah. Sidewalk's out of bounds.
To the prison, the inmates?
Yeah.
Why?
We gotta have a way to get around, too.
Well, why can't we just walk through?
You want to get yourself killed, okay, but not when I'm responsible for you.
Then you notice something. As you walk along the side of the yard, they're casing you. The men in the group standing, squatting, sitting notice you first, and then the captain, and immediately turn their backs. It's a subtle choreography of a faded blue ballet. A flick of the eyes, a turn of the head, and as you pass, a solid phalanx of backs. Blue denim backs. But the faces, before they turn, are the faces of men, not convicts. The faces of the boy in the bakery truck, the teller in the bank, the checker in the supermarket, and that old one, a lifer probably, might be the face of your father. And you shudder a little, and you think, the difference between them and you is that they got caught. Captain Wolf shows you the dining hall, where dinner begins at 3:30 in the afternoon, in order that 5,500 convicts, eating in shifts, can finish their evening meal by 6:30. He shows you condemned row. He shows you the death house. A feeling of suffocation grows on you. The pall of prison begins to shroud you. You've had it, and you want to walk out of those gates as fast as you can, because you can. Well, it's been a very interesting tour, Captain. Now I think...
Wait a minute before you go, Mr. Kelly. Here's something you ought to see.
What's that?
The old block, that building right ahead. Built more than 100 years ago.
Oh?
That's where we keep the bad ones.
Bad ones?
Yeah, in solitary. The tough guys, the deviates. It softens them up fast. Most of them.
The old block. A fortress prison. And the date chiseled in its keystone, A.D. 1847. A reminder that it was built when prisons were intended only to punish, never to correct.
This'll take only a minute, and you ought to see it. Ain't changed much in over 100 years, I can tell you.
You stop in front of the heavy steel door, but no guard peers through the bulletproof glass peephole. The door is not instantly unlocked like the others had been.
All right, both of you. Stand where you are.
Say, what is this?
You're referring to what you feel in the middle of your back. It was once a file from the machine shop, now it's a shiv. And if you make one move, Wolf, I'll drive it straight through your gut. Frisk him, Joe.
Yep. Here's a sap.
Good.
This gun.
Good, we can use him.
Now, this one's clean. He's an outsider.
You can't get away with this.
We can't. We have. I'm happy to report, Captain Wolf, that the old cell block is completely controlled by its 32 inmates. with the 4 guards and the captain himself as hostages, not to mention an anonymous outsider.
Now, listen, you're asking for trouble. Mr. Kelly here is from the Capital News Telegram.
Oh, a journalist. Well, I couldn't ask for a better a guest. I think, Mr. Kelly, you'll serve us better than even the warden could. I trust we didn't tear your jacket when we were forced to stick you a moment ago, Mr. Kelly.
I don't think so.
I hope not. The name, Mr. Kelly, is J. Conrad Allen. That's spelled with 1 L, Mr. Kelly. Whether I end up a live lifer or a dead hero, be sure, Mr. Kelly, to spell it with 1 L.
Hey, Connie,
don't call me Con. The name is Conrad.
I'm sorry, Conrad. What do you want me to do with these 2? Lock them up with the guards?
Oh, not yet. I'll need Captain Wolf's cooperation.
You won't get it.
Would you like to bet on that?
Well...
How about you, Mr. Kelly? Are you going to cooperate?
Well, I don't know.
Well, we'll see. All right, men, listen to me. Now, look, here's where we stand. We got Limpy to thank for this. He pretended to be sick and got that greenhorn guard to open his cell. He conked the guard, locked him in his cell, and let Big Joe and me out. We took care of the rest of the guards. They're all locked up in cell number 3. All right, quiet. Wait a minute. That's not all. Just after we got them locked up, who should walk in but our old friend, the captain of the yard, Lard Tub Wolf. Wait. I'm next. We also have another guest, Mr. Kelly of the Capital News Telegram.
An outsider.
He ain't no good to us.
Well, don't be too sure about that. Now, there are 32 of us, and we have the guards 4 guns. Now, let's handle this thing in a democratic fashion. Well, what do you want to do next?
Let's break out of here. Come
on. Wait a minute. Break out, Tony? How far would we get? As far as the yard, do you think? All the way to the slot? With gun guards in every tower? Do you think our 4 rods would get us very far?
Yeah, he's right, Tony. We can't break out of here. We can't get anywhere. I say let's get back in our cells and spring the guards. We're only asking for more trouble this way.
You wouldn't figure that way, Pop. From your point of view, you're right. You aren't going anywhere. You're in here for life.
All right, then let's go. Let's make a break for it. Come on.
No, that won't work. But I'll tell you what will. The 3 guards, Lard Tub Wolf and Mr. Kelly, will work for us.
I don't get it.
What are you driving at, Con?
Don't call me Con.
I'm sorry, Conrad.
We're going to get plenty out of this. We're going to get a square deal. We're going to get better food. We're going to get bars on those cells instead of solid doors. We're going to get rid of straitjackets and leg irons in the dungeon. Oh, we're going to get a lot of things out of this.
How are we going to get all that?
You just stick with me. I'll show you. First, they don't know anything's happened yet. So, let's tell them. Come on, get on the telephone, Captain Wolf, and call the warden.
I will, like... What'd you say? It is sharp, ain't it, Lard?
Come on, get on the phone. Tell the warden where you are and what's happened. Tell him to send over our supper just the same and to wait for further instructions. Here. All right, I'll dial it. Here now. Now talk.
Warden speaking. Warden, this is Captain Wolf.
Yes, Wolf?
I'm talking from the old cell block. The Cons have taken it over.
What?
They got me and McGuire and that new kid and Feeney. Yeah, Mr. Kelly. Warden, if I was you,
I'm giving out the advice around here. Give me that phone. And stop whimpering, Joe. He stuck you a little bit. Lock him up in 3-cell, Joe.
Okay, Conrad. Come on, you.
Hello, Warden.
What have you done to Captain Wolf?
Oh, don't worry, Warden. We just drew a little blood. Now, you get this.
Who is this speaking?
J. Conrad Allen.
Number 6720.
No, Warden. J. Conrad Allen is the name.
What do you want?
Plenty, and we don't want any funny business from you.
Now, look here.
No, you look here, Warden. Now, look, you just sit tight until you hear from me again. And don't you forget to send supper over as usual.
I will not.
Okay, Warden, okay. Don't send the supper then, but you better send a stretcher, because we're just about to beat up a guard. Big Joe.
Yeah, which one, Conrad?
The one who's so handy with the chain strap.
Feeney?
Yeah, that's him. Here's his chain. Use it on him.
It'll be a pleasure.
Your throat goes dry as you watch it and your insides turn over. It's amazing how little time it takes to beat a man into an insensible pulp with a length of chain. And then it's all over. And they toss Feeney's bleeding hulk out into the yard. After they've carried Feeney's broken body away, it doesn't take long for supper to arrive. Rolled up to the door on steam carts by frightened trusties. The men of the old cell block fall to with an appetite you can't share. Not only because the soup is greasy and thin, and the bread rough and thick, but also because you've just seen a man nearly beaten to death.
Why, you're not eating, Mr. Kelly.
I'm not very hungry.
I don't blame you. But after a while, you get hungry in here. Now, you get so hungry you'll even eat this guck.
Yeah, I suppose you do.
But don't think just because this is punishment food that it's much better in the mess hall. It isn't. It's just more filling over there.
Did you have to do it?
What?
Beat up the guard.
Of course.
Why?
Force. That's the only thing they understand. The guards, the warden. That's the way they treat us. You don't have to do anything. You just have to have a guard down on you. And it can mean 3 days in a straitjacket. You get in a real rhubarb and you can go down to the dungeon for anywhere from a week to a month.
The dungeon?
Yeah. The dungeon. It's down in the cellar of this block. Cells are 5 feet long, 5 feet high, and 3 feet wide. So you can't lie down, you can't stand up, and there's no light. It's not a pretty place, Mr. Kelly. You see what I mean?
I'm beginning to.
Okay, Mr. Kelly. It's your story.
What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Kelly, for a newspaper man, you amaze me. It's your story. Eyewitness.
You gonna let me out?
Oh, no, indeed. We need you.
Well, then how can I...
Phone it in. When's the morning edition go to press?
Well, the Bulldogs put the bed at 8:15.
Right, you got a little more than an hour. Can you do it?
Oh, sure, if I can get a call through.
You'll get a call through.
Hello?
Outside line, please.
What?
You heard me, Warden. Tell the operator to give us an outside line.
What are you trying...
Mr. Kelly wants to file a story.
Well, no story goes out of here without my okay.
No? I bet you're holding a press conference in your office right now, aren't you? Well, so am I. Mr. Kelly wants to file his story.
I will not be intimidated.
How's Feeney, Warden? Is he resting easy? Who do you want next, McGuire or that green kid who opened the first cell? Name him. We'll deliver him to you in pieces.
Look here, Alan. Don't you realize what'll happen to you men? You can't get out of there. You're already in bad trouble, all of you. You've forfeited your chance for parole by breaking out. You've extended your sentences by beating up Feeney. You're only making it worse on yourself. Now, if you don't give up, you'll all spend the rest of your lives right where you are, in the old block.
Threats, Warden? You threatening us? What's the matter? Scared? Because we're not. We're sitting pretty, Warden. But you got plenty to lose. You might lose your job. And where could you ever find another one so cushy? You better play ball with us, Warden, because we're playing for keeps. Now get me an outside line.
I will not.
Okay, Big Joe, go to work on the next goon.
Sure. Now, wait a minute, you can't. It's inhuman.
I suppose the dungeon isn't.
But you can't...
Get me that outside line, Warden.
Give me your word you won't harm that man?
I'll give you my word for now. You get me that line.
What number do you want?
Get me the Capital News telegram.
The managing editor.
Yeah, person to the managing editor, Mr. Wiley Brooks.
How did you know?
And make it snappy.
How did you know the ME's name?
Why, I've been around some, Mr. Kelly. I needn't warn you, I suppose, not to double-cross us.
How could I?
I don't know, but just don't. You saw what happened to Feeney.
Yeah, I saw. But I have to include that in my story.
I want you to. It happened. We're not ashamed of it. Oh, and here, you'll want to include this.
What's this?
A list of demands. Oh, I want to get that in. I want the warden to see that in print in the prison board and the governor.
News telegram, Brooks speaking.
Hello, Wiley. This is Conrad Allen speaking.
Conrad? I thought you were in prison.
Yeah, I am.
Well, then what? What's going on up there? We got a flash that there was some trouble.
There is.
We got a man up there, but we haven't heard from him.
You will.
Say, what is this?
Well, I've never forgotten what you did for me during my trial.
Well, I knew you were framed. After all, you were the best City Hall reporter I ever had.
Oh, thank you. I told you I'd return the favor someday. I got an eyewitness story for you on the mutiny in the old cell block.
Well, let's have it.
Well, you know me, Wiley. I was never very good phoning a story in. I think better to typewriter, so I'll turn you over to your Mr. Kelly.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's one of our hostages.
One of your...
Take it from here, Mr. Kelly.
Hello, Wiley.
What are you doing up there, Bob?
I'll fill you in when I get out of here, if I get out. Right now, here's the story. Ready?
Ready.
At 3:43 this afternoon in the old cell block at State's Prison, John J. Casey, alias Limpy, You dictate the story as fast as you can, including the mutineers' list of demands. Abolition of the dungeon, better food, abolition of the use of straitjackets, chains, whips, and blackjacks, and no reprisals against the prisoners involved in the mutiny. Well, that winds it up as of this minute, Wiley.
Wait a minute. I got something to add.
Just a minute. Conrad Allen, that's spelled with one L.
I know.
He wants to add something.
Hello, Wiley.
Yes, Conrad.
Look, I got 3 guards left. Now, your bulldog still hits the street at 10 p.m., doesn't it?
That's right.
Well, if they don't meet our demands by midnight, we beat up a guard. The next one goes at 4 a.m., the last one at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can print that.
Yeah. Okay, Conrad, but listen. Let Bob Kelly out of there, will you? I need him on this story.
Wiley. He's on the story, and we need him. And if they don't give in by 8 a.m. when I run out of guards, I'll need your Mr. Kelly very badly.
You hear it, you don't believe it. And then you think of Feeney. You're not so sure. The time drags on. Some of the men go back to their cells to sleep in the unaccustomed half-freedom of open doors. A couple of them pull the doors quietly shut because sleep is impossible with the doors open. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 10.
Well, paper's on the street now.
11 o'clock. The tension mounts. Slowly, Conrad's midnight deadline approaches. The hands creep toward 12. They meet, point upward. 10 seconds. 15. Nothing happens.
Okay, boys.
Who's next?
How about McGuire, the blackjack specialist? Use his own on him.
Okay, Conrad. Warden speaking.
Send a stretcher, Warden. McGuire will be ready for you in 5 minutes.
Here's your answer, Conrad.
Hey, the lights! Somebody turned off the lights!
So that's the way he wants it.
What word do you want to use? Pandemonium, chaos, anarchy? They all fit. While the screaming guard is beaten into unconsciousness, the roaring men break apart the wooden furniture, dump the cots over the balconies, rip open the mattresses, and build a fire in the middle of the cell block. And at last, after the guard has been dumped into the yard and carried away, their anger subsides into sullen silence. Four more hours drag by, and at last Conrad's next deadline arrives.
Ready to give in, Warden?
Are you thirsty, Conrad?
What do you mean?
You will be.
Why, the crummy... Hey, Limpy.
Yeah?
Turn on the water tap in your cell.
Huh?
Turn it on.
It's just a trickle. It stopped.
Well, come here.
Yeah, Conrad.
Look, keep it to yourself, you understand?
Yeah, but what does it mean? They turn off the water?
Well, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell the other guys.
Oh, they'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, but let's not tell them, huh? Let them find out by themselves.
Look here, Conrad, don't you see they got you licked?
No, they haven't, Mr. Kelly. They're scared. They're plenty scared.
In the name of humanity, why don't you stop this?
Stop now? We can't stop.
Hey, Conrad, something's going on outside.
What is it?
I can't tell. Sounds like digging out and back.
Well, can't you see?
You kidding? We ain't got no lights, remember? And the yard lights are out.
Time to throw him another bone.
Which one this time?
How about the greenhorn kid?
Oh, but he's the one who let me out.
Well, he's a guard, isn't he? Go to work on him.
So the greenhorn kid gets his and is dumped into the yard. And you sit and wait in the darkness until gray light spreads over the gray walls and through the tiny windows, turning the blackness of the block into a lighter black. And one by one, the men awaken.
Hey, Conrad, there ain't no water in the taps. I know.
What is this? Did they turn off the water?
Yeah.
Another hour goes by, and it's breakfast time.
Hey, Conrad, when do we eat?
We wait and see.
But I'm hungry.
We wait. 8 o'clock, that's the deadline.
And at last, 8 o'clock.
Okay, boys, this is it.
All right.
What the...
Well, what's the matter, Conrad?
Phone, kid. They cut off the phone.
What?
Gee, Conrad, what we gonna do? We got no lights, no water, no phone, no food.
I told you, son. We better give ourselves up.
Go back into your cell and get lost, Pop.
But what are we going to do, Conrad?
Well, boys, how would you like a little exercise?
Huh?
Big Joe.
Yeah.
Unlock the lard tub.
With pleasure.
Come on, give him to me. Come on. Now, boys, with Lard Tub Wolf, it's going to be different. Everybody gets a crack. Because everybody's got unfinished business with Tub, isn't that right? Okay, Big Joe. Handcuff his arms behind him and stand him up by the door. All right, now, boys, line up. But, fellas, be fair. You guys at the head of the line go a little easy so the fellas at the end still have something left to work on. Okay, gonna work.
You thought you'd seen cruelty before, but this is mass bloodlust. The tormented turning on their tormentors. Each man delivering his retribution on the captain of the yard. Calculatingly, deliberately, one with a fist, another with a foot, a third with a length of chain, still another with an iron cot leg, and you turn away. And the effort of your retching blots out the sounds of agony and empty victory.
Good old Lard Tub.
I got an idea he might quit his job.
After he's able to walk again.
Hey, Conrad, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what's that?
What are we going to do next?
Nothing. It's their move.
Yeah, but we ain't got any more guards to beat up.
That's right. But we've still got Mr. Kelly.
Your heart stops beating for a long instant as the wild, bloodshot eyes of 32 desperate men center on you.
Yeah, that's right. I was forgetting. We still got Mr. Kelly.
Now, wait a minute, Conrad. He ain't done nothing to us except do us a favor. He got the story out for us.
Now, listen, boys, let's not get ethical. We're all in this all over our heads. If Mr. Kelly's what it takes to win our point, we'll use Mr. Kelly.
Now, look, I don't think
You're
it's right.
not supposed to think. I'll do the thinking. You agree with me, don't you, Kelly? You'd do the same thing if you were in my place, wouldn't you?
You're asking me. You don't know how long you sit there across the table from Conrad. Time has stopped. You wait. Conrad waits. The men wait in silent little groups. You wait for the next move, the warden's move. And at last it comes.
You men in the old cell block.
Hey. What's that?
Yeah, just put a loudspeaker truck into the yard.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me?
I'll break out this window. Yeah, Warden, I hear you.
I'm not talking to you, Alan.
I'm doing the talking for the guy.
I'm talking to all of you men. I've just come from a meeting with the prison board and the governor. We're in agreement that we will not permit the authority of this state to be bullied by a tiny group of men who haven't even the rights of citizens.
Make it simple, Warden. You turning us down?
I'm willing to discuss your grievances with you, but I will not be forced to give in to your demands. That's final. Now, men, I urge you, come out of there peaceably, and we'll see what can be done for you.
Thanks a lot for nothing, Warden. We'll sit tight.
Men, don't listen to Alan. He must be crazy to keep you there, and I think he is keeping you there. Now listen to me. I've cut off your lights, your water, your food. I could let you rot in there, but I don't want to do that. Come out peaceably.
Go blow it.
All right. I will. My watch says 17 minutes after 9. Exactly 9:30, I will blow up the cell block.
You're bluffing.
You think so? During the night, we planted dynamite all around the building.
Hey, Conrad, you remember I said I heard noises out there during the night, huh?
Yeah.
You men, don't listen to Alan. Listen to me. Now, you've got 12 and a half minutes to make up your minds.
You're forgetting something, Warden. We still got the newspaper reporter in here, Mr. Kelly.
I can't be responsible for him. I got all my cards out. I won't bargain any further. There's just a little more than 12 minutes. Think it over, boys.
Well, Mr. Kelly, looks like you aren't as valuable as I thought you'd be.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, we got to give in.
Give in! Give in after we've gone this far? Give in and lose everything? Do you realize that in this state they can give us all life for what we've done so far? Me, I'd rather be blown up than spend the rest of my life in this hole.
No, Conrad, please, you got to get us out.
It's all your fault, you little punk.
What do you mean?
If you hadn't cocked that greenhorn guard yesterday just because you wanted to make up to Conrad, we wouldn't be in this fix.
Lay off the kid.
Why, you little jerk, I ought to break your
I
head.
said lay off the kid.
You made a lot of mistakes, Conrad. This is one too many. You had yourself a ball ordering us around, promising us you'd mastermind us out of here. Where you got us? 5 minutes from Kingdom Come.
Now the warden's only bluffing. He wouldn't dare blow us up. I'll get you all out of this.
No, Con.
Call me Conrad!
No, Con. I'm not waiting no 5 minutes to find out if he's bluffing. I said you made a lot of mistakes, and the biggest one was passing out the guards' guns, remember? No, stand right where you are. I'm taking over now.
Why, you stick a little grease ball.
Don't you move, Con.
You call me Conrad! You...
Less than 5 minutes, boys. I'm going out. Anybody joining me?
Mr. Kelly, I feel I must apologize for the inconvenience and discomfort you suffered.
That, Warden, is the understatement of the year.
As I said yesterday, you will, of course, clear any stories you write about the situation through me.
I doubt it.
But we can't permit...
Look, Warden, I'm going to report it just as it happened. And when I get through, I don't think J. Conrad Allen, spelled with one L, mixed up and twisted though his values may have been, I don't think he will have died in vain.
Suspense, in which Howard Duff starred in Eyewitness, written, directed, and produced by William N. Robeson. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Herbert Marshall in Back for Christmas, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Duff in Eyewitness were John Daner, Lou Merrill, Joe Kearns, Jack Crucian, Court Falkenberg, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, Dick LeGrand, and G. Stanley Jones. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
Every weekday evening, most of these same stations bring you three of the greatest stars in all show business, Bing Crosby and Amos and Andy. In their music hall, Amos and Andy let still another star, the Kingfish, join the proceedings as they play host to lady wrestlers, symphony conductors, and anyone who will make music or laughter or both. Hear them every weekday night on CBS Radio.
Suspense debuted back in the 1940s as an audition presentation of CBS's Forecast under the direction of the legendary Alfred Hitchcock. Herbert Marshall starred in that audition broadcast and later returned to the Suspense microphones for this very special Christmas presentation. Let's listen now as Herbert Marshall stars in Back for Christmas, as originally broadcast December 23rd, 1956.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, William N. Robeson.
We pause now in this gayest of all seasons for a little murder. We interrupt the pleasing flow of heartwarming greetings and ageless hymns and carols for a slight case of uxoricide. We turn our attention from tinsel and gay ornaments and strings of colored lights to blood, as Herbert Marshall stars in Back for Christmas, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Happy, Mrs. Carpenter?
Deliriously, Professor Carpenter.
Well, then how about another glass of champagne? Nothing goes better with a happy bride than a glass of bubbly.
Nothing? How about a happy husband?
That you have. To us.
To us. Forever.
Darling.
Oh, Herbert, I'm afraid it's all a dream, and I'll wake up any minute and find myself back in that drab little bookshop in Leicester Street, searching for obscure volumes for absent-minded professors.
Oh, so that's what you thought of me.
Oh, not you, Herbert. You were different. I felt it the first time you came into the place.
Premonition, second sight. You knew at that minute, I suppose, that I would whisk you off to America and make you my wife.
Well, not exactly. But I'm awfully glad you did.
Do you think you like America?
I love it.
I thought perhaps after this lecture tour is over, I might try to find a connection at some college or other and just stay on. What would you say to that?
I say, wherever you are is where I want to be.
Now, who in the world? Who is it?
Bellboy, sir.
Just a minute. Yes, what is it?
A letter, sir, for Mrs. Carpenter.
For Mrs.? Here, let me have it. Here.
Thank you, sir.
A letter for Mrs. Carpenter? Herbert, you were a widower, weren't you? I mean, Hermione isn't still alive.
What? Heavens, no.
But that letter. No one back in England knows that I'm married.
Let's forget it, shall we? Have another glass of wine.
I've often wondered what she was like.
Who?
Hermione. You never told me anything about her.
I'd just as soon forget her, but she's not an easy woman to forget. Dominating. Always managing things, the house, my wardrobe, my friends. You might say she managed herself to death. Yes, Hermione.
What on earth are you doing down here in the cellar?
Putting the finishing touches on this wine bin.
Have you taken leave of your senses? Yes, I dare say you have. Look at you, the epitome of the absent-minded professor.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would. Whatever would become of you if I weren't here to look after you?
I wonder.
And well, you might. Have you any idea what today is?
Why, Tuesday, I believe.
Indeed. And what is going to happen today?
Well, according to your plans, we are flying to America on the 9 o'clock plane.
Precisely. And the Goodwins are coming in for tea in half an hour. And here you are digging a hole in the cellar.
It is not a hole, it's a wine bin.
Well, it looked more like a grave to me.
Yes, Hermione.
Now upstairs with you now and get into some clean things.
Yes, Hermione.
I've already dismissed the cook. You'll have to get the tea things ready while I'm taking my bath.
Yes, Hermione.
Oh, dear, such a bother to go to. Closing up the house and all, and then having to open it again when we get back for Christmas.
Back for Christmas, back for Christmas. Must you keep saying that?
Well, why not? We are coming back for Christmas, aren't we?
Well, supposing I were offered a position in an American university.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, they did ask me to come to lecture. That means something.
Well, not very much. Americans will pay to hear any foreigner deliver a lecture once. But there's no use building dream castles, Herbert. Nobody's going to offer you a fortune in America. Of course, the extra money you will get will be very handy when we arrive back for
Back
Christmas.
for Christmas, yes.
Precisely. And it's no good you're making a joke of it. Oh, but heaven knows where you'd be today if I hadn't got a sense of time.
Yes, Hermione.
Now get a move on. And be sure to straighten up the sitting room and get the tea things out. The second best, the Goodwins will understand.
Yes, Hermione.
Now, I'm going up to have my bath now. Call me when they arrive.
Yes, Hermione. Yes, Hermione. Yes, Hermione. 20 years of it. 20 years of Hermione being right. 20 years of personal management. down to the smallest detail of which necktie to wear and how many minutes one's eggs should be cooked. 20 years of slow strangulation, which would only have ended in dull death if it had not been for Marion. At least Marion was one detail that Hermione could not manage, could not even imagine. The mousy proprietor of a bookstore, proper, ever so intellectual with her heavy horn-rimmed spectacles, and the absent-minded professor. But such things do happen sometimes, as they did that afternoon last summer.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Is Miss Markham about? Right. Oh, bless me. Is it you, Miss Markham?
Yes, Professor Carpenter.
Would I say I didn't recognize you without your glasses? Why, I thought you couldn't see a thing without them.
I can't.
But you're not wearing them.
Oh, yes, I am. Contact lenses.
Well, I must say.
Must say what, Professor?
Oh, I never realized what lovely eyes you have.
Thank you, Professor.
And that frock, it is so becoming.
Well, once I decided to get rid of the horn-rimmed glasses, it wasn't too difficult to get out of tweeds.
It's a delightful transformation. From cocoon to butterfly.
Yes. Butterflies are not nearly as lonely as cocoons.
You're lonely?
I'm completely alone since my father died.
Did you never think of marrying?
My father was a very remarkable man. I never found anyone who could measure up to him, so...
Oh, what a pity.
How long have you been alone, Professor?
Alone?
Well, I knew you were a widower, of course, the first time I saw you.
A widower?
Oh, I can always tell. It was the same with my father. There's a certain sadness in a man's eyes. A sweet sadness, I think, when he's been married and then...
A widower? I never thought of it quite that way.
Oh, I have your books.
Books?
Yes, the ones you ordered last week. That's what you came by for, wasn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is. I'd quite forgotten.
The Phytotomy of Phalloid Gamophytites and Coniferous Shrubs of North America. Those are the ones you ordered, aren't they?
Yes. Thank you. You're very kind, Miss Markham.
Why kind, Professor Carpenter?
Well, not many young ladies in bookshops who go out of their way to look up rare books for an old professor of botany.
Why, you're not old, Professor Carpenter. Really, you look... Besides, I adore botany. It's my particular hobby.
Oh, really? You never told me that before, Miss Markham.
I was afraid to. You always intimidated me. You seemed so preoccupied.
Yes, I suppose I did. Well, you might be interested in some specimens of alpine Polianthes that were just sent to me by a friend in Switzerland.
Switzerland? Oh, I used to go there always for my holidays before the war.
You like Switzerland?
Oh, every part of it. The lakes, the mountains, the beautiful spring flowers, especially the flowers.
It seems that we have quite a lot in common, Miss Markham. I'm sorry we haven't talked before.
I am, too. But perhaps we can make up for it in the future.
Indeed we shall. So had it begun, and one thing led to another, as they will with two lonely people. The invitation to lecture in America made a happy ending possible. While Hermione proceeded with her plans for the trip, I made my own plans, quite different plans. Now they were all but complete. Everything was proceeding according to schedule, my schedule. Even Hermione, drawing her bath upstairs, gave me the opportunity to phone Marion.
Hello?
Hello, dear.
Darling.
Are you all packed?
Almost.
Not much time left.
I know.
Excited? Heathrow Aerodrome, 8:30.
I'll be there.
I love you, Marion.
And I, you, Herbert. Herbert?
I'm sorry I've got to ring off now, darling. I'll see you at the aerodrome.
Tonight and forever, darling. Goodbye for a little.
Goodbye.
Herbert! Were you talking on the phone just now?
Yes, Hermione.
Well, whoever was it?
Freddie Sinclair.
Did I hear you say something about seeing somebody at the aerodrome?
Why, yes. Old Freddie said he might possibly get out to see us off tonight.
Well, that seems very peculiar. Then all of your friends are peculiar.
Yes, Hermione.
I thought I told you to change your clothes before the guests arrive.
Yes, Hermione.
Never mind. Somebody just drove up. Don't let them in.
Yes, Hermione.
Herbert,
Yes, Hermione.
look out the window. There's Professor and Mrs. Goodnow. But who's that with them?
Why, it's...
Precisely. Freddie Sinclair. Peculiar you should have been talking to him on the phone just now, when here he is coming up the walk.
Yes, isn't it? But then, as you say, Hermione, all of my friends are peculiar.
Not half so peculiar as you. Digging in the cellar an hour before we leave for America. Just look at yourself.
Yes, Hermione.
But go and let them in.
Yes, Hermione.
Open the door. And stop saying yes, Hermione.
I think, my dear, I've said it for the last time.
Let's pause for just a moment. Herbert Marshall will return in this chilling tale of suspense right after these messages.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Gangbusters. The Adventures of the Saints.
The preceding memories are brought to you by Radio Spirits, the leading supplier of classic radio programs and nostalgia merchandise. Hi, this is Fred Foy. For a free catalog listing thousands of classic radio programs available on cassettes and CDs, call toll-free 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
And now, let's return to Herbert Marshall, starring in Back for Christmas, a tale of suspense.
Back for Christmas. Hermione was so positive we would be back for Christmas. That afternoon, pouring tea for a few friends who had come in to say last-minute farewells, she kept reiterating it.
Now, mind your Hermione. Don't let those Americans lure your husband with one of their fat university jobs. We absolutely must have you with us for Christmas.
Oh, we will be back, I promise you.
Oh, it's not absolutely certain, of course.
Herbert, what do you mean it's not certain? Of course it's certain.
After all, Herbert, old boy, you've contracted to lecture for only 2 months.
Quite right, Freddie, but then, of course, anything may happen.
Herbert adores being unpredictable. Now, what other man would decide today, the very day, mind you, before leaving for America, to dig a great hole in the floor in the cellar?
In the cellar?
It's for a wine bin. He's been talking about putting a wine bin in the cellar for the last 2 months, but he never got around to working on it until the last few days.
A wine bin? Whatever for?
It's the only way to store wines, you know, in the cellar. Even temperature, all that sort of thing.
Indeed. In that damp, they'll all turn. A proper wine bin should be made of concrete.
Mine will serve its purpose, I believe.
Oh, there you are, my dear. Men. They're impractical little boys at heart, all of them.
Oh, I don't know, Hermione.
Indeed they are. But not all of them are fortunate enough to have as practical a wife as you, Hermione.
Oh, not really.
Oh, yes, my dear. I know I could never have done what you've done. I'd just go to pieces. Imagine, Freddie, all the things one has to do before such a journey, and Hermione's done them all by herself.
Oh, yes, Hermione is quite remarkable.
Well, someone had to do them, and Herbert's no help.
He's a lucky man to have you, my dear. You realize that, don't you, Herbert?
Oh, indeed I do. You have no idea how well I realize it.
Well, we really must be going.
So soon?
Oh, yes. I'm sure even you have at least a few last-minute things you must attend to. But don't forget, you'll be
back for Christmas, if you may count on it.
Bon voyage, then, my dear Hermione.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Hermione.
Oh, not yet, Freddie. We'll make our farewells at the aerodrome.
At the aerodrome?
Why, yes. Herbert said you phoned to say you'd see us off at Heathrow.
I phoned?
Yes. just a few minutes before you arrived.
But I couldn't have. I've been out for a drive all the afternoon.
Oh, come, Freddie. You may as well own up.
I say, look here, old chap. I don't know what you're trying to...
You see, Herbert can't even lie well. He's red as a beetroot.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Herbert, stringing poor Hermione along like that?
Well, I suppose the game is up. It wasn't Freddie I was talking to, Hermione.
Well, I don't see how it could have been.
No, I was, well, it was about a little surprise I was planning for you.
How sweet. And I have a surprise for you, too, Herbert, when I bring you back for Christmas. Merciful heavens, I thought they'd never leave.
Oh, we still have plenty of time.
Well, not if we're to leave the house in proper condition for our return. Now, Herbert, after you get that dust cloth over the davenport, you can help me with the tea things in the scullery. No. Oh, no, not that way. Herbert, you're leaving wrinkles.
Well, who's to see it, my dear?
Well, I can see it, and I don't like it that way.
Yes, sir. Very well. How's this?
Well, a little better. Now, let's get at the tea things. There's a dear. Oh, Herbert.
Yes?
What was all this nonsense about a surprise for me?
Oh, well, if I told you, then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
Oh, come now, Herbert. We're too old to play children's games. What is it?
Well, if you'll come down to the cellar, I'll give it to you.
In the cellar? Why in the cellar?
Because that's where it is.
Oh, really, Herbert, you don't make any sense. Now, help me with the tea things.
But you will come down to the cellar.
Well, later, Herbert, if this time.
Time. There had to be time. But Hermione was meticulous. And each cup to be washed and dried just so, and put away in the cupboard in its accustomed place just so. And the silver had to be carefully wiped and put away in its plush-lined box just so. And then, once more, all the dust covers had to be straightened and the windows checked to be sure they were locked. And the time was running short.
No, I think that's everything.
Everything but your surprise. Will you come down to the cellar now?
Well, can't you bring it up here?
Oh, no, that would be quite impossible.
Oh, it's so dusty down there, and I'm all dressed for the trip.
I know, but it'll only take a minute, and you'll find it quite worthwhile, I'm sure.
Oh, very well.
She went ahead down the cellar stairs. As we reached the bottom, I silently lifted a small crowbar from a nail in the wall. She stood in the middle of the cellar, peering around in the ill-lit gloom.
But I don't see anything but that silly hole you've dug.
That's it. It's in there.
Where?
Look closer. Step closer to it. Right to the edge.
Really, Herbert?
Now do you see it? A little large for a wine bin, but just right for a grave. Back for Christmas? No, Hermione. No, Hermione. I'll never be back. You've planned it so well, Hermione. You're so predictable, so practical. Even to typing your letters and signing them with a neat cryptic H that I have learned to copy. I'll be your amanuensis. I'll write your friends for you, Hermione. Through me, you will tell them we won't be back for Christmas. And then you will tell them how much you like America and that you persuaded me to accept a teaching position. You will tell them that you may decide to settle there permanently. And then the letters will come less and less frequently until at last they will hear from me, and I will break the news to them that you have died in America. Then I will have my solicitors put this empty house with its sad associations up for sale, and that will be the end of the matter, Hermione. Back for Christmas? No, Hermione. No. Not now. Go away, whoever you are, go away. Did I leave the front door unlocked? No.
I see Herbert.
Just keep calm, keep quiet. They won't look down here in the cellar. Keep calm. They'll go away.
Now, where can they be?
Perhaps they popped round with the devil.
We must see them. Now, let's come in on our way back. We can be back by 6:30.
6:30. There's still time. After that, it was easy. Put the finishing touches to the wine bin. Dress fast, get out of the house before 6:30. Take the tube to Waterloo Air Terminal and the airline's bus to Heathrow, all according to plan. Hermione's plan. But from here on, my plan.
Announcing the arrival of BOAC Flight 14 from Rome, Calcutta, and Melbourne. Passengers will please report to customs.
Darling.
At the end
Oh,
of the landing
Herbert.
Right on time, my dear.
TWA flight
Shall we check in?
505
Whatever
from
you
Paris
say.
and Frankfurt.
Scared?
I never felt safer in my life.
Ever been on a plane before?
No, you?
My first time, too.
Oh, how nice. To enjoy a first experience together. I was worried.
About what?
Well, you having been married once, nothing would be new to you.
It will be new. All of it.
Is everything all right?
Yes, thank you.
Would you care for a pillow, Mrs. Carpenter?
Well, were you speaking to me?
Yes, Mrs. Carpenter. Would you care for a pillow?
No, thanks. I don't believe so.
Well, if you want anything, just ring the bell over your seat.
Thank you. Herbert,
Yes, dear.
she called me Mrs. Carpenter.
That's right.
But I'm not yet.
Well, you will be tomorrow this time.
But how does she know?
Well, that's the way our tickets read, Mr. and Mrs. Carpenter.
Why?
I wanted you to get used to being Mrs. Carpenter straight off.
Oh, Herbert, you're a dear. You think of everything.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, yes, please. Professor and Mrs. Carpenter. We have reservations, I believe.
Oh, yes. We've been expecting you, sir. Boy, take Professor and Mrs. Carpenter's luggage up to their suite. You know, frankly, Mrs. Carpenter, you're quite a surprise. Your letter reserving the rooms was so thorough, I was expecting an older, more forbidding sort of person.
My letter reserving the rooms?
Oh, I wrote the letter, my dear, and I signed it Mrs. Herbert Carpenter, just as a joke.
Oh, what a cunning old fox you are, Herbert.
Now that I think of it, I am rather. Well, Mrs. Carpenter, we might as well kill the bottle, as they say here in America.
Darling, you'll make me tipsy.
That's what a bride should be, just a little tipsy.
Herbert, this letter the bellboy just brought seems to be a bill of some sort from a building contractor in Kensington.
Oh, some mistake, no doubt.
And addressed to me?
Well, give it here and we'll get to the bottom of the matter. Madam, this is to acknowledge your order, together with the keys to your house in Ronston Place. Our men had no difficulty in finding the place where your husband had begun the excavation in the cellar. But apparently he changed his mind at the last moment and filled it in again.
What is it, Herbert?
Our men will begin digging tomorrow, and you may rest assured this will be a professional concrete line job and will be completed in ample time for your surprise Christmas present to your husband. We are happy to be conspirators with you in this thoughtful gesture and hope that Professor Carpenter will be pleased with our construction of his wine bin. Very truly yours, Paul Holt and Sons Contractors.
What does it mean, Herbert?
It means that Hermione was right. I will be back for Christmas.
Suspense. in which Herbert Marshall starred in John Collier's story, Back for Christmas. Suspense is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Heard in tonight's cast were Irene Tedrow, Ellen Morgan, Paula Winslow, Ben Wright, and Jack Moyles. The musical score was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
And that was Back for Christmas, a tale of suspense, starring Herbert Marshall, from December 23rd, 1956.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, William N. Robeson.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast in the field. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this thing, thou art cursed, and upon thy belly thou shalt go all the days of thy life. And so it has been ever after. With us, the snake has always been the heavy. Let the ancient Aztec venerate the plumed serpent Quetzalcoatl. Let the Babylonian believe that the twined snakes on a staff represented fertility, wisdom, and healing. Let the early Roman display the caduceus as a symbol of peace and neutrality. We know better. With us, a garter snake can panic a picnic, but a bushmaster loose on an ocean liner. Snake-proof your doors and windows, take a Milltown, and listen as Jack Kelly stars in Martin Storm's great story, A Shipment of Mute Fate, a tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
I stopped on the wharf at La Guara and looked up the gangplank toward the line of Chancay, standing there quietly at our moorings. The day was warm under a bright Venezuelan sun, and the harbor beyond the ship lay drowsy and silent. But all at once, in the midst of those peaceful surroundings, a cold chill gripped me, and I shivered with sudden dread. Dread of the thing I was doing, and was about to do. But too much had happened to turn back now. I'd gone too far to stop. I set the box down on the edge of the wharf, placed it carefully so as to be in plain sight and within gunshot of the captain's bridge. Then I turned and started up the gangplank. I knew what I was going to do, but I couldn't forget that a pair of beady eyes were watching every move I made. Eyes that never blinked and never closed, just watched and waited, and I...
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't see you. Why, it's Mr. Warner.
Hello, Mother Willis. How's the best-looking stewardess on the Seven Seas?
Why, I'm fine, Mr. Warner. It's nice seeing you again.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, that's a fine greeting after 2 months.
Well, have a great deal to do aboard.
Well, I don't believe a word of that. Sailing day's tomorrow. You're simply avoiding me, that's all.
Oh, no, really, I'm not.
And on the trip down from New York, you said I was your favorite passenger.
And so you were. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Here. What's that you're carrying in your apron?
Oh, nothing. Just supplies.
Supplies? Let's have a look.
No, please.
What? It's a cat.
It was Clara, Mr. Warner. Mr. Bowman said I had to leave her ashore, and I just couldn't.
Now, who's Mr. Bowman?
The new chief steward. He's English and fussy. Clara's been aboard with me for 2 years, and I just can't leave her here in a foreign country, especially with her condition so delicate and all.
Huh? Oh, yes, I see. Well, I hope you get away with it.
You won't tell anyone?
Not a soul. As a matter of fact, if things don't work out right, we may both end up smuggling.
Most happy to have you aboard on the trip down 2 months ago, Christopher. And I'm very glad you're coming along with us on the run back to New York.
Well, thanks, Captain Wood. There is one thing, though. I'm having a little trouble with the customs men here, and I wondered if you might...
I can do it, Christopher. I just cabled your father this morning. Told him I'd have done it for you if I possibly could. He sent a request from New York, you know.
Yes, I thought he would. I wired him from upriver last week.
I hated to refuse, but it's absolutely out of the question.
Captain Wood, I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Responsibility to the passengers, son. We'll have women and children aboard. And on a liner, the safety of the passengers comes ahead of anything else.
But with proper precautions...
Something might happen. I don't know what, but something might.
You've carried worse things.
There isn't anything worse. and any skipper afloat will bear me out. No, Christopher, I simply can't take the chance. And that's final.
Final. Well, it wasn't final if I could do anything about it. I hadn't come down here to spend 2 months in that stinking back country and then be stopped on the edge of the wharf. 2 months of it. Heat, rain, insects, malaria. I'd gone clear in past the headwaters of the Orinoco. Traveled through country where every step along the jungle trail might be the last one. Morning, Captain Wood. The man at the hotel said you wanted to see me.
That's right, Christopher. Sit down. Seems you weren't willing to let matters stand the way we left them yesterday.
I'm sorry to go over your head, Captain, but I had to. The museum sent me all the way down here for it, and I'm not going to be stopped by red tape. This will be the only live Bushmaster ever brought to the United States.
If I had my way... Bad orders are orders. Got a cable from the head office this morning. All right. Suppose we talk about precautions.
I'll handle it any way you say.
It's got to have a stronger box. That crate's too flimsy.
Well, it's stronger than it looks. And that wire screen on top would hold a Wildcat. But anyway, I bought a heavy sea chest this morning. We'll put the crate inside of that.
Sounds all right. Got a lock on it?
Heavy padlock. It's fixed so the lid can be propped open a crack without unlocking it. The snake's got to have air.
But in dirty weather, that lid stays shut. I'll take no chances.
Well, all right, Captain.
We'll keep the thing in my cabin. Can't have it in the baggage room, and nobody on board's to know about it.
Whatever you say, Captain. But we won't have any trouble. After all, it's only a snake. It doesn't have any magical powers.
I saw a Bushmaster in the zoo at Caracas once. Had it in a glass cage with double walls. But it never moved. Just lay there and look at you as long as you were in sight. Gave a man the creeps.
Funny, I didn't know they had a Bushmaster at the Caracas Zoo.
They don't now. Found the glass broke one morning, and the snake gone. The night watchman was dead. They never found out what happened.
Well, the watchman must have broken the glass by accident some way.
The way they figured it, the glass was broke from the inside. We sail in 4 hours.
Into the Caribbean with perfect weather and a sea as smooth as an inland lake. The barometer dropped a little on the 3rd day, but cleared up overnight and left nothing worse than a heavy swell. But in spite of the calm seas and pleasant weather, I found myself feeling more and more often an ominous foreboding. I was developing an almost morbid fear of that snake. I stayed clear of the passengers pretty much, got the habit of dropping into Captain Wood's quarters several times a day. He kept the heavy box underneath his berth. I'd approach it quietly, shine my flashlight through the open crack. Never once could I catch that 12-foot devil asleep or even excited. He'd be lying there, half-coiled, his head raised a little, staring out of those beady black eyes, waiting. He'd still be like that when I'd turn away to leave. Maybe that's what bothered me, that horrible and constant watching and waiting. What in the name of heaven was he waiting for?
Well, hello there, Mr. Warner.
Oh, how are you, Mother Willis?
But you and the captain spend an awful lot of time around this cabin. I'm beginning to think the two of you must have some guilty secret.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Mother Willis. Now, I don't know about Captain Wood, but I certainly don't have any guilty secrets. Well, she's running quite a swell out there, Mr. Bowman.
Yes, it's a bit heavy, all right, Mr. Warner. I imagine a storm passed through to the west of us yesterday when the glass dropped.
Do you think it missed us then, huh?
Oh, yes, it's what the mate figures. Certainly stirred up some water, though.
This'll put half the passengers in their bunks.
That makes it lovely for my department. 2/3 of them will want a steward to hold their heads, sir.
Well, I'll keep Mother Willis so busy she'll just have... Hey, look at the size of that wave.
Eh? Great Jehoshaphat. We're going to take it on the port bow. Hang on.
Wow, that was a freak if ever there was one. Not another wave that size in sight.
Well, you see them like that sometimes, sir, even in a calm sea. Well, I've got to get below, Mr. Warner. That water probably did some damage to the officer's deck.
Yeah, I suppose it... What did you say?
Huh? Oh, Oh, the wheel companionway was open on the port side. Bridge cabins must have taken a pretty bad smashing. They're right below the... Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Warner?
Oh, no, nothing at all, Mr. Bowman. At least I hope not. Of course, I knew it was only one chance in 1,000. But the chances of that freak wave are 1 in 1,000, too. I stumbled down the companionway and along the passage to the captain's cabin.
Oh, Mr. Warner.
Mother Willis.
Isn't this cabin a mess? I'm trying to get some of these things out to dry.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to check. Where's that box that was under the captain's bunk?
Oh, that. I just threw it out on deck.
What?
Oh, the desk over there split into it. It was all smashed.
But the small box inside of it, what happened to that?
Oh, they were both splintered, Mr. Warner. Broke wide open.
Oh, no.
Mr. Warner, as white as a sheet.
Mother Willis, will you go find Captain Wood? Tell him to come down here immediately.
Well, I got a great deal to do in here.
Please, get him at once.
Very well. I suppose I can finish up here later.
I pulled open the top drawer of the bureau beside me. Took out the captain's flashlight and a loaded pistol. Mother Willis had left the mop standing by the door. I put my foot on the head of it and snapped off the handle. Every move I made turned into slow motion. I could hear my own heart beating. Slowly, I started to search the cabin. Sodden heaps of clothing were scattered around on the wet black floor. I punched at them one at a time, holding the gun cocked, the flashlight pointing along the stick. Nothing. I worked around the room, throwing the light into the dark corners, back of the desk, under the bunk. And wherever I turned, I could feel those cold, unblinking eyes at my back, watching and waiting. Using the stick, I pushed open the closet door and threw the light inside. Carefully, I poked at the boxes and junk on the floor. The snake was not in the closet. Inch by inch, I covered the entire cabin, and only then a horrible realization began to dawn on me. Captain Wood.
Mother Willis just told me. Well, Christopher, so it's happened.
That's right. It's happened.
I see you found the gun. We'd better start searching the cabin here.
Captain Wood, I just finished searching it.
Then, women, kids, and that thing loose on board. 1,000 places for it to hide. God help us, Christopher. There's no use starting to blame anybody now, gentlemen. I didn't call you in here to pass judgment. The thing's done, and that's that.
You're right there, Captain.
What we have got to do is make up our minds how we're going to handle it.
Well, it'd be easier if we didn't have to tell the passengers and crew. I've seen panics aboard liners before, sir.
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Bowman, but I don't quite see how we can avoid it.
They've got a right to know, sir. As long as that snake is loose, everybody on board's in the same danger, and they all ought to know about it.
Captain Wood, that snake is 12 feet long. It can't simply crawl into a crack. Why don't we make a quick search of the whole ship before we spread any alarm?
Yes, I thought of that, Christopher.
Well, as far as I can see, the only place it couldn't be is in the boilers or on top of the galley stove.
Well, it might have crawled overboard.
We can't count on that. We've got to assume it's on the ship somewhere.
Yes, sir. And that could be anywhere, in a coil of rope or in a pile of clothes.
Yes, or under some woman's berth or a baby's crib.
Or even...
We've already said it. That bushmaster could be anywhere. We've got to do something, and we've got to do it fast.
All right. I think the best idea is to follow Mr. Warner's suggestion and make a quick search first. You agree to that?
Yes, I'll do, sir.
Then if we don't find it, we'll have to warn the passenger.
We've got to find it. Alone in the dim baggage room, I went through the same movements as I had earlier in the captain's cabin. Gun in one hand, flashlight in the other. Poking into every dark corner behind every trunk and box. Since the baggage room was empty, I could keep the gun cocked and ready. The rest of those poor devils were having to do the same thing. Bare-handed. All over the ship, the search went on.
Here now, steward. What on earth are you doing rummaging through my cabin?
Oh, just checking, madam.
Well, I'm quite sure there's nothing in here that has to be checked.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. It's captain's orders. It'll only take a few minutes.
Well, I never heard of such a thing. A passenger simply doesn't have any privacy at all. Well, I've traveled on a lot of different lines, but I've certainly never heard of
But Not one of us could find that deadly shape coiled in some dark corner or outstretched along a window seat. Not one of us caught a glimpse of that horrid head with its beady, black, watchful eyes. That thing lay waiting out there somewhere along the deck, shaded in the gathering dusk. But where? We didn't know. It was nearly dark when we met together again in the chart room.
Well, gentlemen, there's no other way around it. We've risked all the time we can. We've got to warn the passengers.
Well, how are we going to do it, Captain? Call them all together in the lounge?
No. If we did anything like that, we'd be asking for a panic.
We'll get one whether we ask for it or not, sir.
Pick a few men and go through the cabin decks. Tell them individually, inside their cabins. Watch for any that act like they might cause trouble, and we'll keep an eye on them. Handle the crew the same way.
Yes, sir.
As soon as you're finished, arm all the deck officers and start searching again. Our only chance of preventing a panic is to find that damnable snake.
The second night passed and morning came around. A gray and rainy day that dragged by. And then night came down again, third night of the terror. Again, every light burned. The whole ship seethed in the throes of incipient revolt. Faced by a horror they'd never met on the sea before, crew and officers alike were on the verge of panic. Passengers huddled in a trance-like stupor, ready to scream at the slightest unknown sound. 7 bells, I made my way forward to the chart room and found Captain Wood bent over a desk.
Oh, Christopher. Come on in and sit down.
It's got to be somewhere, Captain. It's got to be.
I don't know. You could search this ship for 6 months and never cover all the places aboard. If we can only hold out for 2 more days, we'll be in.
What's your home office say?
Here's the latest wireless from them. Keep quiet and keep coming. What else can we do? Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
How is it below?
Pretty bad. Anything could happen.
Yeah, that's why I took the guns away from the men. 1 pistol shot, we'd have a riot on our hands.
The whole thing's my fault, Captain Wood. That's what I can't forget.
Take it easy, lad.
There was only some way I could pay for it myself, alone.
No, I know how you feel. But it's no more your fault than mine. Or the man who asked you to bring that snake back alive. Nobody planned this. You better try to get a little sleep.
Sleep?
Mr. Bowman made some coffee down in the steward's galley a while ago. Go on down and get yourself a cup. Then rest for a couple of hours.
Rest? I can't rest.
Christopher, it's not going to help anything if you stumble through a hatch half asleep and break your neck. Go on and get some coffee. One way or another, we've got to hold out for 2 more days.
The light was on in the steward's galley, and the coffee pot was standing on the stove. It was still warm, so I didn't bother to heat it. I poured out a cup, carried it over, and set it on the porcelain tabletop in the center of the room. I started to light a cigarette. The door of the pan cupboard beneath the sink was standing slightly ajar, and I happened to glance toward it. I dropped the cigarette and moved slowly backward. I found the Bushmaster. As I moved, the snake slid out of the cupboard in a single sinuous glide and drew back into a loose coil on the galley floor, never taking his eyes off me. I moved slowly back, waiting any moment for that deadly slithering strike. How had he known it was me? He'd stayed quiet when Bowman was here. How had he picked the first time in 5 days that I was without a gun? My hands touched the wall behind me, and I stopped. Only then I realized in terror what I'd done. The call button and the door were on the far side of the room. I'd backed into a dead end. I stared at the snake in fascination, expecting any moment the ripping slash of those poison fangs. The horrid coils tightened a little and were still again. 10 million years of evolution to produce this moment. Homo sapiens versus Lachesis mutus. A man against mute fate, and all the odds were on fate. I knew then I was going to die. I could feel the sweat run down between the wall and the palms of my hands pressing against it. My skin crawled, twitched, and the pit of my stomach was as cold as ice. There was no sound but the rush of blood in my ears. The snake shifted again, drawing into a tighter coil, always tighter. Why didn't the devil get it over with? And for an instant, his head veered away. Something moved over by the stove. I didn't dare turn to look at it. Slowly, it moved into my line of vision. It was a cat. That scrawny cat that Mother Willis had sneaked aboard in La Guara. Its back was arched and every hair stood on end. It moved stiff-legged now, walking in a half circle around the snake. The Bushmaster moved slowly and kept watching the cat. He tightened. He was going to strike at any second. He struck and missed. The cat was barely out of reach. Now she was walking back and forth again. She was asking to die. Missed again by a fraction of an inch. He was striking now without even going to a full coil. Missed. Again and again. Always missing by the tiniest margin. Each time the cat danced barely out of reach, and each time she countered with one precise spat of a dainty paw, bracing her skinny frame on 3 stiff legs. And then suddenly I realized what she was doing. The Bushmaster was tiring, and one strike was just an instant slow, but in that split second, sharp claws raked across the evil head and ripped out both the lidless eyes. The cat had deliberately blinded the snake. He didn't bother to coil now, but slid after her in a fury, striking wildly, but always missing. And every strike was a little slower than the last one, until finally, as the snake's neck stretched out at the end of a strike, the cat made one leap and sank her razor-sharp teeth just back of the ugly head. Sank them until they crunched bone. With tooth and claw, she clung as the monstrous snake flailed and lashed on the floor, striving to get those hideous coils around us. Trying to break her hold, to shake off the slow and certain paralyzing death that gradually crept over him and at last stilled his struggles forever. I took a deep breath. The first in minutes. The cat lay on her side on the floor, panting, resting from the fight just over. She had a right to rest. Oh, that brave, beautiful alley cat had just saved my life. And maybe others as well. But as I turned toward the stove, I suddenly became very humble, and I knew all at once what a small thing a human being really is. I and others aboard were still alive only by the merest accident. There were 3 reasons why that cat had fought and killed the world's deadliest snake. And those 3 reasons came tottering out from under the stove on shaky little legs. 3 kittens with their eyes bright with wonder and their tails stiff as pokers. Up on the decks, hundreds of passengers were waiting for the news that the terror was ended. Well, they could wait a little longer. I pulled open the doors of a cabinet and found a can of milk and a saucer. And then I dropped down on my knees.
Suspense, in which Jack Kelly starred in A Shipment of Mute Fate. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Listen then to Second Class Passenger, starring Sterling Holloway. A tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
That's me, Ronald A. Dawson, second-class passenger. Oh, I could have afforded first class by pinching a little here and there. But nobody back at Ralston's department store will ever know. The important thing is that they'll say, Ronald Dawson in drapery is taking a cruise around the world. And then there's really very little difference in the accommodations. And the second-class passengers, well, they're every bit as interesting as the first-class crowd. Take Miss Patterson, for instance. You'd look far to find a more charming, likable, altogether desirable young lady. Just the life of the party. We'd gotten to be quite good friends by the time our cruise put in at Mozambique. Although the competition was always stiff, I can tell you. But there were times I wish those other 2, Jones and Twitchell, had missed the boat somewhere along the line.
Well, we've still a good couple of hours before we sail.
How about a ride in one of these native carriages, Miss Patterson?
Do you think they'd be clean?
Personally, I doubt it.
Although I don't know as I should care too much now. That whistle made me so woozy.
It would take a Greek to think up a drink like that.
Or to drink it.
Miss Patterson, you kill me.
Well, we might do the fort, you know. The guidebook says it's a main point of interest. Let's see, built by the Portuguese in 1600.
Oh, who
It covers an area-
cares? I must say this is a dreary place.
It's not at all like what you'd imagine Mozambique to be.
It's a one-horse town, all right. Main street and a couple of alleys.
And so dirty, you'd think they'd do something about it in this day and age.
It would be a relief to get back on board ship and have a nice hot bath.
Yeah, and real American food instead of that greasy fried octopus we had for lunch at that Greek place.
Ooh, wasn't it awful?
Part of the broadening experience of travel.
Yes, I suppose so. Like that cute idol I bought. I can't wait to get it back. Mr. Dawson,
Yes, Miss Patterson?
where's my idol?
I thought Jones had it. Or Twitchell.
Oh, not me, old man.
You insisted on carrying it for Miss Patterson, don't you remember?
Oh, dear. I must have left it back at the Greek restaurant. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I did so want that idol. Don't you think you could go back for it, Mr. Dawson?
Well, yes, of course. That is... But I wonder if I'll have time before the boat sails.
Oh, I'm sure you will, if you hurry.
Certainly, old man. You got more than an hour yet.
You're positive?
Absolutely.
Well, then I suppose I'll have to.
Oh, you're so kind, my dear Mr. Dawson. Now, mind you don't miss the boat.
Oh, I'll try not to. Well, chances are, actually, that I'll catch up with you before you've reached the landing stage.
And we'll wait for you till the very last minute.
Oh, that Jones. Insisting I had time. I knew there was time. But I had no desire to run off after a heavy bronze curio and leave him and Twitchell alone with Miss Patterson. She was much too nice a person, and they were just simply not her kind of people. But there was no helping it now. So I made my way back up the main street toward Lazarus's restaurant, where we had had our indigestible Greek lunch. Somehow this main street of Mozambique looked different now in the quick African twilight. The little saloons and the sidewalks were filling with men of every nationality and color. Many of them wore knives thrust through the belts of their thin white suits. Knives that looked as sharp as the glances they threw at me. Oh, I must confess, I felt a little strange and unwanted. Then, lounging toward me in the crowd, I saw a tall, large woman wrapped in a sort of a sheet thing, and her brown face was unveiled. She had very wide lips, and they were painted scarlet. And from the corner of her mouth dangled a cigarette. Her eyes were heavily mascaraed, and when she looked at me, slowly, terror seized me. I was afraid she'd speak to me. I didn't know what I should do or say, but she didn't. Instead, she laughed. Oh, and the way the loiterers responded, I was convinced that they were laughing with her and at me. Well, I must say I was relieved to reach the entrance of Lazarus's restaurant.
Good evening, sir. A little dinner for the gentlemen?
Oh, no, thank you. Well, as a matter of fact, I just lunched here today.
Ah.
Very good. Excellent meal.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, see, I left a curio here. Probably under the table. Have you found it?
A curio?
Yeah, it's some sort of a brass god, I think. It was wrapped in a newspaper.
Yes, we got him right here for you.
Oh, that's good. See, I'm in a hurry to get back to the boat.
Oh, yes, you hurry. Pretty soon it's going to rain.
Rain? There's not a cloud in the sky.
Oh, you'll see. Every night you rain in Mozambique.
Well, you ought to know, I suppose. Still, I doubt it. Oh, here. Buy yourself a cigar.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. You hurry quick before it's going to rain.
Yeah. Well, don't you worry about me. I'm not made of sugar, you know. In just the few moments I'd been inside that restaurant, it had grown quite dark. That sudden nightfall of the tropics. I looked overhead and clearly saw the stars. So thinking what a bad weather forecaster the Greek was, I tucked Miss Patterson's silly bronze idol under my arm and started off for the waterfront. I hadn't gone 200 yards when a large, warm drop of rain splattered on the back of my neck. Then 2 more on my hat. And before I could take cover under the arch, it was raining like Indiana in April. And it didn't look like it would let up soon either, and I wondered if there might not be a shorter way to the waterfront, down the main street and then the long way to the left along the docks. Surely one of these alleys that turned off to the left would lead me directly to the harbor and the landing stage, so I turned into the alley. 4 steps from the main street, and I was engulfed in darkness, wading through filth and mud up to my ankles. But I was certain that I was on the right track, so I strode on and walked straight into a blank wall. Well, I turned to retrace my steps, but I could see no light anywhere. I felt along the wall until it gave into another alley. So I followed it to another blank wall. Oh, now I knew I was lost. And now it began to rain in earnest. I don't know how far I walked through those foul, smelly alleys, nor for how long. But at last, feeling my way, I saw a slit of light, a horizontal flicker beckoning beneath the door. And I heard voices. I lifted the bronze idol and tapped on the door with it, and the voices stopped.
What do you want?
Oh, I've lost my way. See, I'm wet through and through, and I don't know where I am. Please, may I come in? No, please, may I come in?
Of course you can come in. You aren't exactly who we expected, but come in.
What is that?
I beg your pardon?
That parcel you are carrying.
Oh, it's a souvenir. It's sort of an idol, I think. A friend of mine left it to rest.
And you? You're a tourist from the cruise boat, eh?
Well, yeah, that's right. How'd you know?
This wasn't very difficult. What are you doing here so late and so wet? The boat sails soon.
Yeah, I know. I see, I was trying to take a shortcut to the landing stage. I got lost somehow.
No?
I came ashore with some friends from the second class. I left them to come back and fetch this idol, and, well, here I am.
Hang on. Yeah? Give the young man a chair.
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, thank you very much. But, see, I must go on as soon as the rain stops. If you could direct me.
Well, it will not stop for a while yet, so you may as well wait here.
Yes. Yes, we may be able to provide some unscheduled excitement for our second-class tourist, huh? As soon as your friends arrive, my dear.
Friends? The police are not my friends.
Well, you led them to us.
Would you walk about with your knife forever? While I take all the risks?
Risks?
7 months. You have done what you willed. Untouched. I bought your freedom for 7 months. With smiles and love.
Well, you could have talked with the prefect of police again.
Again and again. And for what? Life is not spending money. One pays for living, my friend, with work. Sometimes with jail. I have paid. Now it is your turn.
You could have helped us once more. Only once more, and we could have been out of this sewer and down the coast of Lorenzo Mark or Cape Town.
No, why didn't you? Why didn't you help us once more?
Yes, why?
Always you say once more, once more. Now there is no more.
You are a sheep taker, defiled and...
I beg your pardon, sir.
What?
That's no way to speak to a lady.
What?
No, I'm serious. I am very serious. I do not like to hear such language used to a lady. I must ask you to apologize.
What the devil have you got to do with this?
You just came out of the rain from the second class.
Please, don't fight with him. There is trouble enough already.
What the devil right has he got to come in here and...
Yesterday you stabbed the Egyptian.
Well, what of it?
Don't stab this one. Do you want the police to find you here with a corpse?
A corpse?
What does it matter how the police find us? We wait for them because we have no choice. You put them on us. Well, we should do away with you.
Why do you lie? Even to yourself. Why must you hide your own blame behind my skirts? Great Mother of Heaven, you are neither man nor beast. You are just...
Don't you dare say that.
There. You are just a thief and a macro.
No one says that to me, English.
He's got a knife.
Macro!
No, you don't.
Why, you swinehund.
And you stand back or I'll brain you with this idol as I brain him.
You do what? You think I carry only a knife?
Big dogs! I have waited for this moment! He forgot. I carry a knife, too.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, look what I did to that one with this bronze idol.
It makes a good weapon, your idol. It was a grand blow. A king's blow. You cannot help him now.
I've killed a man. with this little curio. And you killed another one with your knife.
Blow out the candles. Now come. It is not raining so hard. It is the police. They have come for these two.
Oh, what do we do?
There is a door nearby. We must find it. Feel along the wall here.
Yes.
Father, it must be here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, here it is.
Push it in.
Oh, it won't budge. It's bolted from the inside.
You must push it in. It is the only way.
Oh, yeah. Look, would you hold this idol for me?
I have it.
Right. Now. Not yet.
Hit it again.
It's giving, I think.
Once more. Good, my friend, my great, strong friend. Up the stairs now, quickly.
Where are we going now?
To the roof. The rain has stopped.
Yeah. The stars are coming out.
There is your ship out in the harbor.
Oh, I must get to it.
Listen, you hear them? We are not safe yet. Over to the wall to the next roof. Hurry. Now, over the next parapet.
Right. Up you go.
Come up quietly.
What's that down there? A tent?
Yes. People are asleep. You must walk like a cat.
Who are they?
Who knows? If they see us, they will think you have come after their woman.
Oh, but no, see, I could say that...
There would be nothing to say. Shh. Someone is calling out of the tent.
And he's coming this way?
Yes.
Why hasn't he seen us?
His eyes are clouded with sleep, perhaps.
And if he sees us?
It will be too late.
Then he won't. There and there. Guess that took the fight out of him.
Take this, my little knife. Just a prick, and he is quite safe.
Oh, no, see, he's quiet enough now. He won't harm us. I really did him in, didn't I?
It was splendid. With only the bare hands to take an armed man.
Armed? I didn't know he was armed.
Of course, that you may always be sure. Look, there in his loincloth.
A dagger?
Yes. You are truly magnificent, my friend. You are a man.
You are a woman. Of course, I don't expect you to believe any of this. Well, looking back, I'm still unsure it really happened to me. It's as though I dreamed it. Perhaps I did. No, that's nonsense. See, for there's the scar on my lower lip here, where she bit me. I didn't feel a thing at the time, but there's the scar. It was mad, I know, but I guess I just must have surrendered completely to the wild spirit of the African coast. I didn't seem to see the great ship anymore lying out there in the harbor, her lights blinking on the comforts of civilization in the second class. No, all my senses were focused on the slim, breathtaking figure leading me across the rooftops to a shadowy destination in which only one thing was certain. She would be there. I suppose, in that moment, armed only with that bronze idol, I was invincible. At last, she led me down a creaking wooden stair that hung precariously on the sheer side of a house, And once more we were in the mud of a gloomy alley. Even the way she slid her arm along mine, softly grasped my hand, filled me with greater power than I'd ever known. Hand in hand, we made our way down the alley and out into a little square where a night breeze rustled in the palms and smelled of the sea. And across the way, a dim light showed through a big open door.
The little church of San Sebastian.
Oh.
The police.
After all this...
No vayas fugir.
¿Qué você quer?
Yo tengo orden para levar Rosilla.
¿Por qué?
Venga conmigo.
Capitão, não outra maneira de sair?
No. Você está preso.
So what's the matter with him? What's he want?
He says he won't let me go.
Oh, he won't he? What's he want you for?
Oh, my friend, these little policemen, they always arrest me when they get a chance. It is tiresome.
No faz mais. Vamos.
Listen, copper. You scram, see? Take it on the lamb. Take a powder.
Look,
another word out of you. Look, I said scram.
Run before he can get to his feet. No, not that way. Into the church. To sanctuary. My magnificent one. You fear no one. You fight for me. So long as there is anyone to fight.
Yes.
Now there will always be someone to fight. They will never leave us alone.
Will they follow us in here?
These police might do anything. But I know one door they will not dare follow us through.
Where is that?
Come, this way. Here, this door. Let me wrap my skirts close. Now, come cleanly through the middle. Please do not rub the walls as you come. There. We are safe for a while. They will not follow us through that door.
Why not?
It was the door of the lepers.
The door of the lepers?
It is all right. We did not touch the portal. See, down the alley are the lights of the waterfront.
Yeah. Well, where do we go now?
We have a little time now to breathe the clean air of the harbor. And then I know a little place where we... Shh, someone is coming. Step back in the shadow until they have passed.
Listen.
What is it?
Right home about.
Wonder what's happened to good old Dawson.
Rich, no doubt.
Oh, I do hope he's found my idol.
Oh, the idol. I must return the idol.
No, don't. My friend, this is the greatest danger of all.
Goodbye.
Don't go. Magnificent one, don't go.
Goodbye. Hello there.
Why, here's Mr. Dawson.
Well, I guess I got here before you, it seems.
Did you find the idol?
Yes. But for a moment there, I was afraid I would miss the boat.
I say, old man, you're a bit disheveled.
I got caught in the rain.
And my idol. Mr. Dawson, you got it all dirty.
Yes. It is a bit mussed, I'm afraid. I dropped it once or twice.
Well, that was clumsy of you.
Well, nothing that a little soap and water won't put to rights, I dare say.
Well, we'd better hurry along. I'd hate to have to spend any more time in this dreadful place.
And so should I.
Well, there's the whistle. Last warning. Come on, everybody.
Yes, come on, Dawson. We'll miss the boat.
In just a moment.
I say, who's that standing over there in the shadow of that alley?
Where?
There. I could have sworn I saw someone wave goodbye to you.
Perhaps you did. Goodbye to Mozambique, to adventure, to romance.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. Adventure, romance, in this pest hole?
Twitchell, what would you say if I told you I had just killed a man? Fled over the rooftops of the city, made love to a beautiful woman, fought the police, escaped through the leper gate?
I'd say you had the wildest imagination I'd ever heard of. Nothing like that ever happens to a second-class passenger.
Come on, Mr. Dawson. We'll miss the boat.
Suspense. In which Sterling Holloway starred in Second Class Passenger, adapted by William N. Robeson from the story by Percival Gibbon. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Suspense.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
There is more than one kind of mystery. In addition to the whodunits, there are the howdunnits and the whydunnits. Take the celebrated murder story of Frankie and Johnny. Everybody knows who done it, Frankie. And everybody knows why she done it, because Johnny done her wrong. But we feel that how she done it, with Miss Margaret Whiting starring as Frankie, makes a story well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Frankie and Johnny were lovers. Oh, Lordy, how they could love. They swore to be true to each other, just as true as stars above. He was my man, but he done me wrong. Johnny. Johnny, honey. Put away that clarinet and talk to me, Johnny.
Huh?
Love me, honey?
Sure.
Johnny.
What you want now?
Talk to me, baby. That's all I want.
All right. Come here. That's what you really want, isn't it?
You're my man, Johnny.
That's right. I'm your man.
Except sometimes.
What are you talking about?
Except sometimes, Johnny, when you go away. Where do you go when you go away?
Come on now, baby. Don't start that again.
Where do you go, Johnny?
The Cuckoo's on Basin Street. You know that.
They don't give you nothing there that I can't give you here, Johnny.
What's there's a back room. A back room and a place to play my licorice stick. A place to sit and play and nobody bothers. Me and a couple of others. You know that, baby. Don't you worry.
You can play your music someplace else and get money for it. I worry about that.
Don't you start riling me, Frankie. Why don't you take yourself a walk?
The whole town of New Orleans. So many places to play your music, and you sit in the back room. You go away from me, and
I'll tell you something, baby. You don't like it, you can take that long walk to Georgia where you come from. You leaving?
No.
A couple of girls I used to know never bothered me about going down to Cuckoo's.
All right. I won't bother you.
That's better. Got any money, Frankie?
I got some.
I saw me a suit. Walking down Basin Street, I saw me a suit in the store window. Oh, I need me that suit, honey. I'd sure look good in it.
What's it cost, Johnny?
You want me in a cheap suit?
I didn't say that. I just asked.
$100. You got $100, baby?
I got it.
Well, that's good. That's fine.
Johnny and me, we went walking. Johnny wore his brand new suit. I paid out all of that money You are my man, Johnny.
Show him your man, Frankie. Show me off, baby.
All right, honey. We walk down to Esplanade where the lights are, and everybody can see you fine. We walked real slow along Basin. The gals, they all called him by name. But I walked real close to my Johnny, 'cause I know that man's stealing game.
Frankie, honey, all this walking's tiring me out.
Well, I'm showing you off, Johnny, like you said. Showing my man off in the bright lights.
Lights just as bright at Kookaloo's, and I kind of like it where the lights are inside, anyhow.
Anywhere you want, Johnny.
Sure.
So we walk back along Basin, back up to old Kookaloo's, down the steps to the cellar where Tiso played the blues.
Hiya, Johnny. Oh, hi, Nellie.
That's your new suit, huh?
Yeah, Frankie bought it for me.
It's good, Johnny. You look real nice.
Who is that, Johnny?
Oh, just a girl. Nellie Bly.
Pretty friendly, aren't you?
No, just polite.
She why you come down here all the time?
Frank, I told you, don't you round me.
All right, Johnny. Don't you forget, you're my man.
Sure. Say, I need me a beer, Frankie. Get you one?
I ain't thirsty, honey.
Oh, I'm thirsty. I'm real thirsty.
All I got left is $9.
I ain't that thirsty. Just give me one of them.
All right. Here.
I'll set you down here by the piano, and you can listen to Tiso. You wait here, Frankie. I'll bring me back my beer, and I'll sit with you. Hi, Frankie. What would you like to hear?
Just do what you're playing, Tiso. I like that fine.
Dreamy like, huh?
Yeah, I feel dreamy.
How are you and Johnny getting along, Frankie?
Like that music you're playing?
Well, I'm glad. I'm mighty glad. You ever get homesick, Frankie?
First I did. I never think about home no more.
Georgia's a real nice place. A gal can do real nice there.
I'm doing nice. I got Johnny.
Yeah?
Sure I got Johnny. He comes back to the table from the bar, you ask him.
I'll do that. When he comes back. He ain't at the bar, Frankie.
He ain't?
Not anymore, he ain't. Look for yourself.
Bartender.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Johnny?
Your name Frankie, ma'am?
Yeah. Where's Johnny?
Well, he told me to tell you something. He said he had to leave. He said don't wait up for him.
Where'd he go?
I don't know, ma'am. He didn't say that.
I ran to the street in a hurry. My Johnny was nowhere around. A gal leaning in a doorway made a soft laughing sound. Looking for your man? Your Johnny's gone. Walk up and down all the pavement. Knock on a million locked doors. Keep on asking for my Johnny in the weeping corridor. He is my man. He can't do wrong. Guys tried to sell me some nighttime. Guys tried to kiss away my tears. Said, come along, pretty Frankie. Oh, I love you for years and years. wrong. But I walked on toward North Ramparts, searched the dark night in between, keep looking for my loving Johnny, right down to old Dauphine, for he's my man. He can't do wrong. I turned into a dark alley, close by that Jelly's gin mill. Hello, Miss Willie.
Good evening, ain't it?
I haven't noticed.
Oh, it's a real pretty evening, Frank. You out strolling all alone?
I guess I am.
Come on inside. We'll have us a chat.
No, I'm going to walk some more.
We'll have us some beer.
No, thanks, Miss Willie.
We'll have us some whiskey, Frankie.
No, I got to walk some more.
I got something to tell you, Frankie.
What?
Well, I sit here all day long. All night long, too. I never sleep. I see all sorts of things. All sorts of people.
You see Johnny come by here, Miss Willie?
Yeah, Johnny. He sure is a good-looking boy. Black hair plastered down like that. My. The way he walks.
You notice the way he walks, huh? People step back and let him come past the way he walks. My Johnny. See him come by here lately?
I seen a gal come by here lately.
Alone?
Not this gal. Ain't a night for a gal to be alone. A real pretty gal.
Who was she with, Miss Willie?
Had gold hair and red lips. Her name was Nellie Bly.
Nellie Bly? He said hello to a gal named Nellie over Cuckoo's.
He wasn't saying goodbye when they passed here.
Where'd they go?
Show off his new suit, I guess.
Where'd they go?
Down the street. Down that way, Frankie.
Down to Jellycake's place?
I think I saw him going to Jellycake's. I ain't sure now, but I think they did. Where you going, Frankie? Jellycake's the other way.
I'm going to find me a pawn shop.
Why, Frankie?
I got to buy me something.
What?
Got to buy me a gun.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
Somebody once said, tomorrow is the today we talked about yesterday, which is another way of saying, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. And one of the smartest things you can do today is enroll for a USAFI course. USAFI offers more than 340 courses to choose from, and several ways to study them. So it will pay you to start planning for your future now. If you expect to leave the service soon, don't let that worry you. Provisions have been made for service personnel who are discharged while they're taking a USAFI course. If you're studying a correspondence course, you're allowed 9 months from the day of your discharge to complete your USAFI studies, providing you submitted at least one lesson while you were in the service. If you're taking a self-teaching course, you're also given 9 months to complete it after your discharge. And if you're taking a course through a college or university, USAFI allows you a full year after discharge to complete the course. So whether you're a 30-year man or not, take advantage of a good deal and enroll with USAFI now. For a uniform education, study with USAFI.
And now, we continue with Frankie and Johnny, starring Miss Margaret Whiting. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Because there'll be some more where that come from after a little refreshment.
Jellycake.
Oh, how are you, Miss Frankie?
Can I talk to you a minute, Jellycake?
Sure can. Sit down here. You like a little something to drink?
No, thanks. Has Johnny been in here?
You been here.
With a girl?
Mm-hmm.
What'd they do here?
They're sitting over there. Then they got up and danced for a while. A couple of times when we played them soft. But mostly they just sat.
He kissed her?
You oughtn't ask me things like that, Miss Frankie.
I want to know what he did.
Well, there was a little fight while he was in here. Wasn't very much of a fight. He just hit a man, that's all.
Johnny never hit a man on account of me.
Oh, no, wasn't that, Miss Frankie? Some man walked by and spilled a little gin on Johnny's new suit. It was an accident. The man didn't mean nothing, but Johnny hit him. Said the man ruined his suit. Johnny might have killed that man, except for the lady. He called Nellie. She fixed it.
Fixed it? How?
Took Johnny out of here for a little while. Then they come back. Johnny was smiling. Johnny was smiling and leaning close to this girl and telling her things. Then she'd be smiling, too, and laying her head up against Johnny's new yellow suit.
Yellow suit? Well, I didn't buy him a yellow suit.
That's the kind of suit he's wearing when he come back in here, Miss Frankie. Soft kind of yellow. Not the kind that screams at you. Whispery kind of yellow.
The one I bought him cost $100.
Oh, you couldn't buy that yellow suit for no $100. This was 5 pearl buttons on the coat, and the vest was silk, and there was a big gold chain across the front. Oh, that Johnny lighted up the place with a soft, pretty light.
I'd have bought him a suit like that if he'd asked me to. I'd have bought him anything he wanted.
You, never bought him no diamonds, did you?
Diamonds?
Yeah, like the one he's wearing on his little finger. Miss Frankie, that was the biggest diamond in the whole world. The brightest one, too. That Johnny ain't never gonna need a light to find his way around. Not with that diamond on his little finger.
I guess Nellie bought him that, too.
And the patent leather shoes. And the cane. I guess she likes him real well. Guess that Johnny got himself a woman.
Where'd they go, Jellycake?
Out of here. Some time ago. Must have been an hour.
Where?
He gave me $1 to play him a tune. He called me a tune and said, play it before I take my loving Nellie home.
You know where she lives?
Yeah, there where S-Line crosses Charteris, Miss Frankie. Third house down, left side.
Thanks, Jellycake.
What you gonna do?
You know what I'm gonna do.
You gonna kill him? Well, night, Miss Frankie.
You my man, Johnny?
All yours, Nellie. You my woman?
I ain't nobody else's. Oh, you gonna like it in Memphis, Johnny.
I'm gonna like it fine so long as you're there.
By and by after Memphis, we'll go on up to St. Louis. I can make out fine in St. Louis.
I know you can.
You ever been upriver, Johnny?
No farther than that.
Oh, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it fine.
Hey, we're gonna miss that morning boat lesson. You get on with your packing.
Yeah, always something gotta spoil the fun.
I'll get it, honey.
Here's the clarinet you sent me over to your place for, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. Anybody there?
No one.
That's good. Thanks.
Sure, Johnny.
Come on, Nellie, baby. Get along with that packing. I aim to play me some music before the boat pulls out in the morning.
That man took all of my money. That man took all of my love. He left me so sad and so lonely. My heart's a broken winged dove. He is my man, but he's doing me wrong. Got a big rock on his finger, bright yellow suit. got Nellie Bly. So driver, roll this hot. Gonna kill that man.
What'd you say, lady?
Gonna kill that man. Turn here. 3 houses down and stop.
I guess you want to go someplace after you leave here, lady. You want me to wait?
You can wait.
What do you want?
Where's Johnny?
I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
Nellie Bly live here?
She's gone, lady. She ain't never coming back.
A man with her? Wearing a yellow suit and a golden chain and a diamond ring?
Name's Johnny, huh? A gent. A real gent. He's gone, too. He's gone with Nellie Bly.
They talk about where they were going?
They talk about Memphis, St. Louis, about riding the riverboat come morning. That Johnny was a real sport. Laid a $5 bill right here where my hand is.
I only got $2.
Right here where my hand is. Thank you kindly.
What did you buy for $5, mister?
What I'm going to sell you for $2. Johnny sent me to his place to pick up something.
You're lying. Johnny ain't got nothing except what's on his back.
Got a clarinet. That's what he told me to get, that's all. What do you want Johnny for?
I got something to give him, too.
What's that?
A gun.
You find him, lady?
I know where he is. I know for sure where he is.
Yeah, is that where we're going?
To Kookaloo's.
Oh, on Basin Street.
That's right.
Yeah, I know where that is. It won't take long.
Cabby.
Yeah, lady.
I got no more money.
Oh.
I can't pay you for this ride, cabby.
You weren't kidding, were you, about what you said before?
About what?
About killing a man.
I wasn't kidding. I'm going to kill him.
This ride won't cost you nothing. I wish I had me a gal like you. Love me so much you'd kill for me. I wouldn't do a gal like that no wrong.
Where you think you're going, Frankie? Get out of my way, Nellie Bly. You can't go in that back room. Johnny won't even let me go in there, so he ain't gonna let you. I got no argument with you, so get out of my way. You got an argument with my sweet man. You got an argument with me. You want to go to Memphis, Nellie? I'm going. You want to go to St. Louis? I'm going there, too. Maybe you're going, and I ain't going to stop you. You're going to find another sweet man to go with. Not Johnny. Honey, he don't love you no more. He's tired of you. You told me. Told me lots of things. Told me about my gold hair and my red lips. Told me... You ain't going with Johnny, so get out of here, Nellie. Go on. Get out. Where you hold that gun, I guess I'd better. Get on that riverboat and never come back. Here? Yeah. Yeah, here.
Shame to kill him, Miss Frankie. He ain't much of a guy, but Johnny plays a lot of clarinet.
Get out, Chizo.
You oughtn't to kill him, Frankie.
When you leave here, mister, close the door. Johnny. Goodbye, Johnny. Oh, Johnny. Johnny.
Roll him over easy, boy. Roll him over slow.
Hey, what's going on in here?
He got shot, officer.
He did. You do it, Frankie?
I did it.
Then I gotta take you down to the jailhouse, Frankie. I brought you a chair to stand on, Frankie, in case you want to look out the jail window while he's passing by. You want to look? Climb on up and look, Frankie. What do you see?
I see a long black coffin. There's people in funeral clothes. Johnny's gone and cashed his checks. To the graveyard, my Johnny goes. There goes that rubber-tired carriage. There goes that rubber-tired hat. 12 men going to the graveyard. And 11 coming back. Johnny was my man. But he done me wrong. The story has no moral. Now this story has no end. This story only goes to show that there ain't no good in men. They'll do you wrong. Just as sure as you're born.
Suspense, in which Miss Margaret Whiting starred in Frankie and Johnny, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Frankie and Johnny was adapted from the folk song by David Friedkin and Mort Fine. Music by Leith Stevens. The part of Johnny was played by Shepard Menken. Also heard in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn, Joe DeSantis, Jay Novello, Corny Anderson, and Dawes Butler.
Suspense is another worldwide presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, William N. Robeson.
Considering the bad time the Spanish conquistador Pizarro gave the Incas of Peru some 400 years ago, you can hardly blame them for leaving a few booby traps scattered around the Andes. And while you may not consider the rainforests of the headwaters of the Amazon an exactly appropriate place for a honeymoon, you must agree that it is people with such wacky ideas who are apt to live dangerously. And dangerously they do live in Door of Gold, starring Myron McCormick. A tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
The Peruvian jungle is no place for a woman. But Janice insisted she was an archaeologist first and my bride second. It was rugged. In addition to the snakes, bugs, and mildew, there were the unfriendly Quechua Indians, each of whom claimed to be a direct descendant of the Inca, Manco Capac himself. It had been slow going. We excavated burial mound after burial mound and found nothing. Perhaps they were right. Maybe my translations were wrong and the Porto de Oro was only a legend. We had only one native guide, a sullen Indian named Juan. So everyone worked. Dr. Clayton, myself, even Janice. Inside the mound that morning, I could hear old Dr. Clayton and Janice chipping away. Suddenly, Janice shouted. What? What have you... Finally. The Porto de Oro.
Congratulations, Philip. You were right. Professor Wellman's translation was in error. Well, it's bound to make you famous, old boy. You realize that?
Oh, Phil, I'm so very pleased for you. They'll have to listen to you now.
I say, look. Even Juan is impressed.
Si, senor. For many lifetimes, my people have... Este muy magnifico. Es el Porto de Oro.
This burial mound was built against a mountainside. Like all ancient Inca structures, a marvel of shaped stone and grooved rock, fitted so neatly no mortar was required. We had torn down a section of the wall facing the mountain until the door was revealed. A door that glittered dully after Janice used chemicals to dissolve the corrosion. There was no mistaking it. Embossed on the metal was a rising sun, its rays throwing streamers of pure gold across the panel.
Is there anything in the inscription that would indicate how to open it?
Well, let's see. It says, light to the seeker comes through the shafts of God.
Well, that makes everything clear.
Oh, patience, child. Your impressions, Philip?
Well, you see where the sun slants through the cracks in the stones up there? See?
Yes.
Well, it hits the wall in two places.
I say. So they're the shafts of God. They're God.
Correct. Now, you take one, I'll try the other.
What should we try?
Well, I'd say press in on the stones where the light hits. Most of their hidden doors are counterbalanced.
That's it! You got it! It's moving in into the side!
In the beginning there was a golden child.
A chill crept along my spine. The religious chanting of the college-educated Juan, the scratch of stone on stone, and the musty odor that crept forth from the now-open tunnel raised the short hairs on the back of my neck. It was silly, I guess. The early sun streamed across the bare floor, but from that dank opening came the odor of death.
Smells pretty bad.
Oh, that child is inexperienced talking. The mere fact they're getting the odor means that there's circulation in there.
Well, how shall we handle the search inside?
Well, Dr. Clayton, if you wouldn't mind, we'd like to...
Oh, no, not really. I'll go in later. You and the child go. Honeymoon trip, cool darkness, young bride. Sounds romantic.
With that smell, I don't think I could raise a pucker.
You wish Juan to go, senor?
Well, if you don't mind, no. If anything happens, a pivot or a counterbalance stone or something closes the door, we'll need both of you out here to get it open again.
Si. We shall wait.
We quickly gathered the necessary equipment. I belted on 2 flashlights, the 4-battery type, and filled my side pack with spare batteries. Sidearms, medicine kit, sandwiches, water, of course. Finally, a rope. When we were tied together, I gave Janice the long bamboo probe.
Janice had better go in first, don't you think, old boy?
Yes, I think she should. Now, listen carefully, Janice. Yes. Both of our lives may depend on it. Walk lightly. Place your feet carefully and test each slab before stepping onto it.
Oh, now, gentlemen, please. I may just be out of college, but I have studied their culture. I know all about the flip-flop stones.
Very true, youngster. It is different in the classroom. There you can laugh at a mistake.
The most important thing is to remember if I should go through somewhere, you can't hold me unless you drop flat.
Okay. Let's go before I lose my nerve completely.
Go on.
Okay, senor.
I brought up the rifle so you and Dr. Clayton can keep an eye out for unfriendly natives. If anything should happen, fire 2 shots.
Si. Vaya con Dios, señor y señora.
Go with which God, Juan?
Oh, the Christian one, senora. The sun god. He would not like it.
We moved slowly down into the slanted passageway. Nervously, Janice stabbed at each of the fitted blocks with a long probe, while I mapped them, numbering them on our chart. The corridor slanted upward again, and the entrance was gone. We were alone. Suddenly, block 87 swung from under her, and she dropped through. Janice! Janice! You all right?
I don't know.
Can you reach your flash?
I think... Yes, I've got it.
What's down there?
It's not too deep. Maybe 30 feet.
Okay, hold tight. I'll pull you up. There you are. See, Daisy?
Oh, we're lucky that pivot stone didn't close. Oh, Phil, hold me close. That's better.
Darling. Oh, just think what this means. We'll make Professor Holloway and that entire bunch at the university crawl when we get back. No money, no official recognition, and all those so-called scholars peering down their noses at us. You wait. It'll be a pleasure to make them eat their words.
Yes, darling. Meanwhile, will you please mark that darned 87 block red?
We went on, skirting the still tilted lip of the pivot stone and inching forward. Twice more, we located swinging traps, the second over a swiftly moving stream. That was why the air was relatively good. Suddenly, Janice stopped, yanking on our connecting ropes.
Phil, I don't like the feel of this block.
What's the matter?
It's no pivot, but it's not solid. It feels like it wants to give downward. Counterbalance, maybe?
Don't put away on it. Let's work around it and see what's beyond.
Why, is that a door?
Yeah, some kind. That may be what Block 590 controls. You game?
To try it? Sure.
We went back to block number 590 on the chart. Janice lay flat, and I stepped gingerly on it. Sank about a foot, then the hollow thunder reached us. The pressure caught us a moment later.
Phil, what was that?
Afraid to think. Put your hand down near the tunnel floor. Feel anything?
No. Why? Should I?
No, I'm afraid not. We've lost our air circulation.
Oh, Phil.
Probably means 590 closed the main entrance.
Maybe Juan and Dr. Clayton will open it in a minute.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll go on a bit. Perhaps that second panel opened at the same time.
Don't you think we ought to go back?
Why? We can't open it from the inside. They'll either get it open or they won't. We crept along silently until we reached the second door. It had not moved. Remembering the entrance, we fumbled with the stones on either side, but they didn't work. We found the combination by accident. None of the stones helped, but when we moved to either end of our rope, preparing to go back, both blocks moved downward slightly, and it opened.
Oh, Phil.
They can't hurt you. They've been sitting there for over 400 years.
You mean they were trapped here? In their own hidden passage?
No, it was the bidding of their sun god. They sat there until it no longer mattered.
How awful.
Yeah, in one way. Yet in another, rather magnificent. When Pizarro raided their city in the sky, what gold they had not thrown in Lake Titicaca was brought down into this tunnel. They stayed to guard it.
Phil, put your arms around me until I stop shaking.
I managed to soothe her jangled nerves, but there was no one to calm mine. Where was the confounded air circulation? The minute the outer door opened, we would feel it. Surely if Juan wasn't tall enough, Clayton could rig something for him to stand on, or was there something else? We made quick work of it going back. Using the other flash in the chart, we hurried along the tunnel, carefully avoiding the marked traps, until we made the last dip and reached the golden door. It was still closed.
Dr. Clayton! Dr. Clayton, open the door!
Save your strength. That door is 2 feet thick. Clayton! We're back. Can you get it open?
Juan! Dr. Clayton! Can you hear us?
Si, senora. Juan is here.
Juan! Where's Dr. Clayton? The two of you can get this open.
Very sad, senor. The good doctor, he has had an accident.
An accident? What kind of a... Well, never mind now. Go get help. Open door. You hear?
Si, Juan is here, but he cannot do this.
Cannot? What do you mean?
From nowhere, the sun god closed door. You, his guest, he would not like if you leave. Juan, stop Dr. Clayton from sacrilege.
Please!
Juan! What's that noise? What are you doing?
Sun god not one passage found. Juan must rebuild walls.
Phil, what are we going to do? How can we get out?
Losing our heads won't help. We might... What's the altitude of this burial mound?
I don't remember. Wait a minute. Dr. Clayton marked it yesterday. About 3,600 feet above sea level. Why?
Now, think a minute. My translation said the Puerto de Oro would be here.
Yes.
It was. Now, that means this tunnel must be the one which leads up to Machu Picchu. So, if Clayton's figures are nearly correct, it's about a mile west and 3 miles straight up inside the mountain.
Oh, that's a welcome idea. I thought maybe...
I know. Come here. Honey, we mustn't ever give up. We're both trained. We studied the ancient Incas. And if anybody can outwit them, we can.
Thank you, darling. I'm all right now. Let's go.
We went back into the now familiar part of the tunnel, counting blocks and squeezing past the dangerous ones. When we reached the second doorway, we stopped.
Poor devils. They don't look so frightening the second time. All huddled over their belongings.
Janice, what's wrong with you? Now, look here. Pardon me, old man. There. Does that look like personal belongings to you?
Good heavens. I forgot. Is all of that gold?
Pure gold. What you're staring at is the ransom of the Inca sun god. Pizarro murdered him, so the Incas hid the gold here to prevent the Spanish from finding it.
Why, there must be millions.
Yeah. Even at the tiny percentage that would be allowed us by the Peruvian government, this would make us wealthy for life.
Would?
Okay. Will. That better? It was hard to keep the note of doubt from creeping into my voice. The gold had been here 4 centuries. Why? Well, it didn't make sense unless... There was no trouble with traps the next half mile until...
Bill, another door. Seems bigger.
Let's try the same positions as before. It might work.
It's moving. Scares me stiff when I start to drop that way.
Keep your eyes open. We're getting tired. We're getting to be sloppy.
What's that? Down there ahead. Oh, Phil, I'm sorry. Counterbalance.
Oh, what's the difference? May as well have that one closed, too. I doubt if we'll be back. Up, until it seemed as if our legs must drop off. And then, suddenly I heard Janice slump to the steps ahead. Janice, you all right?
I guess so. There's another door. Use the light.
Yeah, sure, honey. Now rest yourself. Oh, no.
What's wrong?
It was all there, right in Almagra's diary. All I had to do was read simple Spanish. No, I've got to be clever and find the Puerto de Oro anyway.
Hell, that isn't a door?
No, it's not. In the diary, Diego Almagra wrote, "Their gods were angry and the mountain shook." Look, you see that step? It's sheared right in half.
Earthquake.
Right. When the quake struck, it shifted the other half of the tunnel. Maybe 200 or 300 feet one way or another. This is a dead end.
Oh, no. It can't be. You're trying to frighten me. Bill, don't kill around. Open it, please. Please, Bill.
Stop that. You hear me? Stop it. Right now. Going to pieces won't help. I hated to slap her, but I had to. And she understood. She didn't say a word. She just turned and went slowly back down. It seemed hours before we reached the bottom of the stairs. Well, the air was much better. Minor consolation. So we would die of thirst and hunger instead of suffocation. We came up against the first of the closed doors. And it wasn't that easy. We tried combination after combination. Then, just as we were ready to drop from exhaustion, we happened to move back from the door, she on the third block and I on the sixth. Instantly, there was that sinking sensation, and the door moved toward us and disappeared flush into the wall.
Oh, come on, Phil, move. If it works on the next door, it might work.
Yes, I know what it might, but we'll take it easy. Charge or no charge, it's dangerous to rush.
Oh, don't be silly.
I felt sick. There was no tension on the rope. The revolving pivot stone had cut it easily. I scrambled to the pivot stone and lay at arm's length while I tried to move it. No dice. Nervously, I felt for the flash and pressed the button. Nothing happened. Again, I tried and cut my finger as I found the reason. The lens and bulb were smashed. I fumbled for the other flash. It, too, had broken. I was alone in the darkness. Must think. Pressure. Yeah, that was it. Pressure. The third block back needed weight. I crawled to the nearest skeletons and dragged them aside, digging for the sacks of gold beneath. I crawled slowly, tugging some of the heavy ingots with me. Finally, I had a pile of them on the block where I had been standing. I crawled back to the pivot stone. This time it moved. Janice, can you hear me?
Bill, thank heaven. Turn the flash down here and let me see.
Can broke when I tried to stop your fall. Both of them. Are you hurt?
I don't think so. I landed on a bunch of old friends.
Is it deep?
I don't think
Janice, what's wrong?
Don't know. It had eyes. It's gone. Can you get the rope down to me?
Can you estimate how far?
Wait. I've got the match tin. Wait. There. Can you see me all right?
Yeah. Now, you're lucky. There's quite a pile of them. I'd say 15 feet. Stay still. I'll rig something. I took the remainder of the cord, fortunately, about 9 feet, and tied my belt to it. I added my shirt to the upper end and lowered it through the half-moon opening. Janice, light another match. Okay. Now, here. Can you reach that?
Yes. I've got it.
Easy. I've got my shirt on this end. Just take your end and square knot the two.
I can't. Oh, darn. No. There. It's together. Are you ready?
Don't try to help. I want to get hold of the belt before I really pull. Easy. That pivot standing straight up. Don't touch it. We might not be so lucky a second time.
Phil. Let me just hold you for a second.
I'll teach you to run in tunnels. Well, come on now. And cross everything. We've still got a chance. That's all it was. A chance. We edged down the tunnel in the dark, staying close together now since the rope was gone. We tested everything carefully. Then found the second door. It was a thrill to stand on the third and sixth blocks and feel them move. I used one of the precious matches to refresh our minds from the chart. Then we began to count backward, walking hand in hand.
15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. This is awful. 8, 7. Oh, Phil, 6.
Hold it. I'll stay here and pray. You go to 3.
Here goes nothing.
It's opening. Come on.
Juan had rebuilt the wall. But we found no trouble knocking the stones down from inside. At last we were free. Blackness had long settled on the jungle. It was dark in the mound, but to us it was bright. I saw Janice on her knees beside Dr. Clayton.
He's dead.
I'm not surprised.
Phil, what's that?
Come on, run! Run! Get out of here!
I told Dr. Clayton only yesterday that overhang was dangerous.
No, that was man-made. You see up there?
Where?
Against the night sky? That's Juan. Hiding the sun god's horde. And mud.
We didn't even get a little smidgen of gold. With Dr. Clayton gone, they'll never believe your discovery.
Forget it. Let them keep on believing Wellman's translations. Me for Cusco and home. Coming?
Try and stop me.
Suspense. in which Myron McCormick starred in William N. Robeson's production of Door of Gold by E. Scott Floor. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. McCormick in Door of Gold were Shirley Mitchell as Janice, Jay Novello as Juan, and Ramsey Hill as Dr. Clayton. Original musical score composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. You'd think that jewelry worth $100,000 would shine through a concrete wall. But later on today, when yours truly, Johnny Dollar, tries to locate a boodle of missing gems, the sparklers seem to be lost in darkness. Johnny Dollar, however, is an insurance investigator. For all that his work is adventuresome, he has to work for a living like anybody else. And where those missing gems are concerned, he cannot take no for an answer. For thrill-a-minute listening, follow him to the end of the Templeton Matter, when the next thrill-packed episode of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, comes your way over most of these same stations a little later on in the day today.
Look at the calendar hanging on the wall, and you wonder if it's you or the day that makes it look so uninspiring. And you decide it's the calendar. They just aren't making good calendars anymore. You squirm around in your chair and take a look at the clock. 11:44. 11:44 of a Friday morning that shouldn't have happened. It's that dull. You swing back to your desk and pick up the phone. Detective Bureau, Lieutenant McDougal speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Bill Rand out at the Hillway Airport.
Yes, Mr. Rand, what can we do for you?
Well, I want to report a stolen plane.
I see. A what?
An airplane. It's been stolen. I want to report it.
Well, now, look, Mr. Rand, we take reports on stolen articles here, cars, things like that, but a stolen airplane...
I know there isn't much anyone can do about a stolen plane, but the trouble is, it's in the air.
Well, that figures.
The man who's flying it can't fly.
Well, in that case, you have nothing to... What?
I tried to stop him, but he had a gun.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Rand. Suppose we begin at the beginning.
Well, this guy, he goofs around the field all the time, one of those hangar flyers. But today he showed up around 11 o'clock and said he decided to start taking lessons. So...
Hold it, Mr. Rand, just a moment. Frank.
Yeah, Mac.
Get on the extension and take this report.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Rand, what was the man's name?
Regan. Charles Regan.
His address?
423...
Excuse me, Mr. Rand. My other phone's ringing. You go ahead and give the report to the sergeant. I'll be back with you in a minute.
Okay.
Hello. Detective Bureau, Lieutenant McDougal speaking. Oh, yes. Yeah, now, wait a moment. Where are you calling from? Yeah, I see. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, fine, Mrs. Stevens. We'll see what we can do right away, and thanks for calling. Mr. Rand.
Yes, Lieutenant?
I think we found your plane.
Oh, that's great. Where is it?
Well, the lady I just talked to wasn't too accurate, but according to her, was flying up and down in front of her house on Delaplane Avenue.
Flying up and down?
Well, that's the lady's way of putting it. I figure what she meant was that it was buzzing the street in front of her house.
Good Lord, Lieutenant, he's liable to crash that thing. You got to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Rand, but there's only one thing I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
What would you suggest? Yeah, the man's right. You got to do something. But what? Reach out with a long arm and pluck the plane out of the sky? Put out a call to the radio cars and tell them to bring in an idiot in a stolen plane? You look at the report that Frank's taken and you try to figure out your first move. Any move.
Here's the fellow's name and address.
Yeah, it's probably a phony.
No, I don't think so, Lieutenant. Rand said he got it off the man's driver's license.
Yeah, well, we can take a run out there, I guess, but it isn't going to help us to get him down. Did Rand say anything to you about why he thought the guy wanted the plane?
No. He said he acted fine until they got out to the takeoff line and warmed up the engine. Then he said the guy suddenly pulled his gun out and shoved it in his ribs and told him to get out.
Mm-hmm. So he got out.
What would you do, Lieutenant?
I'd get out. I'll get it with you, Frank.
Yeah. Detective Bureau, Sergeant Kelly speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, we've already got a report on that, sir. Where are you calling from? The courthouse. Yes, sir. Yes, we'll do all we can, sir. Thank you. Now what? Plane just rolled his wheels on the roof of the courthouse. They got a panic on their hands down there.
All right, Frank, get out a bulletin to the civil defense people. Alert the fire department, the sheriff's office, all of our cars. Tell them what we've got and to expect anything. I'm going to see if the Air Force can help us. You grab your phone and call the air base on the edge of town. It takes a little doing, but finally you get a colonel who's interested but firm.
Look, Lieutenant, I assure you we'd like to help, but what can we do?
Well, I thought maybe you could scramble a couple of your planes and, well, sort of head him off, make him go away from the city.
I'm afraid our jets can't fly that slow, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Only somebody's got to do something to get this guy down before he kills a lot of people.
Has he got a radio in his plane?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute, Colonel. Frank, did Rand say anything about a radio in the plane?
He didn't mention it, Lieutenant.
We don't know, Colonel.
Well, I was thinking that if he had a radio and he had it turned on the tower frequency, we could contact him from here. At least talk to him.
Well, look, can you try it? If you can get him, maybe we can make him see what he's doing.
What's the number and make of his ship?
Wait a minute. I got it here in the report somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is. It's a Cessna single engine, number N4091. Is that what you want?
That's it. If you want to wait on the phone, I'll have the tower put out a call right away.
Yeah, fine. I'll wait. You sit there waiting for the colonel to come back, and the minutes tick by, and you try to figure out some way to do this thing right. And you can't. If he has a radio, if he has the radio turned on, why would he have it on? You listen to the phones, and you hear Frank and the other people in the office taking calls. They're coming in faster now, and they're all about the same thing. An airplane with a fool in it who seems to be trying to kill himself. Trying to kill himself. Of course. But you can talk suicides out of it. You've done it more than once. Then the colonel's back on the phone again.
No luck, Lieutenant. He either doesn't have a radio or he doesn't have it turned on. We called him on all the frequencies and there was no answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, thanks for trying anyway, Colonel. You might keep calling.
I'll do that. And if we raise him, where can we reach you?
Call the Detective Bureau and ask for me. They can get me in my car if I'm out. And thanks, incidentally, very much.
Hillway Airport, Bill Rand speaking.
Hello, Mr. Rand. This is Lieutenant McDougal.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. You got a line on my plane yet?
Now, listen, Rand. Did that ship have a radio in it?
Yes.
Well, good. Was it turned on?
Yeah.
You sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. I turned it on myself.
Well, the airbase tower has been trying to reach the plane. It doesn't answer.
It doesn't that? Oh, wait a minute. I remember. While we were taxiing out to the flight line, I turned it down.
Why?
Well, I'd already gotten tower clearance.
Oh, but if it's on, why can't this character hear it?
The engine noise would be too loud.
Oh, great. Okay, Mr. Rand, thanks. Frank.
Yes, Lieutenant.
We can't do anything here but answer phones. Let's take a ride out to the guy's address and see what we can find. Maybe he's got a wife that can tell us something.
Such as what?
Such as how do I know such as? But we can't sit around here waiting until he's crashed. At least we might find out why he's doing what he's doing.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Come on, let's go.
Nice looking place.
Yeah, I hope someone's home.
Yes?
Mrs. Regan?
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant McDougal. This is Sergeant Kelly.
Police?
We're from the Detective Bureau. Your husband is Charles Regan?
Yes, that's right, but...
I wonder if we could talk to you for a moment, Mrs. Regan, about your husband.
Well, yes, of course, but is something wrong? Is he hurt?
No, not yet, Mrs. Regan, but tell me, has he ever flown an airplane?
Charles? Why, no. Oh, he sometimes goes out and hangs around the airport out at Hillway, but he's never flown a plane. I don't think he's even been up in one.
Well, can you think of any reason why he might want to take a plane?
Take a plane?
Fly one, Mrs. Regan. Take it up into the air.
Now, what's this all about? These questions don't make any sense.
Well, what's happened doesn't make sense to us either. Your husband went out to the Hillway Airport less than an hour ago, Mrs. Regan, and took an airplane away from the flying instructor, and he flew off in it.
He could kill himself.
Know any reason why your husband would want to kill himself, Mrs. Regan?
No.
Everything all right between the two of you?
I resent that, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but sometimes we have to ask questions like that.
Of course everything is all right between us, only...
Only what?
Well, Chuck doesn't like people much. He sort of feels everyone's against him. He's so full of hate. And then this morning...
What happened this morning?
He was fired. Came home around 10:30 and told me he was fired.
Where did he work?
At the television station.
And what kind of work did he do there?
Well, he's sort of an idea man. He thinks up scripts and ideas and all. He has a lot of talent.
I'm sure he has, ma'am.
But somehow they just don't appreciate him. When they fired him this morning, it was the last straw. It was like somebody I didn't know. I'll show them, he said. I'll show them I hate them. I hate them all.
Does he hate you, Mrs. Regan?
Oh, no, Lieutenant. No, Chuck loves me. Oh, no, I can't believe it. Of course, my husband was upset, almost sick maybe, but he wouldn't do anything like this.
Wouldn't he? Well, look up there.
N4091. That's the plane, Lieutenant.
Is that your husband, Mrs. Regan?
Yes! Yes, I can see him. He's waving to me. Chuck! Chuck!
15.
And now, we continue with 227 minutes of hate starring Charles McGraw, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now you have a little more to go on. Not much, but a little. Now you know that Charles Regan is sick with hate. A hate that has given him the nerve to steal an airplane and the courage to fly it. Hate that may destroy him and who knows how many other people. You have to know more about this sick man before you can even begin to help him. And you haven't much time. His gas tank is racing the second hand right toward death. So you tell Mrs. Regan to stay near a phone in case you need her. And your next stop is the television station where Regan was employed up until this morning. The picture becomes a little more clear as you talk with the station manager, Carl Van Alden.
He must be crazy. He's got to be.
Why did you fire him, Mr. Alden?
I didn't fire him. I let him go.
Why?
Well, don't you try to implicate me in this insanity.
But why did you let him go?
He couldn't cut the mustard.
Well, I understand from his wife that he had a lot of talent.
Well, I'm the judge of talent around here. And in my book, if I ran this station on the judgment of housewives, I wouldn't be in business very long.
Has Regan been back around here yet?
Back here? You said he was up in the air.
Well, that's exactly what I mean. Back around here in that plane.
Why should he come back here?
Well, I've got the impression that Regan's awfully sore at someone. And my hunch is that someone is you.
A man has the right to run his business as he sees fit.
Oh, of course, Mr. Van Alden. And a man has a right to get mad about the way you run your business. Now, if the man is mad enough to go out and steal a plane, he can't...
Crazy enough, you mean?
Perhaps. If a man is that mad, I got a funny feeling he wouldn't stop there.
What are you driving at?
I have a feeling that a man that full of hate would... Well, he would go for the man who hurt him.
Hurt?
Yeah, hurt. Like the guy who fired him. If I were that mad, I might even fly my airplane into the building where he worked.
Nonsense.
Well, maybe. But if I were you, I'd start thinking about evacuating this place.
Evacuate? Evacuate the building? Why, that's absurd.
Not if someone's thinking about flying an airplane down your throat.
Lieutenant McDougal, you're a policeman. Naturally, you think of things from your point of view. But think of mine for a minute.
I thought I was.
Oh, I don't mean my personal safety. I have a public trust. I must stay on the air. And then, well, think of the miserable publicity the station would get if all of a sudden, in the middle of a broadcasting day, I shut down and ordered everyone to leave the building. Why, it could be embarrassing.
It could be pretty embarrassing, Mr. Van Alden, if you didn't order your people out and your former employee flew his airplane right through your roof and killed them all.
He wouldn't dare.
He might.
Well, I won't do it, Lieutenant. I will not be intimidated by a crazy man. Besides, I don't think he has the nerve.
He had the nerve to steal the plane, and he's sore at you. And he's flying around over the city like a punch-drunk moth. You don't think he'll do it? Well, I do. And I hope above everything else that I'm wrong.
I'll put out some bulletins, Lieutenant. Warn the people about what's going on. I'll use what facilities I can. Do a public service job. But I will not order an evacuation. That I will not do.
Okay, at least it might have.
Good Lord.
You got an antenna on the top of this building, Mr. Van Alden?
Yes, of course. Two of them, as a matter of fact.
Well, I think your friend just flew between them. He flies pretty good for a guy that doesn't know how to fly.
But he can't do that. He might hit them. He might
even want to, if he's a sore Jew as I think he is.
Well, you've got to do something.
Yeah, I know. In fact, I heard that somewhere else today, and you know what, Mr. Van Alden?
What?
I'm beginning to get a little tired of it. Yeah, you're getting a little tired of it, and very tired of Van Alden. You can almost begin to feel sorry for Regan. But then he makes another pass at the towers, and you forget about being sorry for him. Matter of fact, you start thinking about getting out of there. Then Van Alden's secretary buzzes him and says there's a phone call for you, and you pick up the phone, and the colonel of the Air Force.
I'm glad I found you, Lieutenant. We made contact with the plane.
You have?
Yes, we got on the radio. He answered our call, and we've got him on the tower frequency.
Look, that's great. Now just keep him occupied. Keep him talking. Say anything to keep him from thinking up new stunts in that thing. Can you do that?
We can try, Lieutenant.
I'll be there as fast as I can make it.
Air Force 306. You're clear for straight-in approach. Traffic, 3F-86 outbound. 1T-33 on final. Over.
Roger, clear for straight-in approach. Air Force 306.
Hello, Lieutenant. I'm glad you got here so fast.
You still got him, Colonel?
Yeah, we've been talking to him. He's not too receptive.
How'd you get him to turn up his radio?
Must have been a fluke. Evidently, he made a fairly steep dive on something, and when he pulled up, his knee hit the volume knob. First thing we knew, he answered one of our calls.
Yeah, well, look, I want to talk to him. Can you get him for me?
Sure. Try the Cessna again, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Cessna. 4091. This is Air Force Tower calling Cessna 4091. Come in, please, Cessna. Over.
Hello, Air Force. This is me. What's on your mind now?
Let me have that mic. Hello. Regan, can you hear me, Regan?
Yeah, sure I can hear you. Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant McDougal of the Detective Bureau. Now, listen, Regan. I want you to fly that plane away from the city.
Sorry, Lieutenant. I'm trying to get my liking up here over the city, and I'm going to stay here.
Look, Regan, you've got to think of the people who are going to get killed if you crash that thing into a building.
I've been thinking of them, Lieutenant. And I'm sorry for them, but I got something to do that's more important.
Listen to me, Regan. Go ahead. Kill yourself if that's what you want to do. But don't kill a lot of innocent people while you're doing it.
Lieutenant, you're wasting your time. I'm getting so I can aim this plane pretty well. As soon as I get tired of flying it around the city, I'm going to fly it right into those towers on top of the television station. I've been pretty close a couple of times. And when I get ready, I won't be close. I'll be right on target.
Regan, you're acting like a kid who lost his lollipop. So you got fired. A lot of people get fired. A lot of people get fired and don't deserve it. They don't go out and try to kill everybody. You say you can aim that plane pretty well? Okay, aim it towards the Air Force base on the edge of town. You ought to be able to find it. We'll get the crash trucks out, and we'll do everything we can to...
Save it, Lieutenant, save it. If you want to use those crash trucks, send them over to the television station. I'll give them a show they won't forget for a long time. Now, knock it off. You bore me.
Regan. Listen, Regan. Answer me.
His radio's still answered. I can hear the carrier hum.
Yeah. Phone.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get on the phone and tell the boys to start evacuating the television station immediately. Right. And ask Radio Central to get a car to Mrs. Regan's house and bring her out here. Tell them to hurry. Maybe she can talk some sense into him. You light a cigarette and stand in the control tower listening to the babble of voices from the sky. And you try to think what you've left undone. The clock says 2:14. 2 hours and 29 minutes since that phone call that started this nightmare. And you're no better off now than you were then. You suddenly think of Rand's report and the words gas aboard, approximately 3 hours. If he'd only run out of gas in the country somewhere, but you know he won't. You know he means what he said about flying down into the towers. And you begin to get scared. The clock moves around to 2:45. You've called Regan regularly, and he's answered twice. And his answers haven't helped. And then at last, Mrs. Regan arrived.
Lieutenant, have you talked to him?
Yes, Mrs. Regan, but he won't listen to me. Maybe he'll listen to you.
Well, what can I tell him?
You can tell him you love him. You can tell him whatever a woman tells the man she's in love with that'll make him listen.
Oh.
There's very little time left. You're the last chance we have.
Mrs. Regan, before you talk to him, I think you ought to know something.
Yes.
We've offered to help him land the plane here. We can do that. We've done it in bad weather with people who've had very little experience.
Chuck's never flown before.
I know, Mrs. Regan, but the main thing is to get him to come over here and make his try where we can help him. I want you to understand that we can help him if he'll let us.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to call him now, Mrs. Regan. And if he doesn't answer me, I'll give you the mic. You can call him, okay?
Yes, all right.
Hello, Regan. Regan, this is Tower calling you, Regan. Can you hear me? Regan, your wife is here and wants to talk to you. You tried, Mrs. Regan.
Maybe he's not even up there anymore.
Maybe. But all we can do is try, Mrs. Regan. Now, please.
Like this?
Yes, that's right. Just talk into the mic and ask him to answer you.
Yes. Chuck, please. If you hear me, please answer me.
I hear you, Lil. But I won't listen, honey. Just go away, please, and let me work this out my own way.
Chuck, they can help you land your plane if you let them. Chuck, please. Please, darling, do what they tell you.
Lil, baby, I'm sorry. I told you how I felt about the job. I told you what they were trying to do to me.
Darling, they weren't doing anything personal to you. Maybe they didn't understand you, but...
They talk, but they never come through. Well, I'm going to come through for them, Lil. I'm going to put this thing right down their throats. I'll give them something to remember Charlie Regan for.
He's getting hysterical, Mrs. Regan. Make him mad or something. Say something to get him back.
Chuck, please. You can work somewhere else. You can get another job. You've got talent. And you're young. And I love you. I love you.
Lil, baby. Oh, listen, baby, I don't want to hurt you. I never wanted to do anything to hurt you. Yeah, I gotta do this now. Don't you see? I can't quit this time.
You won't be quitting. You'll be winning, Chuck. Don't you see, darling? You'll be winning.
Oh, baby, I don't want to hurt you.
Bring the plane over here, Chuck. Please let them help you. Please.
But I don't know whether I could do it. I don't know whether I could get the thing down even if I could find the field.
You can try, Chuck. You can try.
Okay, I'll try it. And honey.
Yes, darling.
I'm not mad anymore. I'm just scared. If I don't make it, please know I didn't want to hurt you. I never wanted to hurt you.
I know. I don't think you ever wanted to hurt anybody.
We better try to get him over here. He hasn't got much gas left.
Right. Take over, Sergeant. Talk him down.
Yes, sir. Hello, Regan. Can you read me? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay. Now, I want you to do just as I tell you. First, climb slowly up to 3,000 feet. Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so. The thing says 1,500 now. Is that the right one?
It should be. Watch it as you climb and see if it goes up.
Yeah, I've been watching it. It goes up and down when I do.
Okay, that's the one. Now, can you see the field from where you are? Look around carefully and see if you can see a big spread-out field with several runways. Long concrete strips.
Yeah, I can see it. You're pretty far away, but I think you're what I see.
Okay, now keep climbing and steer towards us. Just take it easy and I'll tell you what to do. Now, I want you to get used to some of the things you're going to have to do when you start letting down for your landing. First, there's a small lever or a wheel.
You watch in
somewhere
complete
marked.
fascination as the sergeant
When you
speaks.
find it?
Calmly, quietly, almost hypnotically.
It's a lever.
He makes it sound easy, almost like driving a car, and you begin to have hope. You actually begin to dare to hope that you'll work this thing out. Get this kid down, out of trouble.
You see what you're flying
You look at the
over?
clock, and it's 3:07.
Yeah, it's sort of scattered houses and what looks like a dry riverbed.
Fine. You're about halfway here. Now, when I tell you, I want you to slow down and pull that lever down. I'll tell you when, but think about it so you can do it.
Hey, the engine's sputtering. I think it's quitting.
Listen to me, Regan. If it quits, keep the nose down and don't slow down under 80.
It's quit. It's all finished.
Head for the river bottom. Keep the speed at 80 and head for the river bottom. If you can get there, slow down by easing back on the wheel and let her lose speed when you're right on the sand.
I can't do it. I don't think I can do it.
Chuck, please try. Please. I love you.
What's his chances, Sarge?
He could make it. He could make it if he remembers to kill his speed. I don't know.
Don't worry, he'll make it, Mrs. Regan. I'm sure he'll make it. You say the words, but you don't feel them. You wish you could believe them, but who's kidding? A guy in an airplane crash landing in a riverbed. You know there's not much chance. And you stand there waiting. And time keeps running, but for you and Mrs. Regan, it's run out. And then the colonel picks up a phone that suddenly rings, and he's excited. And he hands the phone to you, and you listen to a voice on the other end.
He come right down over to my house and banged down on the alfalfa. I thought he was going to take the roof off.
How about the pilot? Is he hurt?
I don't figure he is. Won't get out of the plane, but he don't seem to be hurt. Just sits there staring out the window. Plane ain't hurt much neither, as far as I can see. It just come down and skidded around a little and stopped. He must be a right good pilot to bring that thing down like that. Real good.
Yeah. Even better than you know. We'll be right out to get him, and thanks for calling. Well, you hang up the phone and reach for a cigarette. And you take the first real breath you've had since 11:44 that morning. 3 hours and 47 minutes of fear and terror for hundreds of helpless people because some guy let his hate get away from him. 227 minutes of hate. And you look at Mrs. Regan and you remember the way she sounded when she talked to her husband. Somehow you feel that it'll work out okay for Chuck Regan now that he's got rid of his hate.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
It is a principle of law that a man cannot be charged, convicted, and sentenced twice for the same crime. But there is no law in the books that says a man cannot murder his wife over and over again in his fantasy. For a man of sufficient imagination, repetitive uxoricide can indeed become a pleasant way of bringing time to a stop, as Vincent Price accomplishes it in present tense, a tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Through the dim pane, the cold, dark land wheels away, and the hills beyond, below the stars, are black and sharp. Dead hills, dark sky. Cold steel below my feet, cold as the face of the officer at my side, cold as the cuffs which link my arm to his, which join us on this journey to the prison where I die.
Want a cigarette?
No.
Go on, take one.
No, I don't smoke cigarettes.
Okay.
Has this happened to you before?
What?
Being handcuffed to a murderer, has it happened to you before?
Sure, plenty times.
To an axe murderer?
Yep. You're not the special, brother. Lots of guys axe their wives. Lots of them.
I could have escaped after I killed her, but I didn't. Now it's too late. Late. Ever too late. Never too late. Too late. Escape. If the train were to be wrecked, if the detective were to be killed. Late. The sweet escape, the light escape, the crash escape. No. Oh, no. Oh, the darkness. Where am I? The cars must have gone down the gully. No light. And those people in pain. And this thing fastened to my wrist. Oh, we must have gone halfway through the glass door. Keep back from his blood. I don't seem to be hurt. No broken bones. Escape. Now the key in his pocket. In his bloody pocket, and the cuffs are off. His gun and the wallet. His face is gone. His own mother would know him. I'm free. Fire! Fuel oil! I must get away. Here. Now my ring onto his finger, and that completes it.
Bus number 63 from Bakersfield now arriving. Please claim your luggage at the curb. Bus number 14.
Taxi, mister?
Yes.
Where to?
Up Beverly Glen above Sunset. I'll show you where.
Gotcha. Hey, you read about a big train wreck?
Yes. Understand almost 100 were killed. My home. It looks so small, so shabby. No one took care of it during the trial. No one cared. No one cares now. But that's good. I like that. I'll be alone, and I won't let the neighbors see me, and I'll sleep and figure out where I go next. The lights are on. Someone is there.
Ain't it slick, huh? The whole thing was so slick.
You'll always be the brains for both of us, won't you, honey, huh? Always.
No, it can't be. She's dead. I know she's dead. I killed her.
Want another bottle of beer, honey, huh?
Yeah, sure. Is it cold?
You bet it's cold, honey. But I'm not.
You said a mouthful there.
That husband of mine was never able to make me feel like this.
Well, it takes a man, baby.
All he would do was sit around and write those poems all the time.
We framed it so good that he even thought he killed you.
What was that? I heard a noise.
Mice.
You're funny. You know that? Real funny.
Open the kitchen door so quietly and walk softly. Here on the wall by the stove, the cleaver.
Honest, I hear something.
Hey, you're nervous. Here, relax just a little bit more.
I see them now. It is she. But how did they do it? How did they trick me into imagining the murder? I am innocent.
Sweetmeats. That's what you are. Sweetmeats.
Lover man.
The pig in his dirty undershirt. Soft, weak, white neck. Fat on his arms. Pig! Grip the cleaver and walk like a feather. He shall be the first. Soft, white neck.
Honestly, I hear some...
What's the matter, Sweetmeats? What's it?
You killed him!
Yes. And now you.
No!
I was innocent, and I thought myself guilty. And now I am truly guilty. And never in my life have I felt so innocent. Like a dream, like a nightmare, the confession, the conviction, the sentence. And now once more, dark night, cold steel, the sound of wheels. Just as I lived it before. Why, even the cold face of the silent officer at my side. Hard, cold face, so much like that other face.
Want a cigarette?
No.
Oh, go on, take one.
No, I don't use them.
Okay.
Has this happened to you before?
What?
Being handcuffed to a murderer? Has it happened to you before?
Oh, sure, plenty times.
To an axe murderer?
Yep. You're nothing special, brother. Lots of guys axe their wives. Lots of them.
But were you ever cuffed to an axe murderer who killed two people at once?
What are you talking about?
My sin, my crime, what I did, I killed them both.
Them? Oh, take it easy, brother. You only killed your wife. Just her. Just one, that's all.
In a moment, we continue with William N. Robeson's production of Suspense.
Looking for a new lease on life? Never mind the legal language. Just tune in on the happy things that happen 6 times a week on the Amos and Andy Music Hall. New and old song favorites say cheerful things with music. Remember, the fun is on the house every Monday through Friday evening and each Saturday in the daytime, when the Amos and Andy Music Hall comes your way.
We continue with Present Tense, starring Mr. Vincent Price. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It had been raining for some days now. And beyond the barred window, the leaden sky bleeds sorrow on the barren land. The lonely land. The land beyond the prison wall. The sky was blue when first I came here. Blue. So blue. And now it has become as the walls of my cell, of all our cells, dark, cheerless cells, these lifeless cells, these cells of men who wait to die. That wet sky, gray sky, cheerless sky. But it is beautiful. I have 12 hours left of life. 12 hours left to live. Beautiful sky, beautiful, beautiful. Wet and fresh and alive. Oh, rather would I spend eternity at the bottom of a well with but one patch of that to gaze upon than leave this life, than leave this earth, than leave this sky. But leave it I must. The guard told me no man has ever escaped San Quentin's death row. Blocks and bars, guards and guns lie between me and the world beyond. No escape. Not from here. But wouldn't it be nobler to gamble my life in bold attempt than lay it down in reckless resignation, eh? So, now to get out of this super-guarded area. Oh, guard! Oh!
Hey, pipe down. What's wrong? Hey, what's the matter with you?
Guard, my gut, here, it's killing me.
I'll call a medic.
Now, as I press, you tell me where it hurts.
Everywhere, Doc. All over down here. The air. Oh, don't touch that place again, no.
Call the ambulance. This man's got appendicitis.
Oh, do something, please.
Hey, what do I do? Why didn't they send somebody with you?
Well, the interns are all tied up. Shots today.
Oh, look, he's acting kind of crazy. Let's get him over to the hospital in a hurry.
I can't drive any faster. My windshield's steamed.
So wipe it.
You got a rag?
Look, here. You can use my handkerchief.
Hey, what's going on back there?
Your pal's out cold. And I've got his gun now. So keep right on driving, or the top of your head comes off.
You won't get away with this.
I will. I'm betting my life that I will. How far back is the prison?
About 15 miles, at least that.
Okay, pull over. Okay. I'm taking her from here. And you, I want your money and your clothes. And then you can take your pal back and explain about me. They won't find that ambulance for days, not at the bottom of that canyon. And now, I cross the border on foot and into Mexico. A little card bought in a back room with no questions asked, and I became a tourist. 4 days' growth of beard, and I became poor. An empty suitcase with a butterfly net strapped to its outside, and I became a source of merriment, a funny, dumb gringo. And who looks with suspicion on the funny, dumb gringo tourist who is poor? Mexico City is beautiful, but not when you're hungry. Not when you are an American who is hungry. Americans aren't supposed to be hungry, but what can I do? All I know is writing, the writing of poetry. There is one place I might sell some poems. Parlin, his magazine, prints some English stuff. Perhaps, well, why not? I have 3 pesos left. Buy some paper, a pencil, sit in the park, write, and storm the bastions.
Yeah. Good. They're good.
Do you like them, Mr. Parlin?
Well, excuse me. Lucita,
See, Parlin?
I have some poems here.
Let me see. The river dappled, dreaming, droppled, fester passion of my soul. Muy bonito, muy bonito.
Yeah. Just what I thought.
Oh, you're too kind.
The poet should read his own work.
Oh, well, that drips, sweet droplets, passion's goblets, fate's thy role.
Lucita likes your stuff.
A rare woman.
And I like what Lucita likes.
Aha.
She says we do a book of your stuff.
Oh?
So here's an advance.
Too much.
Take it.
When the book?
30 days.
Right.
Got the poems?
I'll get them.
Your name is?
Smith.
Now, good. 2 down.
So true.
I'll make a new one.
Please do.
And so?
Good day, and I'll be back.
In 30 days.
With the poems. America. Miles below, the bleak brown mountains, the desert, yellow and red, my own mystic land. My advance money went for new clothing and a round-trip plane ticket to Los Angeles, and my new lease on life. In a small file under the eaves of the little house in Beverly Glen, there are poems. More than 1,000 of them, poems which no one has ever seen, poems written in the evenings after work on Sundays. And now, with the beard and the hat and the glasses, no one will recognize me. A cane. Yes, I ought to carry a cane, too. Get the poems. Does someone live there in the house? Has someone bought it? No matter. Get the poems and then get back to Mexico City. Someone is living here. Wonder who? The hedge is trimmed and my hammock. Somebody's put a new canvas cover on it.
Fred, get the door.
Get it yourself, baby. I'm shaving.
Oh, all right. Yes?
Oh, no, it can't be.
Well, what do you want?
It's Mary, but I thought I killed her.
Who is it, baby?
What is it, mister? What do you want here?
Are you the lady of the house?
Huh? Who's that at the door?
Some creep with a beard. Yes, I'm the lady of the house, but I don't want to buy nothing.
Well, what is it, Santa? What do you want?
Are you the man of the house?
Yeah, I'm the man of the house. Sweetmeats?
I'll say.
So, what of it?
Well, I'm making a survey. I'd like to ask a few questions. May I come in?
I don't know.
I'll let him. What's the difference?
Thank you. Well, first your name.
My name?
Yes, please.
Fred Sneed.
Where's he going? Mister, what do you want in my kitchen?
The cleaver, Mary. Don't you know me?
Mary. Hey, who are you, mister?
Look close, Mary.
Oh!
The cleaver. Put it down.
You know me?
No.
Know the man you tricked into San Quentin?
No, don't. Put down that...
You killed him.
Yes. And now you...
No!
Confession, conviction, sentence, transportation, and again the death house, as before. But when I came here, they promised I could keep the beard. They promised I could keep the beard. And it's gone. Gone. I can't remember when. What's that? Who's coming?
Ready?
Ready.
It's time to go, my son.
Time to go?
You've refused my help up to now, but perhaps you'd like to walk with me.
Rather beside you, Padre, than beside one of these mercenaries. My legs, the muscles quiver. Not with fear, no, but with the desire to feel themselves moving, straining, acting, while yet there is time. I am not afraid, but this body... I hate the thought of its being killed by these men. My beautiful body, soon it will be dead, cold, rotting, dead. It will rot. No, they must not do this to me.
You must be brave, my son.
My body? Years I spent with the great corporeal master, the yogi, learning my bodily purpose, my bodily care, the use of willpower to control my body. The yogi, my teacher. Yes, I shall use yoga. Suspend my breathing and become invulnerable to their gas. Suspend my body functions to the point of death and fool their doctor. Of course. Oh, yes. The greatest escape of them all. And this time I must succeed.
All right, here we are.
The room is so small. Somehow I had imagined it would be larger. And here is the chair.
All right, now,
yes,
just sit down.
Straps, hood. And over there,
your arms along
the
these.
glass. Small pane with the dark faces seen dimly
First this
through.
one.
The witnesses.
There.
The whole room is like some strange
other.
sort of time machine.
Yeah, like that.
Machine for launching
wait.
a man into another dimension. And so true. And I'd best begin to prepare myself.
There we are.
Relax. Must relax. It won't be easy.
Have you any last words, my son?
Yes. Yes, one request. Do not allow my beautiful body to be dissected or embalmed, but on the third day after my death, cremate it.
That will be arranged as you desire.
Thank you.
And God be with you, my son. Remember what Jesus Christ said to the two criminals. In this day shalt thou be with me.
Move your head forward a little while I pull the hood down. There. Now, when you hear the pellets drop into the acid, don't try any tricks. Just breathe deeply, see? The fumes don't hurt, you see? Cooperate with us. Make it easy on yourself, kid. Know what I mean?
So dark here under the hood. Now, the last breath, as the yogi taught me. And the lungs hold it. Body limp, all muscles, tendons, joints. Relax all, slow the bloodstream, lock the breath. Hold. Slow, hold. Suspend all bodily functions, hold. Fix the eye in, suspended animation gently. Fix the mind on time. Ease the beating of my heart. Time is a picture on the screen of my mind. Slower. My perception is slower. The time seems to spin by now. Go slow, my heart. The ventilators go on, clearing the air of the poisonous fumes. Now the doctor will come with his stethoscope. I will my limbs to stiffness, my flesh to coldness.
It's clear, Doctor. You can go in now.
Well, let's see now. Respiration has ceased. Heart has stopped. By the authority vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce this man dead.
I will myself to consciousness in 6 hours' time. Where am I? It's dark here and cold. So cold. I must get up and see. Oh, the prison morgue. It worked. But I'm cold. I'm so cold. What's this on my toe? Tag? It's too dark to read it, but I know what it says. It has my name, prison number, time of execution. Yes. And now, to look around. Because the next step must be played just right. This should be it. A coffin crate ready for shipping. Some cadaver being returned to a sentimental family. Well, that ought to be just right. And with him on my slab, my tag on his toe, and the most perfect escape of all time underway, here we go. I will my body to return from its state of suspended animation, and to come immediately out of trance when next this coffin shall be opened. Hello, old man. Funeral parlor. Poor fellow. Must have a bad heart. Well, let's see. No, it's going. Let's hope he's out for a while. This must be the workroom. Light hanging over the work table, and there a locker. Ha! With a suit. Fine. And here, in the desk, might there not be some sort of... Yes, here. A petty cash box. And it's quite full. The old boy apparently doesn't believe in banks. And now that Lazarus has returned from the dead, this newspaper dateline. I was executed 4 days ago, and now I find myself resurrected in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Los Angeles, California. This is Los Angeles. You can claim your baggage in the station or on the platform.
I've returned to my home. A beautiful time to return home. My old hammock is there. My flowers, my yard. The house is empty. The lawyer said he'd had it cleaned up. My books, my pictures. Here, my old pipe. I haven't smoked it in years. Mary didn't like it. But now she's gone. I don't hate her anymore. Tobacco's still fairly fresh. Fill the pipe. There's that detective story I never got to finish. Now I'll have time. Now I'll have lots of time. Time to smoke and read and write and rest. The sun's almost down. Twilight. Wonderful time to get outside. Cool, sweet air. Wonder what kind of birds those are. My hammock. So nice. Light the pipe. And relax. Wish I could remember what page I was on. But no matter. I can begin again. I've got all the time in the world, the rest of my life. The birds, The sun is slipping out of sight. Death of the sun. How red the sky. How soft those clouds. So lovely. So lovely. What's that? Oh, birds playing in the fish pond. Look at them, happy birds. That hissing. Oh, the man next door is turning on his lawn sprinkling system. Lie here and smell the cool air. Evening coming on, the sky grows darker. Lie in the gathering twilight. Death of the day, birth of the night. Sweet softness of the summer night coming. Soon the stars. Oh, it's lovely. Heavenly, just like heaven. Lie and swing to and fro, to and fro. Heavenly, heavenly.
By the authority vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce this man dead.
Suspense, in which Mr. Vincent Price starred in William N. Robeson's production of Present Tense by James Poe. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Raymond Burr in the Peralta Map. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Price in Present Tense were Ellen Morgan, Peg LaCentra, Jack Crucian, Dawes Butler, Joe DeSantis, Charles Radulac, and Sam Pierce. Original score composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino.
CBS Radio is sure you'll agree it's as important for a young man to find the right niche in his military career as it is for him to choose the right college or trade school course. To make it easier for any young man to decide which choice will fit in best with his abilities and goals, a free booklet has been prepared. It's obtainable on request. The title of the booklet is It's Your Choice. All you need to do to obtain your copy is write to It's Your Choice, Washington 25, D.C. Why not send for your copy today?
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Man proposes, but God disposes. Always, always the question yet to be solved, the horizon yet to be reached, beyond which ever and ever there are further horizons and never the answer to the question. Was the wealth of the distant Indies lying beyond the curve of the earth the answer to the Spain of Ferdinand and Isabella? Was Sutter's gold lying beyond the high and forbidding western mountains the answer to the America of 100 years ago? Is the shiny electronic basketball, the soon-to-be-launched satellite, the answer to mid-century man who proposes without consulting him who disposes? We do not know, nor do we presume to guess. But we do make so bold as to give you pause for thought. Listen, then, listen, as Frank Lovejoy stars in The Outer Limit, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
0 minus 25. 0 minus 25.
All right, men, settle down. Now, let's settle down. You too, Bill. That book you're reading, put it away.
Anything you say, Colonel.
No doubt you're wondering why we got you out of whatever warm beds you were in. Well, we've got a reason, a very good reason. This morning we take the wraps off the RX-3. Now, most of you have heard scuttlebutt that she's been modified. Well, she has. She's powered by 8 rockets now. That's what I said, 8 rockets. Designed to take man into areas of space that have never been explored before. And at a rate of speed to which no pilot has as yet been subjected. Now, Bill Westfall's going to take her up this morning as far and as fast as she can go. Joe?
Yes, Colonel.
You'll lead the 102s. You and your wingmen will be Bill's chase planes. We want observation at 40,000 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's how it plays. Pull the curtains on the map, Sergeant.
Yes.
Now, you see it circled here. Your rendezvous point we designated as Point X. 0 hour is 0900. Joe, you and your red tails will take off at 0 minus 15. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
You'll make conventional climbs to 35,000 feet, rendezvous at Point X. Call into me at control at 40,000 feet. Right, Joe?
Let's got this, Colonel.
Well, not quite. Now, let's take a look at the weather. Pete?
Yes, sir, Colonel. The weather is very pretty out, boys. All clear, ceiling unlimited. Winds aloft at 10,000, 80 miles per hour to 165 degrees. At 25,000...
Hold it, Pete. Major Westfall.
Yes, Colonel.
This is primarily for you.
Well, now, don't fret, Hank. I'm getting it.
I just wanted to make sure, Bill. Go ahead, Pete.
Ground temperature is 60, estimated at 45 below at 40,000 feet. We expect no change for 3 hours. That's it, sir.
Hang on. Okay, Joe, you and your boys go unwrap your 102s and have a nice time. Oh, Bill, stick around. I want to talk. How you feeling, Bill?
I feel real good. How are you feeling?
Oh, what about Molly and the kids?
Are you worried, Hank? Don't worry.
Well, I just want to know just how they are, that's all.
Well, an hour ago, Molly wiped her hands on her apron, kissed me goodbye, and the twins want to be firemen this morning.
0 minus 20.
Now, what do you
0 minus 20.
Okay.
Look, Hank, I've flown it a dozen times before.
I know, but never for this speed and never for this altitude and never with 8 rockets. The engineers are hitting you could break out of the stratosphere in this plane.
Yeah, I heard.
Now, get it out of your head. This is just routine.
Look, Hank, I've studied the blueprints. I know them like a prayer. My brain is crammed with detailed specifications, estimated performances, and I know all the safety devices to keep me alive. You happy?
All right, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. I've got to say it, Bill. You know it better than I do, but I've got to say it anyhow.
All right, you be a commanding officer, Hank. You go ahead and tell me.
Keep your throttles uniform or you'll wind up against the mountain.
Yeah.
Retract landing gear as soon as you're airborne. Maneuver for maximum rate of climb and a heading of 87 degrees, which should bring you to 40,000 in less than 2 minutes using JATO, approximately 1 mile north of rendezvous point. From there on, you'll be on rockets.
0 minus 17.
Well, go
0
ahead.
minus
You're
17.
doing fine.
Oh, Bill. Come on outside. Let's go to the hangar. Bill.
Yeah.
You've got 10 minutes of rocket fuel. Now get rid of those JATO bottles before you fire the rockets. Fire only one rocket
at a time. No, Hank, you did just fine. I'm going to fly that baby higher and faster than anybody ever did before, just like you said. I'm going to take it up and bring it back. And then you come home and have dinner with me, huh?
Yeah, sure, I'd like to. There she is, Bill.
Yeah. She's real pretty, isn't she?
I'll be listening in at control. I won't bother you until you're airborne. It'll be between you and the tower until then. See you later. Good luck.
Zero minus 3. 0 minus 3.
Good morning, Colonel.
Oh, Mr. Hargrove, you'll be here at control with me?
It's all right with you, Colonel.
Well, I wouldn't have it any other way. You checked the communications equipment, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. And Major Westfall has been assigned a special radio frequency of 397...
Good. You'll take good care of it, Sergeant. We don't want it to poop out or anything like that, do we, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, no, sir.
Hargrove, I've got a thing on my mind. That boy in the plane you geniuses designed, he's my best boy.
It's our best plane, Colonel.
It better be. Well, now it's your turn. What have you got on your mind?
Everything's in proper order, Colonel. The electronic brain, the recording equipment, the television cameras in the cockpit, everything. Every known scientific device, even some unknown. They've been...
We're talking about a man. That's all I really want to get back out of this. What about the man?
There may be one difficulty.
Well, tell me about it. I'd like to know.
The takeoff with all that load, the jets, the rockets, all at maximum fuel capacity. It's never been tested that way before.
Go on, Mr. Hargrove.
It's just that Major Westfall has only 10,000 feet to get his ship airborne. If he accelerates from 0 to 300 knots in 10,000 feet, he should be airborne in less than 7 seconds.
7 seconds. That makes it 0 plus G.
Yes, Colonel. Beyond 0 plus G, beyond that, we don't know. We just don't know.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for everything, Mr. Hargrove. Sergeant, flip your switch on Major Westfall. I hear he's got a swell program. Flip them all, Sergeant.
Yes. From RX-3, any change in weather?
RX-3 from tower, barometer reading 29.7. Set your altimeter accordingly.
Roger.
Wind 15 miles from south.
0 minus 130. 0 minus 130.
7, got it. Control from RX-3, over.
Control to RX-3, go ahead.
Control to RX-3, this is just for you, Hank. Cabin pressure, okay. Oxygen pressure, okay. Hydraulic flight control, okay. Fuel pressure safety lock.
All right. Get off the dime, kid.
Take a mill.
0 minus 1. 0 minus 1.
Chief from RX-3, over.
Go ahead, RX-3.
I am ready to fire.
Hold it. Okay. All set to fire.
Clear?
Clear.
Starting starboard jet. Starting port jet.
0 minus 30 seconds.
RX-3 from tower.
Come in, tower.
Western Airlines Flight 303 reported over San Jose southbound. Navy interceptor on home leg at San Diego. United Airlines eastbound 4010 at 18,000 over Salt Lake City. No other aircraft aloft in the area.
0 minus 11.
Tower from RX-3.
9.
Ready for takeoff.
8.
RX-3 from tower.
7.
Clear to take off on runway 27.
5.
Good luck.
4. 3. 2. 1. 0.
Bill, lift this. Bill made it, Mr. Hargrove.
Hey.
Control from RX-3. Control from RX-3.
This is control. Go ahead, Bill.
Everything's great, Hank. She's a doll, baby.
You were kidding with that takeoff, weren't you?
It took that long to get it off. That makes it a takeoff, Hank.
How fast are you climbing?
Airspeed 690, approaching Mach 1. She's buffeting some.
Bad?
I'm still flying her. Hank. Hank.
Yes, Bill.
I just went through Mach 1.
Speed of sound, straight up.
She shake bad?
Not a shudder. Wasp waist is a big help. She's a doll baby, Hank, a living doll baby.
How do you feel?
I like it here.
Go ahead, Redtail.
RX-3 over rendezvous point at 50,000. Get ready turn, Colonel.
On schedule, Joe?
On schedule.
Control from RX-3. Control from RX-3.
Go ahead, Bill.
55,000, Hank.
Still a doll, baby?
Still is. Hank, can you hear me okay?
You're coming in clear, Bill.
Rocket system primed. Dropping right jet. Dropping left jet. All clear.
Good luck, Bill.
Firing number 1 rocket. Fired. Waking back. Firing number 2 rocket. Fired. Hey, Hank.
Yes, Bill, what is it? Bill? Bill, are you receiving me? RX-3 from control, come in. Come in, RX-3. Hello, Bill, come in. Redtail leader from control. Redtail leader from control. Come in, Redtail.
Go ahead, Colonel.
What about her, Joe?
RX-3 overhead at approximately 70,000 feet, maintaining a heading of north-northwest. I can barely make him, Colonel.
Try calling.
Roger. RX-3 from Redtail leader. RX-3 from Redtail leader. Come in, RX-3.
Yes, Colonel?
Come in,
Share it with me, Mr. Hargrove. Sit here and run your fingers through your hair and wait and think about it and share it with me.
call from Redtail Leader.
Go ahead, Redtail.
We've lost him, Colonel.
Stay up there, Joe, as long as you can.
What do we do now, Colonel?
I just told you, Mr. Hargrove, we wait. You and me. We wait.
You haven't lost me, Joe. I can hear you.
Stay up there, Joe, as long as you can.
Hello? Hello, Joe. I will try another frequency. Redtail from RX3, can you make me? Redtail from RX3, can you make me? I still can't get you, Joe. I will keep sending. Firing number 7 rocket. Fired. Firing number 8 rocket. Fired. Oh, brother! This is RX3 broadcasting to whom it may concern, to all you people. This is Bill Westfall approaching 210,000 feet at 4 times the speed of sound. 210,000 feet. That's 40 miles straight up in the air to all you people. And that's where I am. You never saw anything like it. No clouds. And a color no one ever named before. Otherwise, there's nothing. There's no sound except my instruments. Nothing. Nothing at all. Wait a minute. There is something at 2 o'clock high. Really something, brother. And it's not a flying saucer either. This one's egg-shaped. It's huge. It's spinning like a top, and it's coming toward me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Listen. Listen, something has just happened. Something, a missile, something, a shot. Maybe through my canopy. The pressure is going down. Something is happening to me. That egg-shaped thing, I'm being pulled toward it. I have lost control of the ship. I have no control. I'm going to deepest pressure. I'm on the verge of consciousness. I'm blasting off.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
Every Sunday, right triumphs over wrong dramatically in Indictment, the unusual dramatic series that is based on stories of the criminal law, with authentic procedures as they are followed by the office of an assistant district attorney. For the kind of excitement that is generated when justice goes into action, hear Indictment, just a few minutes from now and every Sunday over most of these same stations.
And now, we continue with The Outer Limit, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We've waited a long time, Colonel.
Well, we'll wait some more.
But there's no point to it. May I make a suggestion, Colonel?
What?
Give it up. Make your report to Washington.
What about you, Hargrove?
To be frank with you, Colonel, in another 16 months there'll be another plane, the RX-4, and the Air Force will give us another man to fly it.
Until we're certain about this man, and we're not certain.
What do you propose to do?
The things that are in the manual. We'll organize search parties. We'll put spotter planes up in the air. Maybe Bill came down in the ocean. We'll call the Navy.
Colonel, if the RX-3 came down on the ocean, it would sink in 5 minutes. It had no life preserver equipment on it. The added
We'll
weight...
call the Navy in, Mr. Hargrove.
Whatever you say, Colonel, but my guess is...
What's your guess, Hargrove?
My guess is that sometime, somewhere, on some beach or in some field, someone will pick up a ball of cooled metal. That someone will be holding what's left of the RX-3.
Can you hear me? Can you understand now what I am saying to you?
Yes. Yes, I hear you. I understand.
Proceed, Zeglon. We have established communication with him, Commander, on frequency X29.
Good. Proceed as ordered.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, your brain is in turmoil, is it not? It has great difficulty in accepting what you see.
Yeah, that's right.
Accept it. What you see here exists.
This exists?
It exists, Earthling. The spaceship you're on exists. Those jet dynamos you see before you exist. Jet dynamos driven by the harness power of 1,000 suns. Listen, Earthman. Listen to them. Do you know what happened as you listened, Earthman? We have flung ourselves 10,000 miles into space. What do you say to that, Earthman?
I don't know what to say.
It is beyond the conception of your Earth brain. Then conceive this. Try to move, Earthman. You're not bound in any way. Try to move. Don't strain. It's impossible for you to move. There is a screen of force aimed at you. Now you may move about, Earthling. Proceed, Zeglon.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, I perceive that your intellect now accepts the fact. You are aboard Space Patrol Ship S2J3. I am Captain Zeglon of the Galactic Guard.
Galactic Guard?
The guardian of the galaxy. The guardian of the universes. The instrument the Brotherhood of Worlds has set up in defense against such a world as yours. What puzzles you, Earthman?
I can't see you. I can feel that you're here, but I can't see you.
There is no necessity for you to see us. It is sufficient that we communicate with each other.
But talking to you is like... Well, it's not like talking. It's as if it is all happening inside my brain.
It is. That is how I'm reaching you. Not through your ears, but inside your brain. Do you remember what happened to you before you blacked out?
I think so, that there was a sharp sound like a bullet hitting the canopy.
It was not a bullet. It was a ray. It was necessary to stop your flight. We have so much to tell you.
Well, first, tell me about my ship. Is it lost?
No. It is being repaired. It will be returned to you. And you will return to Earth because you are the Earth's only hope of survival.
Hope of survival? What do you mean?
I will show you. What you see before you is a panorama of your own universe, far greater in scope than any Earthman has ever seen before. Observe. Observe where the line is pointing. Star 5, Galaxy C, Sector K.
Is that the Earth?
That dot, that speck you see revolving in the vastness is your sun. A star whose surface is 12,000 times that of your Earth. Your Earth is not even visible here.
How did you know we even existed?
That was our problem. We first became aware of your planet when we found atomic dust containing strontium-90 in the upper atmosphere. We traced it to your Earth.
It was that important to you?
Quite. We determined that you were setting off thermonuclear explosions. That's why the Galactic Council has quarantined you.
Quarantine? I don't understand. How? How are we quarantined?
We have sealed off your planet from the rest of space. We have surrounded it with a force screen. When that screen has accumulated enough particles of atomic dust, your Earth will explode.
Listen to me, Earthman. Listen. We have had our own wars that almost destroyed our civilization. Now we have outlawed war throughout space, and we have outlawed your world. If there is another thermonuclear explosion, you will destroy yourselves. Take this back to your planet. Warn them, Earthman. Release him, Zeglon.
Yes, Commander. Earthman, you will open that door. There is your ship. Get into it, Earthling. Are you ready, Earthling?
Yes, I'm ready.
You will be propelled into space. Close your canopy. Open aperture.
Warn them, Earthman. Warn them.
Fire!
Tower to Funny Man. Are you loaded, kid? How did you get in on this frequency?
Listen, this is RX-3. RX-3 coming in for landing. Give me landing instructions.
Tower to Funny Man. Impossible to do RX-3. Now get away from the area. The area cleared for interceptor practice approaches.
Tower, this is Major Westfall in RX-3. Now, come on, give me landing instructions. I am fresh out of rocket juice.
Yeah. Okay, Major. In just a minute. Tower to all aircraft in the base area. Tower to all aircraft in the base area. We have an emergency. All aircraft hold present altitude and proceed on a course of 180 degrees until advised. Radio silence will be maintained until the emergency is over. Okay, RX-3, go ahead.
I approximate my position 20 miles north of field at 10,000. Estimate 6 minutes to land.
RX-3 from Tower. You are cleared to land. Runway 9. Wind east-southeast 15.
Roger. Coming down.
Hello, Hank. Give me a hand.
Bill! Bill, what?
Just help me off this plane, will you?
Yeah. Phil, what happened?
Hank, now listen, you won't believe it, but you've got to. Before I tell you anything, you've got to promise to believe me. You've got to.
Look, what did you run?
No, before anything, Hank. Now promise me.
We better have you looked over, kid.
No, I'll be all right. Now, just listen to me, Hank. Hank, they said the Earth would explode. They said it was the end for us.
They said that? Bill, come on, let's get over to my office.
You don't believe it.
Read it like an order, Bill. My office. What they are you talking about?
Hank, I chased me a spaceship, and I caught it, or rather, it caught me. I was cruising nicely, about 200,000 feet. That's where I spotted it. Hank.
Oh, listen, kid, you don't have
No,
to
I've got to tell you. They said I had to tell you. Well, don't you understand, Hank? I saw this thing. I saw it coming at me. I thought it was going to be the biggest smash, and it wasn't. I came to. Inside their ship, Hank, I need a drink, an awful tall drink.
Well, that can wait, too. I want Major Donaldson to look at you.
Psychiatrist? Well, what for? To test my jerks?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Well, that's the story, Major Donaldson. Hank, you believe it, don't you?
Just keep lying down there, Bill. Major, what do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure. Now, Bill, these men from Mars...
I didn't say they were men from Mars. Now, did you hear me say that they were men from Mars?
No, you didn't.
All I'm trying to tell you is this. Whoever those people were, they know all about us, everything, about our wars, about our big bombs. They have got us quarantined.
Quarantined?
Yes, quarantined. They've sealed us off from the rest of space. We have wars. We're sick, and we're going to die. They've seen to it that we will die.
Well, go ahead, Bill.
Well, there's nothing more to go ahead with. Another H-bomb, and that's all. One more bomb, and we're going to have the juiciest galactic 4th of July of all time. Explode. Like that. Well, how do you like it?
All right, Bill, roll up your sleeve.
Now, just forget it, Major. All I need is a couple of drinks.
Sorry, Bill, not right now. Let the Major give you a hypo.
Hank, I've got a drink coming. A lot of drinks. And I want to see my wife.
Yeah, later. I'll call Molly. Right now, you've got to get a little sleep. Go ahead, Major.
Come on, Bill, let's leave.
All right, if it's in order, go ahead.
Oh, there. You'll be okay in a few hours.
I am okay now.
Sure. We'll leave you here, Bill. It's all right if Bill sleeps in here, isn't it, Colonel?
Sure. But when you wake up, I'll have Molly here, and we'll have that drink together.
Yeah. Well, maybe she'll believe me. Maybe you'll believe me then, Hank. You'd better.
Come on, Major. He'll be okay by himself, Major.
Well, he's been under a strain, but he'll sleep for quite a spell.
I see. Well, we better get some sleep, too.
Right. And don't worry, Colonel. He's a strong boy. Best nerves I've seen in a long time. I'd say things will be all right. Delusions like Bill's latched onto, well, delusions like this.
Major.
Yes, Colonel.
Major, when you make your charts out for Bill and diagnose him and treat him and do all the things that you have to, when you do that, Major, consider this.
Yes?
How did he keep that plane in the air for 10 hours? For 10 hours, Major, when he had fuel to last him only 10 minutes.
Suspense, in which Mr. Frank Lovejoy starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Outer Limit by Graham Dorr. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. The Outer Limit was adapted for radio by David Friedkin and Mort Fine. Supporting Mr. Lovejoy were Stacey Harris, Barney Phillips, Jack Crucian, Larry Thor, Sam Pierce, Jay Novello, Hans Conried, and Joe Kearns. The musical score was written by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James.
Like to laugh? Then you'll like listening to Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks on CBS Radio later today. With Cupid taking pot shots at her from one side and Mr. Conklin, the school principal, badgering her on the other, our lovelorn schoolmarm has a tough time tracking down her favorite male, Mr. Boynton. But since all of her difficulties are comic, every episode of Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, offers immediate insurance against the blues. What can you lose? Hear Eve Arden as Our Miss Brooks on CBS Radio every Sunday over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
We try to avoid cliches and platitudes on Suspense. For instance, you'll never hear a victim say to a criminal, "You can't get away with it," or hardly ever. Yet the bad guys hardly ever do get away with it, even when they plan their crimes brilliantly and set their getaways with the most meticulous detail. If the law doesn't catch up to them, more often than not, they catch up with themselves, as Joseph Dunlop, alias Andrew Burt, does in A Good Neighbor, a strange story of retribution starring Mr. Jeff Chandler.
And now, Mr. Jeff Chandler in A Good Neighbor, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I am a thief. I have stolen $150,000 in diamonds from my employer's firm. Last night I left New York in a second-hand car, the jewelry in a steel box locked in the trunk. The theft will be discovered this morning. In a few minutes, I'll reach the place where I'll hide on this deserted Maine coast. Then I will take the cut stones out of the settings and put them with the other unmounted stones, and in a few days I'll leave for Mexico. There I will sell the stones to an agent I have contacted, and then I will go on to South America. My name now is Andrew Burt. I have identification cards and a passport to prove it. They were very expensive, but I will be very rich. And the police will be looking for a man named Joseph Dunlop who has vanished from New York. It'll be dawn soon. And as the narrow back road winds closer to the sea, I can feel the wind rising against the car. The fog is moving in and the headlights bounce back from it. But I can't slow down. I have to reach my hideout before dawn. And suddenly I saw it. Old woman standing in the middle of the road waving a flashlight. I'm almost to the house, almost safe, and now this. What is it? What's wrong?
Oh, I'm so sorry. But have you run into a tree branch or anything along the road?
No, I haven't.
Oh, well, good. Then it must be farther along. Do you mind?
Before I could answer, the woman yanked open the door and popped in beside me.
Could be quite dangerous, you know.
Well,
something like that lying on the road. You drive very slowly. I'm sure we'll come to it.
She was a short, skinny little woman. She wore a heavy coat and a thick scarf tied around her head.
I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm Mrs. Poe. I live just over that rise. Oh, well, you can't see it, Miss Fogg.
What's all this about a tree branch?
I can't hear you very well. Just a moment and I'll take off my scarf. Always wear it when it's windy. There, now. What did you say?
What about a tree branch?
I'm not so sure it is a tree branch. If a car ran into it, there could be an accident. You drive slowly now. We'll find it.
Well, how do you know it's there if you don't know where it is? I don't think
I must explain. I saw this big thing lying in the road, and I got out of bed and came out to find it. Now, when we move it off the road, I'll go right on back to bed. It's much too early to be up.
When did you see it?
This time I was sound asleep. I woke with a start, and I saw it right before my eyes. Second sight, young man. I have second sight. I see things before they happen. Look!
I could see it through the fog. A large, gnarled tree branch lying across the road. Second sight. I didn't believe her, and yet there it was.
Oh, I am right. I am. Oh, that's very gratifying. Can you manage it? Drag it off to the ditch. Will my light help?
She turned on a big square flashlight and aimed it at the trees along the road.
See up there? A fresh break on that big elm. Oh, how exciting.
Looking at this strange little woman, I wanted to get back in the car and get away from her and from the wind and fog, but I couldn't. The tree branch was blocking the road. How did she know about it? She could be a local character making a fool out of me, but why on this back road before dawn? I got hold of one end of the limb and dragged it into the ditch.
Now, couldn't a thing like that wreck a car?
Oh, yes, it could.
I'm so glad you came along. I couldn't have managed it alone.
No, I don't suppose you could.
Odd that you should come along. I wondered who it would be. Everything's planned for us, you know. There's no coincidence. Are you driving far? I noticed all those groceries in the back seat of your car.
I could tell her I was going north, but my house was too near, and she was old. She couldn't have walked far. She must live near my house. I had to tell her the truth. I'm just driving on to my house. It's near here.
Where?
Well, I've got a map in the glove compartment. I'm not sure just where.
It's your house, and you don't know where it is.
It was left to me 2 years ago. It's been rented until recently.
This side of the village, there are only two houses. Mine and that old place on the cliff.
Well, that must be my house.
Such a lonely place for a young man to want to live. I knew it was vacant, though. Watched those renters move out last week. And to tell you the truth, I wasn't sorry to see them go. They weren't very friendly folks.
Oh, that's too bad. Mrs. Poe, is it?
Poe. P-O-E. Who are you?
My name's Andrew Burt.
Oh.
But was anything wrong, Mrs. Poe?
Oh, no. Just that I have feelings about people, Mr. Burton. Oh, I mustn't keep you any longer. Your road is just around the bend, and there's a footpath behind us. I go that way. We're neighbors, you and
I watched Mrs. Poe start down the road, tying her heavy scarf around her head. And then she was gone, swallowed up by the fog. Around the next bend, I saw the turnoff to my house. My driveway was a narrow, rutted road that wound up a sharp grade to a bluff above. As I drove over the top of the hill, I felt the cold wind from the sea rush against the car. It almost seemed to be pushing, trying to hold me back. The fog was thicker here, and I couldn't see the house. My house. I had visited my great-uncle here once, many years ago, but no one knew about it now. No one except the lawyer in Boston who had traced me, and he had died a year ago. Suddenly, the fog thinned, and I saw my house. It stood square and bleak on the rocky land, 100 yards ahead. A gray, lonely house, weather-beaten and neglected. There were no trees, nothing to break the emptiness of the land. put my car in the garage and went into the house. Inside, it was plain, almost bare, but clean and weather-tight against the wind. The wind? Did it ever stop? The wind and the fog. I'd be glad when I was finished and could leave this place. There was a note from the tenants telling me the telephone was connected and that my number was ring 2. They added the name of a man to call for ice and coal, but there was cordwood outside, and I had food to last a week. I wouldn't have to call anyone, and it was a cinch no one would call me. I won't answer it. No one knows I'm here. Mrs. Poe. Hello?
Mr. Bert? Mr. Bert?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm home, and so are you. That's nice. Are you comfortable?
Very, thank you.
Well, if you're sure. Now, if anything goes wrong, if you need anyone, you just call.
I won't need anything, Mrs. Poe.
I hope so, Mr. Bert. But I have a feeling about that house. Well, you're not alone, Mr. Bert. You have a neighbor.
A neighbor. A meddling, eccentric old woman. I had to be careful, not give her anything to gossip about in the village. Mrs. Poe could be a very dangerous nuisance. Well, I won't let her be. I'm a thief, but if necessary, I'm capable of murder. I'm not going to let anyone stop me now. This project's been too successful. I went back to the car and carried the cartons of food into the house. Then I opened the trunk and took out the box. It was quite ordinary looking, the kind of steel box you buy for storing important papers. I locked the garage doors and went into the house, put the box on the kitchen table, and opened it. The diamonds. They caught the light and reflected it 100 times, shining and glinting in that cold, empty room. After 2 years of waiting and planning, I had them. I was rich and free. Free of my dull, respectable job and my dull, respectable employer. Quiet, cautious Mr. Radcliffe. What would he do without me? What would he do without his diamonds? All he could do was tell the police and insurance people about Joseph Dunlop, a man they would never find. I even felt a little sorry for Mr. Radcliffe. He had trusted me so much. And now, well, he had his insurance. He could buy more diamonds. I spent some time getting the place settled. In case anyone should come to the house, it would look like I was planning to stay. Once I went outside to look over my property. The wind was getting stronger, blowing the fog into the dawn, and the smell of the ocean was clean and fresh. I could see Mrs. Poe's house a few hundred yards away on lower ground. She was standing on the porch of her house, and she waved to me. I didn't wave back. I went inside and had some breakfast, then slept for a few hours. At last, I started to work. The unset stones I put in a soft leather bag in my pocket. And then I started breaking up the set pieces. I cut the links off the jewelry and gently pried the stones from their settings. Then I hammered the metal out of shape. I worked slowly, carefully, keeping the bits of gold and platinum in a neat pile on the table and laying the diamonds out in a row. Oh, they were magnificent stones. I had chosen well. It was beginning to get dark when I finished. I looked at my watch, almost 5 o'clock. But one more part of my plan was completed. I gathered up the diamonds and put them in the leather bag with the uncut stones. Then I scraped up the bits of metal and put them in the steel box with my jewelry tools. Now I had to get rid of the box. That woman, that prying old woman. Hello.
Mr. Bert? Mr. Bert?
Yes.
This is your neighbor. This is Mrs. Poe.
Well, what is it, Mrs. Poe?
I'm coming over, Mr. Bert, for a little visit.
No. Well, that is, not now, Mrs. Poe. I was just going to rest for a while. I'm very tired.
Oh, of course. You drove all last night, didn't you? You must have been in a hurry. Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is all right.
Evil comes to him who evil thinketh. I always try to remember that. Goodbye, Mr. Bert.
Hateful, meddling Mrs. Poe. No, I can't let her upset me. She doesn't know anything. She's harmless. I must go on with my plan. I had to hide the steel box where it would never be found. Someplace... the sea. I'll throw it into the sea. I put on my coat, picked up the box, and went outside. I looked over toward Mrs. Poe's house. Was she watching me, staring out from the darkened windows? If she wants to know, I'll tell her. I'll tell her I decided to go for a walk to make me sleepier. I started across the barren, rutted yard. Then I turned off toward the protection of a shallow draw on the far side of the house. I could follow the draw to the cliff hidden from Miss Poe. It was hard walking across the fields. The wild grass whipped against my legs and tangled my feet. The cold wind rushed against me, making every step more and more difficult, until at last I reached the edge of the cliff and looked down at the sea more than 100 feet below. No, it wouldn't work. Below me were huge rocks, boulders piled high against the foot of the cliff and stretching out to sea. I couldn't drop the box here. It would land on the rocks to be found and reported. I had to hide it somewhere else. But where? I had no tools to bury it. It wouldn't burn. If I hid it in the house, Mrs. Poe or some other busybody might find it after I'd gone. I turned and looked behind me. I could see the top of my house in the distance and the smoke from Mrs. Poe's chimney. Again, I looked down at the rocks below me, and then the earth under my foot gave way. I slipped forward, struggling to throw myself back. I fell, sliding toward the edge. I clutched, tore at the grass. I grabbed a rock half buried in the ground and just hung there. I was half over the edge of the cliff, lying on my face, clinging desperately to the rock. Then I inched my way forward, away from the edge, crawling carefully forward until I was back on firm ground. I lay there shaking, my face buried in the grass. And slowly I got to my feet. The box. I dropped it. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled toward the edge again. And I saw the box. It was lying in the grass close to where I'd fallen. I reached out and grabbed it, dragged it back to me. I got to my feet and stumbled away toward my house. As I made my way back along the draw, I tried desperately to think of a place to hide the box, hide it where it could never be found. I wanted nothing to connect this house with the man I had been in New York. And then I saw the well. It was off beyond the draw. I pushed through the grass that was almost waist high, laid aside the steel box, and dropped to my knees beside the well. The top of it was almost even with the ground and covered with wide wooden boards. The few stones that had once been around the top had fallen away. I lifted one of the boards from the top and threw it aside. Then another, and another, and finally the last flat, heavy board was off. The well was about 5 feet across the top, lined with damp, slippery stones. I picked up a rock and held it over the top of the well and dropped it. The well was old, abandoned, and the water at the bottom was deep. A perfect place for the box. For a moment, I knelt there staring at the damp rocks, wondering who had put them there, how long ago. What had Mrs. Poe said? Everything has been planned for us, and the well was here for me to find. I turned and reached for the box. Huh? Hello? Mrs. Poe. But where? I can't see her. I got to my feet and stumbled away from the well. I couldn't let her find me here.
Hello, Mr. Bert.
I got to the drawer and started running back to the house, and suddenly I saw Mrs. Poe coming toward me.
Oh, Mr. Bert, oh, I'm so glad. Are you all right?
Yes.
You seem quite out of breath, and I can't hear you in this wind.
Mrs. Poe took off her scarf, and we started back to the house. I heard you calling. I thought something was wrong.
You shouldn't be out, Mr. Bert. It's almost dark.
I went for a walk to the cliff to make me sleepy.
Oh, Mr. Bert. Oh, I knew there was a danger. I tried to telephone you, and when you didn't answer, I was worried. That cliff isn't safe. Oh, I should have warned you. It's always falling away. Mr. Bert, you're covered with dirt. You fell.
I fell, Mrs. Poe.
The air's full of danger. Full of implications.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Poe, I'm going inside.
Of course. in Vanish shop.
Good evening, Mrs. Poe.
May I please come in just for a moment? I must talk with you, Mr. Burt.
Mrs. Poe, I realize you feel alarmed.
No, something else. But just for a moment, and it's so important.
I went across the porch and held the door open for her. She went into the hall. Suddenly she stopped and turned to me. Huh?
This house. Something. Mr. Burt, I want you to get out of this house. Go to the village or come to my place. But leave here. Horses are at work, Mr. Burt. It's not safe.
I understand your belief in premonitions, Mrs. Poe, but I don't agree with you.
You must, and there's a storm coming. Leave before the storm, Mr. Burt.
Why do you want me out of this house, Mrs. Poe? What is it you want here?
Oh, if I could only see the danger. Oh, I've tried, but I can't see it. Wrong. The vibrations are all wrong today. Get out, Mr. Burt. You have no other chance.
I watched her from the window as she started towards her house, leaning against the wind, tying that heavy woolen scarf tight under her chin. Had she seen me at the well? Or had she seen me leave and then come over and searched my house? Mrs. Poe was interfering with my plans. Why? She couldn't know about the jewelry. But she knew about the tree and the road. What was she after, hounding me, watching every move I made? Whatever her game is, she won't interfere with my plans. I can put a stop to Mrs. Poe as soon as I've gone back to the well and disposed of the box. Box? I'd left it behind at the well. What if she finds it? No, not on a night like this. Her rude home is nowhere near the well, and with a storm coming, she won't be out again in this weather. I should go back now. The wind never stops, and it's pitch dark outside. I can wait until morning. I fixed some dinner and ate quickly. After dinner, I lighted the living room fire and sat listening to the storm outside. I touched the pocket of my jacket, felt the leather bag full of the diamonds I'd stolen. I was warm and safe in my house. The storm grew wilder and wilder. The rain struck the house heavily, hammered against the windows and walls. I built up the fire and sat close to it. Somewhere a screen door slammed back and forth in the wind. But I wouldn't leave the bright, warm fire to fix it. Oh. Mrs. Poe, I won't answer. Let her think the lines are down. No, she'd ask the operator, and the operator would know the lines are working. Why won't she leave me alone? Yes, Mrs. Poe.
Mr. Burt, I'm almost frantic. I'm coming over there.
No.
I'll be quite all right. I have my flashlight.
What do you want, Mrs. Poe? What are you after, spying on me?
Your fears. I saw your fears.
Huh?
Came to me at last. Something is wrong. Someone is lost in the sea.
Stay away from here. Do you hear me?
I'm leaving at once. Don't worry. I have my flashlight. Someone needs my help.
Now, stop. She won't go into the field. The box is there, and I can't let her find it. She must know. She must realize it's there. She watched me this afternoon, and this is her ghastly way of telling me she knows. I'll stop. That heavy scarf she always wears, always knotted tightly under her chin. They'll think when they find her that poor old Mrs. Poe had fallen in the dark and her own scarf choked her to death. Oh, no, Mrs. Poe, you won't spoil my plans. I went outside and started across the yard. In the distance, I could see the beam of Mrs. Poe's flashlight. She must be running. Along a path I hadn't seen, a path that cut me off from the place where I'd left the box. I ran, too. Stumbling and sliding, I ran to the drawer and started along it toward the box. The rain and wind were driving into my face, almost blinding me. But I had to find the box. I had to. I didn't want to kill Mrs. Poe. If I could get there before she did. I was almost there. I could see the beam of Mrs. Poe's flashlight growing larger, coming at me. I turned away from the light, dashed forward into the tall wild grass. I remembered just where the box was hidden, off to the left of the boards I had lifted off the well. I tripped. I fell. I'm falling into the well. I clutched at the wet stones. At last, I broke my fall. I dared not move. My fingers held desperately to the wet, slippery stones. My legs would doubled behind me, pressed against the far side of the well as though I were kneeling in midair. Then I heard a splash. I knew it was the bag of diamonds that had dropped from my jacket pocket. It didn't matter now. All that mattered now was getting out of the well. Surely Mrs. Poe would find me soon. Soon, before my fingers lost their grip. Where was she? I moved my head carefully, slowly, looked over my shoulder at the top of the well. It was about 5 feet above me. Mrs. Poe will see me. She'll hear me if I yell. Wait until her flashlight shines up there. Until she's close enough to hear. There it is. I see her light. She's coming toward the well. The light's growing brighter. A few more feet. It's stopping. What is she waiting for? Hurry, I'm slipping. The light's moving away. I know. She set the flashlight on the ground. Yes, I see her shadow across the beam. She's coming toward the edge now. Mrs. Poe! Mrs. Poe! My hands are slipping. I can't hold on to the rocks. Mrs. Poe! Why doesn't she hear? What? The light. There's something moving across the light. There's something at the edge of the well. A board. She's found the board. She's covering the well. No! Mrs. Poe! Oh, why can't she hear me? Scarf. That scarf around her head, around her ears, shutting out the wind. She can't hear. She'll never hear me. And my hands are slipping. Please hear me. Mrs. Poe! Mrs.
I just knew there was danger out here tonight. That nice Mr. Burt. He might have tripped over those boards and had a nasty fall.
Suspense, in which Mr. Jeff Chandler starred in William N. Robeson's production of A Good Neighbor, a first radio play by David Rhea. Mr. Chandler was supported by Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Poe. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, William N. Robeson.
The story you're about to hear is unique. It is horrible. It is filled with terror. And it may or may not be true. In any case, every time a World's Fair is held in Paris, it reappears in the papers and magazines around the globe as a news story and travels by word of mouth to the ends of the earth as a true story. True or false, heard for the first time or twice told, we believe this great classic of terror will keep you in suspense. Listen then as Miss Vanessa Brown stars in The Vanishing Lady, which begins exactly 1 minute from now.
Sometimes a man can have too high an opinion of himself. Sometimes that opinion can drive him to great deeds. Here now is one of America's legendary heroes to tell you of some of his unique characteristics. If his adjectives seem a bit outlandish, remember that his image was an inspiration to a pioneering people, and he still affects a nation addicted to TV.
I'm that same David Crockett, fresh from the backwoods, half horse, half alligator, a little touched with the snapping turtle, can wade the Mississippi, leap the Ohio, ride upon a streak of lightning, and slip without a scratch down a honey locust, can whip my weight in wildcats, and if a gentleman pleases, for a $10 bill, he may throw in a panther. I can hug a bear too close for comfort and beat any man opposed to Jackson.
Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones.
The story you are about to hear first appeared in the pages of the Detroit Free Press in the summer of 1889, at the time the Paris World's Fair was celebrating the 100th anniversary of the fall of the Bastille and the beginning of the French Revolution. It reappeared in the London Daily Mail in 1911. 2 years later, Mrs. Belloc Lowndes used it as the basis of her novel, The End of Her Honeymoon. And sometime after that, it became the storyline of another novel, She Who Was Helena Cass, by Lawrence Rising. As recently as 1951, it cropped up again as a British motion picture, So Long at the Fair. It is a hardy tale, a sort of modern folk tale. It has never been proved, it has never been disproved, and one can only wonder if in the dread secret archives of the Police Judiciaire in Paris, the real facts are recorded in fading ink on yellowing paper, locked forever from a curious and intrigued world. No one knows. Perhaps no one ever will know. But we can guess. And this, we guess, is what might have happened to lovely young Cynthia Winship and her mother as they arrived at the Hotel Crillon one beautiful summer day, the day the great Paris World's Fair opened.
Bonjour, madame. Puis-je vous aider?
I don't understand French. Is there anyone here who speaks English?
Mais bien sûr, madame. What can I do for you?
Oh, well, my daughter and I have just arrived from Marseille. We're on our way home from India. And
Oh, I am afraid, madame, we cannot accommodate you.
But you must. I'm not feeling at all well. And I telegraphed ahead for a reservation.
Ça, c'est différent. The name, please.
Oh, Winship. Mrs. Winship and daughter.
Mrs. Winship. Ah, yes. And it is indeed most fortunate you did telegraph, madame, for you have reserved the last room in the hotel.
Oh, I'm so relieved.
Would you be so kind as to register?
Yes, of course. Here's Cynthia, my dear. You may as well learn how to do this for yourself.
Yes, Mama. Where do I write?
There. In that line.
Oh, I see.
Voila. You are fatigued from your journey, yes? I shall have the boy show you to your rooms at once. Chasseur! Chasseur!
Oui, monsieur.
Madame et Mademoiselle Winship à numéro 342, tout de suite.
Tout de suite, monsieur.
These are your baggage, madame?
Yes. These 6.
Voilà le bagage, 6 pièces.
This way.
Keep your eye on that porter, Cynthia. Don't trust these Frenchmen.
I don't think he'll make off without things, Mama.
Here we are, room 342. Entrez, madame.
Oh, what a lovely big room. Look, and the park out there. Oh, that square with the statues in it.
The ladies désirent quelque chose encore?
No, thank you. Here.
Oh, merci, madame. Thank you, ladies.
Oh, Mama, it's like something out of a book.
Yes, my dear, that's just the trouble with Paris. On the surface, it's so attractive. But underneath, it's evil.
The furniture. The gilt clock. Oh, this lovely marble table. Oh, Mama, everything is so French.
I'll be very glad to be where everything's so English by this time tomorrow. Now come away from that window and help me get into something comfortable. There's a dear.
Yes, Mama.
I don't know when I've been so tired. I just can't seem to catch my... Oh.
Mama! What's the matter? Mama, speak to me. Here, I'll get you up in the bed. There. And I'll loosen your corset. Here, Mama. Here are the smelling salts. Now breathe deeply, Mama. Mama! The telephone. I've got to get a doctor.
Hello, j'écoute.
Hello, operator. Will you please send a doctor up to room number... No, let's see. Number 342.
Pardon? Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
Will you please send a doctor to room number 342?
Je ne comprends pas. Qu'est-ce que mademoiselle désire?
A doctor.
Ah, oui, un docteur. Oui, mademoiselle, tout de suite.
I'm quite sure it wasn't long, although it seemed like an eternity before the doctor arrived.
accompanied by the manager of the hotel. To my great relief, the doctor spoke English. He felt Mother's pulse, took her temperature, and did the usual things doctors do. And then he turned to the hotel manager.
La jeune femme. Parle-t-elle français? Pas un mot. Vous en êtes sûr? Absolument. Alors je peux parler à mon aise. Monsieur, ceci c'est une affaire très sérieuse. N'ayez pas un air effrayé lorsque je vous mettrai au courant. Entendu. Cette femme était de la peste.
While they talked in this language that I couldn't understand, I looked from one face to the other, trying to read from their expression how serious my mother's illness was. They were as casual as though they were ordering dinner. Finally, I could stand it no longer. You must tell me, what is the matter with my mother?
Mademoiselle, your mother is ill. Yes, seriously ill. It is a collapse, due perhaps to the strain of traveling. However, a week or two of absolute rest and she will...
A week or two? Oh, no, but we're going on to England tomorrow.
That would be out of the question. She cannot be moved for at least several days. The next 24 hours will be critical.
Oh, Mama. Oh, my poor Mama.
Oh, mademoiselle, you must not break down, too. I need your help.
Yes, doctor.
Immediately. I need some medicine. Will you fetch it for me?
Oh, but...
I must not leave your mother for a moment during these critical hours. Here, I will write down this address and a little message to my wife.
Your wife?
Yes. I have the medicine already prepared at my home. It will be much faster to go there for it than to a pharmacy. There are very few chemists who have the ingredients.
But couldn't you telephone?
Alas, mademoiselle, I have no telephone.
A messenger, perhaps.
Mademoiselle does not know Paris, en fait. With the exposition opening, nowhere can you find a reliable messenger. They are all selling souvenirs. No, Mademoiselle will accomplish the errand more rapidly herself.
Here is the address, mademoiselle. 24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce. And here is the message to give to my wife.
But I don't know Paris at all. I'm a total stranger.
I am sure the manager here will give the necessary instructions to the coachman.
But certainly, if Mademoiselle is ready.
Before I quite knew what was happening, I was seated in a rickety carriage outside the hotel with the doctor's message clutched in my hand, while the hotel manager gave voluble directions to the coachman.
Ne la ramenez pas ici avant 2 heures. Compris?
Oui, je comprends.
Bon. It is arranged, mademoiselle. Jacques is one of our most trusted coachmen. He will get you to the doctor's house and back in safety.
Thank you so much, sir. And you'll look after my mother, won't you?
But of course. Of that you may be sure. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Allons-y, bébé.
I felt completely helpless. Alone in a foreign city where no landmark was familiar and the language a gibberish to my ears. In the charge of an evil-looking coachman driving an ancient carriage at snail's pace, up and down endless wide boulevards, across traffic-choked squares, knowing that my mother's life might well depend on the speed with which I accomplished my errand. Driver, can't you go any faster? This is a matter of life or death.
On fait ce qu'on peut, mademoiselle. Elle est vieille, mon cheval. Mais elle marche.
When we left the hotel, we had crossed a huge square with statues around it and turned into a wide avenue which led up a gentle incline at the top of which was a huge arch. But before long, we turned off into narrower streets. It must have been 20 minutes later when we turned into another wide boulevard and I saw another huge arch up ahead. Or was it the same arch? Coachman!
Oui, mademoiselle.
Haven't we passed that arch before?
Regardez, mademoiselle. Voilà l'Arc de Triomphe. Et voilà la tour.
I don't want a sightseeing tour. I want to go to this address directly. Don't you understand? Now, please, take me there at once.
On fait ce qu'on peut, mademoiselle. Soyez tranquille. Paris est une grande ville.
At last, we turned into a narrow street and pulled up before a grim gray house. The blue enamel sign on the wall read 24 bis. I jumped out of the cab almost before it stopped, rushed up the 3 stone steps, and pulled at the bell knob. Oh, hurry, hurry.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
The doctor sent me for some medicine.
Monsieur le docteur n'est pas ici.
Here, read this.
Retenez cette jeune femme aussi longtemps que possible. C'est de la plus haute importance pour l'avenir de Paris et même de la France. Entrez, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
Quand vous ne pourriez plus la faire attendre, donnez-lui une bouteille de pastilles inoffensives. Je vous en
The doctor's wife stood there reading and rereading the note as though she didn't understand it until I thought I would scream. Please, hurry. Get me the medicine. Look, it's my mother. She may be dying. I must get back to her. Please, hurry.
Asseyez-vous, mademoiselle.
She pointed to a chair.
Attendez.
And slowly walked down the hall and closed the door behind her. I waited and waited, and I began to wonder. I wondered about the time the cab had taken to get here, about that arch that looked so familiar. And I was torn by the 100 nameless anxieties that torture you when your nearest and dearest are ill. And then I heard something that froze my blood. A telephone. Clearly ringing somewhere in the house. Now, the doctor had said he had no telephone. That was the reason why I must come all this way for the medicine. Oh, no, it wouldn't be in this house. It must be next door or across the street, of course. Of course, that was where the sound was coming from. No. It was the voice of the doctor's wife answering the phone. Oh, no. What monstrous plot was this? I felt my scalp crawl with terror. My brain pounded. My head felt as though it would burst. I wanted to scream. To run out of this awful house. To run all the way across Paris to the bedside of my mother.
Voilà, mademoiselle. La médecine.
Thank you.
Au revoir,
Thank you.
mademoiselle.
Now, driver, please. Please, in the name of your own mother, hurry. Back to the hotel as fast as possible, please.
On fait ce qu'on peut, mademoiselle. Allons-y, bébé.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense. Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
Roger Clark had a Social Security card, sure enough. But Roger lost it. It's not important, said Roger. I don't need the card. I'll never forget that Social Security number as long as I live. So, as Roger worked here and there, he rattled off his number incorrectly. And there was all kinds of trouble getting things straightened out so Roger's earnings could get on his Social Security account. Don't be like Roger. If you have lost your card, write to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California, and ask for Form SS5 to replace your lost Social Security card.
And now, we continue with The Vanishing Lady, starring Miss Vanessa Brown. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I pleaded with the coachman. I begged him to hurry. I explained to him in tears that my mother was desperately ill. But the carriage never increased its speed. We crept across Paris just as slowly as we had come, and I was sure that I saw that same white arch 3 times. But at last, we crossed the great square with the statues in it, and I knew we were close to the hotel. Oh, please hurry.
On fait ce qu'on peut, mademoiselle.
Just beyond the great square, we turned up a narrow street, which shortly entered a wide circle, in the middle of which was a tall, slender monument. The driver swung around the monument and pulled up before the entrance of the hotel.
Oh. Et voilà, mademoiselle.
I jumped out of the cabin and I saw the sign over the hotel entrance. It said, Hotel Ritz. Driver, you've taken me to the wrong hotel. I'm
non,
staying
mademoiselle,
at the
je vous ai
Hotel
ramassé
Trio.
au Ritz et je vous ai ramené au Ritz puis à 25 francs.
Look, I don't understand what you're saying, but I want you to take me to the Hotel Trio.
C'est ici que je vous ai pris en charge.
You stupid man. Can't you understand? My mother's sick. You've taken more than 2 hours to get me to that doctor's house and back. Can't you understand?
Si vous auriez l'amabilité de me payer les 25 francs 50...
I looked around me. A small group of passers-by had stopped and were listening curiously to the argument. And then they joined in, taking sides. Everywhere I looked were foreign faces, strangers, enemies. And then, shouldering through the crowd, I saw a young man in tweed with a pipe clamped in his teeth. And before he had a chance to speak, I knew help had come.
I say, are you having some trouble?
Oh, thank heavens, an Englishman.
Yes, that's right. Now, what seems to be the matter?
I told him as rapidly as I could. He paid the mulish cab driver, popped me into another cab, and 5 minutes later we walked into the lobby of the Hotel Creole. The manager was behind the desk. My mother. Is she all right?
I beg your pardon?
My mother, Mrs. Winship, in 342. Is she all right?
There is no Madame Winship in 342.
What?
342 is occupied by Monsieur Auguste Noy, a permanent guest.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm Cynthia Winship, don't you remember? 2 hours ago, you put me into a carriage to go to the doctor's house for some medicine for my mother.
I am afraid mademoiselle is mistaken. I have never seen her before in my life.
Say, look here, what is this?
I swear to you, it is as I say. We signed the register less than 3 hours ago. We got in on the train from Marseille.
Right, well, we'll have a look at the register.
Yes, I'll show you. I'm in 342. Where's the register?
It is here, mademoiselle. You may see for yourself. See, today's date. 14 guests registered. But I do not see any mademoiselle or Madame Winship. Do you?
No.
Perhaps mademoiselle is mistaken. Perhaps she is registered at some other hotel.
No. This is the hotel, the Creole. You were standing there when we arrived. You came to the room with the doctor. You put me in a carriage.
But I assure you, mademoiselle, these are fantasies.
Oh, no, wait.
What is it?
The bellboy there, he carried our baggage. He'll remember.
Garçon.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you recall carrying this young lady's luggage up to room 342 this afternoon?
No, monsieur.
But you must. There were 6 pieces. Don't you remember?
Non, mademoiselle. Je l'ai pas vu dans ma vie entière.
He says he never saw you in his life before.
But this is monstrous, and it's impossible. My mother is somewhere in this hotel. What have you done with her? What have you done with her?
Well, now, how do you feel, Miss Winship?
Oh, better, thank you. The soup was very nourishing.
Well, won't you have something else? A salad, a little roast?
No, thank you. Just a cup of tea, perhaps.
Oh, certainly. Garçon.
Yes.
Une tasse de thé pour mademoiselle?
Tout de suite, monsieur.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Oh, do you realize I don't even know your name?
Oh, well, it's Stanley. Bruce Stanley.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Stanley.
Well, it's a pleasure.
Mr. Stanley, you believe me, don't you?
Of course I do, Miss Winship.
We did register at that hotel. We were in room 342. Why, I can even describe the furnishings. There was a big window that went from the floor to the ceiling.
Oh, well, I'm afraid every hotel room in Paris has windows like that.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Well, in this room, the drapes were plum-colored, and there was a marble-top table. Black marble it was, and a gilt clock. It had run down. The hands had stopped, I remember, at 20 minutes past 3. The walls were covered in rose brocade, and the bedspread was a washed-out yellow. If I could get into that room, you would see that I'm not making this up.
No, I'm sure you aren't. Perhaps I can find a way to make them let you in the room.
Oh, can you?
Yes, I'm with the embassy, you know, undersecretary sort of thing. I believe that the British Empire has enough influence to change the mind of an obstinate Paris innkeeper.
Oh, then let's do it right away.
Well, I don't think that the might of Britain can move quite that fast. It's past dinner time, you know, but tomorrow we'll see.
I can't wait until tomorrow.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. We can do nothing with the people at the hotel. You saw that. We'll just have to be patient till tomorrow. I'll get a room for you tonight in a pension near the embassy.
You're very kind, Mr. Stanley.
Not at all.
Oh, no. Oh.
What is it?
I just thought of something. The doctor.
The doctor?
Yes, the one the hotel manager brought in to look after my mother. I still have his address somewhere here in my purse. Here it is. Now, we must go there immediately. He can tell us about my mother.
Mm-hmm.
24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce. Well, that's not far. It's just off the Boulevard Raspail, near Gare Montparnasse.
How long would it take to get there?
Oh, about 20 minutes.
20? 20 minutes. It took over an hour this afternoon.
Oh, voilà, monsieur, 24 bis Rue Val-de-Grâce.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Yes, this is the place.
Attendez une minute.
D'accord.
The house is dark.
Well, it is quite late.
I don't care. We've got to find out tonight.
C'est en bas.
Where is he?
Oh, he's there at the upstairs window. Monsieur le docteur, c'est Mademoiselle Winship. Elle veut vous questionner de sa mère.
Je ne connais pas une demoiselle Winship.
Says he doesn't know you.
Oh, but he must. He must. Doctor, don't you remember this afternoon? You sent me here to your house for medicine for my mother.
Je comprends pas l'anglais.
Says he doesn't understand English.
Oh, the liar, the liar. He does. He speaks perfect English.
Je vous conseille d'interrompre pas le sommet des gens reputables et vous en allez avant que j'appelle la police.
I'm sorry, Cynthia.
Oh, Bruce, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? If it hadn't been for Bruce, I'm certain I should have gone out of my mind. He found a room for me at the pension near the embassy, where I spent a sleepless night. I tossed and I turned and I worried myself into an agony almost beyond endurance. Where was my mother? What had they done to her? Bruce called for me at 10:30 the next morning and took me back to the hotel. To my surprise, the attitude of the manager had changed completely.
But of course, mademoiselle may inspect room 342. We are only too glad to convince mademoiselle that her mother is not and never was in the Hotel Crillon. I personally will escort you to the room. This way, please, to the ascenseur.
Oh, Bruce, that terrible man, that horrible...
Now, Cynthia, don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Après vous, monsieur, dame.
Now, remember, Bruce, what I told you last night. You'll see. Plum-colored drapes, black marble top table, rose walls, and a gilt clock with the hands stopped at 20 minutes past 3. You'll see.
Yes, Cynthia.
Voilà le troisième étage. This way. It was room 342. You wish to see, mademoiselle?
Yes, that's right. Third door to the right.
So, here we are.
You see, Bruce, I know where it is.
Yes, my dear.
Voila. Enter, please.
Now, Bruce, you'll see the yellow bedspread and... Oh, no.
Not quite the room you just described in the elevator, mademoiselle. The drapes are royal blue.
No.
A little dusty, I feel. I must have this room renovated. There is no marble-top table.
No.
The clock, as you notice, is running.
No.
And right on time, it seems. The walls are not rose brocade, but yellow flowered wallpaper.
No.
No, my dear mademoiselle, you see how thoroughly mistaken you are.
No.
Well, that's the story as it may have happened. The lady, Mrs. Winship, had vanished, the room completely redecorated overnight. A gigantic conspiracy of silence, so cruel as to cause a young girl to take leave of her senses. But the stakes were higher than the sanity of a pretty English tourist. Mrs. Winship was suffering from bubonic plague, which she had caught before leaving India. The doctor had recognized the symptoms at once, recognized, too, that she had no more than an hour to live. He had purposely sent Cynthia on a fool's errand. The hotel manager was in on the conspiracy, and the cab driver, and soon the British Embassy, the Quai d'Orsay, and the police judiciaire. For had it become known that there was a case of bubonic plague in Paris, the city would have been emptied of visitors. The World's Fair would have been a failure. The French franc would have fallen, and the very stability of the pound sterling would have been threatened. That's the whole story. Some years ago, Alexander Woolcott tracked down the man who first reported it in the Detroit Free Press in 1889 and asked him whether he had invented it or had heard it somewhere in his travels. And the Detroit reporter replied that he could not remember, which, as far as Mr. Woolcott was concerned, left the question still open. For, as he wryly observed, he doubted if any man could have invented a tale like The Vanishing Lady and then forgot that he had done so. What do you think?
Suspense, in which Miss Vanessa Brown starred in William N. Robeson's production of The Vanishing Lady, based upon Alexander Woolcott's version of the legend and adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. Listen again next week when we bring you another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Miss Brown and The Vanishing Lady were Diana Bourbon, Virginia Gregg, Ben Wright, Ramsey Hill, John Daner, and Edgar Barrier. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, a master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
The effect of the tropics upon the female of the species has held an especial fascination for writers ever since the Pax Britannica assured an empire upon which, until recently, the sun never set. Richard Weil is no exception to this predilection of authors. He has written for us a tale of the South Seas under the Pax Americana, a triangular tale of a woman's boredom, a man's devotion, and another man's love. Listen then to Thou Shalt Not Commit, starring Mr. Victor Joy, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
Our American legends are filled with tales of men being superior to machines. Perhaps to us, human effort is still to be greatly valued, like the miraculous achievements of John Henry, champion cotton picker, roustabout, and railroad man.
I'm from that Black River country, and I can roust about whatever I can get my hands on. Excuse me for laughing, Captain, but that winch of yours sounds funny. You know it might work as good as 10 good men, but I'm John Henry, that's me. I'm 6 foot tall, and my strength never hits bottom. Maybe the women fool me bad, but rolling cotton ain't nothing but work, and can't nobody fool me about that. So stand back, you bullies, and give me some room, and watch me roll that cotton. I'll clean the deck of this boat before the sun goes down, or my name ain't John Henry.
In legends such as this, we clearly see the special qualities that spell Americana. Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones.
And now, Mr. Victor Jory in Thou Shalt Not Commit, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My name, Noelle. Me houseboy for Dr. Blair. He worked for him and Missy Blair ever since they come to Maui, maybe 7-8 months ago. When they first come, while we building house for them and other place Dr. Blair called laboratory, they all the time happy, all the time laugh a lot. But now it's different. Now no more laugh. They fight.
I'm fed up, Carl. Fed up to hear. I've had it.
Sounds as though you got up on the wrong side of your disposition this morning.
Very funny.
I'm sorry, darling.
Sorry isn't enough.
That's a pretty cruel thing to say.
You're a pretty cruel man, Carl.
Cruel?
And selfish. Dragging me down here to keep you company, you said. Well, who's going to keep me company?
Lisa.
Oh, what I would give for just one leisurely luncheon at the Colony and the opening night of a Broadway musical and a few laughs afterward in the cub room.
You weren't exactly dragged here, Lisa. We discussed this move at great length before we made it.
We're only 2 white people on a dirty little South Pacific island 1,000 miles from nowhere.
I wouldn't say that dirty was precisely the word to describe Maui'ia. It seems...
And you out here in your precious laboratory 10, 12, 14 hours a day. What am I supposed to be doing while you're saving the world from tropical disease? Take me back to New York, Carl. Back where I belong.
We can't go back to New York, Lisa. At least not for a while. I can't leave my research now. Not yet.
So a bunch of filthy natives are more important to you than your own wife?
No, but I know this sounds stuffy, but nothing is more important to me than my obligation to humanity.
Great. So you stay here and fulfill your obligation to humanity. Me, I'm going home.
If you insist on leaving, I can't stop you. Or rather, I won't. But I can try to keep you here with me, can't I?
How?
By trying to make you know how much I love you. Give me 3 weeks. It'll be 3 weeks before the Samoa Belle puts in here again. And, my darling, a great many things can happen in 3 weeks.
Now, Master and Missy seem happy, almost like before. Master don't spend so much time along laboratory, no. He and Missy swim together and spearfish, and Missy starts to paint again. Master sit on the palm tree dressed in lava with a wreath of hibiscus around his neck. He's so brown from sun and wind, he looked like one of my people. I think Missy liked the way he looked because by and by she put down brush and go over and sit beside him.
Tired, dear?
No. Just wanted to sit beside you.
That all?
No. I also wanted to kiss you.
I think that might be arranged.
That was eminently satisfactory, darling. Almost as pagan as your costume.
I'm not really pagan at all, Lisa.
Don't you think perhaps with a little encouragement...
Well, perhaps. But when the chips... Hey. What's that?
What's what?
I think the proper technical expression is sail ho.
Where?
See ya? Way out there. Hey, hull down on the horizon.
Oh, do you suppose it's the Samoa Belle?
No. The Belle is a 3-master. That boat has only 2.
She heading this way?
Probably not. Well, all play and no work, you know. I must get back to the lab.
I know, dear.
Do we paint tomorrow?
Probably. But... Arle mato ue itala.
And just what, my little linguist, does that mean?
Lueli taught it to me. It means, here on Maui, we live but one day at a time.
Oh, we find out pretty soon that boat Master see belong along one fella, Captain Buck. Captain Buck, he anchor in lagoon and come ashore just about sundown. I helping Master in laboratory when he talk along my uncle, Tayeri.
Now, these skin eruptions tell the whole story, Tayeri. You're suffering from yours. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? That's what I thought. Tell him I'm going to take a specimen of his blood, Lueli. It won't hurt him. There. He can go now. But I want him back here by 9 o'clock tonight. It's important that he be on time. Tell him that. You better run up to the house now, Lueli, and tell Missy Blair that I'll be there in a few minutes.
Dr. Livingston, I presume?
Huh? Unfortunately, the records don't reveal what Livingston replied to Stanley.
I'm Terry Burke, Doctor. That's my schooner, the Wanderer, anchored out there in the lagoon.
Oh, I've heard a great deal about you, Captain Burke. Welcome to Maui.
Thanks. You see, I've heard a lot about you, too.
Really? Why, I had no idea.
Come on now, Doctor. No false modesty. You're quite well known, considering the short time you've been on the island.
Well, now it's my turn to thank you. Lueli.
Yes, Master.
Go up to the house and set out some drinks. And tell Missy that we have a dinner guest. Oh, forgive me, Captain. You will dine with us, won't you? I want you to meet my wife.
I'd be delighted, Doctor. I've heard a lot about her, too. Yes, Mrs. Blair, he was quite a guy. They called him Bully Hayes. He sailed the islands from the Philippines to the Marquesas, doing as he pleased, making his own laws, and taking what he wanted.
He sounds utterly fascinating.
If you like pirates, that is. I heard Lueli refer to you as Bully Burke, Captain. Did you earn your nickname that way?
Not exactly.
How did you get it then?
Oh, I I skippered a PT boat in the last war. Well, I guess you might say I ran a taut ship. Not happy, maybe, but taut. So my crew called me Bully Burke. Behind my back, of course.
Like Bully Hayes, Captain? Doing as he pleased, making his own laws, and taking what he wanted?
That's about it.
Do you take what you want, Captain Burke?
I'm strong enough to get away with it. Yes.
Captain, you just set civilization back 5,000 years. And now, I must ask you to excuse me for a little while.
But, Carl...
I told Tartieri to be at the lab at 9. It's a question of timing his treatments. Llewellyn, I'll need you with me.
Yes, Master.
I'll be back shortly. Excuse me, please.
You know, Mrs. Blair, I knew a fellow once, over in Omea, who owned the most beautiful pearl I've ever seen. It was flawless, perfectly formed, and it glowed as though it were lighted from inside. The minute I saw it, I knew I had to have it. I told him the name was Price, but he said he wasn't selling.
It must have been pretty frustrating for you.
Oh, it was pretty stupid of him. You see, he didn't guard it as carefully as he should have.
Captain Burke, you didn't.
I'll show it to you sometime. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see it against your skin.
I wonder why I'm not as shocked as I should be.
You're not shocked at all. You love it.
Am I as obvious as all that?
Maybe not to some men. Certainly not to your husband. But to me.
Each of us knows what the other is thinking.
That's right.
If, for example, I said that I wanted to take you out on the lanai and show you my orchid.
That's easy. You want to be kissed. But if it happened in here, we'd be in plain sight of the laboratory. Correct?
I'm afraid so. Well?
Why not?
No more, Terry. Not now. Take me back inside and give me a chance to pull myself together before Carl. No. Wait. Put your arms around me. Kiss me once more.
Yeah.
Oh, Terry, Terry. What are you doing to me?
Well, that winds up another day's work.
Now, Carl, I've been trying to persuade Captain Burke to spend a little more time with us.
And I was telling Mrs. Blair that I can't possibly do it, at least not this time. I have a hole full of copra that's due in Papieti right now.
But you will come back, won't you?
Oh, please say yes. We'd love to have you.
Well, I'll tell you, Mrs. Blair. I figured on having my boat hauled out while I was in Papieti, but if it's all right with you and the doctor, I'll come on back here and my crew can careen right down on the beach.
We'd be delighted to have you, wouldn't we, Carl?
We would indeed.
Of course, there's a condition attached to it.
What's that?
You're going to have to tell me some more of your fascinating stories.
You mean about, pearling?
Particularly about pearling. I like those best of all.
All right. I'll be back in 2 weeks. 3 at the outside.
That gives us something to look forward to.
Same here. Well, I gotta get aboard. We're sailing at dawn. I'll be back.
You can count on that?
You can count on it, Doctor. I'll be back.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense. Do you know the Social Security benefits to which you will be entitled when you separate from the service and take a civilian job? Here's a tip from Social Security.
You wouldn't think of letting your bank savings pile up year after year without getting an occasional statement, would you? Well, your Social Security taxes are similar to savings. They are held for you by the government until you need them. How much money you make determines how large your benefit will be. If you or your employer should make a mistake in reporting your Social Security taxes, and it is not discovered within 3 years, it may be too late to correct it. That's why we say, check your account. Better be on the safe side. It's so easy to get a postcard form 7004. Just write to Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California. After sending form 7004, in a couple of weeks you will get a statement of the amount credited to your Social Security record by name and number. This statement is free, but it must be requested by you. Just ask for Form 7004, and that's Social Security, Department 15, Hollywood 28, California.
And now, we continue with Thou Shalt Not Commit, starring Mr. Victor Jory. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Captain Buck, he come back just like he say. When he anchor in lagoon and row ashore, Missy, she stand waiting. He get out of boat and say, Your Honor, and she put wreath she make from ginger blossoms round his neck. Then they walk up to house together, just the two. Master not there. He busy in laboratory.
Carl asked me to make his apologies, Terry. He seems to be on the verge of discovering whatever he's trying to discover. He's been out there in the laboratory now for at least 20 straight hours.
And what have you been doing for those 20 straight hours?
Trying to sleep, at least part of the time. And if you must know, not doing too good a job of it.
Why not?
Because I was waiting for you. I haven't had a good night's sleep since you left.
Any new orchids since I was here last?
Suppose we look after dinner.
We may not get a chance. The barometer's been falling for the past 24 hours.
What does that mean?
At this time of the year and in this neck of the woods, just one thing. Typhoon.
And we can't get away tonight?
We?
Yes. I've made up my mind, Terry.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Then we'll get away. If not tonight, then tomorrow or the day after. But we'll get away.
More coffee, Captain?
No, thanks, Mrs. Blair.
Oh, that wind, it makes me so nervous.
It's only blowing about 30 miles an hour now. We're in for it. By midnight, it'll be doing better than 100.
I don't like it.
Not the wind, Mrs. Blair. It's the atmospheric conditions that go with it. You notice anything unusual, Doctor?
Well, since you mention it, I do. A feeling of apprehension, as though something indescribably dreadful were about to happen.
That's right. That's what a typhoon does to you. By the way, do you have storm shutters?
Indeed we do.
Better get them up.
It's a good idea. Llewellyn.
Yes, Master.
Captain Burke says we'll be needing the shutters. Get a couple of the boys to help you put them up.
Yes, Master.
And I'd better go and see if things are secure in the laboratory. If you'll excuse me, please, I'll be back shortly.
Are you sure you want me, Terry?
I think you know the answer. But I better tell you right now that there aren't any guarantees. We may be together 20 years from now, or I may leave you on the beach, the first port we come to.
You won't.
Maybe not. Maybe someday you'll walk out on me, just like you're walking out on him.
No, of that I'm sure. Carl is sweet, he's good. That means he's tame and drab and commonplace. But you're a man. That's what I need, Terry, a man. That's what I've searched for all my life. That's what I've got to have.
Well, I'll tell you this much, you won't be...
What is it, Carl? What's the matter, Doily?
Oh, we fixing shutters in laboratory. All of a sudden, Master make funny noise.
It's my side, Lisa. A pain here.
Sit down, Carl.
I'll get you some water.
No, thanks. All I need is a little rest. It's subsiding already.
Just the same, I'm going to put you to bed. Help me, Doily.
Yes, Missy.
Want me to give you a hand?
No, thanks. We'll manage. Come, Carl.
Yes, dear.
Take it easy.
I will, Captain. You'll take care of Lisa, won't you? She's never been through a typhoon before.
I thought he'd never go to sleep.
How's the pain?
I said it was better. I gave him some phenobarb, and it seemed to help.
It isn't anything serious, is it?
Well, I hardly think so. He's just been working too hard.
Well, what do we do now?
You had your instructions, didn't you? By the way, just how do you take care of a lady during a typhoon?
Like this?
Yes. Like this. Oh, Jerry. All I want in the world is to be near you, to be in your arms like this.
I'm sorry.
Now, look, Doc,
I'm sure you can, Captain. Well, I can't say you didn't warn me, can I? You told me very emphatically that you took what you wanted.
What are you going to do about it, Blair?
There isn't very much I can do. You see, within 36 hours, I'll be dead.
How?
Yes, Lisa. I have acute appendicitis.
Oh, no.
Look, just as soon as this blow is over, I'll put you aboard my boat and we'll...
The nearest doctor is 7 days' sail from here. I have it outside a day and a half.
There must be something we can do.
Well, Captain Burke, under my direction, might be able to perform an emergency appendectomy.
Carl, that's impossible.
No, it isn't. It's been done before. I've read about it.
But not under these circumstances. Eh, Captain?
You think I can do it?
Undoubtedly. All you have to do is follow instructions. But the question in my mind...
I know. I'm asking myself the same question. When do we start?
Sooner the better.
You'll want Lueli to help you.
No, Lisa. I want you to help.
Me?
Precisely. I thought we'd keep this as sort of a family affair.
Let's get on with it.
I like your attitude, Captain. You seem to be every bit as eager to know how this little experiment is going to work as I am. Now, even the average layman is familiar with most of these things, Captain. Scalpels, scissors, forceps.
I know what they are.
Good. Now, the first incision is made right here. That's what we call McBurney's point. You do it with this scalpel. A cut of approximately 1.5 inches. Then you go deeper with this one.
Tell me something, Blair. Are you scared?
Not in the least. Are you?
Nope. Just curious.
So am I.
What are you curious about?
I want to find out all I can about the man my wife is going to leave me for. Well, Captain, the anesthetic will take hold in a moment. We'll be ready to begin. Just one more thing before we do. Regardless of how this works out, be good to Lisa, won't you? You see, I happen to love her very much. Now, the first incision, Captain. That scalpel, Lisa. That's perfect, Captain. Pads, Lisa. Now we look for the aponeurosis. Little scalpel, Lisa. That's it. We go through 2 layers now. I must tell you, Captain, the tiniest false move at this point would assuredly cause my death, and you couldn't possibly be blamed for it. It's worth considering, Captain. Well, that one really shook the house, didn't it? It might just as easily shake your hand.
I don't need you to put ideas in my head, Blair. What do I do now?
Now we expose the rectus muscle, Captain. As you see, it's in a sort of a sheath. Captain. Job is done. All right, good job, I'd say. Lisa, my dear, you'd better pour yourself a drink. You look like you could use one.
Is there anything more we must do?
Oh, yes. The Demerol hypo you prepared.
Here.
That's right. Just a moment, Lisa. You haven't removed the excess air. That, too, could be fatal.
I'm sorry. I guess I am a bit shaken. No, it's all right.
Thank you. There. I'll be asleep in a moment. Well, Captain, Lisa, I don't imagine I'll be seeing you again. I want to thank you for what you've done. And I want to wish you both a great deal of happiness.
How do you figure a guy like that? What he should have done was take a shot at me.
Knowing Carl, I'd say he was afraid to.
That's just it. You don't know him. He's not afraid of anything. He proved that when he let me stick knives in him.
Well, it seems to me he had very little choice in the matter. It was either that or die.
Wrong again. He could have performed the operation himself. That's been done, too.
Could? Why didn't you tell him to do it then?
I guess I was just as anxious as he was.
To find out what kind of a man his wife was leaving him for?
That's right.
And did you find out?
Yeah. Well, the wind's easing off. I better get down to the lagoon and see if my boat's still in one piece. Goodbye, Lisa.
Goodbye? Just like that? Goodbye? What about me? What happens to me now?
I don't know, Lisa. You'll have to work that one out for yourself. But I know this now. Somewhere, someday, on some beach, I would have left you. It's better that I leave you here now on this beach. I haven't got what it takes to love a woman like you. He has. He still does. Goodbye, Lisa.
Terry! Terry!
Goodbye, Lisa.
Louie?
Yes, master.
The storm is over, huh?
Oh, yes, master. Since this morning early.
And Captain Burke?
Ye go, master.
I see. May I have a sip of water, please?
Yes, master. I get from other room.
Lueli?
Oh, Missy. Lueli not know you still here.
But I am Lueli, and I'll take that tray.
Yes, Missy.
Carl?
Lisa.
I brought your water, Carl, but you're only to have a spoonful.
Lisa. I thought you...
I thought I was, too, but I didn't.
That makes me very happy.
I don't know why it should. I'm not much good, you know.
Don't judge yourself too harshly. After all, these are the tropics.
Where all sorts of things blow in from the sea.
And blow back out again.
Like our first typhoon.
That's right. And you know, I don't think it did any permanent damage.
I don't think it did either.
Suspense, in which Mr. Victor Jory starred in William and to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Jory in Thou Shalt Not Commit were Ellen Morgan, Ben Wright, Joe DeSantis, and Andy Iona. Suspense. finisher of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
You know the old saw about the importance of trivial things. For the want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For the want of a shoe, the horse was lost, and so on. Take a dime, for instance. One thin dime, just chicken feed. Yet it can make the difference between life and death, as it does in the story you're about to hear. Listen, then, and ponder on the potential dimensions of trivia as Lloyd Bridges stars in Chicken Feed.
Now, Mr. Lloyd Bridges in Chicken Feed, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, it was a silly thing to fight over, I admit, but there it was. A dime. A measly thin dime. Chicken feed. Of course, that was only the beginning. See, Junior asked for a dime, and I flipped it over to him. And after he left the room, Mary said I shouldn't spoil the kid. It was time he learned the value of money. And I said, well, great Scott, if I couldn't give my own child a dime without her jumping down my throat. Oh, you know how those things are going. Keep saying things you shouldn't, and she lashes out with an answer, and before you know it, you've stormed out of the house, and you're taking it out in the car. 50 miles cooled me down a little, but not much. I automatically slowed up when I came to the sign, "You are now entering Lansing, California. Go slow and see our town. Go fast and see our jail." Everybody knew Lansing. A speed trap, a tough town. Driving at a normal speed through the quiet Sunday street gave me time to think of something besides the biting words Mary and I had slugged at each other. I pulled up at a little cafe next to the police station. Had a whitewashed sign in the window. Best cup of coffee in town for 10 cents.
How'll you have your eggs this morning, Sherlock?
Same as always, and don't be so scratch with the fried potatoes.
I resent that, Officer Brady, and what's more, my whole family resents it. Too over easy, Sam. Heavy on the fried. What's yours, mister?
Coffee, please.
Coming up. Here you are. Say, Officer Brady, how's your star boarder?
Phillips, they're coming for him in the morning.
Think you'll be able to hold him till then? He got out of that Bennington jail like a paper bag.
Don't worry, sister.
Oh, listen to what happened here while I sip my coffee. Best cup of coffee in town for a dime. That reminded me of our argument over a dime. That's about all a dime's good for, I guess. Cup of coffee, newspaper, phone call. There's a stack of the local papers nearby, and I pulled one over to look at it. This Phillips was on the front page. Bank robber. Killed the teller. He had a face I wouldn't want to run into close. After a while, the hot coffee cut through the icy core of resentment I'd carried out of the house with me. Maybe I'd been at fault as much as Mary. She wasn't the only one who had a bad temper. On a sudden impulse, I left my coffee and went over to the phone on the far wall. I heard the dial tone, then I fished in my pocket for change. It was empty. Say, miss, could you change $1 for me? I want to use the phone.
Yes, sir.
What's
the matter, mister?
Well, my wallet, I seem to... look, I'll be back in a minute, huh? No, Mary wasn't the only one with a temper. I'd stormed out of the house without changing the contents of my pockets to my clean suit. I didn't have a dime on me, not even a nickel. I rummaged in the glove compartment of the car. Mary sometimes left a coin purse. But this time, naturally, it wasn't there. I felt like a fool. And then...
What seems to be the trouble, mister?
Oh, hello, officer. I seem to have come off without any money. Embarrassing.
Yeah, embarrassing.
I didn't realize it until I tried the phone. I'll have to send that girl a dime for the coffee as soon as I get back to town.
You will, huh?
Well, I don't know what else I can do under the circumstances, but I better go inside and tell her.
Hold on a minute.
Huh?
Where's your driver's license?
It's in my wallet in San Francisco.
You got any other identification?
Well, there's the registration slip in the car.
That's the car. What about you?
Me? Well, I just got through telling you. Officer, I'm Ralph Clark. Clark and Jacobs in the Hatfield building. We're attorneys.
Attorney.
I should have a card here somewhere.
You're kind of far from home to be without any dough, aren't you?
Well, I came out of the house without changing the stuff into this suit. You know how it is.
How'd you happen to have the keys to the car?
Well, I don't take them out when it's in the garage. Hey, you don't think...
Where are you headed for?
Well, I know it sounds funny, but nowhere, really. See, I had a fight with my wife, and I just batted out of the house to cool off.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Clark, suppose we just mosey into the station house.
Station house? Hey, what is this?
Nothing at all. Just next door, and you can call your way from there.
I don't see why that's necessary. If you just lend me a dime, I could go... Well, I could go right in here and reverse the charges.
Let's go. You can leave the car here. I'll take that key.
Now, look here, officer. I don't get it.
Move. Come on, move.
Hi, Jim. What you got this time?
Tell you better after he makes the call. Give me the phone, will you, Ross?
It's out of order. Was dead half an hour ago.
Did you report it?
Yeah. They said they can't have a man here before tomorrow.
You tell him this is a police station, for Pete's sake?
Sure, I told him. Oh, it's not bad, though. We can get incoming calls. They still got the payphone over there.
Yeah, there's the payphone, Mr. Clark. You can make your call from there.
I don't have any money, remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Here's the dime.
Gee, thanks.
Let me speak to your wife when you get it.
This is going to sound fine, just fine. She'll think I've really tied one on.
Operator.
I want to call San Francisco. Geary 49978. And reverse the charges, please.
Thank you. Your number, please.
This is 460.
Hello. I have a collect call from Lansing, California for Geary 49978. Will you accept the charges? Lansing? Well, I don't know.
It's me, Mary. Take the call.
Oh, it's you, is it? What do you think you're doing 15 miles? Will you accept the call, madam? I should say nothing.
Mary, Mary, wait, hey.
I am sorry. The party will not accept the call.
Look, operator, get it back, will you? This is important.
I will ring them again.
Thanks. Oh, why didn't you pick up that phone?
Your party does not answer.
No soap, huh?
Hey, they kept our dime.
Well, you shouldn't have slammed it so hard.
Let me have another one, will you? I'll get a hold of my partner, huh? He'll identify me.
Look, we've wasted enough time. Get in there.
That's the cell.
Right.
You're locking me up?
Right again.
What's the big idea? I didn't do anything. What are you charging me with?
Don't have to charge you with anything. I'm holding you on suspicion.
Suspicion? Suspicion of what?
Defrauding the cafe, for one thing. And then I want to check that car.
Do you think I stole it?
It's been done.
Oh, now, wait. Look, if you let
You're
me...
entitled to one call. You've had it.
Oh, this is fantastic. I demand to be brought before a magistrate immediately.
Are you kidding? In this town on Sunday? In the middle of dove hunting season?
Look, Jim, officer, now, if you'll let me phone my partner, he'll clear up everything.
Inside.
It was one big room. Along one side of it ran 3 barred cubicles, each just large enough to hold a bunk. 2 of the cubicles were opened, and the occupants, a couple of sodden, bleary-eyed drunks, lounged in the open space on a wooden bench that was the only furniture. A sickening odor cut through the disinfectant smell of the place.
Hey, welcome to our jail. Think part of the Santa Nueva Valley, eh, Slim?
You said it. What's your beef, John? Suspicion. Can you feature that? Suspicion. And they won't even give me a dime to phone.
You mean you ain't even got a dime?
No, you see,
Yeah, that's too bad. Ain't it, Pete?
Sure is. Wish we could help you out.
Well, maybe we could at that.
Hey, have you got a dime?
Well, sure. I got 2 of them.
Will you lend me one? Well, just one. I'll pay you back. I'll send you $10 just as soon as I can get out of here.
Well, what's it worth to you, chum?
I just told you, $10.
Yeah, I know. It's high in the sky, though. What's it worth now? I mean, I can get me a pack of smokes for 20 cents. Give you a dime, I can't get me nothing. You got any smokes on you?
No, I wish I had. I left everything in the pockets of my other suit, but... my wristwatch. Why didn't I think of that before?
Well, what's the matter with it?
There's nothing. Nothing's the matter with it. It's worth $50. Here, you look at it. It's yours for 10 cents. For one thin dime. But what can you lose?
There must be something wrong with it. Is it hot?
Hot? You mean stolen? Of course not.
Well, what you offering it for a dime for?
I want to get out of this filthy place.
Oh, you don't like our company, is that it?
If you want to put it that way, no, I don't.
Hey, what do you think of that, Pete? That man, he don't like our company. We don't smell good to him or something.
Well, now, ain't that just too bad? What do you think of that, Mr. Phillips? He don't like us. Have you got any dimes, Mr. Phillips?
I followed his glance. For the first time, I saw deep in the gloom of the locked cubicle the face I'd seen on the front page of the newspaper. The face I'd said that I wouldn't want to run into, close. Well, it was close. And I was glad that there were bars between us.
Of course, now, us guys, we ain't much. Yeah, but Mr. Phillips here, now, he's a big shot. He robbed 4 banks and broke out of 2 jails. Killed a man, too.
Sure, we're just bags, but Mr. Phillips, he's going to the hot seat. They're coming to get him and take him back to Nevada and burn him.
No, Petey, they don't burn him in Nevada, they shoot him. Ain't that right, Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips don't want to talk about it.
And Mr. Phillips don't want to talk about nothing. Mr. Phillips ain't very sociable. Just like this stiff.
Oh, now, look, fellas, I didn't mean... Look, I just meant that I wanted to get out of this jail. Here, take the watch and give me the dime, huh?
Look here, now, I'll tell you what. I'll match you for it.
Match me?
Yeah, a dime again the watch.
Well,
now, that's fair. And I got me a fair chance to get my 6, and you got you a chance to get your dime free.
Yeah, but I'd rather...
Take it or leave it.
Well, all right.
All right, now, you leave Petey hold the watch. I'll flip the dime on the floor, and you call.
Heads.
Tails, I win.
Hey, wait a minute. Get your foot off of it. How do you know it's tails?
It's tails. Ain't it, Petey?
Well, sure, it's tails, all right. Here's watch slip.
Hey, what is this?
Watch it, brother.
You're not going to get away with this.
Oh, get him, Pete.
Don't.
Yeah, that'll on you.
This is for kneeing me.
Hey, don't.
Hey, what goes on here?
These...
It ain't nothing. This new guy's acting.
Yeah, it's
all.
this new guy.
Quiet down in there.
Trying to get us in trouble, huh?
No. Look, fellas, for
Oh,
heaven's
shut
sake.
up. Okay. Kangaroo.
I'll be judge, you be prosecutor.
Right. All right, prisoner at the bar, stand up. Oh, stand up.
Cut it out. Yes.
Shut up. Yeah, all right, Counselor. What is the prisoner charged with?
Well, you want to know, this man here is a desperate criminal. He's charged with breaking into jail, insulting his fellow boarders, poor sportsmanship, and fighting. He's a very dangerous character, Your Honor.
Yep. Guilty on all counts. I fine you 10 cents.
You know I haven't got a dime.
Can't pay you. Well, then, you can work it out. Rate of 1 cent a day. Your first job will be to shine the course shoes.
Shine your own shoes.
Oh, she could be like that, huh? Hold him, Slim.
Sure.
Officer!
Hey, shut up.
Officer!
Pipe down in there! Well, come and give us something to squawk about.
You hear that? Another peep out in you gonna get it again. You understand?
Yes. All right. Now get on them shoes.
Why, I don't have anything to shine them with.
You got a coat, ain't you? Now get going.
The next hours were unadulterated agony. It was unbelievable, the filthy, inhuman jobs they could think up for me to do. It was frightening. And with every move I made, I could feel the glittering, steely eyes of the silent man in the locked cage, following me, weighing me. Finally, when they couldn't think of anything more, they forced me to stand at attention, looking right into Philip's cell. They couldn't see his face. It was too close to mine. He looked at me and nodded his head as though it were a signal. And then his 2 huge arms came through the bars and thrust me, reeling, across the cell. I fell and hit my head. That's all I remember.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
No parent we know has ever consciously dodged a responsibility to his children. That's why CBS Radio is sure you'll want to act now and learn what you can do about the crisis looming in our universities and colleges. Right now, our institutions are bursting at the seams. America's high birth rate points toward an acute emergency in education in the years ahead. If your children are to have the higher education they'll want and need in order to fulfill their adult obligations, we must all face up to the issue and do what must be done to make sure our colleges get the space, the equipment, and the trained personnel that will be needed. Like to have the facts of the situation? Write to Higher Education, Box 36, Times Square Station, New York 36, for a free booklet entitled The Closing College Door. It delineates the problem clearly. It outlines what you can do to help remedy the situation. Write for your copy today. The address again is Higher Education, Box 36, Times Square Station, New York 36.
And now, we continue with Chicken Feed, starring Mr. Lloyd Bridges. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't know what time it was, 2 or 3 in the morning, when I felt a stealthy touch on my shoulder. I opened my eyes. I was still on the stone floor, and Phillips was bending over me, holding a revolver. I started to speak, but he clapped a hand over my mouth.
Shh, you fool. You want to wake them punks. Get up quick and be quiet about it.
I glanced quickly at Phillips' cell. It was open, and so was the door to the corridor. He pushed me out and locked the door behind us. In his office, bound and gagged securely to his desk chair, Sergeant Ross glared at us. The empty holster at his side told where Phillips had got his gun.
Here. Which is the key to your car?
This one.
Okay. Take it and let's move. We made it. Them big fools. They panicked me. Guy could spring that crock with a hairpin. You nearly done a fine job of lossing things up. What happened to you getting thrown in the can in the middle of the day?
Huh? They picked me up on suspicion.
No, it wasn't supposed to be till midnight tonight.
What?
And all that phony kid stuff about the dime.
The dime?
Yeah, all that double talk. When all you had to do was slip me the word that Jerry Diamond sent you. Served you right the way them lushes treated you, acting like a dyed-in-the-wool square.
Jerry Diamond. Diamond. My numb brain slowly put the meaning of his words into shape. He thought that I was an accomplice, sent by a partner to help him break jail. But all my screams about a dime had been nothing but a signal to him. A signal that I came from Jerry Diamond. I cast a quick glance sideways at the revolver held loosely but ready in his lap. At the eyes that never lost their iciness even when he laughed. It wasn't hard to guess what he would do when he found out his mistake.
Jerry got the hideout set up?
Yes.
Where is it?
The hideout?
The hideout. We're going to Jerry's place first, right? Then what?
Well, I'll take you to Jerry's, and then he'll take over from there.
How far is it to Jerry's? Can't be more than about 5 miles, is it?
Well, look behind you.
What's the matter?
There's a car following us without lights.
Where? I don't see... What? Hey, what's the big idea? You trying to cross me?
I couldn't help it. My foot slammed on the brake. That car. You've got to get out of here.
All right. Go ahead. Get it started. Come on. All right. I'm getting out till that car passes. You make for the other side, and no tricks. Just to make sure, I'll take this key.
I made myself a chance, and I took it. I slipped out of the car on the other side and ran across the fields until I could run no more. After a long time, I found a road. And after a while of tramping along that road, a dark shape loomed up before me, a gas station. And through the glass, I could make out the outline of a telephone. I tried the door. It was locked, of course. But I found a tire iron and sprang the latch. I ran to the phone to make my call. And then I saw the coin slot, gaping at me like a laughing mouth. In a rage, I shook the black box. I could hear the dimes inside, behind a sheet of metal no thicker than a playing card, yet as inaccessible as the moon. But there must be some money in this room. My eyes focused on the battered desk. There was some change in it and a couple of dollar bills. The kind of money that a man will leave as a sop to possible burglars. Burglars. That meant me. Carefully, I abstracted a single dime and went to the phone.
Number, please.
Get me San Francisco. Fillmore, 33265. It's Morris Jacobs. Tell him this is his partner, Ralph Clark, and ask him to accept the charges.
Thank you. person on the line, and there may be a slight delay, sir. Will you hold on, or shall I ring you?
Yeah, I'll hold on, but hurry, operator. It's important.
One moment, please.
As I waited, a glint of light pulled my eyes away from the phone. Far down the road, the headlights of a car joggled over the rise and aimed toward me. It was the first car to come by since I'd hit the road. It might be a stray, a farmer starting out before sunup, but I couldn't take the chance. Hastily, I hung up the receiver, closed the cash drawer, and snapped the lock on the door. Then I crouched beneath the desk, and not a moment too soon.
Off and out. Hey, I've tried to wake this character before. Sleeps like a dead man, especially if he's back on the bottle again.
We'll get him up. Hey, Jerry!
Then I heard the creak of bed springs from the rear of the station. The light appeared under an inside door. It opened, and two hairy barefoot legs under a flannel nightgown came through and made for the front door.
Who is it? Brady and Ross, up and up.
You're a fine bunch of cops running out of gas in the middle of the night. Come on in. It's chilly with the door open.
It ain't gas, pal. Phillips broke jail.
Huh? How'd he do it?
Oh, there was two of them. He had an accomplice. Said he was a lawyer. First thing I know, I'm looking into the muzzle of my own gun. You know, they say Phillips used to work for Houdini once.
All right, Ross. We don't have all night. Point is, we found their car abandoned on the road back of Ferris's hop field. Ran out of gas. It can't be far away.
Hey, there was a big reward for Phillips after he broke jail at Bennington, wasn't there?
Yeah, $1,000.
Say, Jerry, you know him, don't you? You were in the Bennington pokey when he made that break. What was it, a drunken disorderly or something?
Yeah, had me a little too much and broke a window in the general store. We were roommates through the night. I was pretty scared.
How'd he do it, the break?
I don't know. I was sleeping it off. $1,000 reward, huh? Man could do a lot with $1,000.
Not dead, he couldn't. Don't you go getting any ideas now. That Phillips is a killer, and so's his partner, most likely.
Well, I ain't exactly helpless myself. Got a nice little fella on my side.
Now, you take my advice, chum, and put that gun away. They show up here, you talk soft, and let us do the capturing.
Sure, I'll play safe.
We'll be going. Just wanted to alert you, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. So long, boys. All right, you. Come out from under that desk. Come on out, I say. This gun's getting mighty nervous. Now, get your hands up. Stand over there.
Now, look, mister.
I'll do the talking. Who are you?
You gotta believe me. I'm not a criminal. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, so you must be the other one. Keep them hands up.
I got into this by accident. He helped me escape, yes, but...
Where is Phillips?
I left him in the car. That's another thing. You can get the reward. I know who he's going to meet. They're going to a hideout.
Oh, I see. Well, who is he going to meet?
Somebody named Jerry Diamond. There. If you let me get to that phone, I can clear up everything.
No, you don't. You stay where you are, I'll plug you.
But that's my partner, my law partner in San Francisco. I only broke in here so I could phone him. He'll identify me. You don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you.
Well, answer it yourself. You see.
Not on your life, mister. You think I'm out of my mind?
But you've got to answer it. You don't know what I went through to place that call. You can't just stand there. Jerry. You're Jerry Diamond.
That's right.
Jerry!
Who's that? Turn off that light, too.
Phillips.
Stand over there by the window where you see her. Go on.
Jerry!
Come on in, Phillips.
I ran out of gas in that pump.
It happened so fast that for a moment I had no reaction at all. None. I just watched it. Watched Phillips holding his chest with both hands. Watched that giant body twist convulsively on the floor and then lie still. Watched Jerry bend over him and then straighten up. Then as he turned grinning, my emotion, my feeling came back. And what I felt was seething, overpowering rage, fury. Everything I'd been through this night was like a boiler that had to burst.
Dead or alive. I just made me $1,000.
You foul, stinking old man.
Huh?
You're worse than he is.
Shut up. Maybe I'll get a reward for you, too. A small one.
I could feel the bullet land in my side, just below the belt. The avenues of pain spread out like the cracks in a hammered window glass. But somehow, strangely, it didn't stop me. I kept moving toward him. He backed away, surprised. He was aiming for another shot when we grappled. I got the gun, and he got my throat. I stumbled. I held onto his hand that was holding the gun. I wouldn't let go. And as he fell backwards from the chair, I was on top of him. And as we threshed around there on the floor, I brought his hand up suddenly and smashed the gun into his face. And then he lay still. I listened to his heart. He was all right. He was all right. Then I realized that I was all right. Yet he'd shot me, hit me. I should be lying there on the plank floor instead of that grotesque heap in the shapeless flannel nightgown. I felt my side where the bullet had struck. Brought my hand away. There was no blood on it. There should be blood. Touched the spot again. I fingered the contour of something small and hard and round. I pulled it out of my watch pocket. A dime. A dime. A 10th part of $1. All a man needed to buy a cup of coffee, to make a phone call, to pay a fine in a kangaroo court, to save his life. And I'd had it all the time. I had had it all the time.
Suspense, in which Mr. Lloyd Bridges starred in William N. Robeson's production of Chicken Feed by Lawrence Goldman. Listen. Listen again next week when we bring you Francis Lederer in Escape to Death, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Bridges in Chicken Feed were Amzie Strickland, Betty Groveley, Ted DeCorsia, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, Charlie Lung, Lou Merrill, and
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
The sixth commandment is short and explicit. Thou shalt not kill. Yet there are exceptions to the rule, regrettably beyond number. A man who kills is a murderer or a hero, depending upon the circumstances. And circumstances alter cases, such as the circumstances of a people's struggle for freedom. We offer you a neat point of morality to ponder as we present Escape to Death, starring Mr. Francis Lederer.
And now, Mr. Francis Lederer in Escape to Death. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Outside, it's snowing more heavily now, covering the streets of Budapest with soft whiteness, covering the old, uglier snow and ice with their patches of dirty gray and angry red. The red of the blood of the freedom fighters. The fools.
A little more brandy, Dr. Göllner?
Thank you.
And tell me, Doctor, how do you find it treating Russian soldiers?
About the same. You know, the dying scream, the sick ones curse, the ones who are not so bad make eyes at my nurse. The man is the same regardless of the uniform. I feel warm and safe. Here with me are Laszlo Kogosh, former head of the secret police and now deputy premier, and Marshal Nikolai Chekhov, Russian commander in Hungary. I must admit I'm quite flattered by the attention of these important men.
And that is where you come in, Doctor.
Forgive me, what were you saying?
The subject was devotion to duty and country. Comrade Kogosh was just observing how hard you have worked to preserve Hungary.
Well, after all, Commander, I am a doctor. It is my mission in life to save, not to destroy. Well, I look at it this way. In medicine, there are quite often times when a cancerous growth must be excised to save a life. At the moment, Hungary is overrun with a capitalistic malignancy these idiots have chosen to call freedom. Freedom. Freedom from what? Themselves or those who have always defended them?
Kogosh, you were right. Dr. Göllner is the only man for the job.
Job? What sort of a job? Well, not that I would question any assignment.
Doctor, you have been selected for an extremely dangerous mission. You are going to escape to the west.
Escape? You must be joking.
Hardly a joke, Doctor.
But why should I escape? I'm a supporter of the new regime. I am a member of the party. My wife and my children are here. My career is here. My very life is here in Budapest.
Exactly. Nevertheless, you will escape to the west. And if your mission is successful, return to us.
But I don't understand.
Look carefully at the snapshot, Doctor. Do you recognize this woman?
Of course. This is Korina Zanova. I delivered her child a number of years ago. Wasn't she minister of something or other in Imre Nagy's cabinet?
Indeed she was. Also, she has escaped us.
But we know where she is. A refugee camp just outside Neustadt in Austria. About 25 kilometers from the border.
And you want me to go after her?
Correct. You were her doctor. She has a broken shoulder by the bullet of an idiot who could not shoot straight. What is more natural than for you to help her?
But how can I?
You will carry a special hypodermic needle that has been dipped in a powerful poison. Is there anything finer than an injection to soothe the nerves?
Why, this is monstrous.
Karina Zanova must not live to tell her story to the United Nations people. She's the only one who knows the truth about what has happened in Hungary. What she has to say is exactly what the West wants to hear. That will not do.
But I'm a doctor. I'm not a secret agent.
You are a secret agent now, Doctor.
But there must be others better qualified.
None more so than you.
But what you suggest is murder.
The elimination of an enemy of the state is an act of the highest heroism.
Ideological nonsense. I can't do it. I'm a healer. I'm not a destroyer.
You spoke a moment ago of your children, your wife.
Yes, but what do they have to do with
Say nothing of your career and your life. All of these can be brought to an abrupt and untimely end.
Why, you wouldn't.
You know better than that. Of course we would.
Very well. What must I do?
That's better. And now for the details. We have prepared a special pair of shoes. The right heel contains an MVD identification tag to show in case you are taken by my man. The left, the poison needles for the hypodermic. You will also have the Hungarian army password for the next 3 days. This should protect you in the event of an arrest.
Well, how will I get across the border?
A train leaves Budapest for Győr and Sopron at daybreak tomorrow. You will be on the train.
Now look at this photograph. Study it well. This is Lajos Molnár. You must find him the moment you board the train. He's one of the freedom fighters' most daring border runners. 20 miles west of the city, the train will be stopped and searched by Russian soldiers. You must persuade Molnár to hide with you. Take him to the third coach from the engine, a car reserved for children. Once there, you will probably be safe. Is that clear?
I suppose, Commander, but what is the reason for this little game?
Simply this. Molnár has been over the border a dozen times that we know of. You will use him to get across safely.
I see. Is that all?
No. There is one more thing. You will earn the party's undying gratitude if you make this Herr Molnár's last trip across the border.
Well, then you demand 2 murders.
Dear Doctor, not murders. 2 blows for the preservation of Hungary.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Well, now, if you will excuse me, I shall try to get some sleep.
By all means, Doctor. And pleasant dreams.
There were no pleasant dreams that night. There was no sleep. There was no alternative. No escape. Before dawn, they came for me, took me to the secret police headquarters and gave me the shoes. Then they turned me loose with a group of political prisoners. At the West Station, I board a creaking train and wait, until finally it lumbers out through the yards. Now begins the race with time. Desperately, I push through the cars, through corridors, crammed with standing people. Excuse me, please. Forgive me. I must get through here. Thank you. Do you mind, miss? Where is this fool? I push, I shove, I twist and turn through an endless crush of packed humanity. The click of wheels singing their song of urgency. We're slowing down. We are stopping. My 20 miles are gone. The Russian guard will come aboard in a minute. And then, at last, I see the man I must contact. Lajos Molnar. No wonder I had not found him. He was headed the same direction as I, moving forward. Molnar. We're going the right way, but hurry.
You said something?
Don't stop now. Move. The Russians will board at the rear. It is their custom. We must reach the coach for the children. Push. I will say one thing for this thick-chested, hard-eyed man. He wastes no time with foolish questions. With him leading, we soon reach the vestibule of the children's coach.
Now, what is your plan? Sure of this. If there is trouble, I will shoot. You first. You are armed?
Of course. Now listen to me. We are looking for one man, Lajos Molnar. Are you trying to die? Come, we have one chance. Inside. See, down the aisle there, behind the knot of youngsters. Hurry.
What are you doing? You can't stay here.
How old are you, son?
8.
Do you understand about the Russian soldiers and those who fight them?
They killed my father. I hate them all.
Good. We will hide you, son. Now you will sit on my chest. Easy. And this lad, sit across this pan. Good.
What will we do if they spot us?
Shoot high, at their necks or above. That will keep the fire over the children's head. Then we must leave the coach and fight from the vestibule. Son.
Yes, sir?
If they see us, you boys dive at their feet and stay down. Is this clear? I will not stand for heroics.
Yes, sir.
Now the long minutes drag into individual lifetimes. Chekhov and his MVD symbol are worthless. If they come one now, we'll shoot. Pressing weight grows heavy on my chest as the time drags by. Now the children suddenly grow quiet. We know they are here.
You there! Have you seen a big man with black hair and a brown suit? We know he came this way. There may have been another with him. Speak up!
Oh, I know where they are. They are hiding.
All right, speak. Where?
They have gone through to the engine, 2 of them. We saw them when they passed.
Good. You hear that, comrade? Let's go.
This was not the time to breathe freely. Not yet. This was the time to wait, with your heart in your throat. And then at last comes the sound we are praying for. The test is over. The train is moving again.
All right, get off. You must wear a tug.
Here, this is for you. Give her some, then spread it around so all will have a bite.
Chocolate? Why in the world?
Stolen. Where else? When one is in the open, one needs energy, especially running the border.
You plan to cross again?
Perhaps. Come.
So I had enlisted the aid of the finest blockade runner in Hungary. We weave our way through the children to the exit. Then abruptly, Mona stops. He turns, driving the barrel of his automatic into my stomach.
Now, my friend.
What are you doing?
Men have tried to pull this one on me before. You arranged to save my life, then learn how and where I operate. But never let it be said I was too hasty. I will give you just 30 seconds to explain how you knew my name and how you knew the Russians would board this train today.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
This is Johnny Baker with Communism on the Spot. One of the great things about our democracy is that anyone can disagree with what's being done by the government in Washington. Not only that, but the government itself will protect the individual's right to have his say. If enough people see eye to eye, they can vote the leaders out of office. This is not possible under the Soviets' one-party system, where only one approved slate of candidates is offered the voter. The people, therefore, have no way of publicly expressing their disapproval of governmental policies or the conduct of high officials. The only way Soviet politicians are put out of office is through the purge, their removal by blacklisting, transfer, or physical liquidation.
And now, we continue with Escape to Death, starring Mr. Francis Lederer. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Is he bluffing, this huge man who has a reputation as the best blockade runner in Hungary? Or does he mean to press the trigger of the heavy automatic he has shoved into my middle?
Your time is almost gone, my friend. Speak quickly.
If you must kill me, you must, I suppose. Perhaps in your place, I might do the same.
All right. Say your piece. I shoot not from pleasure, but necessity.
I'm a doctor, Franz Gellner. Some time ago, I made the mistake of criticizing our emasculated premier in public. I was arrested and held for a month. This very morning, I was released.
What has that to do with your knowing my name and that I would be on this train today?
Well, last night, many patriots were executed. I was marched out with a Russian firing squad, but, well, for some reason, they did not shoot me. On the way back, two of the men were joking about how pleasant it would be when they could do that to Lajos Molnar. The other replied he would like to see your face when the westbound morning train was stopped.
I see. Now the next question. How did you know what I looked like? Well, doctor?
Well, to be frank, I do not function well with the gun pressing against my lower abdomen. Thank you. Well, as for the question, it is impossible to answer to your satisfaction. I had only a vague idea of your appearance. When I saw someone about right, I spoke to him. Well, you were the only one who did not give me a blank stare. To be truthful, I'm still not sure. Are you the much-hated Molnar?
A bit of chocolate, doctor.
We traveled by rail only as far as Győr. From there we bought transports to Jorna, where Mona obtained a car of ancient vintage. Now the early darkness has descended on us. The bitter wind brings with it a light snowfall that makes it hard to see the road ahead. The old car's dim lights.
How do you feel?
Not badly. Except for my feet. They are freezing.
You sure you understand about this crossing?
I think so, but you had better go over it again.
We leave the car at the edge of the woods, a few miles from Boschok. The forest extends into the Austrian border. Once there, you will surrender yourself to the Austrian border guards. They will take you to the town of Recknitz. When you have identified yourself, they will ship you up the line to a big camp outside Neustadt.
Then, you're not going with me?
Not for long. The Austrians and I have a working agreement. When I do not bring much, I do not stay long.
But, such a risk. Is it worth what you make?
I don't like that remark, Doctor. There is no profit. What I take across is information. For the world. For Hungary.
Time goes swiftly now. Eyes burn from straining to see Russian vehicles. Twice we turn off across country, driving without lights, to avoid oncoming Soviet trucks. Then we reach the wooded sector. We check our guns, leave the car, and begin the long, nerve-wracking walk to the border.
Halt. Keep down. Hear that?
Russians?
Oh, more tourists. Why can't they learn to be quiet?
There they go. Look at that woman run.
Hurry. Down this way while they are busy.
It is a nightmare. Running this way, bent over. Makes me realize my age. Suddenly a foot catches me in the back and I go down my face against the hard ice. I roll over, gun ready. But Molnar is down on one knee facing away from me. Then I realize what had made him so fat. It wasn't all coat. There are two of them in Russian uniform. He gets both before they can fire. And we're up again, running. At last he grabs him by the arm.
See that open space? On the other side is Austria.
But the border guards, where are they?
Not far. They will have you before you go another quarter mile. Wait here while I hide my spray gun.
Instead of waiting where he said, I creep up behind him. When he kneels beside a fallen tree to hide the Sten gun, I do it. It is easy. Too easy. This first murder. I'm running in zigzag pattern across the open snow into Austria. I don't get far before two men in foreign uniforms step out from behind the trees.
Halt! Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ja, natürlich.
Gut, kommen Sie mit.
The guards lead me over a trampled path in the snow to a long, low shack, full of tourists. One or two of them are near hysteria, and all of their faces show the reaction of overexposure. Some sit shivering alone. Most huddle before the curved iron stove and try to dry their sopping feet. There are two men, however, who sit to one side and watch the arrivals. After a moment, one of them gets up and comes over to me. I recognize him for what he is, and I become acutely conscious of the MVD symbol in my right heel.
Your name, sir?
Dr. Franz Göllner, recently of Pest.
The doctor, huh? You'll be a welcome addition. Are you asking political asylum?
Yes, I'm asking political asylum.
All right, doctor, we'll try to rush you through. I'll go and see if I can't scare up a medicine kit for you. There are a number of cases that need help.
Excellent. I will be only too glad to help.
Just a moment, doctor. Your right shoe.
I look down and my heart stops. The trick heel, the one with the Russian secret police identification in it, has come loose. Now, it is slit halfway off the heavy walking boot, its thickness protruding beyond the back of the shoe on its grooved track.
A man could break his neck with a heel like that. Here, let me get my gun. I'll tap it back in place. There, all fixed. Isn't that better?
Yes, much better. The worst is over. All that remains is to be patient until I can be moved up the highway to Neustadt. They find a medical kit for me, and I become the angel of mercy again. Repairing, mending, curing. But thinking only of my plans for Korina Zanova. Finally, the day arrives.
All right. This is the relocation center at Neustadt. All families remain together. A single woman on the left, please. Excuse me, are you the Hungarian doctor they said would be with this group?
Correct. Dr. Franz Göllner, at your service.
You can't know how glad we are to see you. Come with me, please.
Thank you.
You may not realize this, Doctor, but you have a number of friends here. People you have treated at some time or other. Yours must have been a very large practice.
Oh, fair size, I suppose. Of course, obstetrics was my specialty, you understand. I imagine I do know quite a number of the women here.
It's you, Doctor.
Incidentally, I don't suppose you've happened across a woman named Korina Zanova, have you? Both she and her child, let's see, Aya was her name. They were patients of mine. Are they here?
Oh, now, isn't that a shame? I think they have just gone. The Americans are flying them to New York either today or tomorrow. But I will be glad to check for you. Meanwhile, please make yourself at home here in my quarters. Go in, wash up, while I see about Korina Zanova.
I go into the washroom, but not to wash up. I flip off the heel of my left shoe, take out the poison needle, and attach it to a hypodermic from the medicine kit. And then I pace the colonel's quarters, waiting. It is too late for the plan to fail. She must still be here. She has to be.
Well, Doctor, you are in luck. Korina Zanova has not yet left. She is over in the clinic this moment. She was quite pleased to hear you had escaped.
We go quickly across the compound to a large building and in through a crowded entryway. Finally, we reach an inner room. And there we are. Just the Austrian colonel, myself, and Korina Zanova.
Dr. Kellner, how very nice. Almost 7 years since little Aya. You should see her. She's here somewhere. She still remembers you well.
Well, you two will excuse me, huh? Don't keep her too long, Doctor. The plane leaves in an hour.
No, of course not. Now the final moment has arrived. And I'm nervous for the first time. The long hunt is over. I put the bag down. I open it, trying to keep my fingers from trembling as I remove the deadly needle.
Well, Doctor, is it not a blessing for us being here, away from the twisted minds and the warped thinking at home?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Tell me, Korina, how has that shoulder been treating you?
Oh, but like any broken shoulder, I guess. To you as my doctor, I admit, it does hurt, especially at night.
I thought so. Well, roll up your sleeve. I'll give you a little shot, a new tranquilizing drug.
Oh?
To make you feel better on the plane.
All right, Doctor. Thank you.
Mommy, I heard... Oh, there he is, Doctor!
Do you not know never to touch anyone when they have a needle in their hand? Now you have made the doctor stab himself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mommy. Will it hurt? Mommy, he
is it, Doctor? What's the matter? Doctor! Doctor!
Suspense, in which Mr. Francis Lederer starred in William N. Robeson's production of Escape to Death by E. Scott Floor. Listen. Listen again next week when we bring you another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Lederer in Escape to Death were Norma Jean Nilsson, Margie List, Charles Radilek, Jack Crucian, Dick Beals, Fritz Feld, Paul Dubov, and Ted DeCorsia.
Suspense.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Paris, city of light, city of gaiety, city of scintillating women, sparkling wine, and the finest food in the world. But this has not always been so. Just a few years ago, Paris was a city of darkness and despair and hunger, where men turned to strange and sinister activities just to keep alive. This was the Paris of the Nazi occupation, a hopeless city, which Marcel Aimé has caught in his strangely disturbing story, Crossing Paris, a tale of cupidity and retribution. Listen then to Mr. Hans Conried starring in Crossing Paris, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
Smoke Kent, smoke Kent, smoke Kent with the micronite filter. It is the mild cigarette. It's got the freshest, cleanest taste yet. It is the mild Kent cigarette. Smoke Kent with the micronite filter. It is the mild cigarette. It's got the freshest, cleanest taste yet. It is the mild Kent cigarette. Smoke Kent, smoke Kent, smoke Kent with the micronite filter.
And now, Mr. Hans Conried in Crossing Paris, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
If you had been in Paris during the Nazi occupation, you would have seen a lot of interesting things. You might even have caught a glimpse of me stealing through the streets at night as inconspicuously as possible for a man carrying a heavily loaded valise in each hand. These valises were lined inside with canvas to prevent the leakage of any telltale drops of blood. And they belonged to my employer, Monsieur Jamblier, in whose cellar the original butchering was accomplished. My job was hard, but it paid well for the risks I took. Quite often I worked with an assistant carrier, usually Le Tambeau. Well, one winter afternoon, I set out to meet Le Tambeau at the Café Voltaire on the Boulevard de la Bastille. It was bitterly cold, and the trees were bright with frost. It promised to be a miserable night for us. A keen north wind was blowing over the canal toward the Seine, and the day seemed dying of cold. It was nearly dark when I reached the Café Voltaire.
Ah, Pierre, what will it be? You look cold enough for a brandy.
That I am.
Here, this will warm your bones. Your friend Le Tambeau was in. He said to tell you he is not free tonight.
Oh, curse him. How can he behave like that? He has no respect for his work.
Respect for what work? Who's this Le Tambeau? Respect for what work?
Oh, please, monsieur. I'm talking to the bartender. It's no affair of yours.
It's my affair, all right. I'm standing here drinking, and you come in and curse people and talk about respect. I'll teach you respect.
Oh, the fellow was drunk. He put his glass down and staggered up to me, fist raised. At that same moment, a huge man calmly stepped around from behind me, caught the drunk's chin in his big hand, and pushed him backward with a powerful thrust.
I get it now. The police always throw them past.
Now, we are not the police, you idiot, but I promise you some police if you don't shut up.
See, I told her, look at the brute. He has police written all over him, and I was an honest...
Well, then, let's go, my lad. Pay for our drinks now, and we'll report to the station for duty. Pay up and let's be off.
I don't know why, but I paid. And then, still laughing, the big one took me by the arm and we started out. He was a rough fellow, probably a laborer, but certainly not of the police, dressed as he was in a spotted, shiny suit and a dark turtleneck sweater. His small, pig-like eyes were bright with irony, and the tight blonde curls that ringed his huge head gave him the appearance of a great ram. When we reached the street, the night was already black with high, icy winds.
That was a squalid scene.
Oh, well, the man was drunk. But I could have handled him. I carry a knife, you know. You did not have to interfere.
Oh, no, I enjoyed it.
Well, anyway, you probably saved him from being cut up.
Oh, but I didn't realize that you were going to cut him. My apologies, monsieur.
You're a bloodthirsty brute. I bet your wife wears a black eye to Mass every Sunday.
No, wife. The big thing in times like this is to eat. With me, my stomach comes first. Love afterward.
I see. And what do you do? What is your trade, eh?
I am a painter.
Oh, you must find it difficult these days. There's so little building going on.
I manage in a small way.
Look here, you're a strong fellow, and if you're not afraid of a little risk, I can give you a job tonight as my assistant. It pays well, too.
How much?
Say, 400 francs.
You're on.
Don't you even want to know what it is?
Well, you're probably an assassin.
Of course not. Above all, I'm a man of honor.
What difference does it make?
All right, then. Let's turn off here. First, we must go to the Rue Poliveau. Our work starts there.
Well, let's walk faster. I'm cool.
Who is it?
I, Pierre.
Who's the other one?
Letambeau ducked out on me tonight. So I've asked my friend Grangil here to take his place. He's all right.
Hurry, then. You're late.
We followed Monsieur Jambier across the cellar to a thick table where stained white cloths covered a shapeless form. He proudly removed the shroud, revealing a whole hog which had been neatly cut into a dozen portions. Then he stood back and allowed us to feast our eyes.
He's a beauty, you know.
Whew. How much does he weigh?
200 pounds. But divided into 4 valises, you'll manage him all right.
It's easy to see you've never carried 100 pounds of black market pig about Paris.
You're wasting time. Hand me a valise under the table there.
Where does it go tonight?
To Montmartre. Butcher shop in the Rue Goulincourt, number 43. And one thing now. To arrange his deliveries, he must have the meat there by 2 a.m. If you are late, he will not accept it.
But, Montmartre?
It's no distance for a young man like you.
How much are you giving us?
Now, Pierre, bargain's a bargain. We are all men of honor in this affair.
No one has ever questioned my honor, monsieur. And I deliver your meat on this side of the Seine for 400 francs. But, Montmartre, that's a different matter.
Oh, I see what you're up to. You know perfectly well I can't risk keeping the pig here and that it's too late to get anyone else to carry it.
Lugging 200 pounds of black market meat all the way across Paris in the dead of the night with the police lying in wait for us at every turn along the way. You call that profiteering?
All right, then. All right. You get 50 francs more.
I want respectable pay for my work, not just a tip.
500 then, but not a sou more.
It is hard work. It involves great risk. 600 francs.
Tell me, Monsieur Chamblier, is this really number 45?
What? Why do you ask that?
No, for no reason at all. Because I know the answer. Monsieur Chamblier, 45, Rue Polyvaux.
Who is this man, Pierre?
Frangile, you will do me the courtesy of keeping your mouth shut. I do the talking here. You agree then, sir, to 600 francs?
Monsieur Chamblier, 45, Rue Polyvaux. My share will be 1,000 francs.
What? Are you mad?
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. He's my assistant. So you just give me the 2 times 600 francs. I'll settle with him later.
All right, then. Here, take it. I can't have you here all night.
Monsieur Chamblier, 45, Rue Polyvaux. Give me 2,000 francs, or I shall wreck this place.
Chamblier looked at him fearfully for a moment. Then he pulled a fat billfold from his pocket and handed 2 notes of 1,000 francs each to the ram, who pocketed them calmly and caught a third one on the fly when Chamblier, in his nervousness, let it slip. It was too much for me. I started to Gangil to make him return the money, but Chamblier seized me by the arm.
Let him alone. I can't afford a row
I
here.
don't want a row, but after all, he's my assistant.
And this is my cellar. I've paid out enough money to have peace here at least. You can settle it with him later. But now we've got to finish packing the valises. It's late.
We went back to the table and finished fitting the sections of pork into the valises, wedging them in with crumpled newspapers. Grangil paid no attention to us, but sat across the cellar on a wine barrel, eating a thick slice of ham he'd found. When we were packed, however, he got up without a word and came over to pick up his 2 valises. This apparent willingness seemed to impress Chamblier, and when we reached the door, he stuck a pack of cigarettes into the ram's pocket.
That's for the 2 of you for the trip.
Cigarettes at night? It's a fine way to get ourselves picked up.
Oh, come now, Pierre. Don't worry so.
I have to have 2,000 francs more.
No. Not a sou. Not a single sou.
Give me 2,000 francs, for heaven's sake, Chamblier. Chamblier. 2,000 francs, Chamblier.
Oh, stupid, you'll have the police on us.
Here, you blackmailer. Here, take them, but shut up. In the name of Mary, shut up. Here, you devil.
Open the door. Let us get out of here. I'll settle with you later, my fine friends.
Chamblier. Oh, Chamblier. I now have to have another 2,000.
Quiet, I tell you. Stop it. No, don't you dare pull anything like that again. What's the matter with you anyway? Do you want to go to jail? I'm warning you now. If you
Stop chirping at me, or I'll pinch your head off and let you bleed.
Well, I don't want any trouble, but after all, I've given you a job. This is my work. You should have some respect for it.
Oh, that's for your job. Where do we cross the river?
We have to go up to the Ile Saint-Louis. Too near the railway station down here. Too many police patrols and German soldiers around.
Let's hurry, then. My hands are turning to stone.
As we passed by the wine market, deserted and desolate in the night, the wind seemed to blow with less violence, but colder. Our faces were gnawed and burned by it. The oily water in the Seine was black as coal, and along the banks the bare trees stood bleak and spectral. Finally, we reached the Ile Saint-Louis, and with a cord, turned into the first side street for a moment's respite from the paralyzing north wind.
It's a wonder the air doesn't freeze. Why in the name of heaven do you work at this job?
I make my living this way. Every man to his trade.
Now tell me, how much can you get for pork in the black market, huh?
Forget it.
What, 75 francs a pound?
Forget it, I tell you.
In that cafe where they thought we were police? I'm sure we could sell Chamblier's pig at 75 francs a pound. That would give us 30,000 francs. 15,000 apiece of easy money, so instead of killing ourselves in this wind...
You think if I want to do that, I'd have brought you along? No, and if I were to decide to do it now, I'd begin by getting rid of you.
What makes you think you...
Be quiet. Listen. A patrol. Back here in the shadows. Quick.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
Jack Benny acquires a girls' baseball team, and R. Miss Brooks acquires headaches from a school board on CBS Radio this evening. And if that isn't enough, Mitch Miller has Jack Webb hiding under his beard. Yes, there's great listening ahead on CBS Radio, so keep your dial right where it is. Suddenly aware of the fact that his rivals, Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, are part owners of baseball teams, Jack Benny will be out to acquire one for himself, and the answer will be the Buxom Bloomer Girls. For another key to laughter, join Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks as she tries to open Madison High in time to receive an award for good attendance. The key here is the one she loves in a series of mishaps that prevent the opening of the school. Too late to help her find the key, but in time to help Mitch Miller present one of his greatest shows, Jack Webb will be here on most of these same stations, along with producer Otto Preminger and comedian Phil Foster. Remember, they're all on CBS Radio later today. Jack Benny, Eve Arden, and Mitch Miller with his guests, Jack Webb, Otto Preminger, and comedian Phil Foster.
And now, we continue with Crossing Paris, starring Mr. Hans Conried. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We froze against the doorway, and the patrol passed without seeing us. Ahead of us were still 2 solid hours of terror crossing Paris. The moon was still hidden, but the night had grown lighter and consequently more dangerous for us. After a block or two, I suddenly sensed that Grangil was no longer behind me, and turning, I saw him halfway across the street, headed toward a line of blue light that framed the doorway of a cafe.
I'm going to get a shot of liquor.
Come back here, you fool. You can't carry that stuff in there.
I won't be long.
He was already opening the door, pushing his valises past the blackout curtain which masked the lighted interior. Cursing, not telling what he was up to now. But in any event, I couldn't leave him there with Jamblier's pork, and I didn't dare stand around in the street waiting for him, so I crossed over and followed him inside. Several men who looked like clerks were playing cards at a table. The floor was covered with sawdust and the lights were dingy. The proprietor's wife sat knitting a sock behind the cash register and looking suspiciously at Grangil, who was already standing at the bar, 1 foot resting on his valises.
2 cognacs, patron. This is my closing time. Cognac? What is all that luggage? You're not running into my place with the police at your heels, are you?
Give us some cognac.
No. Do not cause a row. With me, these rows...
Cognac, patron, Rémy, Martin.
Shut up, Grangil. Shut up, I tell you.
If you quiet down, I will get it for you.
Thank you, monsieur.
The proprietor searched for a bottle of Rémy Martin, and Grangil turned and stared at the 4 clerks who had stopped their card game. They were obviously avoiding so much as a glance in our direction.
All right. You. There are 4 of you sitting there. You're half starved on rotten carrots and sawdust pudding. You're smoking corn silk. All of you. And there's enough good fat pork in these valises to make you rich. Huh? What's to keep you from making off with it? You know well enough we're in no position to report it.
In the name of heaven, Grangil, come to your senses.
Get out of here, you filthy paupers. Get out. And howl against the black market. Rabble! Scum! What good does it do to make laws if they're not respected? Blackguards! Anarchists! Disloyal Frenchmen!
Stop it, Grangil. Have you lost your mind? Perhaps you don't care what happens to you, but I care what happens to me.
You don't say so, eh? You there, patron. I can't wait all night. Give us some cognac. Give us some cognac, I said.
Here is your cognac. But please, no more. It is past closing time already.
Here. Here's to you, little Pierre. You who are as timid as a girl, but whose charm I cannot resist. Your valises full of pork that these cowards refuse to take, I will carry as far as Le Havre, on foot, on my knees, for you.
And then, without warning, the ram reached out, seized the cognac bottle, and heaved it with all his strength against the mirror behind the bar.
Excellent. Now, my valises. Come, little Pierre. I never wish to see these wretched people again. Baboons, I ignore you. I erase you from my memory forever.
I I followed him out, wondering how in the world I could keep this monstrous madman from getting us picked up by the police. The moon had come out now, and the center of the street looked like an arrow of brightness, while the shadows along the sidewalk offered dangerous possibilities of surprise. At the first street crossing, the black shadow in which we were walking was broken by a streak of moonlight. We just reached the opposite curve when, from the dark, only 3 yards in front of us, a man's voice rang out.
Stand where you are. No tricks now. What are you carrying in those valises?
Before taking that tone, you do well to identify yourself.
It's the police. You saw me well enough.
Oh, the police? Well, I'm certainly glad we ran into you. I've been looking for somebody to show us how to get to the Rue Sévigné.
You're going away from it, and I think that
You don't tell me. Did you hear that, my friends? The Rue Sévigné is behind us. Well, then we just have to turn back.
Later, perhaps. Right now, you're going with me to the station.
May we rest a moment first? We've walked a long way looking for the Rue Sévigné. Perhaps I can explain to you.
No need for that. Come along now. Come on.
There was nothing he could do if I put my valises down anyway, in spite of him. So I did, thinking he would give me a chance to talk him out of this. And the ram, bending his knees slightly, put his down also, and then, suddenly straightening up, smashed the policeman's jaw with his fist. The poor man doubled to his knees, fell flat without making a sound. Grandgilles bent over him for a moment and then grabbed his hat and threw it into the middle of the street. The visor shone there in the moonlight.
Well, let's go.
Well, that was clever. As soon as he comes to, he'll grab his whistle. In 5 minutes, all the police in the arrondissement will be after us.
That would surprise me. I have his whistle in my pocket.
Air raid alert. Now what will we do? We don't dare go into a shelter with this meat, and we certainly can't stay in the streets.
I live only 2 blocks from here. Come on. Come.
In spite of carrying 100 pounds apiece of that cursed pig, we ran all the way. But at last, with bursting lungs, we made it. I stopped a moment inside the door to catch my breath before climbing to the top floor where he said he lived. The ram went on ahead, and the door was open when I finally arrived.
Come in. Come in. I'll have a fire going in the stove in a moment.
It was a large, comfortable studio. In the bluish light that filtered in from the street, I could see a huge mirror covered with gauze, hanging directly opposite the entrance, over a baby carriage filled with what appeared to be framed paintings. I set down my valises near the door and stood there until Grandgilles drew a blackout curtain over the window and turned on the light. There were several easels in the room, and on a table near the window were spread out a number of drawings and paintings.
Surprise?
You're a painter?
Yes. I said I was.
You did all those?
I sell most of them around Montmartre. But since the German occupation, amusingly enough, not always for money. I barter. Well, only last week, for a picture of a woman wearing nothing but high-heeled shoes and an opera hat, I got a ham. But here's one I've been commissioned for that'll bring 100,000 francs. You like it?
No.
Because it's the portrait of a Nazi?
Perhaps. And because it's no good.
You're still angry with me, aren't you?
Oh, I don't know what to think of you.
Think what you like, then. I'm going to eat something.
The stove had commenced to glow, so I sat down in a big, easy chair next to it and soon became drowsy in its pleasant warmth. And then suddenly a bell went off and woke me out of a sound sleep.
Grandgilles speaking. Ah, Suzy. Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. Pierre Martin, I would... Huh? No, you don't know him. Well, Pierre Martin is a little gutter snipe who works in the black market. He gave me a job, the poor idiot. Oh, I had great fun. Wore dirty clothes, played the role of a tough, a Satanist, a thief. No. It was very easy. After all, it's the weak ones who act tough. Very amusing, I assure you. What? No, I'm still an amateur.
So that's it.
I'm telling you about it all. It will
Slamming,
amuse
mocking
you.
me, making fun of my work, laughing to himself all the while. I'll show him.
Pierre, such temper, little one.
You dog. And I thought you were hard up. I want to help you. And you, the gentleman, treating himself to a taste of what I suppose you call the underworld, like a stinking tourist.
Is there a reward out for you, Pierre?
Stealing, that's what it is. You should have left the work to a man who needed it. You have no honor, no respect for work, you filthy rat.
Oh, but I have. Come over here. Look. I drew a portrait of you while you slept. Perhaps you will like this picture.
I don't even want to look at it. What do you think I am? Me, I earn, I keep, I work hard. You and you Nazi under 1,000 franc commission. You've done everything to make trouble for me. My work is amusing, eh? Well, I'll show you what I think of you. There, what are you up to? I ran across the room to the easel that held the portrait of the Nazi, plunged my knife into the top, and ripped down. I was about to slash it across the middle when Grangille, whose body smashed into me and fell to the floor. He had me by the throat and was slowly choking the life out with his thick fingers. I began to beat on the floor in agony with my open hand when suddenly I stopped the knife with one hand and seized it. My eyes were turning back in my head as I slashed out at his wrists. He let out a howl and sat back, watching the blood drip from one hand. I was too weak to move, so I lay there, holding my knife over my chest, pointing it at him. Suddenly, his eyes went white with insane rage, and before I could move, he threw himself on top of me again. And there, rolled over with a faint moan. My knife had been driven straight into his heart. His legs twitched a little, and then he lay still. I looked at him unbelievingly. I'd never killed. I'd never wanted to kill any man. Then I covered my face with my hands and I wept. 2 hours later, faint with exhaustion, I delivered all 4 valises to the butcher shop in Montmartre.
All right, I waited. It is all there.
Of course it is. I'm a man of honor, monsieur.
I can see that. And you made it on time, too. But did you not have an assistant? I understood from Jamblier.
It seems that my assistant, monsieur, did not really need the work. I was forced to dismiss him.
Well, anyway, you made it.
I always finish any job I start, monsieur. It was only then that I remembered that Grangille had said my name to his girl over the phone, and that my portrait sat waiting for the police in his studio. I put the 5,000 francs, which I'd taken from his body, into an envelope I borrowed from the butcher and addressed it to Jamblier. I dropped it into a mailbox and then walked slowly down to the big market of Les Halles. It was almost dawn when I reached it, and the heavily loaded pushcarts were stacked up in the side streets, smelling of green vegetables and berries. The gutters were slippery with garbage, and a lonely woman in pink satin pumps was staggering wearily through the filth at the end of an all-night souse. I sat down on a curb, and I watched her, and said to myself, believe me, we none of us do what we wish to do.
Suspense, in which Hans Conried starred in Crossing Paris, adapted by John Meston from the story by Marcel Aimé, and produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Mr. Vincent Price in The Green and Gold String, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Conried in Crossing Paris were John Daner, Joe DeSantis, Ted DeCorsia, and Paul Dubov. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
There's a lot of truth in the old saw about the loss of a horseshoe nail resulting in the loss of a kingdom. The tiniest detail can often lead to quite extraordinary results, particularly if the detail is observed by a clever con man with sufficient larceny in his soul. A man like the amazing Dr. Alcazar, who parlayed a piece of string into a small fortune. Listen then, as Mr. Vincent Price stars in The Green and Gold String, which begins exactly 1 minute from now.
Smoke Kent, Smoke Kent, Smoke Kent with the micronite filter. It is the mild cigarette. It's got the freshest, cleanest taste yet. It is the mild Kent cigarette. Smoke Kent with the micronite filter. It is the mild cigarette. It's got the freshest, cleanest taste yet. It is the mild Kent cigarette. Smoke Kent, Smoke Kent, Smoke Kent with the micronite filter.
And now, Mr. Vincent Price in The Green and Gold String, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hey, step this way, ladies and gentlemen. Learn what the future holds for you. As Dr. Alcazar, clairvoyant
That
extraordinary...
dulcet voice belongs to Avi, my good and devoted assistant who stands outside my studio here in Coney Island and drums up business. Of course, I wrote his spiel. And did it pay off one evening last fall?
Step right inside this.
Thank you kindly. Good evening, sir. Are you Dr. Alcazar?
Alcazar, indeed I am, madam, at your service.
I'd like a reading, if you don't mind.
Age 35 to 40, cheap purse, expensive suit too tight and too short, not hers, a hand-me-down accent, British Cockney. Nervous. Something on her mind, possibly a housekeeper or a lady's maid. I showed her to the chair reserved for customers. It's under a mirror. They're handy mirrors.
Spooky in here, ain't it, with all these black curtains?
Black velvet, madam, to minimize all distractions.
That your crystal ball?
Yes, madam, the mysterious orb in which I see revealed the future as well as the past. But in your case, I think it won't be needed. Your psychic projection is extremely strong. Even now, I can clearly sense that...
That what?
That you're deeply troubled.
Well, in a way, I am all upset like. But... you see, sir, it's a private matter, and...
Of course. May I suggest that you relax as much as possible? Any undue tension disturbs and obfuscates your aura. And in order to obtain closer contact with your psyche, I'd like to hold some personal possession. Oh, no, not your brooch. No personal jewelry. Its intrinsically counteractive density tends to adumbrate the necessary metaphysic radiation.
It does?
Oh, yes. Perhaps something in your purse,
I'll see.
That's another gambit in the little game I play. By leaning back and half closing my eyes, I can watch the mirror and see the contents of an open purse. In hers, I saw a roll of stamps, a shabby wallet, a half-eaten candy bar, a postmarked envelope addressed to Miss Lily something or other, a neatly folded sheet of tissue paper, violet-colored, wrapped around a length of gift-wrapping cord, interwoven strands of green and gold, hairpins, a compact.
Will this do?
Your compact. Excellent. Now... to sense the vibrations. Your name. Your name. You are named for a flower. Yes, a lily.
Well, I never.
You have a fondness for candy, a sweet tooth?
Oh, no, ain't it awful?
Your present life is bound up with a person of great wealth. I think a woman.
It's the truth, every word.
You have a highly sensitive anima, and are therefore a most sympathetic subject. You are an excellent seamstress and... And that, madam, concludes the general reading.
Oh, is that all?
Well, I could go deeper, much deeper, with a special delineation for an additional 50 cents. Shall I continue?
All right, I guess you might as well.
Excellent, excellent. Now, if you'll state your problem briefly.
Oh? Do I have to? I should think you'd already know.
I see Madam finds it necessary to test me further. Very well. Well, now, I seem to see paper, tissue paper. What a strange color. Almost orchid. Orchid-colored paper and something else. 2 colors interwoven, green and gold. Green and gold.
Ooh.
Have I mentioned something which frightens you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, now you should have sufficient proof of my powers, and since my time is limited, I suggest you tell me the rest of the details.
Well, it's about my sister. My sister and her husband. You see, sir, I've just found out that he's deceiving her like, and I'm the only one that knows.
The eternal triangle.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that.
Oh?
That's why I don't rightly know what to do. The funny thing is that what he's doing to deceive her is making her happy. Now, my problem is, should I tell my sister, or should I let well enough alone?
I see. You are entangled, madam, in a most unusual psychic web. Now, one moment. There are widely differentiated karmas here. 2 paths lie before you. I see you taking one and then the other, but it makes no difference which you follow. For whatever you do, the result will be the same. And there now, I trust your mind has been set at rest, huh?
You mean that's all, sir?
Apparently all that fate intends you to know, at least for the present.
Well, if you say so.
That will be $1.50. I'd forgotten all about the mousy little woman until 3 days later. Abby and I were having breakfast in the diner near the subway station. I was scanning the morning paper while I half listened to Abby's cheerful and rather witless
this time
chatter.
last year, we was already in Miami Beach. You remember, boss? We traveled in style by plane yet. This year looks like we won't even scrape up enough scratch for bus fares. Sure be a laugh if we were stuck here all winter.
Lily Morton. I thought her last name began with an M. Poor wench that same night.
What you talking about?
Abby, old friend, despair not. We may winter in the sun after all.
How come?
Look at this picture. Recall that face?
Huh? No, why?
3 nights ago on Friday, you ushered her into the studio.
Oh, one of the suckers, huh? So what's she done to get in the paper?
She got herself murdered, poor soul, that same night.
Yeah?
It seems she worked as a maid up in Rockland County. She took a late bus back there from New York, and walking from the bus to the house where she worked, well, she encountered someone who strangled her.
Oh, it's tough. But how does that make us any dough?
Listen to this. Gloria Druce, former luminary of the New York stage, now Mrs. Clinton de Vries, today expressed great sorrow over the brutal murder of her personal maid, Lily Morton. Declaring that she wanted to do everything possible to help bring the murderer to justice, Miss Druce said she was posting a reward of $5,000.
$5,000? And you know who done it?
No, but I have a hunch. And I have an idea how, let me see now. I'll need proper clothes, cutaway, striped trousers. For you, a chauffeur's cap should suffice. Then we need a car, a limousine.
A which?
Abby, how much money do you have?
For what?
Working capital. To make money, you have to spend money.
I got about $28 and some chicken feed.
And I have less than $5. I have it. My 2 $50 gold pieces. With them, we'll have a total
You
of...
ain't gonna spend them. You always said they was for good luck.
So I did, Abby. And here is the good luck I've been waiting for. That afternoon, we arranged to rent a limousine, a 1938 Rolls, which I felt exactly suited my persona. We also rented the necessary clothes, and the next day we set out to visit Mrs. Clinton DeVries, née Gloria Druce.
What's the name of the place?
Leonard's Cove. You'll see the sign.
I gotcha. You know, I never even heard of this name, Gloria Druce.
Never heard of her? The greatest Juliet of our century, the theater's fairest ornament for more than a generation.
I noticed you had to look her up.
Merely to refresh my recollection. After all, she's been in retirement for more than 10 years.
Oh, then she couldn't be any spring chicken.
A woman like Gloria Druce is ageless. But it's my guess she's on the dark side of 50. Now, look, Abby, while I'm talking to her, I wish you'd somehow manage to get inside the house. Get acquainted with the servants.
Well, sure, it'll be a cinch. What should I find out?
Anything and everything, but your main assignment is Mr. Clinton DeVries.
Dr. Alcazar, is Mrs. DeVries expecting you?
No, unfortunately, I was
Who is it, Edward?
Dr. Alcazar, madam.
Alcazar? I don't believe I know.
Madam, forgive me for taking this liberty, but...
He says it's about Miss Lily.
Lily? Oh, come into the library, Doctor.
Thank you. Aye, what a charming room. A perfect setting for you, Miss Druce. I beg your pardon, Mrs. DeVries.
Oh, don't apologize. I like it when people remember. Oh, now what is this about Lily? If you have any information, shouldn't you have gone to the police?
Oh, but I've come here seeking information from you. Perhaps you'll let me explain.
Oh, please do. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Now then, you see, Mrs. DeVries, I'm a metaphysician, a sort of professor of the occult.
Oh.
But understand, madam, I have never used my powers or knowledge for personal financial gain, only in the interests of science.
What has all this to do with Lily?
Well, recently, about 10 days ago, I was engaged in a simple experiment with my crystal ball, in the course of which I encountered a very unusual interruption of the comic stream. A total picture of a woman in distress, a woman in dire danger, seeking help. At the time, I made a full notation of the occurrence and then put the matter from my mind until yesterday.
Yes?
At the home of friends in Baltimore, I chanced to look at a New York newspaper. Lily Morton's photograph caught my eye.
And you think it was Lily you saw in the crystal?
That is the question, Miss Druce, which has brought me all these miles to see you.
Why, this is fascinating.
Please, if you will permit me, I'd like to describe the face I saw.
Yes, please go ahead.
I saw a woman... part of her form, but dimly. But I saw her features very clearly. A rather plain, almost homely face. Welsh, perhaps English. Colorless hair, plainly dressed. Close-set gray eyes, no makeup. A mole here near the right ear. One gold-capped tooth, upper left incisor.
Yes, it is Lily.
You're quite sure?
Oh, yes, there can't be any doubt.
Well, Miss Druce, you have set my mind at rest. I can't thank you enough.
Oh, you're not leaving. I mean, aren't you going to try to find out more?
I don't think I understand.
Well, Doctor, in these few minutes, you have convinced me completely.
I'm greatly honored.
And I was thinking, suppose you try to get in touch with Lily, wherever she is, or isn't that possible?
Well, of course, I have often received messages from the beyond, but...
Then you could find out who killed her.
Oh, but, madam, don't you think the police...
The police, they haven't found a single clue. Oh, won't you please try?
Well, it's a challenge. Though I must warn you, it's not likely to succeed. Oh, there's nothing. The crystal is entirely blank. I'm wasting your time, dear lady.
Oh, please, don't give up yet.
Well, as you wish. Ah, here is something. It's clouding. Now the mists are clearing. A woman's figure? No, it's gone. All I see is a serpent. No, apparently it's a rope, but oddly colored. interwoven strands of green and gold. The colors of the rope are vivid against a background of violet. It's a peculiar shade of violet.
Oh.
It looks... Oh, but the light's fading. The mists are closing in. Oh, I'm sorry. The image is gone. I'm truly sorry. I think we're being misled.
You mean because what you saw hadn't anything to do with Lily?
Exactly.
No, it wasn't about Lily. It was about me.
You?
Yes. Just a minute. Doctor, is this the same shade of violet?
Yes. Yes, this is what I saw. The same violet tissue paper and this interwoven green and gold string. But why? It was such a powerful image. Has this any emotional meaning, Mrs. DeVries?
Well, yes, it has. It has to do with George.
So that's your husband's name?
Oh, no. George is an old admirer of mine. Of Gloria Druce. Not Gloria DeVries. I've never seen him. I don't know his real name. We just call him George. And this paper and string is what he always wraps his presents in.
An old admirer who sends you presents. It's most romantic.
Isn't it? There's no note with his gifts. No address, nothing. Except in the very first one. That was nearly 2 years ago. He enclosed an old theater program from the green and the gold.
Ah, the green and the gold.
Oh, remember?
Oh, yes, I saw you in that. I'll never forget it.
Well, that's how I know he's an admirer. You don't know what it means to an old actress, Doctor. To be remembered.
Ah, yes. What sort of gifts does he send?
Oh, books, perfume, odd little knickknacks.
No candy?
Oh, yes. Every third or fourth package, heavenly liqueur chocolate.
Ah, yes, I'm sure they're delicious.
But all this is keeping us from poor Lily. Won't you try again?
No, not just now. I'm afraid it would be useless now, Mrs. DeVries. But if you like, I'll resume my efforts tonight. Alone.
In a moment, we continue with Suspense.
Do you like surprises? Do you like fun? And do you like to meet famous personalities? Then you're sure to like the Amos and Andy Music Hall. The Amos and Andy Music Hall, located in the grand ballroom of the Lodge of the Mystic Knights of the Sea, is presided over by 3 of your favorites, the Kingfish, Amos, and Andy. Every weekday evening, Monday through Friday, over most of these same CBS radio stations, they play host to you and to one or more of the top stars in show business, who's a featured surprise guest. People like Jack Benny, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Frank Sinatra, Doris Day, Judy Garland, Tony Martin, and lots of other exciting big-name stars drop in to join the fun, the variety, and the music at the Amos and Andy Music Hall. Why don't you drop in, too? Remember, the Amos and Andy Music Hall comes to you every weekday evening, Monday through Friday, over most of these same CBS radio stations. It's a treat for all the family.
And now we continue with The Green and Gold String, starring Mr. Vincent Price. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was nearly 6 when Avi and I left the DeVries house and headed for a little restaurant in Nyack where the Shadrow used to be excellent. It still is. Well, now that you've satisfied the inner man, Avi, could I have a report?
Well, I found out a lot about this DeVries guy from the servants, but I don't know if it helps. He's around 40 to 45.
Considerably younger than his wife.
Yeah, he's been married to her about 5 years. They rub along okay, but no heartthrobs, at least not with him. But he likes polo ponies and sailboats, and she's got the dough.
Very good, Avi. Now, 1 or 2 questions.
Hold it, I ain't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, as to Seth Clinton's recent whereabouts, he's got his boat moored somewhere out on Long Island Sound. You see, she's got a beach house out there, and that's where he went morning of the day this Lily was killed.
And he's still there?
Yeah, but he's due home tomorrow, time for dinner. Now, make with your questions.
Avi, I haven't a one. You've really covered...
Seeing as we've spent nearly our last dime hoping to horn in on that $5,000 reward, I think you ought to fill me in.
With pleasure, Abby. First, I know who killed Lily.
Then let's spill it to the cops and collect.
Not so fast. I found out something else. The same killer is planning to kill again. I think soon. Lily was murdered only because of something she found out.
Yeah? What?
This man, this killer, has been sending presents to Mrs. DeVries. Books, perfume, candy. Well, it's my guess that someday soon the candy will be the death of her.
And Lily Watts has found out who he is.
Indubitably.
And since the dame you're talking about is the DeVries dame, then I suppose you think...
The guy is the DeVries guy.
Only, Doc, it couldn't be. He was out on Long Island.
No, Abby, he was hiding, waiting for Lily Morton. Look, it was easy. He started out in the morning ostensibly for Long Island, but instead he hid his car and lay low the whole day. He knew the shortcut Lily always took from the bus stop through the back of the estate. And that's where he killed her. Then he drove off to the beach house, where he was supposed to have been all day.
And I suppose you got all that from your crystal ball.
No, from Lily Morton a few hours before she was killed.
No way, you're reaching, Doc.
I told you I knew one thing the police don't know.
Yeah, if it was this Clint, you said yourself you got no proof, and Lily ain't doing no talking now.
Terse, Abby, to the point. You're getting better and better.
So what do? Pick us a park bench, sit around getting corns, waiting for Mr. Clint George to send his frau a popsicle full of strychnine.
I don't think we'd have very long to wait. I think he's about ready to strike. But since our funds will only see us through another day at the most...
You said a mouthful there.
It's up to us to smoke him out. And I have an idea just how to do it.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Alcazar.
Forgive me for bothering you at this time, dear lady, just when your husband's returned.
Why, that's right. He has. But how did you know?
Well, I have, shall we say, certain sources of information.
You found out something?
Yes, something startling, almost unbelievable, but I must check it further before...
Oh, but I have to know. Can't you tell me?
I'd rather not. Not on the telephone.
Oh, then you come to dinner, please.
Oh, no. That would be imposing.
Nonsense. I've told Clinton all about you.
Indeed?
I warn you. He's a terrible skeptic. But you can convince him. I know you can.
Care for a cognac, Doctor?
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. DeVries.
Oh, now, Doctor, do tell me what's happened. I told Clinton about your seeing Lily in the crystal and about the paper and string.
Ah, that string, that green and gold string. Curious, you must admit, Mr. DeVries.
Very curious.
Indeed, yes. And if I sounded excited when I phoned, I was. You see, Mrs. DeVries, I've been at work on our problem, and suddenly I saw, or rather I sensed, that the tissue paper and the green and gold string were not part of your psychic stream.
Whose then?
Lily Morton's.
Lily's? But why? What could George mean to Lily?
I believe he killed her.
George?
Why, that is the most preposterous idea.
Are you sure?
To be frank, no, but I'm convinced that one more evocation of the psychmantic waves will bring confirmation or the reverse.
Oh, Doctor, then couldn't you do it here, tonight?
Well, I could try, unless Mr. DeVries objects.
No, go ahead. Matter of fact, I'd like to sit in.
Excellent. I was hoping you would.
Is the room dark enough?
Quite, thank you.
What nonsense.
Shh, Clinton, don't fidget.
Here is something.
It's clouding.
Yes. I can see the green and gold serpent on the violet background. And now I see a man.
Is it George?
I don't know. I can only see his back. His shoulders shake. And he is laughing, an evil, malevolent laugh.
George has done nothing evil. He's only...
The picture is changing. Now I see this room. It is morning, and there is a package on the desk, wrapped in violet paper. A woman enters. It's you, Gloria. You see the package, and you're delighted. Be careful, Gloria. You think this is a gift sent with love, but it is sent only to lull you into a false sense of security.
Why? Why?
Because someday, a package will come that will spell your death.
Clinton.
Shh. The image is changing. It's another room now, and Lily Morton is there. She is staring in amazement at something she has found, a ball of green and gold string and a roll of violet tissue paper. And finding them has shown her the identity of George.
She knew and never told me.
Lily is troubled by her knowledge. She doesn't know what to do. She takes a sheet of the paper, a little coil of the string, and she is gone. And now the image of George again. Still, I cannot see his face, but he is staring after Lily. He knows she has discovered him.
And he knows she might tell.
Perhaps. For now we are in a place of shadows. George is lurking there, waiting. He hears Lily's footsteps. He tenses. He leaps at her and seizes her by the throat.
Oh!
Now she is motionless, lifeless. He bends down and finds her purse, takes something from it with his gloved hand.
The paper and the string.
He's stealing away. If only I could see his face.
Try. You must try.
Wait. At last he is turning. We are going to see his face.
That's enough. Stay where you are, both of you. Don't move.
Clinton, you killed Lily.
And you, too, if you're not quiet.
Your plan with the candy might have worked, Mr. DeVries, but with a gun, you don't have a chance.
Shut up. Gloria, open the safe and take out the money you put there this morning. Come on, move.
Oh, all right.
Okay, DeVries, that'll do. Drop the gun.
What? You...
I'm sorry, lady, but it was him or me.
Him or all of us. That was very terse, Avi. Completely to the point. You've really got a grasp for this kind of work. Abby!
Yeah, boss?
Look what just arrived in the mail.
From who? Oh, the dame, Gloria Drews. Has she sent us the 5 Gs?
Take a look.
10 Gs? Doc, what are we going to do?
Well, what do you suggest?
Well, I don't know. We could split it and quit. Each of us do what we want.
Abby, you'd let money break up our winning combination.
But not me, Doc.
Good. Then let's use our hard-gotten gains to set you and me up in business.
Business? What kind of business?
Alcazar Associates, private investigators. With you doing the legwork and me reading the crystal ball, we're a cinch to make $1 million.
Suspense, in which Vincent Price starred in The Green and Gold String, adapted by Sylvia Richards from a story by Philip MacDonald, and produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Miss Nancy Kelly in Trial by Jury, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Price in The Green and Gold String were Jeanette Nolan, Irene Tedrow, Lou Krugman, Byron Kane, and Ben Wright.
Ever hear of the Vandals? That group of savages who bucketed around over most of Europe, destroying everything that was beautiful? According to history, they lived and did their damage over 1,400 years ago. But sometimes one wonders if the Vandals really died out. Certainly there's a group roaming America, especially during the outdoor months, that acts like the Vandals of old. You've seen their work. They're the ones who make sure our picnic spots and roadsides are littered with sandwich wrappings, pop bottles, and beer cans. It's carelessness, not viciousness, that prompts their destructive behavior. Could be that you yourself have been careless in that fashion once or twice. Now, make a vow against it. Do your part to help keep America beautiful.
you hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
Proud to add to our lengthening list of suspense stars Mr. Bartlett Robinson. Although a newcomer to suspense, Mr. Robinson is a veteran of many years in the theater and motion pictures. Mr. Robinson returns now to his first love, radio, as Dave in A Load of Dynamite, which begins in just a moment.
It took mighty men to conquer mighty America, and the men set before themselves even mightier heroes, some real, some not. For instance, there was the legendary keelboatman, Mike Fink. Let Mike tell you about himself.
I'm a Salt River roarer. I'm a ring-tailed squealer. I'm a regular screamer from the old Mississippi. Whoop! I'm the very infant that refused his milk before its eyes was open and called out for a bottle of old rye. I love the women, and I'm chock full of fight. I'm half wild horse and half cockeyed alligator. I can hit like force-proof lightning, and every lick I make in the woods lets in an acre of sunshine. I can outrun, out-jump, out-shoot, out-brag, out-drink, and out-fight any man from Pittsburgh to New Orleans and back again to St. Louis. Come on, you flatters, you bodgers, you milk-white mechanics, and see how tough I am to jaw. I ain't had a fight for 2 days, and I'm spiling for exercise. Cock-a-doodle-doo!
Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones. And now... Mr. Bartlett Robinson in A Load of Dynamite. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You'd have done the same thing in my place. Sure you would. After all, my brother Hal was the only relative I had in the world. So it was only natural to look him up when I got out. I hadn't seen him for a while. Quite a while. And we never wrote. But after all, he was my brother. Now, I'm a pretty careful operator. When I go on a job, I case it first, but good. So I knew just about all there was to know about my kid brother. I knew that he was married and living in a little town in the northern end of the state. I knew that he had a good job. Well, anyway, a good-paying job. It ought to be. He was driving a dynamite truck for the Colossus Powder Company. I even had found out that he was the kind of a cat who helped his wife do the dinner dishes. The only thing I didn't know was what a lovely dish that wife of his really was.
There, with the final swipe of the final pot, that does it.
That's the helping.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. King. Let's do some more dishes soon, huh?
It's not always necessary, you know. Sometimes I kiss you just because I feel like it. Like this. All right. That's enough. And give me a minute to fix my face and we'll go see a picture.
No pictures tonight, honey. I got to hit the road at 4 a.m.
Oh, gosh, I forgot. What's the run tomorrow?
They're reopening the old Three Angels mine up past Convict Lake. Kind of a big deal, I guess. I'm carrying 144 cases.
Where is the mine? Up in the mountains?
Yeah.
You'll be careful, won't you, darling?
I'm always careful, baby. You see, I have a great big reason for wanting to go on living. You.
I worry so about you.
Now, look, Terry.
And I wish you were doing practically anything else in the world except driving a high-explosive truck.
We've been all over this before, you know, and the answer's always the same. If you can show me anything else that pays off as well as chauffeuring high explosives, Well, I mean, for a guy like me...
What do you mean, a guy like you?
Well, I'm no Charlie Van Doren, baby. I'm strictly a 2 years of high school and no special skills boy. And if I wasn't with Colossus, I'd probably be swinging a pick in a construction gang.
I know, but...
Besides, it won't be forever. Well, 2 or 3 years more, and we'll have enough dough tucked away so we can
I'm not sure I can take it for 2 or 3 more years, Hal. Sometimes when you're away and I'm here alone, it gets to be more than I can...
Saved by the Bell. I wonder who that is.
It's probably Tom and Ethel looking for a canasta game. I'll tell them you have to get to bed early.
Well, maybe we could play for an hour or two.
Yes?
This is the King home, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh. They told me down the street if I rang the bell and the prettiest girl I ever saw answered it, I was in the right house. They weren't kidding.
I'm afraid that I don't...
Honey,
I'll give you 3 guesses, Hal.
Dave. What are you doing here? I thought you were...
Now, that's what I call a real brotherly greeting. And after all these years, too. Well, do I get invited in? Sort of chilly out here.
Come in. Terry, this is my brother, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Terry, it's a pleasure. A real pleasure to have the prettiest sister-in-law in the world.
What are you doing here, Dave?
Doing? I'm paying a little visit to my kid brother who I ain't seen in years.
Through no fault of his.
Okay. Go on, rub it in front of your wife.
Hal's told me all about you, Dave.
Yeah, I guess that means I'm off to a bad start with you, huh, sis?
As far as I'm concerned, you're off to the best start you could possibly have. You're Hal's brother.
Well, thanks, baby sister. You know, you always had all the luck, Hal. A swell job, a nice house, and a beautiful and also understanding wife.
Luck? I worked for him, Dave. Worked hard to get him, and I work hard every day to keep him. They weren't handed to me on a platter, and I didn't try to take them away from anybody with a gun.
Hal!
All right. So I pulled 10 years in San Quentin for that stick-up. But I got 3 off for good behavior. They said I was a model prisoner. Don't that make you proud of your big brother?
Oh, sure. Real proud. Ma would be proud, too, if she knew her son was a model prisoner.
Now, you look, Hal.
You were the death of her, Dave, and I can't forget it.
Oh, come off it.
I know. I was there. I watched her day after day worrying about you. I watched her worry her life away.
Hal, it wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it.
You could have helped it if you'd have settled down to a steady job, but that's something you would never do because you never wanted to.
I never did. Before. But a guy gets a chance to do a lot of thinking when he's in queue.
Like how to pull bigger jobs when he gets out?
Hal, darling, you're not being fair to Dave. Let him talk.
All right, talk.
You know something, Hal?
What?
I figured out a lot of things while I was away. I've come to a conclusion. A conclusion that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Not nearly.
Oh, I wish I could believe that.
I always thought I was the wise guy. You were the chump. But I was wrong. I was dead wrong. Well, maybe it ain't too late to start over again. If people will just forget I'm an ex-con.
I'm sure they will.
Can you, Terry?
Of course. You've paid your debt to society.
Yeah, well, we'll see. San Quentin is full of 2-time losers who couldn't make it on the outside because society wouldn't give them a break. We'll see.
Dave, are you serious? Or is this some more of your good intentions?
Yeah, you see what I mean, Terry? Nobody believes in ex-con, including his brother.
I believe you.
And I want to.
You do?
If you really want a job, our outfit can always use a good man.
Do you mean that, Hal?
Yes, Dave, I do. It's dangerous work.
You can't scare me.
But it pays off plenty.
You just got yourself a boy.
Fine, I'll see the boss about it as soon as he gets back from Frisco.
That's great.
Meanwhile, why don't you stick around here for a few days and take it easy? I guess you got a vacation coming to you with that.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't want to put you to any trouble. I mean, well, would it be all right with you, Terry?
It's the way it should be, Dave.
You two are real folks.
Okay, so it's a deal. Any beer in the icebox, honey?
I wouldn't be surprised. We'll drink to the family reunion.
Listen, Dave. There's something I want to tell you before Terry gets back.
You don't have to tell me, boy. I know. Dynamite is tricky stuff, huh?
Tricky? All you have to do is make one wrong move and you're...
No, I don't make any wrong moves.
Yeah, but sometimes it happens without your having anything to do with it. The brakes go out on a mountain road. Or a boulder comes rocketing down a hill and you got to make a fast stop and...
Oh, that's 1,000 to 1 shot.
You want to try to call the odds on this one? Paul Gordon, one of our best men, was making a run over to Utah last month, just after the deer season opened. A guy missed the buck he was shooting at, but he didn't miss Paul's truck.
So that's 1,000,000 to 1. I'd go up against shorter odds than that to get what you got.
All right. But I had to tell you before you...
Hey, watch it. Here comes Terry.
Well, here we are.
Hey, that looks great.
Oh.
Beer and salami and
Will
cheese.
you do the honors, darling?
Sure. Here you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dave?
Much obliged.
And one for old Dad.
Now, I'd like to propose a toast.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Here's to you, Dave. Here's wishing you health and good fortune and happiness. You know, just the best of everything.
You mean like Hal's got? Yeah, I'll settle for that. The best of everything. Now, don't get me wrong. I meant it about wanting to settle down and go to work for a change. Meantime, until Hal's boss got back, I was in clover. Every day but Saturday and Sunday, Hal was out on the road. And me? I was hanging around the house with that gorgeous wife of his. She couldn't have been nicer. Treated me like I was a brother. But the feelings I had toward her were not exactly brotherly. I tried to control them. I honestly did. Because it was fun to be with her, too. Like the time we went downtown to buy me some decent clothes. With the dough Hal lent me.
Here's a pretty tie, Dave. It'll go beautifully with that blue shirt you just got.
Oh, no stripes, thanks. I've had enough of them.
Oh, you promised me you weren't going to think about that anymore, much less talk about it.
I'd promise you anything, Terry. You ought to know that by now.
Promises don't mean a thing, not unless you keep them.
All right, I promise never to break another promise, okay?
Okay. Gosh, look at the time.
Yeah, it's 4:30, so what?
Hal will be home at 5 today.
Oh. Yeah, he likes to have you there waiting for him when he comes home, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
You know something, sugar? I don't blame him.
You're very quiet, Dave.
Yeah, I was thinking.
About what?
Did you know every single man in San Quentin has the same dream?
He does?
Yep. Waking or sleeping, the same dream.
What is it?
He dreams of what it'll be like when he gets up. And most of all, he dreams of the 3 things he wants most.
What are they?
Good clothes, a slick car, and a pretty girl.
Was that your dream, too?
Yep. And it's all come true. Except...
Except what?
Except the way I dreamed it. The pretty girl wasn't my brother's wife. She was a faithful wife, all right. She never gave any sign that she realized what I was driving at. And Hal, he went overboard with the devoted brother act.
The boss isn't back from Frisco yet, Dave. But there's no rush. It's like I said before. You got a vacation coming to you. Hey, do you still like to hunt?
Yeah, I sure do.
Well, why don't you drive into town tomorrow, get yourself a license? I got a 30-06 you're welcome to use.
Any deer around?
Well, they tell me the thickest flies are on Convict Lake.
How about it, Terry? You want to go hunting?
Oh, no, thanks, Dave. I just don't like the idea of killing anything.
Oh, okay, but I'll bet you $7 to a plug dime that you'll eat the venison after I bring it home. So there we were, just one happy family, when Hal was at home. But when he wasn't, Terry drove me nuts. I tried, I really did. I'd go out for long walks by myself, or I'd listen to the radio or try to read. But it was no good. I couldn't get my mind off her. Then one day, we were finishing lunch. It was a warm day, and she was wearing shorts and a halter.
Another cup of coffee, Dave?
Oh, no, thanks. I haven't got any room.
All right, then I'll do the dishes.
No, I'll clear the table for you.
Oh, don't bother. There aren't very many things. I'll just get you cups and saucer and...
Terry,
Dave, let go of me. What's wrong with you?
what do you suppose is wrong with me?
Let go of me, Dave. You must be crazy.
Maybe I am. I was stashed away for 7 years, and I never even saw a woman. And the ones I've seen since I came out, they weren't like you.
Take your hands off me, Dave. If Hal knew about this, he'd... Dave, let me go. There's somebody at the door.
Yeah, I guess I'd better see who it is.
But if it's Hal...
Don't worry. I'll handle it.
In just a moment, we continue with Suspense. Political shenanigans haven't changed much from the time we became a nation till now, as you'll observe in this tale of a well-beloved American hero, Colonel Crockett. Davy, to you TV fan. One time Colonel Crockett was trying to warn the electorate about his opponent. Said Davy, "You know I love hunting. Well, I've discovered that I don't need no powder and lead to catch me a raccoon. I just stand there and grin at them, and soon they come tumbling out of the tree." Howsomever, one day in the woods, I spied a right big feller up on a limb, and I set myself on giving him my best grin, but he didn't tumble. So I got me my axe and looked up at that raccoon, and I chopped away. Down came the tree, and I ran forward, but there was no raccoon. I had mistaken a large knot upon the branch of the tree for a raccoon. Upon close examination, I saw that I had grinned all the bark off and left the knot perfectly smooth. So you must be convinced that I am not slow in the grinning line. But I must admit, my opponent is superior in this matter. Therefore, be wide awake and do not let him grin you out of your boats. Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones. And now, we continue with the second act of A Load of Dynamite, starring Bartlett Robinson. A tale well calculated to keep you in
I felt pretty silly when I opened the door. It was only a Girl Scout selling cookies. But the interruption gave me a chance to get a hold of myself. And to make the most serious decision I'd ever made in my life.
Dave, I've got to have a talk with you.
Don't you say it, Terry, and listen to me first. I flipped my lid, sure. But even if that kid hadn't rung the bell when she did, I'd have stopped. Just for a minute, I forgot you were my brother's wife. But when you said if Hal knew about this, it pulled me up short. Hal's a great guy, Terry, the greatest. He gave me a real square shake. I'd never do anything to cross him up. Or you neither.
It mustn't ever happen again, Dave.
It won't, Terry. I swear it won't. I'll never lay a hand on you again. As long as you're Hal's wife.
Hi, darling. What kind of a day did you have?
Oh, you know, the usual thing. How about you?
Well, usual by me, too. I ran 5 tons of blasting powder to Canyon Camp, and that was it.
Any news about Dave's job?
Boss isn't back yet.
Right. I hope you can get it set pretty soon, darling.
Why?
Well, it's just that... Well, I think Dave's beginning to get sort of, restless.
He should get restless. A comfortable house to live in, the best meals a man ever put under his belt, and the prettiest girl in the world to keep him company. What more does he want? Where is he, by the way?
How do you know he wasn't here when I got back from the market?
I bet he went to get that hunting license.
Well, then why didn't he ride in with me?
You sound funny, baby, like you have something on your mind. Anything wrong?
Hal, darling.
Come on now, let's have it. What's nibbling on you?
How does Dave drink?
I don't know. Remember, I haven't seen him for a long time. Why?
Well, it's something that happened today.
Like what?
Well, when I offered him a bottle of beer today, he asked me if we had any bourbon in the house. When I told him we didn't, he said he'd have to do something about it. Well, he was kidding, of course,
Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I'd better find out before I get him a job. You're asking for it when you mix alcohol and gasoline, but when you add a few tons of dynamite, then you are in trouble. certainly know your way around a kitchen, sugar. That was one mighty fine dinner.
I'm glad you liked it, darling.
I'm glad I did, too. It sort of kept the family average up. You didn't eat a thing.
I guess I'm worried, Hal.
You mean about Dave?
Where is he, Hal? Why didn't he come home? Why hasn't he telephoned? Maybe
He's
something...
a big boy now, Terry.
I know.
It goes one of two ways now, sugar. If he meant what he told us the other night, there's nothing to worry about. If he didn't, then it's strictly his headache. Remember, he's still on probation.
Poor guy.
I'm sorry for him, too, Terry.
I know you are.
Yeah. I'm sorry for him. And for every other man in the world, because they can't be married to you.
You're a darling.
Come on, baby. It's time to hit the sack.
Hal, wake up.
What is it?
Hal, there's somebody in the house. I heard a noise in the kitchen. There it is again.
Well, it's probably
Look,
just...
the light just went on.
Well, why shouldn't it? Is that you, Dave? Yeah. Well, come on in for a minute. Right with you. Hey, easy does it, man. Hey, you're lucky I didn't take a shot at you.
Why? Because I had a couple of drinks.
Say, you did it bad, didn't you?
Sure I did. I found me a girl in town, a nice, friendly girl. And we sat in the Red Dog and belted her on a piece of booze.
Dave, you shouldn't have.
You know something, Terry? You're absolutely right. They got fine liquor at the Red Dog, and like I said, the girl was real friendly, but it wasn't any good, Terry. It wasn't any good at all.
We'll talk about it tomorrow, kid. What you need now is a little shut-eye, and I do, too. I'm making the run up to that new mine tomorrow.
The one up in the mountains near Convict Lake?
Yeah, and with a full truckload, I wouldn't like to fall asleep at the wheel, if you know what I mean.
Want me to fix you some coffee, Dave?
No, thanks.
Want me to help the bed boy?
I don't need any help. I'll make it all right. You stay here, Hal. You stay right where you belong. With Terry.
Have time for another cup of coffee, Hal?
Yeah, I guess so. Eddie isn't due to pick me up for 10 minutes. Hey.
What?
You forgot to kiss me this morning.
No, I didn't. I just don't believe it's good for you on an empty stomach. There you are.
Ah, now the day may begin.
Silly. I think I'll take a cup in today. That'll help wake him up.
It's a good idea.
Dave? Dave!
He's still dead to the world. Go on in.
How?
Huh?
He's not here.
What?
Well, the bed's not even turned down, just rumpled, like he threw himself across it without undressing.
I get it.
What?
Look in the corner. My rifle's missing. He must have gone hunting.
On foot?
I doubt it. Take a look out in the garage.
You're right, the car's gone.
He's got a lot of nerve taking off with the car without telling us.
Oh, well, it's all right. I won't be needing it today.
Well, with the hangover he must have, he's in no shape to go deer hunting.
Maybe not to go deer hunting, but I was in good enough to shape to bag what I was after. A 10-ton truck is a pretty sizable target. And when it's loaded with dynamite, you can hit it anywhere and it'll go off. I found me a perfect location. Where the road winds down a steep grade just before you get to Convict Lake. I hid the car in the underbrush and climbed up to the top of the bank. It was rough going. I slipped a couple of times, but I made it in plenty of time. It was nice sitting there in the warm morning sunlight, thinking about Terry, thinking about the life we were going to have together. I knew she liked me, like a sister, but after a while she'd learn to like me like a wife. I would be so understanding and sympathetic with her in her bereavement. I would be kindness itself. We would be joined in a terrible experience. The tragic accident that had taken away her husband and deprived me of my loving brother. An accident that was about to happen. It its way down the tricky slope in compound low. I got it full in my sights and waited until it came closer. Closer until I couldn't miss. I aimed for the big white sea and the word Colossus on the side and carefully squeezed the trigger.
Anybody home?
Darling, you're early.
Yeah, I quit.
What?
Yeah, I'm through with dynamite. Won't be so much loot driving freight, but you'll live a lot longer.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
I thought you would be.
Whatever made you make up your mind?
Well, I got scared, honey. Real bad scared for the first time.
What happened?
I was coming down that steep grade outside Convict Lake when I heard a rifle crack back in the woods. And I thought about the time Paul Gordon got blown up over in Utah when that hunter missed his deer. So I decided life is short enough as it is.
Oh, darling, I feel 10 years younger.
So do I, honey. Oh, point killer.
Maybe it's Dave.
I'll get it.
Oh, look, Hal. There's the sheriff's car parked at the curb.
Maybe it's about Dave, then. Yes, officer?
Are you Mr. King?
Yes.
Dave King, your brother?
Yes.
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, Mr. King.
What's happened to him? What's my brother done now?
He's killed himself.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't mean suicide. It was apparently a hunting accident.
What happened?
He was up in the mountains hunting. Must have stumbled or fell because the barrel of his rifle was plugged with mud. When he fired, the explosion drove the breech block right back into his face. Killed him instantly.
Where did this happen?
Up near Convict Lake. You know where that steep grade comes down the mountain just before you get to the lake?
I know.
Sorry to have to bring the bad news, Mr. King. Guess you and your brother were pretty close.
Yeah. Yes, we were. Pretty close.
Suspense, in which Mr. Bartlett Robinson starred in William N. Robeson's production of A Load of Dynamite, written by Richard Wheel. Listen. Listen again next week for another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Robinson in A Load of Dynamite were Ellen Morgan, Paul Duval, and Barney Phillips. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Murder's tricky stuff to fool around with. Like nitroglycerin, H-bombs, and a woman's heart, you have to know how to handle it. And when an amateur dabbles in the murder market, well, as they used to say in ancient Rome, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. Listen then to what happened to such an innocent as Everett Sloane stars in Alibi, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
In the great legends of America, there was always room for the fairer sex. Now, I don't know if you'd call Stack of Dollars the fairer sex, or if she'd be what you might call a pin-up girl. But she sure impressed many men along the Mississippi during the early riverboat days. She had 2 diamond teeth with gold fillings, and when she opened her mouth with a sunburst smile, didn't they glitter? She feared nothing and nobody. Her motto was, come clean, or come dirty and get cleaned. She could put a knot on a bully's head so big he wouldn't know whether the knot was on him or he was the knot. She had a full bosom, wore an 8-gallon Stetson, smoked cheroots. She ruled the levee with her big fist, and her boyfriend claimed he liked her 'cause she whooped him so good. Yes, that was the gal called Stack of Dollars. Folklore belongs to every nation's legendary past, and I guess we Americans have our share of some tall ones.
And now, Mr. Everett Sloane in Alibi,
A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
There was nothing to it, really, once I'd made up my mind. That was the hard part, making up my mind. Not that Hannigan would be any great loss to anybody, including himself. But after all, you don't often go shopping for somebody to bump off your business partner. Never mind how I found the address. It was a grimy storefront between a press-while-you-wait tailor and a fly-blown fruit store. Dusty cigarette stand-up posters littered the window. Inside, there was a stock of tobacco and candy that wouldn't have tempted a 5-year-old. Not much danger of customers disturbing you here. A pair of sharp eyes under a green eye shade were looking at me.
Yeah?
I want to see Barney. Oh, I phoned him. He gave me this address.
Back there.
Thanks.
Come in.
Are you Barney?
So?
Well, I phoned you yesterday. My name is...
Never mind. You wanted a job done, is that it?
Well, yes.
Short job or all the way?
A short job?
You just want to scare the guy? You break his arm or rough him up?
No, this has to be all the way. You see, he's my business partner and...
The big chill is $1,000 in advance.
1,000? But I heard...
What you heard don't count, mister.
Well, I've got 500 here. I'll be able to get the rest easily enough as soon as...
As soon as you get your mitts in the till, huh?
Oh, no, it's not that way at all. It's just that Hannigan, he put the money in the business, and he watches it like a hawk. He'd slap me in jail in a wink if I...
Probably is ready to slap you in jail already, no?
How did you know?
Not hard to guess.
Well, as soon as he checks the books, first of the month.
Only Hannigan ain't going to be around the first of the month, is he?
That's right.
If you get busy and scare up to the rest of the grand, that is.
But there's no time. Tomorrow is the first.
So?
Oh, no, please, Barney, you've got to trust me. I'll pay you on my word of honor.
On your what?
Oh, well, you know what I mean. I swear it, Barney.
Well, I ought to have my head examined.
Oh, thanks. Thank you.
I'll take the 5 on account.
Yeah, sure. Here. I'll get you the rest tomorrow.
Okay. How about the subject? Where do we find him?
Well, I don't want anything around the office, you understand? He lives in the Gatesworth.
Gatesworth, huh? Better if we could catch him outside.
Oh, well, he lives by the clock. Every night at 9, never later than 9:15, he goes to the drugstore across the street for a hot malted milk. Helps put him to sleep.
Fine. We can do a car job. What's he look like?
I've got a picture here.
Good, I'll take it.
Now, you'll destroy that, later?
I don't think you appreciate it, mister, the favor I'm doing you. This is the first time I ever worked a job without the green stuff in my hands, all of it.
Oh, I appreciate it, honestly.
And I sure hope I don't have no trouble with you.
Oh, no. You can count on me.
That's good. I hate trouble. Now we got to fix you up with an alibi.
Me?
Sure, you. Who are the cops going to think of first when your partner gets the blast?
Oh.
Don't worry. We take care of our customers. The law won't get to first base, because you'll be all sewed up with an airtight alibi.
Well, I thought I'd just take a trip out of town.
Where to? What for? Who are you going to see?
Why,
Skip it. That's the first thing they all think of.
Well, I never thought...
That's the trouble with you amateurs. You never think.
Well, if I just stayed home with my wife?
No. And we can't have you visiting friends either. You'd blow the deal before you said 3 words.
Oh, I don't think
You're not... Look, you're paying me to do your thinking, mister. We got our own skins to look out for, too. Now, what business did you say you were in?
Tea and coffee, wholesale.
Ever stop for a drink on your way home?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right, tell you what we'll do. You know the Pelican?
Yeah?
Be at the Pelican at 6. Somebody will meet you. You stick with him and you'll be in the clear.
Yeah, but who?
I'm thinking of a guy I can trust, named Allen. He's got a couple of restaurants. He can be selling them coffee, catch?
Well, if you think it's necessary.
Here, mister. Here's your 5 bills back.
Well, what do you mean?
Get yourself another boy.
Oh, no, now, wait a minute. You can't back out on me now. If Hannigan gets a look at those books, I'll do anything you say. The Pelican at 6, Mr. Allen.
Oh, that's better. Now, you just follow orders and everything's going to work out just dandy.
I walked out of Barney's with a feeling of elation. As for Hannigan, I felt no qualms about ending his miserable existence. He was old, withered, a man who had never in his selfish life done anything to help or comfort another. I had taken him into the business when I needed money. He had plenty of that, but I saw mighty little of it. No, I wasn't at all sorry I'd gone to Barney. Oh, of course, Barney'd been a little too pessimistic about this alibi business. No reason I couldn't handle it myself. Why, I could go into the Pelican right now and more likely than not run into somebody I knew. But when I got there was something different about it. The neon signs weren't lighted and there was a notice nailed to the door, closed for violation.
Yeah, how about that, Mark?
What?
Padlocked. I got a thirst.
Oh, hello, Lee.
Oh, well, the Pelican isn't the only place in town. Let's drop around to Moriarty's.
No, I'm afraid I can't, Lee.
Ah, nonsense. You look like you could use a drink. Anyway, I haven't seen you for a month of Sundays, and I'm not going to let you get away before I buy you a piece of booze.
There isn't much you can do with a persistent pal. Nothing much without making him suspicious. So I went along. Anyway, I still had plenty of time. Sure, Barney made it sound hard, building himself up. Sitting at Moriarty's with Lee, I had to laugh to myself at how easy it was. Why, I could take this fellow here, a casual business acquaintance, invite him to dinner, spend the evening with him, and I'd have my alibi. The shock of finding the Pelican closed wore off. The pleasant, inconsequential chit-chat over the smooth martinis was soothing, and then I was jolted.
I can't see how you stand it, Mark. Tied to a skinflint like Hannigan just because you need his capital. If it was me, I'd be tempted to bump the old coot off. What happened, man? Oh, here. Let me get my handkerchief.
Oh, no, it's not your fault. I've got to go. I just remembered. Appointment. What on earth had possessed me to talk about Hannigan? Barney was right. Dead right. I couldn't trust myself to face an evening with anybody I knew. I'd give myself away, sure. I looked at my watch. It was 6:30, and I was supposed to meet Barney's man at 6. I hurried back to the Pelican. It was still dark, of course, and there wasn't anyone waiting around who looked like he might be waiting for me. So I waited and waited, and I got more and more frightened. Something had slipped. I didn't have any alibi going for me. Then I realized I couldn't go through with it. A prison term for embezzlement was one thing, but the chair for murder, I had to get in touch with Barney. There was another bar across the street, the Green Parrot. They'd have a phone. They did, but the booth was occupied. A blousy blonde. Her boyfriend stood by the door, weaving slightly.
She don't answer.
Well, keep ringing it, Dolly. Keep ringing.
I am ringing.
Well, we got to get a girl for lefty. Can't leave good on lefty out of the cold, you
Wait
know.
a minute. I got an idea.
Huh?
I'll call Helen. She's our honey. Lefty, you'll love it.
Call her.
Just a minute. I got a number right here someplace.
Look, miss, could I place a call if you don't mind? It's important.
Well, you got a nerve. We was here first.
Well, it's important, or I wouldn't ask.
Go find another phone.
But this is the only one around here, please.
Come up here, sport, honey. Let him have a letter.
All right. But make it snappy, will you?
Yes, I will. Thanks. Thanks ever so much. Hello, is this Barney?
No, Barney ain't here.
Oh, well, can you tell me where I can reach him?
Got no idea.
Well, when do you expect him back?
He ought to be around sometime.
Well, how soon?
I don't know. He don't tell me nothing.
But I've got to reach him right now. Can you get a message to him?
I could try. What's on your mind?
Tell him this is the party he sent to the Pelican at 6 o'clock.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, the Pelican's padlocked. I've been waiting outside, but the other party didn't show up, the one I was supposed to meet.
Where you at now?
I'm across the street, the Green Parrot. Look, have Barney call me, will you?
Hey, you gonna hog this thing all right,
just a minute, please. Listen, the number is Grant 4937.
You give some guys at least they want to take
please,
the whole
I'll be through in a second. Have you got that? Grant 4937.
Yeah, I got it. I'll tell him when he comes in.
Brother. Okay, I'm finished.
Well,
Thanks very much.
About time. Okay, honey, now what's that number you have? Look, you see.
I took a seat at the bar where I could keep one eye on the padlocked door of the Pelican across the street and the other on the phone booth, and then I started sweating it out. I didn't need the silly cuckoo clock over the bar to tell me the passing of the minutes. Until suddenly I came to myself. 7 o'clock, and that confounded couple was still at the phone booth.
I never saw anything like it. Helen, Marie, Janet, Ethel, Dorothy.
Well, gee, they can't all have dates. Try another one.
Let's see. Oh, here's a girl. Leslie'll be crazy about it.
Look, miss, before you make that call...
Oh, it's Nosy again.
Listen, I'm waiting for a very important call. Won't you please stay off the line for a few minutes? No, but this is vital. It's a matter of life and death.
Ooh, how dramatic.
No, I mean it.
Who writes your material, Bud? Go ahead, Golly, go ahead. Don't pay attention to this schmo. We got your lefty fixed.
Look, miss, please, you've got to get off that phone.
Listen, Bus, the fun's fun, but you watch out how you talk to my girl.
I don't care.
You don't care, huh? Well, now you listen to me.
No, you listen to me.
Tough guy, Hal. Hey, Dolly,
It couldn't have lasted very long, but by the time they pulled the drunk off of me, somebody had yelled copper, and there was a big policeman filling the door.
Okay. Now, what gives here?
He did it.
No, I didn't.
He started to beat up on her.
No, please, officer.
All right, break it up. Now, back, folks. Hold on. Now, which one started this?
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything.
That's enough. I better take the both of you.
No, but, officer, please, wait a minute. That's my call. That's the call I've been waiting for.
Come along, will you? Don't give me any trouble.
No, but I must answer that phone. I've
you
got
to come along quietly, or do you want to sample the end of this nightstick?
No, but you can't do this.
Oh, I can't I?
Please.
Now, what do you think of this? Now, move, both of you. Look at that. What? Handcuffs.
No.
Wait. Oh, brother, you pack a pretty good punch. Might as well be pretty good boys,
They're taking you away.
Don't you worry, honey. Don't worry. You'll be out in the morning.
No, please. Let me answer that phone.
I said move.
In just a moment, we continue with Suspense.
This is Johnny Baker with Communism on the Spot. In the ancient world, the top authorities on myths were the Greeks. In our time, the communists have that distinction. One of the top myths they've been circulating is that the Communist Party is a workers' party. Some of its members no doubt answer that description, but these have always been sort of window dressing. Actually, the party is a political machine made up overwhelmingly of state officials, the military, and industrial leaders. The workers in the Soviet Union, like everyone else, take their orders from above, from the bosses of the Communist Party, which isn't a workers' party at all, but is a regimented bureaucracy whose members have only one interest, themselves.
And now, continue with the second act of Alibi, starring Mr. Everett Sloane. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The phone kept ringing in my ears. The phone with Barney on the other end. Barney and salvation. And here I was in the squad car, speeding toward the police station, handcuffed to a stupid drunk.
Oh, well, was a good fight a while last. There wasn't a fella. Now, listen, I'll tell you the truth. I'm just as happy to get away from that pig. I figured I'd palm her off on Lefty and get me another girl.
Shut up, will you?
Oh, no, don't be like that. Don't be like that. You worried about the little woman, maybe?
No.
Come to think of it, the only time my old lady ever believed me when I stayed out all night, I was in jail. She could check up on that. Wonderful alibi, jail.
Alibi?
Oh, the very best. Take it from me.
Yes, of course. What a fool I was. I didn't need Barney now. Sure, it wasn't the most delightful way to spend the night in the drunk tank, but there'd be no question. It was perfect. Barney could go ahead and kill Hannigan now, and I could relax. The police car slowed down and pulled up to the curb. Only it wasn't the police station. It was a downtown corner by a cab stand.
All right, you two, get out.
What? Get out?
Yeah. You two promised to quit acting like a couple of college kids. You can hop into a cab and go home.
Officer? You're an officer or a gentleman?
Yeah. I don't see any reason why the city should put you up for the night. There. The cuffs are off. Now go on. Go straight home, you hear?
Sure, pal, sure.
No, but, officer...
Now what?
Well, I want to go to jail.
Oh, don't be a chump.
You what?
I want to go to jail.
Why?
Well, I can't exactly say.
You'd better exactly say. I'm giving you a break.
Yes, I know, only...
Only what?
Only, just don't turn me loose.
Okay, buddy, I won't. Right, you get going.
Oh, yes, sir. So long, chump.
I never heard the like. Wanting to go to jail.
Yeah, sounds funny, I guess.
Sure does. Sergeant will be interested in it, and the lieutenant. They'll want to ask you a lot of questions, mister.
Good Lord. That hadn't occurred to me. Of course they'd ask questions. Questions I couldn't answer, beginning with the first fateful one. Why did I want to be in jail when my partner was being assassinated? I stiffened with panic, silent with shock. And then the police car swung into a side street which had just been watered down. It went into a skid. The officer tried to pull out, but he couldn't, and it crashed into a pole, throwing both of us clear. He was out cold, and I seemed to be all in one piece. I had to get away from there now. I had to get to Barney and call off the killing. Too many people would ask much too many questions. I lammed out of there fast and ran 3 blocks until I found a drugstore with a phone.
Yeah?
Is Barney there?
No, he ain't.
Oh, I thought he was.
Well, he ain't.
Listen, I called before. I left a message for Barney. You remember?
Yeah, I give it to him.
Well, then he has been calling me. Where from?
Now, how should I know? He don't tell me where he goes.
Oh, but
Now, listen, I give Barney the number. What more do you want?
I guess nothing.
I was you, I'd stick by that phone. Barney don't like creeps that waste his time.
Thanks.
Think nothing of it.
Well, that was that. I had to get back to the Green Parrot, dangerous as that was, and wait for Barney's call. I had less than an hour to make that connection.
Hey, wait a minute, you.
Yes?
Ain't you the guy caused a commotion here? Sure you are. Hey, What are you doing back here?
Look, bartender, the officer let me go. He realized it wasn't my fault. All I wanted was to answer the phone.
Outside. I don't want no troublemakers in here.
No, but if you'll just listen, I wasn't making any trouble. It's an important call. I had to get to the phone.
Sure. Look, you're breaking my heart. Come on, out of you. Get out, or I throw you out.
No, you can't. There. That's it. That's Barney.
Wait a minute. I didn't say you...
Wait,
hold on there.
No, you're not going to keep me away now.
Oh, that's so.
You let me go. Let me get that phone. Hello, Barney. Barney?
Say, where you been keeping yourself anyway?
Never mind that now, Barney. Alan, the man you told me to be, he never came. What do I do, Barney?
Yeah, I know. There was a little change of plan, but don't you worry.
Oh, okay, get away from the phone.
No.
What's going on there?
It's nothing. Listen, Barney, that's not the point. I want to call it off.
Call it off?
Yes, you can keep the money. I can't go through with it.
You can't go through it?
No.
That's a laugh.
Well, tell me what to do, Barney. Tell me what to do.
Stop me, will you? Wait till I get you out of that booth.
Please, just one more second.
Say, what gives?
Skip it. But hurry. I've only got a second. What do I do?
Come to 9th and Blossom. Somebody will meet you on the corner.
9th and Blossom. I got it. Thanks, Barney. All right, bartender. I'm going.
I'll see you going.
Oh!
And don't come back. It's guys like you give a place a bad name.
I hit the sidewalk with a jar that shook my spine. And then a pair of solicitous hands helped me to my feet. It was Harry, the drunk I'd been handcuffed to.
Oh, gee, pal, you shouldn't have tried to go back in there. I told you that barkeeper was tough.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, did you see Dolly in there, my girl?
No, I didn't. I had my own problems.
What's the difference? Who wants it? Oh, look, I'll tell you what, pal. You and me, we'll get a couple of girls.
Look, I've got an appointment. Now, let go of my arm, will you? Hey, taxi!
Hey, how'd you get away from the cops?
9th and Blossom, driver. Hurry.
Oh, you got a date, huh? Well, maybe she's got a friend.
No, don't get in here, please.
Like that, will you? Go ahead, driver. Go ahead.
Look, please, it's not that kind of a date. You'll have to get out.
Don't you try to ditch your old pal, Harry Allen, will you?
You've got to get out. Did you say Allen?
Well, sure. That's me, Harry Allen.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you never asked me.
Alan, and I was trying to get rid of you.
Friends to the end. Think of it, that's us.
Oh. And I thought Barney bungled the whole deal. And here you've been hanging on to me like a leech. I might have known he'd handle this in his own way. Say, don't you think we ought to be someplace where more people can see us?
Huh? What for?
Well, it's nearly 9 o'clock, the time I need the alibi, when Barney is killing my partner.
Alibi? Kill?
You were Alan. You said so.
Well, yeah.
You're in the restaurant business.
Me?
You're not in the restaurant business. Barney didn't send you?
I don't know, Barney. I don't know what you're talking about, but... hey, wait a minute. Maybe I do know what you're talking about. So that's why you wanted to go to jail.
But, please, stop!
No,
driver!
Wait a minute.
Let me out.
No, you don't. Let me out. Come back here.
I got away from there fast. It was 5 minutes to 9, and 9th and Blossom was still a block away. I forced my pounding heart until I thought it would burst.
You sure took your time getting here.
Barney, I didn't know you were going to meet me.
Come inside, off the street.
Oh, sure, Barney, sure. Oh, I thought I'd never make it. Barney, what happened? Where was Alan?
Don't worry, everything's taken care of.
Oh, but I don't understand.
You amateurs never do.
Wait a minute. What kind of a place is this? A garage.
Go to the head of the class.
Well, but what kind of an alibi could I have here with you? Where's Alan? The man I was supposed to meet.
He's busy.
Busy?
I told you, there's a change in the plan. He's alibiing for another customer. Your partner, matter of fact.
Hannigan?
Say, you're real smart tonight, ain't you? You see, I got to thinking. I never worked on credit. Why should I start now? Why take a chance on them extra 5 bills? So I just put it up to Hannigan.
You what?
Sure. You saw the point right off. Andied up the whole grand right on the line, cash money.
Cash for what?
Yes.
Well, what's that gun for?
What do you think?
Oh, no. Hannigan wouldn't do that. Not to me.
Why not? You was going to do it to him?
No.
That's him, officer. He's the guy.
All right, Barney. Hold out your hands. You won't get out of this one. Oh, officer. You saved my life. You saw. You heard what he was going to do.
Yeah, we heard everything, buddy. Everything. You two make a nice pair of cellmates.
Amateurs.
Suspense, in which Mr. Everett Sloan starred in Alibi, written by Lawrence Goldman. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Sloan in Alibi were Ted DeCorsia, Eddie Marr, Sandra Gould, Peter Leeds, Jack Moyles, and Jack Crucian. Suspense.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Wars are fought between nations and ideologies, and often the unit of battle is forgotten, man. Forgotten, smothered beneath the confusion of propaganda, slogans, shibboleths, and God's endorsement of the sacred cause. Forgotten in the glorious statistics of battle, dismembered, flash-burned, bone-rotten, dying and dead. Man is what fights the wars. Only the perspective of literature brings the fighting man into focus, and so out of each war comes a handful of great stories in which all the forces of two opposing worlds are reduced to the life and death struggle of two opposing men. Such a story you're about to hear. Listen. Listen, then, as Herbert Marshall stars in Flood on the Goodwins, which begins in exactly 1 minute.
Smoke Kent, smoke Kent, smoke Kent with the micronite filter. It is the It is the mild Kent cigarette smoke. Kent, smoke Kent, smoke Kent with the micronite filter.
And now, Mr. Herbert Marshall in Flood on the Goodwins. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Is that another one?
Where?
Off to starboard.
Oh, no. It's a mattress.
Blast it, Fog. Couldn't see the living, let alone the dead.
I don't think we'll be finding any more.
Not the way the stuff's settling down now. Where do you figure the patrol boat is?
She ought to be about a couple of 100 yards to port. Take it easy now, Uncle. Don't want to ram her.
Now, don't you worry about me, Dundas. Just you start singing out.
Patrol boat, ahoy! Patrol boat, ahoy!
Who are you? Captain Mack of the Mary D.
They sound to be dead ahead, Mac. Better cut it back. I see her.
We'll come about her.
We're coming around your stern.
Get any more?
Yes, 3.
Bear a hand there.
3 more coming aboard. Any alive?
No, all 3 are drowned.
Come on, Mac. Let's get them up there.
Don't you bother, Dundas. Hey there. Can you send down a couple of men?
Right.
My mate here has only got 1 flipper.
Now, look, Mac, that doesn't make any difference.
Oh, what's the matter? You ashamed of it?
No, but I can swing my load like any man.
They're forward there, man.
All right,
Be sure I get my top back.
All right.
Now, don't let it get you, boy. There's lots of amputees working these days.
Amputee. Look, must you use that expression?
Amputee is what you call a man who's lost his arm. Amputee, what's wrong with it? Better than what you call those things they're hoisting on board.
Amputee, I hate that word.
Floaters, you call them. A man's been floating around dead in the water, he gets bloated. See? Floaters.
Very pretty. And you know what you call a gabby old goat like you?
Never mind now, never you mind.
That's a bunch.
Well, how many have been brought into you so far?
Well, counting your 3, that makes 30.
30? You don't say.
Lucky we got this fog. Without it, we'd be sitting ducks for any Stukas or Messerschmitts that might be about.
Or U-boats?
Or U-boats. That's right.
Was it a U-boat sent her down?
No. The only survivor we got alive, he says it was a time bomb.
Oh, sabotage.
Yes, went off in the forward hold. Boom, 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 boom.
Hear that, Dundas?
I heard.
My nephew lost his flipper in the RAF, taking it real hard.
Oh, you shouldn't take it hard. No, who says I shouldn't? Now, don't get sore, laddie. I'm just trying to cheer you up, you know. Well, cheer me up by getting your bloody feet off this boat so we can shove off. All right, laddie, all right.
Casting off.
Going back to Dover.
Might as well. Fog's in for the night. We'll just make it by dark.
Right-o. Cheerio.
You didn't have to bite his head off.
Lay off me, Mac.
He didn't mean any harm.
I said lay off, Mac, lay off.
All right, all right.
30 of them.
Is that what's eating you?
A saboteur. Can you imagine a man doing a thing like that?
Well, it's war, you know.
War. Fighting is war.
They didn't all drown?
No, only 29 of them. Didn't he say one was alive?
Yeah.
It must be awful to drown. Awful way to die.
I wonder if it'll clear tomorrow.
Black Nana beam.
I see it. Good navigating, Dundas.
Wharf ought to be right ahead of us. Mary?
Yonder?
Coming in. Get ahead, Mac.
Right.
There. I'll jump it.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Downey.
How was it, Uncle?
Terrible, dear. Just terrible.
Were there many?
30.
Oh, dear.
Mac, how's the petrol?
Ample. We didn't use a quarter of it.
Are you going to fish tonight?
Ask Mac. It's his boat.
fishing tonight, Uncle Mac?
In this fog? I should say not.
But Dundas can navigate for you.
Well, I don't know.
I brought a basket of food in case you're going out again.
Oh, I don't know. I think that husband of yours needs some sleep.
Are you going to start again?
What's wrong?
All day long he's complaining like an old woman. Just because he had the bad luck to lose his fin.
Flipper. Why can't you say arm?
See what I mean?
Well, you know you are a little rough about it, Uncle Mac.
What ought I to do? Help him feel sorry for himself?
Sit out, both of you.
There was a man to see you, Uncle Mac.
Who?
We didn't say. He said he dropped back.
Oh, what do you look like?
Very tall, distinguished looking.
Who's that, Mac?
Not me. Tall, you say?
Yes, and carrying a little briefcase.
Oh. Come for the payments on the boat, Mac.
Oh, hardly likely. Oh, would this be him?
Oh, yes. You're back just in time to catch them.
Good. Very good.
You looking for me?
Yes. You're Captain Mac.
That's right.
And who is this, please?
Mr. Dundas, my nephew.
The husband of this lady?
Look, mister, who are you and what do you want?
It's very simple. You must forgive my questioning. When one is engaged in my work, one can't be too careful.
Your work?
Intelligence.
What's that got to do with us?
I want to charter your boat for a trip.
Government work, eh?
Yes. A secret mission.
Where is it you want to go?
To Ostend, tonight.
Belgium? Oh, that's a fair haul. And there's the U-boats.
The fog will cover you.
Here, what do you pay?
The Crown provides handsomely in these cases. £100.
You're on.
Wait a minute, Mac.
Huh?
Mind showing us your credentials, mister?
I shouldn't mind at all, fellow. But the fact is, I'm not carrying any.
You're not, eh?
This isn't what you'd call a casual visit.
Use your head, Dundas. He's going where the Nazis are.
No credentials. Then would you mind explaining why you're sniffing around a little fishing boat like this when you could cross on one of those big, fast torpedo boats they've got over at the yard?
I find this man insufferable, Captain. Now, what do you say? Time is growing short.
Why don't you take a torpedo boat or a minesweeper? They've got sweepers there, too, you know.
Now, you must know the answer to that. They're the naval vessels. They might be seen by one of the enemy shore stations.
In this fog. You are a liar, mister.
And you are a very astute fellow. Into the boat, all of you.
A gun.
Yes, my ticket to Ostend.
Put that thing down.
Look out, Mac. He's serious.
Oh, indeed I am. Now, in. You too, miss.
Dundas.
Do what he says, Mary.
I'll start your motor.
Make me.
Shall I?
Start it, Mac.
Oh, but this is crazy.
You, untie the ropes. And you, miss, you sit up there.
You don't stand a chance.
We'll see. I'll sit up in the front with the lady.
Front? You don't know much about boats, do you?
No, and I shan't pretend to.
Listen, mister. We can't get out. They got submarine nets across the harbor entrance.
But I happen to know they're open until 8. Now, I'd better warn you. No tricks. I'm very good with this gun.
You are, eh? Dundas, he says he's very good with that gun.
Then we better do as he says. Let's go.
So you're a Nazi.
That's right.
You talk like an Englishman.
Oh, really?
A Nazi. What are you, a spy?
You might say that.
Or what are you going back to the continent for? The war's not over.
What time do you think we'll hit the Belgian coast?
Around midnight. You didn't answer my question.
What was that?
Why are you leaving England? Scared?
If you like. But as a matter of fact, I'm returning because I've completed my mission.
Oh, what was that?
A matter of a bomb.
Sabotage, eh?
Naturally.
That ship, the one that went down off the coast. Was that your work?
Yes, I planted the bomb in the hold this morning before she sailed from Dover.
You stinking filthy bloody...
Mac, hold it.
No, let him curse. I find him an amusing old gaffer.
30 men drowned because of you.
30? Well, dear me. There were 45 aboard, you know.
With 29, Mac.
29, 30, what does it matter? This big, skinny Nazi to sneak in that dark with his mission not completed.
As a matter of fact, we were only joking, mister. Nobody was drowned.
What are you talking about? 29.
Your sense of security is a little delayed, One Arm.
Don't you call me One Arm.
Oh, sorry.
What's the time, Dundas?
1:15.
It ought to be over the Goodwins sands.
Got enough water under you?
Oh, yes. The Goodwins won't be exposed until low tide.
That would be at midnight.
That's right. So we get a fast ride back anyhow.
If he lets us come back.
Yes. If. How do we know you won't kill us when we let you off?
You have my word.
Oh, Dundas.
Don't take on, dear.
I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Let her come back here with us.
No.
See how tough he is? Shoots women.
If necessary.
I'd like to see you get that close to me.
Oh, would you?
Yes. Now, look, Nazi. I'm walking toward you.
Nat, don't.
You're asking for it, you know.
You bloody Nazi pig.
Don't take another step, Captain.
Look, Mary. Oh,
He can't hear you, girl. But don't slow down, One Arm.
I want to get him aboard.
He's dead, One Arm. Very dead.
He was a good man. He deserves burial.
And burial is got. Burial at sea. Now push your throttle back up.
No.
Your wife is next, One Arm.
Dundas.
Well, that's better. And now, we continue our little voyage.
In just a moment, we continue with Suspense.
The world keeps you company when you keep a radio by your side. A network like the CBS radio network, which serves America from coast to coast through its affiliated stations, can take you anywhere important news developments are taking place. Can offer you the kind of drama that lights up the sky on Broadway, all in the same day. A network like the CBS radio network can bring the nation's biggest dance bands to your party on the beach or to your living room at home. And talk about stars. CBS Radio is the network that brings you entertainment by Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Robert Q. Lewis, Rusty Draper, Mitch Miller, Amos and Andy, and dozens more of your favorite performers. It brings Hollywood to your doorstep. It puts London, Paris, Rome right next door, like the world on a string. It's yours for the listening today, tomorrow, and every day that you're tuned to CBS Radio, where the world keeps you company.
And now, we continue with the second act of Flood on the Goodwins, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
How much longer, Dundas?
About an hour.
I notice you change course from time to time. Why is that?
The channel current. If you ride with it, you make better time.
I see. And you'd like to be rid of my company as quickly as possible, huh?
That's right.
I'm glad you're being reasonable. The old man was a fool.
You think so, eh?
Of course, and so do you.
Why do you say that?
You've seen the war. You know how it is.
That's right. I know how it is.
Dundas, don't.
Why, what's wrong, Mary?
Don't talk to him. He killed Uncle Mac. It's not right to talk to him.
Oh, but we find each other very interesting, Mary. Don't we?
Oh, yes, indeed. Tell me, how did you lose your arm?
RAF. As a navigator.
And a very good one, I dare say.
So they said.
Did it happen over England?
No. Bremen.
Bremen. I see. You chaps did a very thorough job in Bremen.
Yes?
You ought to be complimented.
Thank you.
Dundas.
Relax, Mary, relax.
Oh, Dundas.
You must understand, Mary. May I call you Mary? You must understand that it's a very extraordinary thing for the soldiers of warring nations to get together for a chat like this.
Take a nap, Mary.
Take a nap?
Yes, why don't you? Here, you can pull this tarpaulin over.
No, not that.
Huh?
It's got blood on it, that tarpaulin.
Blood? But really, the old man was over there, don't you see?
Not his blood. We spent the day picking up after you.
I see, and you used the tarpaulin for the body.
Yes.
Well, then, Mary, of course, we mustn't use that.
Oh, please. Please, may I go back to where my husband is?
No, you may not.
Why?
And I'll tell you why you may not. You two are desperate, despite your husband's conversational manner, and I should like to avoid the possibility of your rushing.
You see how it is, Mary.
I'm sure she understands.
Just be very quiet, my dear. Everything will be all right.
Of course, a lot depends upon you, Dunlop.
Why do you say that?
That spanner you picked up about 15 minutes ago. It's right behind you on the ledge.
On the thwart.
Thwart, then, thank you. Yes, it's right behind you on the thwart. Would you mind dropping it overboard like a good fellow?
Oh, that'd be a foolish waste. Wartime, you know. Spanners are hard to come by.
I'm sure. Why not slide it over here, then, huh?
All right.
Oh, no, slide it. Even if you could hit me accurately enough to disable me, the gun would go off. Well, you know.
I know. Yeah.
Thank you, Dunn. Now then, where were we?
Soldiers from warring nations.
Oh, yes. You know, it's a remarkable meeting, really. It gives us a chance to refresh ourselves on what it is we're fighting about.
Dundas is fighting men who sabotage ships.
Was, you mean, don't you?
Was. Now I fight nothing.
And I envy you. I, unfortunately, am still able, and so must carry on.
I find it a little difficult to... Excuse me.
What's wrong?
Navigation. I have to check my course.
Oh, by all means. What course are you steering?
Why did you come and look?
No, I don't think I'd better.
Why not?
Well, you may have another spanner there. Perhaps you'll try to take my gun, in which case I'll have to shoot to kill you, and then where would I be? I might steer all the way back to Dover without knowing it.
That's so.
And then I'd have to kill your wife so she wouldn't inform. You see how it is.
How do you know I'm not tricking you?
Oh, I'm sure you're not. If we don't arrive by 3, I'm going to kill her anyway. And then if you should continue to be stubborn, there are ways of forcing you.
You mean torture?
Now, ordinarily, torture is very difficult to accomplish alone, but in your case, one-armed, it should be comparatively simple.
Yes, in my case. Don't worry, I'm taking you where you want to go. And I'm counting on you to keep your word to allow a safe departure.
Of course.
I don't believe him, Dundas.
Why not?
Because you are what you are. And because Dundas might know something your people want to find out. Dundas, don't you see? They will torture you. He's lying, Dundas.
Please, Mary, please don't worry.
You have my word. My sacred word on my honor as a gentleman.
There you see, Mary. We have nothing to worry about.
Your wife seems to have gone to sleep at last.
Good. Poor thing, she's very tired.
You know, you're a lucky man.
Why?
To be home with a lovely wife, be out of the fighting.
Yeah, I suppose I am.
No, I'll be glad when it's over.
You think it'll be over soon?
No, quite. You've heard of our buzz bombs.
Yes.
No, that's only the beginning. We're developing weapons 1,000 times as terrible. Oh, 10,000 times as effective.
Really? Tell me about them.
Well, there are rockets, the like of which the English have not dreamed. Rockets that can travel 100 miles or 300 miles. No one knows what their range will be. Radio control, speed about 30,000 miles an hour, altitude 60 miles. And what they will carry, I leave to your imagination.
Why leave it to my imagination?
Huh?
You wouldn't tell me about all this highly secret business if it were your intention to let us go, now would you?
I'm sure your agents know all this by now.
I don't know. But something tells me you've come to a decision about us.
How much longer till we reach shore?
Not long now. I'm bringing her into a deserted beach a few miles outside of Ostend.
I see.
If you look ahead, you may see the shoreline soon.
Straight ahead?
Yes.
Oh, that's impossible. This fog is much...
I've got it, Dundas!
Give me that gun!
Here, darling.
Stand back, fellow. That's it. Now raise them good and high.
Oh, Dundas.
Good work, Mary.
I thought he'd never drop his wrist. I waited and waited.
Here, Mary, take the wheel. Hold that course.
Yes, darling.
Remarkable woman, your wife.
Yes, indeed.
Unfortunately, there's no cartridge in the chamber.
It's pointed at your gut. Why don't I pull the trigger and see if you're telling the truth?
Perhaps you'd better not.
I don't see why not, if it's empty.
No, it's loaded.
I thought so.
I wonder if you're the type who can kill the man he's facing.
I don't know. I've never done it.
No, it's very difficult, really. Just think of me as a fellow human being. Flesh and blood, like yourself. Think of the infinite genius that went into making this body of mine. The skin, the muscles, the arteries, veins, organs, vessels, and the blood. The blood. Murder's a very difficult thing when you're face to face with your victim.
I know. I don't feel as though I could kill you right at this minute, but suppose I try. All I have to do is squeeze the trigger ever so little.
Wait, no, you don't.
Why not?
My life is worth a lot to me. More, believe it or not, than my pride, my honor, my love of Germany. Much more than that.
All right. Have you a proposition?
Dundas.
Be still, Mary. I know what I'm doing.
Yes, you keep out of this.
What's your proposition?
Money. You're going to need money, aren't you? A one-armed man has a difficult time of it in peacetime. Jobs are hard to get.
Go on.
But I have several accounts in London banks. Big accounts. I can write you a check. You can cash it tomorrow.
How much?
£1,000.
I can't hear you.
Dundas, what are you...
2,000. 3. 5, then. That's all the money I have in the world.
How much do you have on you?
Oh, yes, in the briefcase. £150. I get it.
Don't move.
But the briefcase...
I'll take care of that after you leave. Write the check for £5,000.
Oh, Dundas, please don't do it.
Your wife doesn't seem to understand.
No, this is the way of the world, my dear.
Dundas.
And for this consideration, I let you off at the beach. Of course, I want to warn you against mentioning my name.
Of course. Here's your check.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to shoot me now?
No. A bargain's a bargain. I'll follow through.
You are an honest man.
Deal's a deal.
Yes, that's right.
I'd better take the wheel.
Give me the gun, Dundas.
No.
Please, Dundas, please let me hold it.
No, Mary.
Well, why in the name of heaven mayn't I? You can't steer and cover him at the same time, not with one hand.
If you take the gun, you'll shoot him, Mary. I know you...
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. That would be dishonest, Mary. We've made a deal, this man and I.
Yes, an honorable deal.
But how to steer and all, that does pose a problem. And Mary, bring me that big spanner.
What are you going to do?
Since I can't handle the wheel and the gun, and since Mary's not to be trusted, I'll keep the spanner for just in case. And solve the gun problem very simply.
Dundas, you fool, you idiot.
And you, sir, you'll find a fishing line with lead on the end of it, right up there in the front locker.
Huh?
I'm going to slow down. They're almost there. You'll do the sounding for me.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
You deliberately threw the gun overboard. You're selling out.
£5,000, dear. The Yanks put it. That ain't hay.
I have the line.
Throw it ahead of you. Then feel when it touches bottom. Then measure the depth by your spread arms.
Here goes.
Oh, Dundas. I know the war is a shock to you, losing your arm and all, but don't do this. You'll regret it the rest of your life.
Bottom.
How deep?
2, 3, 4, 5. 5, that's all.
We're closing in on the coast. Swing again.
Righto.
We'll hear the surf in a minute now. Not be very strong. Low tide, you know.
2, 3 and a half.
All right. Get ready to jump.
Jump?
This boat hasn't got wheels. You'll have to walk the last 10 feet in.
Oh, all right.
Get ready. Here we are. The minute you feel her scrape bottom, jump out and push the bow around.
Roger.
Dundas.
Here goes.
Good night.
Good night. Sucker.
Why, sucker?
That check. The bank is short of funds to the name I saw.
Oh, really? You found the beach?
Yes, I'm on it.
Take a few steps.
Oh.
You'll see.
odds. It's worth of the odds.
The bank is short of funds. That beach is short of sand.
Where am I?
You're on the Goodwin Sands. Dover is just 6 miles that way.
Which way?
I didn't say. And if you're thinking of swimming, I can tell you don't stand a chance.
You thief! You one-armed murderer!
It's low tide now, but wait a while. In a few hours, it'll be 10 feet over your head. Drowning's not pleasant, Nazi. If you had your gun, you could shoot yourself. You could hang yourself with your belt, but there aren't any trees. So, think about those men you drowned today. Think about them while you wait. I may be around to pick up your body, too. Maybe.
Wait! Wait!
Good night, floater.
Suspense, in which Herbert Marshall starred in William N. Robeson's production of Flood on the Goodwins, written by David Devine and adapted for radio by James Poe. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with America's Boyfriend, starring Mercedes McCambridge. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Marshall in Flood on the Goodwins were Hans Conried, Ellen Morgan, Raymond Lawrence, and Richard Peel.
America's Boyfriend. His face was known everywhere, from South Dakota to Saudi Arabia. Those mischievous eyes, that lovable teenage grin, the lock of blonde hair over his forehead. Remember First Love, his most popular movie? His freckled face was on billboards everywhere in 4 colors. Dickie Keith, that bad boy who steals your heart. That bouncing, laughing, wisecracking, all-American boy. It's funny. Every picture of Dickie that could be found was like that one. The police are looking for a murderer's face that doesn't exist. When he came into the kitchen that morning, I didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for him. I was too busy to do either. I had to fix breakfast, get the kids washed and dressed and fed, and be at work by 9. Between putting the coffee on the perk and getting the bobby pins out of my hair, I kept glancing at his calypso pants and monogrammed T-shirt and the tennis racket under his arm. Maybe I said the wrong things. I guess I've been saying the wrong things for a long time.
Coffee ready yet?
What are you dressed up as? Juvenile delinquent?
Oh, I got a call from the studio yesterday. I told you, Harry Landon wants to see me.
What's he got, amnesia? Did he forget the last picture you made was so bad it smelled up the theaters before it was taken out of the can?
Just black for me.
You know, maybe if you grow up, you might get a job again.
Oh, wait till I see Harry today. He just bought The Sidewalk to Nowhere. Terrific book about a teenage murderer. I'll convince him I'm not too old for the lead. How old does he think I am, anyway?
Oh, please, Dickie. He's got your Social Security card.
All right. So I'm 31.
33.
Time certainly flies.
Doesn't it? Married to me 4 years already. Parents of a bright 2-year-old boy. And if you'd like any more vital statistics, you've been out of work for more than 3 years.
This coffee tastes like formaldehyde.
Well, that's the best we can afford. What time's your appointment?
Don't worry. I'll leave Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel for a few hours.
Well, be sure you wait for the laundry man first.
Okay, you support me. You pay the bills. If you like, I'll do the laundry myself.
I'm sorry, Dickie. I'm all tied up in knots. That last check that I gave the supermarket bounced. Our credit is down the drain.
Is that all?
No, and Lumpy, I know he's a lot of trouble for you to take care of.
No trouble. No, the park's peppered with kids his age.
What do you do there? Just...
Oh, he's been talking since he was 11 months, that...
What is it just sound? Separate words. I mean, he's just put together his first sentence. His first real sentence. Funny the way he keeps repeating it.
Well, maybe you're right at that. Maybe I ought to wear something more, dignified. Get Lumpy ready while I change.
Come on, Lumpy. You can't dawdle over your breakfast this morning. If you want to go with Daddy.
Daddy? Go see Pretty Lady. Go see Pretty Lady.
Who is she, Lumpy?
Go see Pretty Lady.
The first time he said it was a week ago. It hit me right between the eyes. His first sentence. Something to cherish, to put in his scrapbook with his first tooth and a curl from his first haircut. His first sentence. Go see Pretty Lady. It burned in my mind all day long. But it burned deeper that night when Mrs. Vogel delivered Lumpy herself. Dickie hadn't picked him up as he was supposed to. After I got Lumpy to bed, I canvassed the neighborhood bars by phone. Nothing. Then I just sat and waited, my insides gnawed by fear and anxiety and plain old-fashioned jealousy. Then about 10 o'clock, the front door opened, and there he was. He swayed in the doorway. There was blood drying on his face. His eyes looked stupid and beaten. The only reason he was able to stay on his feet was the hand steadying him from behind, the big, powerful hand of Harry Landman. Dickie took one step inside, and then he pitched forward. The table crashed to the floor with him.
I'm sorry, Jean.
Oh, Harry, what happened?
Came to my house a couple hours ago. Lucky I wasn't alone. Should have heard of the things he called me. I wouldn't let my own mother-in-law talk to me that way.
Oh, but he didn't mean it, Harry. He must have been drinking.
Yeah, that's what I thought, till he grabbed the poker from the fireplace and tried to kill me. Me, who feels like a father to the boy.
He tried to kill you?
Me and my houseman had to beat him right down into his shoes before he quit trying.
Oh, he must have been drunk.
Oh, he's out of his head. I could put him away for 10 years for this.
Harry, what did you tell him at the studio this morning?
The truth. Once and for all, that he's washed up. Now, if you're smart, you'll get him out of this town. Take him back east where he can be himself.
Himself?
Where he can grow up. Where he can get a job without his pride getting all mixed up in it. Here in Hollywood, he can't stop being America's boyfriend. He's turning into a full-fledged schizophrenic, a homicidal maniac.
You're afraid of him. Of Dickie.
I'm telling you, he's dangerous. He tried to kill me.
That's really funny. You're afraid of this thing you created, this lovable, tap-dancing monster. This horrible spirit of you.
You're blaming me?
For years you kept him a teenager. You didn't let him grow up. You made this stunted thing out of him because there was money in it.
He made plenty of money himself,
and he spent it faster than he made it. Oh, he lived the part all right. It was cute how irresponsible he was.
Look, Gene, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you. Get him out of my hair. Take him back east anywhere, but do it inside of 24 hours.
Or what?
Well, I'll bring charges against him for assault with intent to kill.
You're forgetting something, Harry. I'm only his wife. I don't have much influence with him.
24 hours.
He's got other attachments in Hollywood besides his family.
Another woman?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know. I heard about her from somebody. Somebody who won't talk.
Well, that's a problem I can't help you with, Gene. That's strictly your problem. Just remember, 24 hours or I'll charge him with attempted murder.
I tried to help Dickie up, but he pushed me off. He made his way to the bedroom like a bulldozer, knocking over a lamp, a chair, anything in his way. He sprawled face down on the bed, and for a long time I could hear his heavy breathing. I don't know what time it was when I fell asleep on the sofa, but in the morning, a little before 7, I looked in. He was gone. I left Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel, but I didn't go to work. I tried a dozen bars, 3 Turkish baths, every alleged friend he had. By noon, there was still no trace of him, so I went back to Charlie's and sat down at the end of the bar. Charlie shuffled toward me, his eyes refusing to meet mine.
Mrs. Keith, I'm sorry. You're wasting your time here.
Listen, I've got to find Dickie. It's terribly important, Charlie. He couldn't just disappear into thin air.
The air in this town ain't as thin as you think.
Well, if you try, maybe you can remember something. Somebody he's been in here with. Oh, Charlie, please tell me. Tell me who that woman is.
You mean the dame he was with last night?
Last night? He came back here last night?
Yeah, around 2 a.m. They was just sitting together right here. That's all I know.
What did she look like, Charlie? Could you describe her?
Well, to me, Mrs. Keith, the dames that come in here, they all look as much alike as a row of bar stools.
Was she tall or short?
Kind of in between.
Well, was she a blonde or redhead or brunette? What?
I don't remember.
Well, she had hair, didn't she?
Well, yeah. Yeah. She had dark hair.
Well, thanks, Charlie. That's something, anyhow. At least I know she has hair. She isn't a midget. At 5 o'clock, I gave up. There was only one thing to do, see Harry Landman and explain that Dickie disappeared and that there was really nothing to worry about. Harry lived up above the strip. I climbed a steep incline, made a sharp turn that almost broke my steering gear, and there it was, a low pink house sitting back against the hillside. There was an ugly iron dog beside the front door. I went to the door and I pushed the bell, and somehow I knew that the man who answered the door didn't belong in that house.
Yes?
I'm Mrs. Keith. I must see Mr. Landman right away.
You want to see Mr.
I didn't wait. I brushed right past him into a dim hall, and I stopped dead. Whatever it was that had been holding me together all day snapped. I closed my eyes to shut myself in darkness, but the thing I saw was still there, as if painted on the inside of my eyelids. It was Harry Landman, face down on the floor, with a knife sticking out of his back. It was a beautiful knife. It had a carved pearl handle about 4 inches long. It seemed to grow bigger as I stared at it, until it crowded everything else out of my mind, until it floated there, huge, in my nightmare. Then a small gray-haired man touched my elbow, and the knife got smaller, like a punctured balloon, and I knew it wasn't a nightmare. It was a knife sticking out of Harry Landman's back. I'd never seen a corpse before, not even a dead grandmother. I thought I was going to be sick. I was helped gently into a chair. The room was hot and stuffy with cigarette smoke. 3 other men were busy there, working as calmly and thoroughly over details as bookkeepers in an office.
We've been looking for you, Mrs. Keith.
For me?
My name is Carlson. Homicide. Actually, we're looking for your husband. Thought you might be able to tell us something.
Oh, he didn't do it.
Any idea where he is?
Well, he couldn't commit murder. He couldn't. He's not the kind who could do a terrible thing like that.
Look, after 20 years' experience, Mrs. Keith, I know what kind of people commit murders.
What kind?
Murderers.
But you're wrong about Dickie. You don't know Dickie Keith the way I do.
I know quite a few things already. I know that he threatened to kill Mr. Landman. I know he even attempted to.
But he didn't mean it.
It looks like he did.
Oh, you don't understand. He was out of work. He was trying to cope with all the responsibilities of a family. He was always trying to cover up for a feeling of insecurity.
If you don't mind, let's leave Freud out of this, huh? I'm no psychiatrist. I'm a cop. My job is to put together the facts.
But there's more than facts. There's the truth.
The truth is he's disappeared. Now, why?
Well, maybe to look for a job.
He wasn't looking for a job early this morning.
Early this morning?
When Harry Landman was killed.
Well, there is somebody who knows where Dickie was then.
Who's that?
It's a woman. And you've got to find her.
What's her name?
I don't know.
Can you give us any information about her? Description?
She has dark hair and she's medium height.
Well, go on.
That's all I know.
Mrs. Keith, that description fits about half the women in this town.
Yes, but there must be some way that you could trace her.
Don't count on it, Mrs. Keith. That knife's been identified by Mr. Landman's secretary. Well, you recognize it, don't you? Landman brought it back from Hawaii a few years ago, gave it to your husband for his birthday.
Listen, I know how she can be traced. I know how she can be trased. That woman who can prove that Dickie's innocent.
Mrs. Keith.
No, There's somebody who has seen her, who knows her. And if Lumpy sees her again, he'll recognize her.
Okay. Just tell me who Lumpy is, and I'll go have a talk with him.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Because he can't talk. I mean, he's a 2-year-old. It's my child.
Oh, no. Look, Mrs. Keith.
No, you've got to listen to me. Since I got a job, Dickie's been taking care of him. Well, don't you see, he was meeting her somewhere, but he had Lumpy along. And she made quite an impression. The pretty lady, that's what Lumpy calls her. His first sentence, he's just learning to talk, and that's the first time he put a kind of sentence together. Go see pretty lady, that's what he says whenever he knows that Dickie's taking him out. Well, if he sees the pretty lady again, he can identify her. Don't you see, we could take Lumpy to the park where Dickie took him every single morning, and we could start from there. It's a chance. Maybe 1 in 1,000, but it's worth trying.
Mrs. Keith, this beats anything I ever heard in 20 years on homicide. Every case, we get crazy information. We get tips from psychopaths, confessions from cranks. But this beats the whole...
All right, I'll find her myself. I will. I'll find her myself. Know where we're going, Lumpy? To see the pretty lady.
Daddy?
No, just us.
Go see pretty lady.
Uh-huh. Now, which way, Lumpy? Which way do we go?
Go see pretty lady.
For a moment, feeling the warm early morning sun and hearing the same normal voices of children in the park, I decided I was out of my mind. It was crazy to think I could find her that way, dragging Lumpy into it, using a 2-year-old to track her down. And he seemed to forget all about it, attracted by the more immediate joys of the sand pile. A couple of hours went by, and then Lumpy came trotting over to me with his one sentence.
Go see pretty lady.
That was it. The pretty lady didn't come to the park. Lumpy and his father visited her. But where? Maybe in the neighborhood. It was worth a try. Anything was worth a try. Dickie might be a crazy, mixed-up kid and a faithless husband, but one thing I knew for sure, he was not a murderer. How about this street, Lumpy?
Go see pretty lady.
On this street, Lumpy? This the street where pretty lady lives? I turned up cross streets, I circled blocks, I drove on until Lumpy began to get restless and lose interest. How about this street, Lumpy? Darling, when we get to the pretty lady, do you know what we're going to have? Chocolate ice cream and marshmallow cookies and toys?
Hey, lady!
Where? I slammed my foot down on the brake. The way Lumpy bounced off the seat, the way his eyes got wide with expectation, I knew that I was in luck. He pulled me like a puppy on a leash. He pointed to a house across the street, an old house. The downstairs was used as an interior decorator's studio.
Hey, lady!
We were just getting out of the car when I swung Lumpy around and slammed the door. The woman coming out of the house was a pretty lady, all right. It's a very pretty lady of medium height with dark hair. As soon as I left Lumpy with Mrs. Vogel, I hurried back. The sign downstairs read, Maurice Byrne, Fine Interiors. I went in. A tall man with a blunt nose came toward me. The deep, regular waves in his yellow hair must have taken plenty of time and attention. And he had an off-balance smile like a man with something stuck in his teeth.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking for the woman who lives upstairs. I don't remember her name.
Upstairs?
Yes.
There are 3 apartments upstairs.
3?
One is occupied by Joe Courtney, an electrician. He threw his wife out a few months ago. I don't think she's back yet.
Well, what about the other 2?
Well, there's Farley McLean and his wife.
Is she an attractive woman?
The last time I saw Mrs. McLean, she had an ugly gash running the length of her throat and up one side of her face, as if someone had slashed her with an axe.
With an axe?
There are a couple of old hams who get an occasional bit part in pictures. They're always practicing makeup. Don't go near them at night.
No, the woman I'm looking for, she has dark hair.
Oh? A beautiful woman with an expensive look?
You know her?
Not yet. She's new here. She still ignores me, which should give you an idea of how discriminating she is.
So I wonder if you could tell me your name and where I could get in touch with her right now.
I'm afraid not. How do I know you're not serving a summons or maybe a bill collector?
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. This is something very personal, but it's terribly important. Really, I must find her for her own good, as well as for somebody else's, somebody that she can help. And if I don't find her, the police will.
Her name is Alice Evans. She's a model at Maison Chic, the exclusive dressmaker.
The saleswomen were a little startled when I walked past them toward the dressing room. The way my hair was blown, I looked like a neglected sheepdog. She glanced up at me from a long mirrored table where she was putting the finishing touches on her street makeup.
Yes?
I'm Dickie's wife.
Congratulations. Who is he?
Oh, please, I know everything. And you're the only person who can save him.
Save him from what?
I know, you don't want to get mixed up in this, but Dickie's facing a murder charge, and you've got to tell the police that he was with you when Harry Landman was killed.
What is this, a gag? You've got me mixed up with a couple of other women.
Please, I'm only thinking of Dickie.
I don't know your husband. I never laid eyes on him.
If you care anything about him...
Me? Why did you pick on me? Of all the women in this town, why me?
If you don't go to the police, I will, and I'll tell them everything.
I tell you, I don't know your husband. I never saw him. I never spoke a word to him.
I understand how you feel,
You
but...
do. Then be a good girl and go away.
Listen, if you don't want to get involved, your name might be kept out of it. I'm sure that the police would cooperate. Just tell me, where were you and Dickie that night?
You're raving mad.
If I could find somebody else who saw him there, you won't be dragged into this at all.
I'm getting out of here.
No, not till you tell me what happened. Oh, my head throbbed. I remembered the lovely crystal bottle in her hand, and then a couple of saleswomen were helping me to my feet. I was reeking of cologne and spattered with broken glass, and Alice Evans was gone. She was obviously panic-struck, and I had to press this advantage, so I hurried back to her house. The hall was dark, and I struck a match to look at the names on the mailboxes, and then I felt the gun in my back.
Why don't you leave me alone?
You were with Dickie that night, and you can't help him.
I don't know your husband, but you know plenty about me, don't you? You know enough to come looking for me here.
Well, where else would I look? You live here.
I live in a pink house in the hills with an iron dog at the front door.
But that's Harry Landman's. You. The door seemed closer as if it moved. The door from the hall to Maurice Byrne, Fine Interiors. It was crazy and desperate and clumsy the way I knocked the gun aside and got through the door. Hurry! Oh, hurry, get the police. She killed him.
Don't be silly, Mrs. Keith. She's the first one the police checked and double-checked. They know she was in Las Vegas that night. Lock the door, Alice.
You said there was nothing to worry about.
There isn't.
Why did she come here looking for me?
I'm not sure. I can't figure out what she knows.
You said there wouldn't be any suspicion. You had a made-to-order fall guy, a perfect dupe.
Fall guy? Dickie?
You're a clever woman, Mrs. Keith. I don't know how you managed to trace Alice here, but it was clever. In a suicidal way.
I've seen you somewhere long ago.
Of course. In one of Dickie's early pictures. He came walking by here with Lumpy a few months ago. The first time I saw him in years.
And I know why he kept coming back.
He was lonely. He needed somebody sympathetic to talk to. About how he hated Landman. How Landman had given him a dirty deal. And one day he brought in that beautiful pearl-handled knife.
Here.
Wanted to know if it was worth $50, if I could use it in some decorating scheme.
Then you killed Landman. It was you.
$50. Such ingratitude. A knife that Harry Landman gave him as a birthday present. Do you know how much that knife was worth to Alice and me? $200,000. Left by her late, unlamented husband.
And who would believe Dickie?
Of course, it wasn't as decorative as, say, this silver candlestick.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry you traced her here.
No.
Sometimes the less people know, the smarter they are. I saw the blood trickle down the sand and onto the candlestick.
And the next thing I knew, the police were looking down at me over the edge of a dark, deep well. Only it wasn't a well, it was an elegant sofa at Maurice Byrne Fine Interiors.
All right, now take it easy, Mrs. Keith. When you feel better, I guess you and your husband can go home together.
Dickie?
Everything's okay, Gene. I even picked up Lumpy on the way here.
Well, how did you... I mean,
I was running away from everything. When I heard the police were looking for me, I came back.
No funny thing, we had a man following you, Mrs. Keith, since you left Landman's house. Thought you might lead us to your husband. Instead...
Lady.
Where, Lumpy?
Oh, pretty lady.
Where? Oh. No. No, it can't be.
That's the only pretty lady Lumpy ever saw around here, Gene.
That portrait on the wall?
It was going to be a surprise. A painter, Byrne knows, did it from a photograph of you.
Me?
It was going to be your birthday present.
Me? The pretty lady I was looking for.
Yeah, they'd set me back $50. I sold that pearl-handled knife to Byrne to get the $50 to pay for it.
In which Miss Mercedes McCambridge starred in America's Boyfriend. Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson. Directors of radio plays share a common fantasy, an unattainable goal, the dream of producing a broadcast in which murder is actually committed on mic. But since they are by and large sane, responsible citizens, their dream is in vain. Not so the hero of the upcoming story. He sets out with lethal intent to make his dream come true. Listen then, as Mr. Raymond Burr stars in Murder on Mike, which begins in exactly 1 minute. And now, Mr. Raymond Burr in Murder on Mike, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yeah?
Want to see me, boss man?
Oh, yeah, Chris. Come in. Sit down. You hear the show Sunday?
No.
Well, you should have. After I got through rewriting that closing scene, it really played.
I'll bet.
I don't get it, Chris. I don't make you come to rehearsals. You don't have to sit in the control room all day. The least you can do is listen to the show at home.
Nothing in my contract says I have to.
Well, listen to this playback.
George, honest, I didn't mean it, George.
Now, get this, Chris. Get it.
Do you mean to say that you didn't really mean it when you told my brother that you didn't love him?
No.
You forget, Doris, that I heard you, every word, while I was hiding behind the Davenport the night my mother was here.
George, I beg you don't do this thing. Put down the gun, George.
This is only what you deserve. You tricked me for the last time, Doris. You tricked me for the last time.
How about that, kid?
What did you change it for? What was wrong with my ending? Why did you change it?
Take it easy, Chris. I'll tell you why I changed it, because it was wordy and repetitious.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe people are wordy and repetitious?
Chris, I'm trying to tell you the scene, the way you wrote it, just didn't play.
Just didn't play. That's right. Drag out all the trade cliches. It didn't live, it didn't play. You ran it up the flagpole and no one saluted it. How did you ever get into this business? Whoever let you into a radio station?
Chris, I think you need help.
Help?
Yes. I know a good man, Freudian but liberal.
Don't you tell me I need a psychiatrist.
Let go of me. I said let go.
You are nuts. You listen to me, boss man. For 2 years now, I've ground out a murder a week for you, week in and week out. A murder a week. I eat murder, talk murder, dream murder. And what happens? Every time I turn in a decent script, you chop the heart out of it.
Your contract is up next week, Chris. You've only got one more script to do. Write it and get out.
You'll get better than a script. You'll get everything you deserve. I'm going to show you what a real murder sounds like. I'm going to show you even if I have to kill you to do it. Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. Not written, not rehearsed, but well and thoroughly planned. It is respectfully dedicated to Mr. Ken Avery, editor and producer of the radio program Murder, Please. This is my last show, Mr. Avery. I'm delivering it to you in its entirety. Cast, music, everything. The events and persons are absolutely real. It's going to be a great show, Mr. Avery. You'll hear everything but the climax. I'm speaking into a microphone concealed in my desk and connected with a hidden tape recorder. A special microphone is attached to my telephone to enable the listener to hear both ends of any conversation. The music you hear is coming from a high-fidelity phonograph at my side. This program is produced, edited, directed, narrated, engineered, and plotted by Christopher Turner, whose only claim to immortality is this final half hour. And now, Mr. Avery, the leading characters in order of appearance. The murderer, myself. The catalytic agent, your daughter Lois. The victim, you. Listen. Listen then, Mr. Avery, to the last show you'll ever hear. Murder, please.
Hello?
Ken, this is Chris.
What do you want?
I hate to bother you at home, but I'd like to apologize for the way I acted this afternoon.
Accept the apology.
Ken, I'd like to talk to you about renewing my contract. How about dropping down to my office?
Sorry, Chris, no go. I've put up with you for 2 years now. Your temper tantrums, your insults, coming in stewed to the gills. 2 years of it was plenty. I've had it.
I see. You won't change your mind?
Not a chance.
Okay, Ken. Thanks. Thanks for nothing. Lovely opening scene, Mr. Avery. Thank you. You played it exactly the way I wanted you to. You just threw away your last chance to save your life. An excellent performance, Mr. Avery. I shall kill you in the name of the parasitical breed you represent. The avaricious, arrogant men of high places who milk the talent of others and claim it as their own. So, Mr. Avery, if you won't come down to my office by invitation, and I knew you wouldn't, there's another way. The telephone book. Listen, Mr. Avery. The sound of the flipping of pages. Your daughter's phone number. Here we are.
Hello?
Hello, Lois. It's been a long time. Bet you don't even know who this is.
I don't recognize the voice.
Christopher Turner.
Oh, hello, Mr. Turner. How are you?
Fine. Just fine. How do you like living alone?
Oh, it's all right, I guess.
Rather be living with the folks?
No, it's kind of independent this way.
How's the writing coming?
Not so good, Mr. Turner. I've written 5 scripts so far, and every one of them has been rejected. I don't know what's the matter.
Well, the reason I called was your dad and I had a little talk this afternoon about you. He thought perhaps I could help you.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to bother you.
Oh, no bother at all, Lois. I like to help aspiring young talent.
That's very kind of you.
Well, what are you doing this evening?
Oh, I was going to wash my hair.
Why don't you wash your hair tomorrow evening and come down to my office right now. We'll get started.
Well, I told a girlfriend I'd be home tonight. She was going to drop over.
Can't you call her and tell her to make it some other night? Here's the point. This is the only free night I'll have this week. Things are sort of piling up. I'd like to see you get squared away with your writing, and I did promise your dad.
Well, all right, Mr. Turner.
You know where my office is?
No, I don't think so.
It's right across from the studios in the annex, room 208.
I'll be right over.
Fine.
And I certainly appreciate this, I'm sure.
Not at all, Lois. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I'll be right over. I certainly appreciate this, I'm sure. Not at all. You see, Mr. Avery, that's how people talk. Now, let's see, what else? Oh, yes, sound. Drawer opens. Gun taken out. Click of breech. Whirl of chamber. Bullets inserted in chamber. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Gun in drawer. Drawer closed. Now we must wait until the... See, Mr. Avery? Fate is a better dramatist than either of us. Just when things start getting dull, the phone rings. Hello?
Hello, Chris. Hank.
Oh, hi, Hank.
What is this? Old man Avery got you slaving on a round-the-clock basis now? When are you going to tell him to go take a flying leap?
I just did that today.
No kidding. Well, congratulations. From here, you can't go any place but up.
Yeah.
Say, Chris, we got a pretty active poker game going on over here. Just room for one more sucker. What do you say?
I can't tonight. I'm doing my last show.
Oh, forget it for one night, why don't you? Live a little.
Thanks, Hank, but I can't.
I'm coming over and get you away from that typewriter if I have to use force.
I can't do it, Hank. The show's next Sunday.
Well, I got a script due tomorrow. You don't see me knocking myself out. Let them wait. I'll be right over.
Listen, Hank, you can't come over here. Don't you get it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Sure thing. Give her my regards. Anybody I know?
Story conference, that's right.
Yeah. Well, take it easy, boy. How about lunch tomorrow?
Sure thing.
Okay, Chris. Goodbye.
Bye. That was close. Good scene, though, don't you think, Mr. Avery? Your daughter, Mr. Avery, has just driven up in front of the building. She wears a cardigan sweater, tweed skirt, flat shoes. She's young and very pretty. A girl with everything to live for. Now she's disappeared into the building. In a moment, she'll knock on my door. Then, Mr. Avery, you will hear for yourself how youth reacts to the threat of death. And this, Mr. Avery, would be the proper dramatic moment to end Act 1. May I suggest at this point you insert one of your beloved commercials? In just a moment, we continue with Suspense.
There's no room for gloom when Arthur Godfrey or Art Linkletter are around. So if you're working around the house, motoring on the highway, or tending the store, you'll find that things get done faster when you let both of these masters of merriment bring you their good cheer. Arthur Godfrey Time and Art Linkletter's House Party are both yours 5 days a week on most of these same stations. Each of them is a shortcut to happiness. On CBS Radio's Godfrey Time, Arthur and all the little Godfreys offer songs that are stylish and wit that is bright. And as anyone who hears them each Monday through Friday can tell you, they haven't got an enemy in the world unless it's Old Man Trouble himself. Art Linkletter has the pleasure of playing host at a fun-filled house party every Monday through Friday on CBS Radio, and that's a pleasure he'd like to share with you. If you like good company and enjoy good times, make it a point to listen for Arthur Godfrey Time and Art Linkletter's House Party 5 days a week like clockwork.
And now, we continue with the second act of Murder on Mike, starring Mr. Raymond Burr. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Act 2. This is Christopher Turner once again, Mr. Avery, bringing you by transcription the first recording of an actual murder ever made specifically for broadcast. The setting, my office, the music, recorded, the time, night, the victim, yourself. Your daughter has just entered the building, and in a few seconds she'll be knocking on my door. I'm sorry I have to go to such lengths to get you into my office. I'd gladly have killed you in the street, but it's so much more difficult to make a recording there. So concludes the usual resume with which we begin the second act of every Murder Please program. I hear her footsteps in the hall. Your cue, Lois. Sound. Knock on door. Come in. Hello, Lois. Come on in.
Thanks, Mr. Turner.
Have a seat. Here, by the desk.
This is awfully nice of you, Mr. Turner. I always tell Dad to stop imposing on my behalf, but I guess he'll never learn.
You're here because I want you to be here and for no other reason. Now, a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks. This is a nice office you have here.
It's just a hole in the wall, but quiet. Nothing fancy.
Why, I like it.
How long have you been writing, Lois?
All of my life, but, seriously, about 6 months.
What sort of things?
Murder, mostly. I hear that's what sells best.
True. You can usually make more money writing about murder than committing it. So, suppose we just start talking about murder. Maybe something interesting will come out. Now, tell me, why do you think people kill?
Well, lots of reasons, I guess.
Could you kill?
I don't think so.
Maybe you could. Here. Here's a loaded gun. Take it.
Oh, please put it away.
Take it in your hand.
No, I'd rather not.
No, it's very obedient. Won't fire unless you press the trigger. Now, take it. That's it. Now, point it at me.
Oh, please,
Think now, think. One touch of your finger, and you kill me. One little touch. Very delicate instrument, the trigger. There's a sense of power there. Feel it?
I'm afraid.
Fear? Yes, but exhilaration, too, like the second drink.
Yes, I guess I feel it.
You can give it back to me now.
Oh, I never held a gun before.
Are you afraid of death?
Well, sometimes when I think about it.
What is death to you?
Death? I don't know.
No idea?
Emptiness, blackness, nothing.
Is that so terrible?
Yes, because you really don't know.
Like the dark.
That's it.
You don't know any more about death than you do about me.
You?
Yes.
Well, I know you work for Dad.
But you've never even spent 1 hour with me. Once at lunch, your father introduced us, yet you came up here alone. Now, how do you know you can trust me?
I suppose I don't really.
Look at this gun.
Please put it down. It makes me terribly nervous.
Do you have any money?
A little.
How much?
$5 maybe and some change.
Give it to me.
Here.
Now, why did you give me the money?
Because you asked me for it.
Because you were hoping I'd put down the gun? And if I had said, a kiss, one kiss, and I'll put down the gun, what would you do?
I suppose I'd give you...
But a kiss, that would be harder to give, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Kiss me.
There.
Thank you.
No, put down the gun, please. I know it's a lesson in writing and all that, but it scares me.
No.
But you said you would.
I said nothing of the kind. And if I had said it, you would have been foolish enough to believe me. You can't trust a man with a gun. You feel helpless, don't you?
Yes.
While you could give me money, there was hope. While you could give me love, there was hope. But if all I wanted was revenge, there would be nothing you could do to save yourself.
Nothing.
And if I told you that right now, this moment, I'm going to pull this trigger and blow you to bits, tell me, what would you say?
Well, I'd try to talk you out of it.
What would you say?
I wouldn't know what to say.
Then I'd shoot.
I'd tell you about the electric chair.
Very little threat to a man about to kill. Later, perhaps, when he's running away, then he'll think about consequences, but not now. Now it's only kill. Now, what else? What else would you say?
I'd beg him.
He wouldn't listen.
I'd plead with him. I'd say, please don't kill me.
And if he still wouldn't listen?
Then I'd die.
Yes, you'd die.
Mr. Turner, I think I'd better be going.
No. We're not even started yet.
Well, if you don't put down that gun, I'm going. I don't like it.
Sit down. I want to tell you a story.
Please, Mr. Turner.
Sit down! This is just a sample plot. You can have it if you want to. It's about a writer who had great novels in him, great plays, but he was broke. For the sake of a roof over his head and 3 meals a day, he started turning out radio mysteries. He turned them out until every drop of originality was squeezed out of him. Finally, he realized that he had nothing to leave to the world. Nothing but scripts to be swept up by a studio janitor after the broadcast. Well, the writer made a decision one day. He would do a last radio play. A radio play with an actual murder. The only chance he had for immortality. And he selected as his victim the man who had squeezed his talent dry. He selected his editor and producer, Ken Avery.
Yeah.
I like you very much, Lois. I wish this could be happening to almost anyone but you. Get to the phone.
What?
The telephone.
What for?
To call your father.
No, I won't do it.
You'll call your father and you'll tell him to come down here. Now pick up the receiver. No, wait. I'll do it.
Oh, please, Mr. Turner.
Be quiet.
Please.
Now take the phone. Tell him. It's ringing. Take it.
Hello? Hello?
Dad?
Lois? Lois, what are you calling at this time of night for? Something the matter?
Dad?
You want him to take you home. You don't feel well.
Lois, something is the matter. Where are you?
I'm at Mr. Turner's.
Turner's? His apartment?
His office. I don't feel well. Dad?
Come and take me home.
Come and take me home. I don't feel well at all.
Give me the phone. Hello, Ken.
What's the matter with Lois, Chris?
I don't know. She came up tonight to discuss some scripts she wrote, but she seems to be suddenly taken ill. You'd better come and get her.
I'll be right down.
Relax, Lois. We haven't got very long to wait. The script is nearly finished. 20 minutes have gone by, and now I hear steps in the hall, steps of Mr. Ken Avery. The climax, ladies and gentlemen of the listening audience, I produced for you. Mr. Avery will never live to hear.
Lois, are you...
Sit down, Ken.
What is this? Lois, what's been going on here?
Tell him, Lois.
He's going to kill you. He's going to kill both of us.
Close the door.
Chris, put that thing down. Somebody's liable to get hurt.
Good line. Perfectly in character. The inane cliche from the mouth of the great producer. You see, Ken, everything's being recorded. Your voice, Lois's, mine. Sit down.
Recorded for what?
Posterity. For the show next week. You'll have the honor of appearing on your own program as the murder victim. Let me show you here in the desk. You see? Tape recorder. I've stopwatched every second. It's been running exactly 25 minutes. You always made it a rule to plan the climax for 26:30 so you could have room for a final commercial. Well, that's just what I'm doing. According to my timing, you have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to live.
All right, Chris. All right. That's enough of the phony dramatics. Give me that gun before somebody gets hurt.
Stand back. I wouldn't want to mistime the climax of the show.
This won't make a show.
You won't be around to change it, Mr. Avery.
The agency wouldn't put this thing on the air.
Why not?
You telegraphed the ending.
Oh.
There's no twist. No surprise ending. You told the audience to expect the murder to be successful. But our shows have to have some kind of surprise for the audience, Chris. You know that. Where's the twist?
Still the editor right to death's door. All right, Ken, perhaps you can provide the surprise ending that's going to save your life.
I don't have to.
Oh?
You provided the twist yourself, Chris, but you didn't know it. And yet the twist was part of the story all the time.
Where, Editor Avery?
You, Chris. You're the twist.
Me?
That's right. You're a flop, Chris. You're so used to dreaming on paper you can't live anymore. You wrote about love because you never had it. You wrote about fortunes and you haven't got 2 bits. You wrote about murder, but you haven't got the guts to pull the trigger. Now give me that gun.
You think I won't shoot?
I know you won't. Give me that gun, you hack.
What did you say?
I said you were a hack. Give me the gun.
No, I'm not a hack. I'm not.
Give me that gun.
Let go. Let go of my hand.
Stop it. Stop it, I said.
Let go. You always have to change the ending.
Dad.
It's all right, Lois.
Dad, take me home.
We have nothing to worry about, Lois. The recording will clear us.
Take me home, please, Dad.
As soon as I make sure what's on that tape, I'll rewind it to the beginning. Here we go.
Good evening. This is a recording of an actual murder. Not written, not rehearsed, but well and thoroughly planned. It is respectfully dedicated to Mr. Ken Avery, editor and producer of the radio program
Suspense, in which Raymond Burr starred in William N. Robeson's production of Murder on Mike, written by S. Lee Agustin. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Flesh Peddler, starring DeForest Kelley. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm an agent, a booking agent. Flesh peddlers, we are sometimes unkindly called. But I don't peddle flesh. I sell talent. Singers, musicians, nightclub acts. And I'm pretty good at it. I've got an instinct for talent. When I find a new act that's really got it, I go after it until it's mine. Only the ventriloquist team of Wilson and Oliver, I wish I'd never heard of them. Then I could sleep better nights. My wife and I were vacationing in the Catskills last summer, and the night before we were due back in New York, a carnival pulled into town. I don't want to sound like a snob, but to me, the carnival is the lowest form of show business. I hate them. But my wife, Gloria, loves them. Since I love Gloria, we went to the carnival.
Pete, isn't it exciting?
It's just cheap noise.
Oh, I wish it had come to town sooner.
I wish it hadn't come till tomorrow.
Oh, come on, Pete. You might even find some new talent.
Here?
Why now?
Freaks are for sideshows, honey, not class spots.
You never can tell. A bearded lady might go great as a coca.
I can tell.
Right here for the wonder of the Midway. Hey, the one and only Alexander Wilson and his lovable little dummy pal, Oliver. Hey, you've seen ventriloquists before, you say. Hey, but you've never seen anything to equal Wilson. The remarkable Wilson and Oliver. Hey, don't pass his bird, friend.
Keep it so in.
Oh, ventriloquist, a dime a dozen.
Come on, I want to see him.
Honey, you've seen 100 just like him.
Well, maybe he's 1 in 100.
All right. We pushed through into the small tent and took our places on the hard, uncomfortable benches. Wilson was already seated on the platform, a typical childishly dressed dummy on his lap. He was a man in his 50s, I'd say, with the saddest face I've seen in 15 years of show business. When the people were in, he suddenly sprang the dummy to life.
Shut the doors. All present accounted for, Mr. Wilson.
You're sure, Oliver?
Sure.
Well, then, say hello to the people.
Hello to the people.
Oh, now, come, Oliver. You can do better than that.
I can?
Yes.
Well, you ought to know.
The routine was awful, dull, time-worn. But for some reason, this Wilson fascinated me. He had a talent, all right. His handling of the dummy was amazingly accurate. As the act went on, I began to think that Wilson was even better than the Barker said he was, and he was going over with the house. Wilson had Oliver sing while he himself smoked a cigarette. After a few more gag routines and a couple of neat tricks, the performance was over, and I knew I had to sign the act. I parked Gloria on the merry-go-round and then went looking for Wilson. I walked back of the Midway through the maze of painted trailers that were home to carny people. Suddenly the door to one of them flew open and a woman stepped out, a neatly trimmed beard covering her chin.
What do you want?
I'm looking for Alexander Wilson.
Wilson? Why?
I'm a talent agent from New York. I'd like to talk to him.
Agent?
Yes, Peter Harris, and you're...
Bernice, it's on the posters.
Oh, yes, of course, Bernice.
What do you want with Alexander Wilson?
I told you I...
Who is it, Bernice?
Talent agent. Never mind, go back in.
Agent?
I'm looking for Mr. Wilson.
Well, I'm Arthur. You caught my knife act? You know, I could pin a fly to a penny of 40
Quiet.
feet.
Don't mind him, flesh peddler. Go away. Go home. Agents are no good for us. Leave Wilson alone.
And you know, like I could put out a candle flame with a penknife at 30 feet, Agent Man.
Arthur?
And
go back in.
Maybe he could sell my act.
Go in.
All right. Wilson's in trailer 17, Agent Man. Hey, if you ever need a
Shut up, Arthur.
George.
Shut up. Get in there. Forget what he said. Arthur is... well, he isn't quite bright. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What's so wrong about seeing Wilson?
There are plenty of acts like his. You don't need him.
Well, you've got my curiosity going now, Bernice.
I hadn't intended that. But forget your curiosity. And go home. Now.
Why?
Believe me, flesh peddler, you will thank me for this advice someday.
Which is trailer 17. Mr. Wilson.
What is it?
I'm Peter Harris. I'd like to talk to you.
What do you want?
Well, I'm an agent, Mr. Wilson. I'd like to see you.
Just a minute.
Yes? I just caught your act, Mr. Wilson. Enjoyed it very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to do business with you.
Do business?
Here's my card. My office places acts on all 4 networks and all the principal nightclubs.
I'm afraid it's out of the question. I never play nightclubs.
But...
yes, I never play nightclubs, Mr. Harris.
Well, could I come in for a moment, explain my setup? Maybe when you...
No, forgive me for appearing short, but I'm not interested in any offer you have to make.
To begin with, I can get you $200 a week.
Oh, excuse me.
$250?
No, I'm very tired, if you'll pardon me.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. But will you tell me why you want to stay with a two-bit freak show when you could make a small fortune working with me?
No. No, I'm afraid I can't tell you. Good night.
I suppose I should have forgotten all about it, but I'm not used to the brush off. Like I say, when I see an act I want, I go after it until I get it. And then there was something about Wilson's reluctance that wasn't somehow on the level. As I walked back toward the bright lights and the noise at the midway, a figure stepped from behind one of the darkened trailers.
So you saw him?
Oh, Bernice. Yes, I saw him.
And are you satisfied?
Not at all.
Just more curious.
Exactly.
Only fools push their noses into other people's business, flesh peddler.
Harris is the name.
And only fools get themselves and other people into trouble.
Trouble? All I wanted was to offer him a nice fat job, $250 a week, and he slammed the door in my face.
Alexander Wilson cannot leave this carnival.
Why?
You don't know, Mr. Harris, and you're not going to know.
Know what?
Stop asking foolish questions. Your curiosity can do a great deal of harm.
Bernice, where does the carnival go from here?
Really, Mr. Harris, you don't expect me to...
Look, I can ask any one of the barkers or setup men.
Ask them then.
All right, I will.
But remember, flesh peddler, if you follow us to Poughkeepsie,
Poughkeepsie?
Very well, now you know. But if you follow us and try to see Wilson again, you are a fool.
Gloria and I drove back to Manhattan the next morning. And 2 days later, I hopped a Poughkeepsie local out of Grand Central. The more I thought about Wilson, the more of a challenge he became. I wanted him for my list, but more than that, I wanted to find out what was behind Bernice's strange attitude. Now I wish I'd forgotten about the whole thing. In Poughkeepsie, I checked into a hotel, took a cab to the carnival grounds at the edge of town. It was late afternoon as I pulled up in front of the gaudy tents and booths, waiting for the evening crowds. I made my way through the cluttered midway, looking for Wilson's aluminum trailer and hoping I wouldn't run into Bernice.
Hello? Agent man. Hey, agent man. Hello.
Hello.
Remember me, Arthur the knife thrower? I can pin a fly to a penny.
Yes, I remember you.
And you've come for me?
What's that?
You come all this way to get me for your agency?
Well, no, I'm afraid not.
Oh. Well, that's all right. I mean, you know, like I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I don't think I could go with you anyway.
I see.
So I couldn't leave Bernice in the carnival. My sister says carny folk should stay with carny folk.
Your sister?
Bernice.
Oh. Arthur, why is Bernice so close-mouthed about Mr. Wilson? She acts as though she's afraid of him.
Well, us carny folks stick together, see? Like, we don't like other people sticking their noses into our business.
Bernice said that?
Yes.
Arthur, where's Mr. Wilson's trailer?
I don't know.
Oh, come now, Arthur.
Bernice says, you know...
I know. Bernice says too much.
I don't know anything, agent man. Well, I have to go practice my knife throwing now. I got to practice every day, you know.
Well, it was clear Bernice had given Arthur his instructions, and no thanks to him, I finally found Wilson's trailer set off from the rest. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson! The door to the trailer was unlocked, and it swung open at my knock. Wilson obviously wasn't there, but I didn't think he'd mind if I went in and waited. The inside of the trailer was dim and musty. I left the door open to let in what little sunlight the day had left and sat in the long chair in front of the makeup table. I was just about to reach for a cigarette when I had the feeling that I wasn't alone. I turned slowly in the chair and the back of my neck began to crawl. There on a shabby army cot was Wilson's dummy, propped up against the wall. The steady, unchanging expression of its face with the staring eyes and painted smile grinned back at me. It was weird and uncomfortable to be so close to this lifeless thing. Unmoving, wooden. It seemed so real and alive on the platform in the tent. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. I looked away. But I could still feel it there, grinning at me. In the early evening dimness. When I could stand it no longer, I got up and walked out of the trailer and bumped right into Bernice.
What did I tell you, flesh peddler?
Bernice,
What were you doing in there?
Waiting. For Wilson.
What did I tell you?
Now look, Bernice. I don't like you or anyone else telling me what I can or can't do. I want to see Wilson again. I'm waiting here.
Come with me, please. I must talk to you privately in my trailer. Sit down.
Well, what's on your mind, Bernice?
I didn't really think you'd follow us.
I told you I'm not easily discouraged.
Mr. Harris, I must warn you again to leave now without seeing Wilson.
I don't think you understand me. I'm used to getting what I go after.
Mr. Harris.
I intend to see Wilson to try to talk him into signing a contract. And you've said so far, all that you've said is go away. Can you give me a good reason for not seeing him? Okay, then why did you insist on dragging me in here?
Mr. Harris, can you assure me your interest in Wilson does not go beyond signing him as a client?
What do you mean?
Your interest in Wilson wouldn't by chance be in his past, his private life, and not in his professional talent.
I never heard of him until I caught his act 3 days ago.
Mr. Harris, I'd hoped I wouldn't have to tell you this. I didn't realize you were so stubborn, but...
Yes?
Well, Alexander Wilson lost his mind many years ago. That doesn't disturb you?
It might, if I believed you, Bernice.
What?
I don't think Wilson's nuts. Apparently something's bothering him. Something big, maybe, but it's not insanity.
I suppose you know Wilson better than I do.
I didn't say that. But a man in my business meets every kind of person there is. The cheats, the phonies, the right guys, the bums.
So?
So you develop an instinct about people. And my instinct tells me Wilson is not insane. You'll have to try something better to scare me off.
Mr. Harris, Wilson thinks he's a murderer.
You are trying to scare me, aren't you?
If that's necessary to protect you and us, yes.
You think he might murder me, too?
I don't mean that. Actually, he never murdered anyone.
Look, Bernice, you don't make sense.
Don't you understand?
No.
I said Alexander Wilson thinks he is a murderer. He thinks he murdered a woman a long time ago. He's lived with this thought for years, nourished it, until he really believes it. It's driven him out of his mind.
Bernice, do you expect me to believe a cockamamie story like that?
It's the truth. So don't you see? The only place for him is here in the carnival with his own kind. We understand.
Well, hasn't anyone tried to help him, to make him realize
He is beyond that now. But with us, he's all right. Outsiders disturb him.
You haven't scared me off, Bernice.
You've got to stay away from him.
Why? If anything you've told me is true, it's only half the truth.
It's enough for you to know.
From you, maybe. Perhaps Wilson will tell me the rest.
I've warned you. I will not warn you again.
Oh, Bernice. Oh, hello again, Agent Man.
Hi, Arthur. How's your throwing arm?
Well,
Come in, Arthur. Mr. Harris is just leaving.
Yes. So long, Bernice.
Goodbye, Mr. Harris.
When the trailer door closed behind me, I guessed Bernice would start talking her fury out on Arthur. So I moved around to the small window in the back of the trailer to see if I could learn anything more.
I don't care. I don't even want you to say hello to me. Nothing. Understand?
But just saying hello don't hurt, does it, Bernice?
I don't want you to open your mouth in front of that man, even to yawn. I had to lie to him to get him away from here. And I don't want you saying anything to bring him back.
All right, Bernice.
Just pray he goes back to his flesh peddling in New York on the first train.
Just as I thought, Bernice had lied to me. I was determined to get to the bottom of this double talk about Wilson more than ever. This had become more important to me than signing him to the usual 7-year management contract. When I got back to Wilson's trailer...
Who's there?
It's Peter Harris again.
Who?
Peter Harris. I spoke to you a few days ago and...
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Wilson.
Go away.
But I've come all the way from New York.
I must ask you to leave at once.
Look, Mr. Wilson, I'm not a detective. All I wanted when I first met you was to book you into the big time. But now there's something more. I think you need help. You need help badly.
No, you're mistaken.
Can I come in and talk to you?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Well, how about having a drink with me before the show? You look like you could use one.
Please, leave me alone.
Wilson, don't you see what these people are doing to you? For some reason, you're a haunted man, and this carnival is the worst place in the world.
Leave me now. Leave me, please. These people are all the help I need. Leave me alone.
I'll be at the hotel overnight. If you change your mind, Wilson, call me. No, I was mad. If he wanted to rot there, going with the carnival until it wasted away, it was no business of mine. I had a few drinks in my room at the hotel. Phoned Gloria that I'd be home the next day. Went to bed. Yes?
Mr. Harris?
Wilson.
Can you meet me right away?
Right away? What time is it?
Well, I don't know. It's after midnight. It's 1:30.
Well,
Please. I must talk to you. Can you meet me?
Sure. Okay, where are you calling from?
An all-night drugstore.
Well, where is it?
Wait, not here. Meet me at my trailer.
Okay.
And please, hurry.
It took me longer to wake the cab driver in front of the hotel than it did to get to the carnival grounds. I told the cab to wait and made my way through the darkened tents and trailers to number 17.
Come in.
What's the matter?
Mr. Harris, I've changed my mind. I want to leave with you tonight.
Tonight? Well, what's the...
Mr. Harris, you're the first person outside of the carnival I've talked to in more than 2 years. You're the first person I've had the courage to approach.
Go on.
I trust you, Mr. Harris. I can't say why, but I know you'll believe me and help me. I can't live like this anymore.
Sure. Now, just take it.
No. Listen to me. 2 years ago, I killed a woman. A beautiful woman. I loved her more than I've ever loved anything or anyone in my life. When I tried to tell her how much I loved her, she laughed at me. I couldn't stand that laugh.
I understand, Wilson. But that isn't exactly justification.
She and her son, she was divorced, were working in this very carnival when I first saw her, back in my hometown in Illinois.
Yes.
I fell in love. Oh, you can call me a rube, anything, but I was in love. I quit my job and followed the carnival for months. That's how much I loved her. And she laughed at me. So I shot her one night. And then I wanted to die, too. And when I saw her lying there at my feet, I wanted them to hang me, but they laughed at me.
They laughed at
you? The law, the police, they didn't believe I'd done anything. They wouldn't let me give myself up.
Where did you get this crazy idea, Wilson?
It isn't a crazy idea. It's the truth.
Look, lots of people get lots of funny ideas. They think about something they want to do, and they think about it so much that they really believe they've done it.
It was real from the beginning. I killed her. I did. But there was no evidence against me.
Listen, Wilson, you're not making sense.
You listen. He destroyed every bit of evidence so he could punish me himself. The police couldn't arrest or even suspect me.
Who destroyed what evidence, Wilson?
Her son, Oliver.
Oliver?
Yes, Mr. Harris. He's referring to me.
A trick? No. Wilson was too upset to be tricking me. I wheeled at the sound of his voice, and there in the doorway stood Wilson's dummy, Oliver, a small but capable pistol in his hand.
You are just as curious as Bernice said you were, Mr. Harris.
Oliver.
Bernice told me a lot about you. You had to know. And now you do.
No, you're not...
You shocked to learn I'm a midget. I must admit you gave me quite a start when you made yourself at home in the trailer this afternoon.
But that was...
That was me, Mr. Harris. Fortunately, I was already made up for the evening performance.
Mr. Harris hasn't done anything, Oliver. Let him go.
That depends on you. You see, Mr. Harris, Wilson is no ventriloquist. I guess that's obvious now.
It is.
Wilson murdered my mother, and I protected him from the police.
But why?
Why? So the law couldn't punish him. What satisfaction would there have been for me if they'd just hanged him? He'd been dead at an instant. Is that enough punishment for a man who has murdered your mother? No. He deserved more. And I've given it to him. I've punished Alexander Wilson for years.
That's right, Mr. Harris. He's held this over my head ever since. Sitting on my lap at every performance, for reminding me night and day. Well, I've had as much as I can stand. So go ahead, Oliver. Shoot! Shoot!
Oliver, be sensible. If you pull that trigger, they'll hear it.
They? Bernice and Arthur and everyone else? Bernice already knows, and now I don't care if the others do, too.
For heaven's sake, shoot me. Get it over with. Shoot me, you monster! Shoot me! With horror frozen on his face, Wilson slid to the floor, dead. And Oliver turned on me, the pupils of his eyes tiny with madness and his frail little body trembling.
I'm afraid this is one act you can't book, Mr. Harris.
Oliver.
You wanted to know everything.
Oliver, now wait.
I'm really sorry for your sake. He asked me to let you go, but under the circumstances.
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harris.
It flashed by my head and landed quivering in Oliver's chest, a long gleaming knife blade. And there was Arthur in the doorway of the trail with Bernice, his face like stone, watching Oliver crumple the little distance to the floor. Slowly the faces of the others appeared in the doorway, silent. The terror I was holding back was a physical pain. I walked to the door and stood looking down at the little body lying awkwardly like a dummy now. A lifeless thing. Unmoving. Staring. Even with the traces of a painted smile grinning up at me.
This couldn't have gone on any longer, I suppose. The police will come now, and at last there'll be an end to it. Go home, flesh peddler, and forget all about us.
I went home, but I haven't forgotten. And I'm afraid I never will.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
The American standard of living is the highest on earth. We no longer consider an automobile or an electric refrigerator or a TV set a luxury. They're necessities and taken for granted. Who cares if the smallest practical coin is a dime? We've got it made. Yet, in this richest land on earth, there are communities where a 10-cent candy bar acquires a strange and distorted value, where a box of peanut brittle can be worth a man's life. Communities you and I never visit. The places where we, like careless housekeepers, sweep our dirt under the national rug so it will not be seen. The gray-walled communities where thousands of men live a restless and useless existence. The prisons of America. Of one of these, we have a story to tell. Listen. Listen then as Skip Homeyer stars in Peanut Brittle.
And now, Skip Homeyer in Peanut Brittle. A prison tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wow, the bell. It jarred you, huh?
Oh, it's awful loud.
You'll get used to it. Everything's loud in here. Bells, whistles, the cell doors. Where you from?
Upstate.
Put your stuff on the top bunk. That's your new home. What you carrying?
What?
What you carrying? Time.
Oh, 1 to 10.
Climbing in windows, huh? They got me on armed robbery. You ain't gonna be here long.
Well, I got 1 to 10.
Man, you'll do a hot minute. The warden will kiss you on the cheek and you'll be home with Mother before you know it.
I don't know about that.
Listen, man, doing time in this joint is nothing. That is, if you know how. You hungry?
Sort of.
Don't be afraid to speak up. Man, you'll always be hungry in this lousy place. You like candy?
Sometimes.
You're a fish, all right. But you'll get to like candy real well, real soon. Man, it's the only thing inside. You want some?
Well, what kind?
You never asked that in here. Just take it. You got any money on the books?
What?
Money. Credit in the warden's office, so you can have canteen in here.
No.
How are you going to smoke and eat things you like? Man, after a few weeks, them candy bars start tasting like caviar. Here, have some peanut brittle. It's good, man. Have some.
Thanks.
Forget it. I know we can get a lot more. Ever played dominoes?
When I was a kid?
Listen, man, you're going to play again. You and me. We're going to play for candy. Lots and lots of candy.
Well, the captain of the yard told us...
He told you gambling wasn't nice, right?
Well, not like that. He told us...
He told you you'd get in trouble. Listen, man, we're going to play it real cool. As soon as you get around this place a little and the head shrinkers get through quizzing you, we're going to hit the yard as the domino team to beat.
Well, I heard about those games. Don't it take cigarettes or canteen ducats to get in them?
You got big ears, man. Well, hear this. We're going to bust into those games with next to nothing.
How?
The build-up.
Huh?
You're new. You're fish. I'm going to build you up as really somebody, a guy with plenty of dough and connections on the outside. Get it?
Oh, I don't know. It sounds kind of like asking for trouble. What happens if we lose?
What happens if we have to keep eating this lousy chow? What happens if you hit the rack every night so hungry you could chew the bars off the cell door? What happens if I think you're chicken?
I don't know.
Now, listen, man, I'm telling you we can't miss. When I get through spreading the word about you, those guys will break their necks getting us into a big game. Don't you see? We got a chance to clean up. Besides, I know how to play dominoes. I'm not going to let us lose. Oh, by the way, my name's Marino. Tommy Marino. What's your handle?
Eddie Kip.
Glad to know you, partner. What do you think of the yard?
It's big, isn't it? Seems like everybody who ever lived is inside.
The best citizens. Hey, look, over there. That's where we're going to open shop. One of Sky Grogan's games.
Who's he?
Bad, man. Plain bad. But he's got all kinds of connections. He's got what we want, the game and the loot. I've already told him about you.
I don't know.
It's a setup, man. Sky wants new players with him. I've known Sky a long time. He's been here a long time, too. He's doing it all. Life without parole. But he's a good guy. Come on, let's go over and meet him. How you doing, Sky?
Hi, kid.
You busy for a minute, man?
What's on your mind?
I'd like you to meet my buddy I told you about, Eddie.
Hi, Eddie. Hi.
You letting any new guys in this game?
Like you two?
That's right.
I don't know.
What does it take to get in?
Canteen ducats, cigarettes, candy. What you got?
Some peanut brittle. A half box of it.
Is there more? Where'd that come from?
Sure. Here.
Okay. But I don't want any belly aching if you lose. If you win, I pay right then. I want it the same way. You guys playing double or single?
Together.
You want in now?
Well, that's what we're here for. We got our own dominoes. Eddie?
Yeah, here they are.
You get over there. I'll stay this side of the table. Hey, Sky, who are your players?
Johnny, Sid, Tom, and Eddie.
Hi. Deuce.
Here's 6 for you.
6 right back at you.
Trey.
Double 4.
You got it, Eddie.
Double 4, and I'll put an ace on top of it.
Here's 5.
We'll see it.
It's noon chow. You guys gonna eat?
Not me. How about the other guys?
They'll stick if you want to.
Well, let's play then. Tommy, we're losing too much. Shut up. Top the tray.
I got it for you. And 4 on that.
I'm playing a 6.
And a deuce.
All right, put them away. You men too. Come on, wrap them up. Okay. All right, put them away.
Hey, you guys forgetting something?
I told you we should have quit. Tell me up.
You owe me exactly 1 box of peanut brittle. Those 10 pegs say so, right?
If that's the way you read them.
Who's holding the sack for you two?
Eddie here.
I haven't got anything.
Well, you told me you had plenty of canteen ducats.
Hey, cut the bull. You guys come into this game talking big canteen, so I want what's coming to me.
We'll get it up.
Hey, man, don't say we. You were supposed to back us up.
It was your idea.
You see what happens when you play with kids? Honest, Guy, he told me he had all kinds of loot. So naturally, I figured...
You're lying. I didn't say anything.
Hey, man. Man, look out who you're calling liar.
Listen, you punks. I want what you owe this game. I want candy, peanut brittle. I want it real quick, a whole box. You, kid, pick a better partner next time.
Don't worry, I will.
Listen, punk, or whatever your name is, You come into this joint, into this game with a lot of big talk about who you were, what you had. You said
that was all Tommy's doing. I only told the guys what you told me. I don't get it. You said if we played.
Listen, you're new here, so I'm going to give you a break. You get that candy by tonight, after we're locked up from supper, and we'll forget all about it, okay?
Where am I going to get it?
I don't care where or how you get it, but get it. Or you better find a way to beat that wall.
Tommy, what am I going to do?
Oh, how do I know, man? I want to hit the sack, do you mind?
Yes, I do. You know I haven't got any money on the books. You know I haven't got any friends outside who'd send me money. Well, what am I going to do? You were the guy that wanted to build me up for us to play. Now you don't know me. Is that it?
Listen, I thought you was a hustler. I figured if we ever lose, you'd be smart enough to hustle up some canteen. I put something in the game, didn't I?
Why don't you be a right guy and help us get out of this jam?
Us? This is your mess, not mine.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Cook up a batch of peanut brittle here in the cell? What's Guy Grogan going to do? Kill me for a lousy box of peanut brittle?
It's been done for a lot less.
Something for me?
You know better. I haven't had time to raise anything.
You heard me. You heard what I said out in the yard, didn't you? After supper.
Well, sure I did, but you got to give a guy some time.
Time? Don't give me that time bit, punk.
Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone, hanging head down from this balcony.
Let go of me. No, let me go. Please, Guy. Help!
Hey, man, easy. You'll fall. Shut up, or I'll heave you over the railings, too.
Please, Guy, don't let me fall.
How do you like hanging 5 tiers up in the air? All I gotta do is let go of your legs.
Please, Guy,
what do you say, kid? What are you gonna get me, huh? What you gonna get me, kid?
Peanut brittle, peanut brittle.
By tomorrow morning, right?
Yes.
Yeah, remember, tomorrow morning, when we go to breakfast, I want that peanut brittle. Or next time I'll let you drop. A scram. That's the last lockup.
That guy's crazy, Tommy. He's nuts. If he let go, I'd have fallen 5 tiers. I'd have been killed.
He wouldn't have dropped you.
That's what you think. I gotta do something.
Why don't you go see the captain? He'd be glad to help you.
How?
Put you on protection roll.
Well, what's that?
That's where they put you when the other cons put the heat on a guy. Like if he gambles and can't pay his losses.
You're by yourself, huh?
Sort of. If you mean the rest of the guys in the yard can't get to you.
Well, how long do you stay there?
Until the captain figures no one's after you anymore.
Maybe that's where I ought to go.
I'll tell you something, man. You picked the wrong guy to run away from. Sky's got friends all over the joint. You know what he'd do? He'd pay a guy to mess up and get put on protection just so the guy could get to you.
I don't get it. Why all the hell over some candy? We haven't got it.
You mean you haven't got it?
Okay, I haven't got it.
Listen, man. Sky's doing life. And when you're a lifer, you don't stand anybody giving you a bad time.
I'm not hurting him.
No? One guy gets away owing Sky canteen, some other character'll try it. So if you're Sky, you don't let anybody get into you for canteen. See?
Hey, which one of you guys is Eddie?
Me.
Sky Grogan sent me down to remind you about tomorrow morning at breakfast. He said something about peanut brittle.
What am I supposed to do? Fly out of this cell and get him his peanut brittle?
Hey, don't give me a hard time. I'm just carrying the word.
I'm sorry.
Save it for yourself, man. Sky ain't kidding.
Well, won't he take any other kind of candy instead of peanut brittle?
Sky says peanut brittle. Nothing else.
Well, why just peanut brittle?
Well, he uses it to get cigarettes or favors from the other cons.
Doesn't he want it to eat?
You kidding? Sky don't like any kind of candy, especially peanut brittle. He's got stomach ulcers.
undressed already. The lights just came on.
I couldn't sleep.
Hey, man, relax.
Is Sky after you?
Oh, chow make you feel better.
I'm not hungry. When the unlocked bell rings, I'm taking off.
Where?
I don't know, but I don't want any more accidents that might happen on purpose. I'll see you.
Hey, wait a minute, man.
Where's your boy going?
I don't know, Sky.
He ain't going far anyway.
Hey, man, why don't you give him a break?
You want to pay the canteen?
Well, why, no, man. I haven't got anything.
Neither is he, right?
He don't know nobody.
That's too bad. If you was any kind of a guy, you'd help the punk.
I can't, man.
Oh, you're sad, man. Real sad. If you see your boy, tell him there's no use running. Them walls can't run with him.
Is the chaplain in?
I'll see. You got a pass?
No, but I gotta see him. Really, I gotta see him.
Yeah. Yes? Chaplain, what's your last name and number?
Kip. 99319.
There's a Kip. 99319 wants special interview.
Would you tell him to wait a few moments?
Yes, sir. Take a seat. He'll be out pretty soon. Hey, aren't you in some sort of rhubarb with Sky Grogan?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, you do. You and Marino played one of Sky's domino games. You couldn't come up with the loot, could you?
That's my problem.
Taking it to the chaplain, huh? He can't do you no good, except to take you to the captain so you can sing to him.
I'm not seeing the chaplain about that.
Oh, you kidding. It's written all over your kissy. You're scared.
How long do you think the chaplain will be?
Why don't you just pay, Sky? Ain't gonna do any good squawking to the chaplain.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I'm just telling you something for your own good, fella.
I don't need your advice. I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure you can.
Where is the man who wanted to see me?
Why, he just left, sir, so he couldn't wait after all.
Oh? Was he in trouble?
Everybody in here in trouble, ain't they, sir?
Eddie, why don't you take it easy, Eddie? You'll live longer.
You tell Sky that.
Look, man, I got the solution. Why don't you just hide out somewhere? Then maybe I could scratch up some canteen.
Hide out where?
I know a place where no one can find you. Not even Sky. Come on, I'll show you.
Why are you worrying about me so sudden?
You want help, or don't you?
Sure I want help.
Well, shut up then and listen. This place I'm talking about is on top of the east cell block.
Where?
Right on top of the east block under the roof. You good at climbing girders and stuff?
Well, I guess so. How long do I stay there?
Until lockup before supper. When you hear the bell, come down. Now, let's go before someone sees us. Come on. Now, how about this? Who's going to find you here? Unless someone tells him.
I don't know. It's awful high up here. I don't have much room to move around.
You going to practice dancing up here or something? Now, just sit still until it's time to come down.
You can't even see the floor from here. You can't see anything. If a guy fell, he'd just slide off the roof of the cell block. Nothing would stop him.
You want to keep away from Sky, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then stop worrying, man. You're safe now. Sky?
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'll make you a deal.
Coming from you, it's probably crooked.
Come on, man, I'm serious. I got a deal. You know that peanut brittle Kip owes you?
Yeah.
Put me back in one of your games and I'll tell you where you can find Kip.
Aren't you his cell partner? His buddy?
So?
You don't like him suddenly.
That it?
That doesn't have anything to do with it. I'm on your side.
Like a rattlesnake.
Do you want to find Kip?
Maybe.
I need some canteen, cigarettes, candy, anything.
And your buddy is the price.
He's not my buddy. I thought you wanted to get the canteen he owes you.
Has he got it?
I don't know.
He's pretty scared, isn't he?
You'll come bet on that.
Tell you what, I've been thinking it over. The kid's new, but he wouldn't listen to a rat like you. I'm going to give him a good scare. Teach him a lesson. Where is he?
Cigarettes? Candy?
All right. You got credit in one of the games with 5 packs of cigs or a box of peanut brittle.
Okay. He's hiding on top of the east block, the yard end. He's up in the girders. There's a flat spot there. That's where he is.
How'd you find that spot?
I took him there.
Real friend, huh? Okay, take the game nearest the north block door, and I'll get out of my face.
You said you wanted to find Eddie?
Yeah. It's great to have friends. Hey, kid. Who's that? Someone coming? Hey. Hey, who's there? Tommy, is that you?
Friend of his.
Sky!
Yeah? It's me, kid. What you hiding for?
Look, leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
You can't pay a man what you owe him clear up here. Can you, kid?
Get away. Get away, please. You're making it hard on yourself, kid. You know I'll get that canteen.
I haven't got any, and I can't get any.
Hey, kid, no, wait a minute. Come back. Come on back.
No, you ain't gonna get me.
Look out. Hey, kid, look out. Back of you. Look out.
Stretcher out right away. What happened, son?
I'm hurt real bad.
All right, son, lie still. Sergeant, you know this boy?
Yes, sir. Kip, he's new here.
Did you see what happened?
No, sir, I only heard him fall.
From one of the tiers?
I believe the roof of the block. I was on the 5th tier myself checking cells. He fell right past me.
Eddie didn't fall, sir. He was pushed.
What's that, Marino?
I said he was pushed.
Pushed? Who pushed him?
Grogan, sir.
Hi, Grogan.
Hey, you! You up there! Stop where you are! Call off the gun, Bulls. I'm coming down. All right, Grogan. Make it careful. The captain wants to see you.
Marino, you say Grogan pushed the boy here?
Yes, sir. I saw him do it, sir. I was standing right here, and Grogan pushed Eddie.
All right, you men. All right, get back to the yard. The show's over. Come on. Let's
Here
move.
He is, Captain.
All right, what were you doing up there, Grogan?
Trying to talk to the kid here.
Kip?
Yeah.
Marino says you pushed the boy off the top.
He's a dirty rotten.
He was after both Eddie and me, sir. We knew too much about his gambling games. I saw him push Eddie.
You're lying in your
All right, both of you, shut up. Marino.
Hey, yes, sir?
Look up there where you said you saw Kip pushed.
I am, sir.
All right, what do you see?
The 5th tier. I mean the top of the block.
You're lying, Marino. It's impossible to see the roof of the cell block from here. How did you know the boy was up there? How did you know Grogan was up there? Answer me, Marino. How did you know?
Oh, Captain, because I told Sky. What are you yelling at me for? Sky pushed him, I saw it.
All right, Sergeant. Put them both in isolation.
No, Captain, you got me wrong, Captain. Eddie was a buddy of mine. A real buddy. I was his friend.
Sure, punk. You loved him till it hurt. You're a real friend. Well, me and the boys in the yard are going to be real friends, too. We're going to kill you with kindness. Suspense. In which Skip Homeyer starred in William N. Robeson's production of Peanut Brittle, written by Jules Maitland. Listen again next week when we return with another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Holmeyer and Peanut Brittle were John Daner, Lou Krugman, Peter Leeds, Lou Merrill, and Barney Phillips.
Suspense has been brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.